Hi guys, welcome back to Testbird MBA Prep. Before proceeding ahead, I would like to congratulate all the aspirants who converted TISS and also those who cleared the TISSNET cutoffs. You might be wondering why I am congratulating you because see, there are many applicants, many aspirants who applied for TISS who attempted a TISSNET but didn't clear the cutoff. So you at least cleared the cutoff, you at least faced the interview. That's a new kind of experience that you got. So congratulations on those. But again, see, there are many candidates, many well deserving candidates who couldn't make it in the final list this time across various courses, various programs of TISS. Many ended up in the wait lists, and I can definitely understand how it feels like. So please resume your preparation from now. I think you must have resumed it by now. And remember one thing, you are not beginning your preparation. You are not starting it from now. You did something previously. The only thing you need to do is learn from the mistakes and just resume the preparation. So don't take much time. So start again. So I will explain you this cheat sheet, especially for current affairs. These are the subtopics that you need to learn for TISSNET current affairs. I'm not talking about the static GK. I'm talking about only the current affairs. Okay, I will explain you each and every category. You can find this in social media these days. See, for instance, you attempted TISSNET once or twice. Okay, you attempted that. So this is TISSNET optimum preparation. This is the final stage of TISSNET preparation. Okay, now you already attempted TISSNET and you are here. Let's say you are here and he is A. Alright, now a beginner is here. If not, he is here. So you already, I'm talking about those who attempted TISSNET previously. So you already finished these levels. You are done with these levels. Now you are here, but don't sleep here. If you sleep here thinking that you have got experience by attempting TISSNET previously, trust me, the beginners who are here now, they will reach you here, they will reach you within no time. Okay, so don't sleep. Start your preparation very soon. Start your preparation from today, so that you will get ample amount of time to rectify yourself, to improve yourself, to take mocks, to revise and all those things. And whatever you are doing currently, if that is constant for the rest of the days, 365, let's say, then the result that you get will also be constant. So don't expect any surprises, don't expect any big achievements. But if you are putting just 1% a little extra effort for the rest of the days, so this 0.01, this difference, this creates the huge difference. So this result, see, the difference between 1 and 37.8, and what's the difference between 1 and 1.01? So this 0.01 consistent effort throughout the remaining days creates a huge impact, and this will give you insanely a great result at the end, whatever the exam that you are targeting. Nevertheless, if you are just 1% below par, it's a disaster. It's a complete disaster. See the difference between 1 and 0.99. This 1% lesser effort than the normal effort, this will push you back in the competition. See the difference between 37.8 and 0.03. This is not even close to the normal effort. So that's the power of consistency. It's not about doing it once or twice, 1 or 2 days. It's not about that. It's about doing the work, even if it is a small work, doing it till your targeted exam approaches. So please remember this and implement it from today. So previously I made a video on the topic was weightage of static GK. This is about current affairs, but previously I did it for static GK. You can just click on the I button now and you can just watch the video once, and I'm sure that will help you in finalizing your GK preparation strategy. And also I discussed how to prioritize the topics and finish off the syllabus step by step. So do watch that video. So coming to this is a cheat sheet for current affairs, TISSNET current affairs. So in static part, you can clearly say the subtopics to be prepared. You need to prepare the polity, Indian polity, you need to prepare Indian economy, you need to target modern history predominantly, of course ancient and medieval as well. You need to target art and culture, you need to target science, basic science and all this. But in current affairs, from TISSNET perspective, these are the areas that you need to focus on. You need to focus on recent movies, you need to focus on health science, health studies related things. You need to focus on environmental concern, government schemes, women empowerment, news related to social entrepreneurship, news related to tribal development, socio-economic development, rural development, criminology and justice, art and culture, and other current affairs. I will share the list with you. You can just download this sheet and the other important topics. I'll share the link in the description. You can just check it out. Now you may get a doubt, apart from asking the questions related to national affairs, international affairs, why is TISS asking these areas? Health studies, disaster management or women empowerment, questions related to social entrepreneurship, questions related to the socio-economic and tribal development. Why is TISS asking questions from these areas? Because TISS is not a base school, it's a social institute, right? It offers wide range of courses related to social sciences. That's also the reason why you are being tested in various domains, like the environmental concerns, like the economic sciences, health sciences, socio-economic affairs, and you are tested in sports awards, like you are tested in rural development and much more. And you will find questions, current affair questions in TISSNET, and they will fit in any of these categories for sure. That's for sure. The current affair, pick up any previous year TISSNET current affair question, they will fit in any of these categories. And for your better understanding, I have taken example of each and every category and I have framed those on slides. I will explain you so that you can understand a much better way. And also there is a frequently asked question. Students often ask me many times, how many months of current affairs are required for TISSNET? So generally I recommend past 12 to 14 months current affairs. For instance, if you are targeting TISSNET 2023, then you need to focus right from Jan 2022 to Feb 2023. Right, yes, till Feb 2023. Because this year in TISSNET 2022, there are 3 current affairs, I think 3 to 4 current affairs that appeared from Jan 2022 and Feb 2022, and the exam is on 26th Feb 2022. There are 3 to 4 current affairs from Jan and Feb combined this year. That's the reason why I recommend you to cover right from Jan last year, Jan 2022, to Feb 2023. These 12 to 14 months, that's for sure. And this is the current affairs portal. This is our portal, and let me just explain. I think it must present here. Yes, this one. See, There's a question related to COVID-19 vaccine, which is Corbevax. This year, it appeared in in TISSNET 2022. There was a question related to Corbevax, which got the emergency approval for teenage group. But this was the current affair of Feb 20th of this year, and the exam was on 26th Feb. See, under gender, health, and education, you can see this biological e-COVID shot. And when you click on this, you will get the current affair in detail. So since we are on the same page, I will explain how our current affair portal works. Whenever you just open the current affairs, whenever you open our app, after getting the current affair portal access, you can choose the date. You can choose whatever the date you want, and let's say we selected Feb 20th, right? We selected Feb 20th. Now, in Feb 20th, you will get all the categories, right, from international affairs, environment, business and economy, science and tech, national affairs. You'll get gender, health and education, books and authors, tourism and hotel industry, and you will also be getting, yes, defense, days and events, awards and honors, government policies, schemes, awards and honors, yes, and yeah, art and culture. So all these on that particular date. If you have selected Feb 20th, what are the affairs that are related to each and every category of this date? You can find this, and once you click on this view all, what are the international affairs on Feb 20th, you can view them. And once you click on that particular affair, for instance, let's click on this biological e-COVID. Once you click on this, there will be an elaborate content that you can study. So for TISSNET, this is a wonderful resource for current affairs, because we cover each and every category. We cover all the categories that are mentioned here, including the miscellaneous current affairs, which means the awards and honors, sports related, movies, all those, right? Now let's look into some previous year TISSNET questions, TISSNET 2022 GK questions. So the first one is Asian Games 2022 will be held in. And that this question is a part of our expected MCQ series that we started last December. So Asian Games, we mentioned it here, those will be held in China this year, right? So moving on to the next one. So this one is about an explosive underwater volcano in 2021 erupted in. So that volcanic eruption occurred in Pacific Ocean, but here, so actually Tonga was the country that experienced this volcanic eruption in Pacific Ocean. So this was not a direct question that appeared in TISSNET. That's the reason why I generally recommend you not only to focus on the answer, but also go through the notes that is provided just below that particular current affair. The next one is India's first open rock museum is located in. So India's first open rock museum has been inaugurated in Hyderabad. So likewise, if you just go through the previous year GK questions of TISSNET, you can see this one is related to the first female speaker of Lok Sabha. I mentioned that in the first women category in that video. I mentioned that, and which land-based ecosystem has the most biodiversity? And this one is the, yes, India's new economic reforms, which is the LPG concept, liberalization, privatization, globalization. Which one is, which of the following is not the objective? Centralization was not the objective, so this is the answer. And the next one, the ICC Women Cricketer of the Year award, Smriti Mandhana is the answer. And the Nobel Peace Prize 2021 was awarded for, is it for promoting child rights? Is it for promoting social activism, fearless journalism, protection of the environment? So the answer is fearless journalism. I will show you all this in our GK course. I just want you to remember the questions so that I can show you all at once. So this one is recipient of Padma Shri from a transgender category, that too from the traditional folk dance art form. And the next one is related to Operation Flood. And the next one is the motto of INA, Indian National Army. And this one is HRM seeks to create a database of which category? And this one is the latest British colonial state to proclaim itself as a republic, which is Barbados. And Mithali Express connects Dhaka with India, starts from which railway station, right? And SASFS, which is Startup India Seed Fund Scheme, was recently was launched, and this provides financial assistance for the startups. And for which steps, right? For which steps? The next question, which is let me show you now the first woman. Yes, this one. In fact, I updated this on YouTube as well. The first women speaker of Lok Sabha. And the next one is related to geography. Yes, this one. Basically about the tropical monsoon climate, which was asked in TISSNET 2022. Now let's go to Indian economy, and in session 4, yes, during the annual plans, I just explained you the concept of LPG, the objectives of which were the objectives of the new economic reforms. And going to the next one. Yeah, this one, the ICC Women Cricketer of the Year Award 2021. And let's get into the Nobel Prize related question. Yes, this is the question that was asked related to Nobel Peace Prize. See, whenever you are trying to remember the Nobel Prize awardees, I mean Nobel Prize winners, you need to also have an idea on their contribution, right? The contribution, the country that they are coming from, and also the name and the category. So these four you need to take care of and you need to remember. The next one is Padma Awards. There was a question related to Padma Awards. I think, yeah, let me show you here. Yes, this one. The folk dance art category, and from the transgender category, Manjama Jogati received the Padma Shri award. And this was asked previously, as you can see. And coming to the next one, which is about the Operation Flood, I think. Yes, this one. So which of the following aim to increase the production of milk in India? So what is the name of the revolution? What is the name of the revolution? It is known as White Revolution, and the father of a White Revolution is Varghese Kurian. But the question that was asked in TISSNET is, when was it started? It was started in 1970s. Okay, it was started in 1970s. And the next one is the motto of INA, which is the Indian National Army. So which is the unity, faith and sacrifice. So this is the next one from the course. And coming to this HRM portal, if you are one of the last year students, I gave you an assignment related to government schemes to make a note on each and every government scheme. And HRM portal, I mentioned it here. I think there was also one question related to Poshan Abhiyan that appeared last year. I will just check it out once. Yes, so the next questions are related to income tax. I mean, who introduced income tax in India, the father of income tax. The next one is Bandhan Bank, and the next one is father of Indian football. So all this, they were previously part of our current affairs portal. If you can see this Mithali Express, this current affair was of March 30th 2021, and here it's mentioned it connects Dhaka and New Jalpaiguri. And this one is about SISF scheme. And yeah, for the concept of the product trials, market entry, proof of concept and prototype development, and the marketing, commercialization. And India's writing with fire makes it to Oscars. This was also a question previously. And Neeraj Chopra, who was nominated for Laureus World Breakthrough. This was the question of the current affair of Feb 3rd 2022. And this one, Sitaraman presents union budget. I think here we mentioned this one, James Wilson, who introduced the IT, right, who introduced in the concept of income tax in India. So this was in news. James Wilson was in news during during our budget time, because Income Tax Act 1922 was in news then, because it's been 100 years since the act was implemented in 1922, from 1922 to 2022. So this been 100 years since Income Tax Act was implemented. So this is how James Wilson came into picture in this year's TISSNET, since he introduced the concept of IT in India way back. Right. So that's the reason why I always recommend you not to focus only on current affairs, but also get into the static part of a particular current affair. And there is also a question related to Asian Games. And this one is about the India's first open rock museum. And this one is about the new republic nation Barbados. And also Bandhan Bank, this was the current affair of November 2nd, right? And this Barbados was the current affair of Jan 24th 2022. So this November 2nd, Bandhan Bank, and this time it was asked about the objective of Bandhan Bank. So overall 33 questions appeared from static part as well as from current affairs portal in TISSNET 2022 from our GK course. Now, earlier I talked about the cheat sheet of the current affairs, TISSNET current affairs, the questions related to HRM and LR, the questions related to social entrepreneurship and rural development, which were the actual TISSNET questions. So if you can observe, in 2016 there was a question related to minimum wage, right, minimum wages. And in 2016 there was also one more question related to the CTUO. Also in 2017 there is a current affair question related to HRM and LR, which is all about the Minimum Wages Act. When was it first enacted? It was enacted in 1948. I'm not explaining you each and every current affair because I just want you to understand that these are the type of questions that are being asked related to HRM and LR almost every year. 2016, here you can see 2017, 2019, 2022. So regularly there are questions from this category, from HRM and LR related category. So in 2017 scheme ESI, what is ESI? What's the full form of ESI? ESI basically is the Employees State Insurance Scheme, right? Employees State Insurance Scheme that is related to industrial workers. ESI is applied for industrial workers, and in 2017 there is Atal Pension Yojana. APY focuses on workers of unorganized sector, not organized sector, it is unorganized sector. And in 2019 there was a question related to Yellow Vest movement, and in 2020 there was a question related to child labor, theme of World Day Against Child Labor, and 2022 HRM, which was again the database of unorganized workers. And coming to the social entrepreneurship and rural development related questions, in 2016 there was a question related to Mudra Bank. So Mudra Bank basically supports entrepreneurs, it supports small business owners, small business systems, and also those who are new to business. It supports and it provides loans. Okay, that's why this is related to social entrepreneurship. And in 2017 paper there was it was basically the objective. It was asked about the objective of BIFR. What is BIFR? BIFR basically is the Board for Industrial Financial Reconstruction. Okay, so the objective of BIFR. And the next one, it asked about MGNREGA. MGNREGA is basically Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. MSME clusters was asked in 2020, and SISFS, recently I explained that in previous slide, it was asked in 2022. Okay, again this is a scheme related to startups and entrepreneurship. So whenever you are studying newspaper and whenever you are going through any current affairs thing, you need to these categories need to strike in your mind. When you are working on a particular current affair, you need to be in a position to categorize that current affair to one of these categories, right? Now coming to health studies. See, in TISSNET we have MHA, Masters in Hospital Administration, MA in MPH. In MPH we have 3 categories. So all these health studies, so because of the presence of these courses in TISS asks health related questions, like health studies related current affairs every year. You can see that in 2016, you can see that in 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22. From 21-22 there are more often COVID-19 related questions related to vaccines, related to reports. So in 2016 it was about BCG vaccine, right, which is commonly given to infants against which particular disease. BCG, what is BCG? BCG is, what is the full form? Full form is Bacillus calmette-guerin. This is basically given to TB patients. This is the vaccine for TB, tuberculosis. And in 2016 it was about WHO report. So WHO reports are important for TISSNET. Not only WHO, all the health based reports need to be studied. Patients with fever are usually prescribed this type of drug by a medical doctor. It was asked in 2016. Basically it talks about antipyretics. What do antipyretics do? What do these drugs do? They reduce fever. They also reduce pain in some cases. This paracetamol, ibuprofen, tolmetin, all these come under antipyretics. And Pledge for 9 slogan, this is about PMSME. National Health Mission of India? This was asked in 2019. And Good Samaritan Medical Professional Bill was asked in 2019. And Ayushman Bharat scheme was asked in 2020, and 2021-2022 we are going through this COVID phase. We have been going through this COVID phase, so COVID-19 related questions are being asked. So this is about health related questions in TISSNET. And coming to criminology and justice, so why are these type of questions asked? Because there are good number of candidates who apply for MA in criminology and justice at TISS. There are very good number of candidates, and you need to focus on all the important judgments, all the important committees in recent news, all the important judgments related to women, historical cases, and also the names of the Chief Justice of India, okay, at that time of the judgment as well. And also you need to remember the some important IPC sections, okay, and that are in news in the recent times, let's say in the past 12 to 15 months. So in 2016 there were questions related to honor killing and about Justice J.S. Verma, and this one is about IPC and section 66A. This one is about Nitish Katara. This one is about the case of Nitish Katara. And in 2017 itself there was a question related to Vishaka judgment. This one is about Lodha committee. And yes, all this this one is about writs, one of the writs. And this one is about decriminalization of Indian judiciary. Which of the following is not being decriminalized? I think this one is related to euthanasia, active euthanasia, basically active euthanasia. I'll discuss more about this. I discussed this in Indian polity. So these are the things you need to take care of as far as this category is concerned. These are the types of questions, then these are the previous year questions. And coming to environment and climate change, it's been very consistent. Questions in TISSNET from this category are very consistent right from 2016. See, I have taken the papers from 2016 to 2022. I haven't gone beyond 2016. Okay, I mean before 2016. So in 2016 there are questions related to ecosystem and food web, biological diversity authority act 2002, question about Earth Day, Kyoto Protocol, carbon credit, what does it mean, and forest right act 2006, CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons, and Paris agreement, and global environment outlook, CO2 emitter, largest source of CO2 emitter, global warming related, and ozone depletion, and also the country that generates all its electricity using renewable energy, and also a person in news that contributed to afforestation. Okay, this one recently came. Yes, so these questions, if you observe, one thing you need to remember is you need to have an eye on environmental conventions. You need to have an eye on the amendments related to this environment and climate change, and the books related to environment, the recently launched books, and also popular books related to environment and climate change books, and also the authors of those books. Okay, also you need to be very clear about the basic things like ozone depletion and the concerned pollutants, recent summits, agreements, and the important reports related to environment and climate, and also the persons in news, the places in news that contribute to this environment a lot. So all this you need to just make a list and prepare accordingly. Yeah, and the next one is art, culture, and literature. Very often this is asked very often. 2016 you can see around 3 to 4 questions. 2017, 2018, 19, 21, 22. So it is very consistent, very regularly asked. category art, culture and literature. Art, culture and literature, I'm not talking about the static part of art, culture and literature, because there is a lot to ask as far as static part is concerned. I also want to focus on the current affair part of art, culture and literature, the terms that come under this category and that are in news in recent times. So you need to also focus on this, right? So you can definitely expect around 4 to 5 questions from art and culture category and environment category, right? If you combine these two, environment, art and culture, you can definitely expect around 4 to 5 questions for sure in TISSNET. So this one is about folk dances, and this one is about folk music genre, and this one is about painting, classical dance, and this one is about paintings, music, artists. And yes, this one, odd one out, this type of question, see what happens is you will be given four personalities and you will be asked to find out the odd one out, to figure out the odd one out. Among four, three may be musicians related to music, one may be related to painting, right? Or three may be related to painting, one may be related to dance. So you need to figure it out, and don't worry, whatever the options, those are famous personalities, you don't have to worry about that. And the next one is about musical instruments in which Anuradha Paul was associated with, and this one is about musical instrument which is asked recently. So the categories you need to have an idea are paintings, the types of paintings, personalities associated with some paintings, right? Famous paintings like personalities like Raja Ravi Verma, personalities like Jasmine Roy, Nandalal Bose. Nandalal Bose, even he did the artistic work of Indian Constitution, right? So paintings of the ancient times and also paintings of the modern times, modern time paintings, you need to also have a look, okay? And coming to other categories, you must remember the types of dances, okay? Types of dances and types of music, and also the famous personalities that are associated with the music, and also the types of music, okay? Now the next category is tribal and socio-economic development. So in TISS there is a program, MA in Tribal Studies and Tribal Development. So that is one of the reasons why questions generally arise from this category. So in 2016, there's a question related to some tribes believe that spirit inhabit some or all classes of natural objects or phenomena. Yeah, this is basically about animism. This phenomena, animism simply means that you believe that all the living and non-living objects have soul, okay? You believe that both living and non-living objects both have soul. That belief is known as animism. And this one is about the practice of matrilineal, which tribal group does that, and the state with highest percentage of scheduled tribe population asked in 2021 TISSNET, and also schemes related to is tribal community and scheduled caste. This was asked in 2022, and this one is about one dhan startups, okay? One dhan startups, one means forests, yeah. So this one is about the tribal population, okay? This scheme is to empower the tribal community basically, and government takes care of the training, the training the beneficiaries, providing capital, and also government also assists in the marketing of the goods that are set up, okay? And also one thing, if there is any considerable news in the budget that's related to socio-economic or tribal related tribal community upliftment related thing, you need to make a note as well, whatever the things, the major things that are mentioned in the budget, in the annual budget. And women empowerment, again, frequently asked question, frequently asked category in TISSNET 2017, 2018, 2022. I think there must also be questions from in 2020 and 2019 also. So this one, National Food Security 2013, the provision of women's empowerment, okay, in this act, okay. And one of the ways in which NFS Act empowers women is, and again, UNPS award, United Nations Public Service Award, was given to this department of West Bengal for which scheme? This was basically Kanyashri Prakalpa, and I didn't expect this one in 2022, but basically Kanyashri Prakalpa, it's a girl child scheme that focuses on the empowerment through education. Let me tell you why this scheme is significant, even though it's not a central government scheme. See, this scheme, Kanyashri Prakalpa, was started in West Bengal way back. It was started in 2011 or 2012, I think, 2012. And it benefits the girls with the age group of 13 to 19. Okay, so directly it benefited in educating the girls, educating the students, and indirectly it helped in reducing the number of child marriages, okay, by due to increase in awareness of education. So directly and indirectly it contributed to society, and that is recognized by the United Nations. Recently it achieved the United Nations Public Service Award, and that's how it's in news in recent times. And Bandhan Bank, which was started in 2001, what's the objective of Bandhan Bank? The main objective was to make the finance available to women. So this also supports women empowerment, right? This is repeated. Now other categories, these are the other CA categories I told you here, right? Just a second. Yeah, these things and other CA categories, let's look into them now. The first one is movies related. What are the movies related? Movies in news in recent times. See, TISSNET doesn't ask you some random questions on random movies just like that. Okay, no questions will be asked from movies like Dilwale or Half Girlfriend, KGF, or what's that, Shamshira. Okay, no questions are asked from these kind of movies, but there must be some social element in that movies. Okay, there must be some social elements in those movies. For instance, in 2017 there was a question related to movies in TISSNET, like Abu trilogy was directed by which director? Directed by whom? Basically by Satyajit Ray. And in 2020 there was a question related to Margarita with a Straw. Margarita with a Straw. Who directed this movie? And again, so this movie is about differently abled persons. It's a wonderful film. It's directed by Sonali Bose, and give it a try if you whenever you are free, just give it a try. It's a wonderful movie. And also in 2019 there was a question related to village rock stars, and this film is again about a small girl with a very poor background from Assam, and she aspires to, say, I'm not talking about complete plot, I just want to give you the idea on why this question was asked in TISSNET. So she came from a poor background, and she aspires to have a own guitar. She wants to own guitar and to form a band with the local boys of Assam. And again, it touches the social segment. That's the reason why it's asked in TISSNET. And this time there is a question related to Gangubai Kathiawadi, and the author of the book, The Mafia Queens of Mumbai. So whatever the questions related to movies that are asked in TISSNET, they all touch some social segments. Okay, social segments. So focus on these movies. Focus on these movies and have an idea on the director. Okay, if it is a biopic, then have an idea on the whom the movie has been inspired from. And the second category that come under other CA categories is government schemes. Government schemes, specifically the central government schemes, but if there are state government schemes that created an impact or that achieved something significantly, you also need to remember. Like the previous Kanishri Prakalpa of West Bengal government, right? And Oscars, almost every year this question appears in TISSNET. Nobel Prize winners and their contribution, Padma Awards, Bharat Ratna awardees, countries in news, persons in news, terms in news, scientific terms, socio-economic terms. These terms that are in news in the past 12 to 15 months, you need to take care of. Sahitya Academy and Jnanpith awardees, SDGs, which are the Sustainable Development Goals, UNPS awards, ICC awards, books and authors, census related, sports related current affairs, science and tech, and ISRO's achievements and upcoming missions, all the upcoming missions, and reports and indices. So reports like the Global Hunger Index report and gender gap report, and also WHO reports and health reports. I will give you the list. So all these need to be taken care of as far as current affairs are concerned. So this is a holistic preparation. If you are not serious about the current affairs, if you are not serious about each and every category, and after TISSNET you would just say that this year's TISSNET is very tough and all the questions were out of the box. Why did you get that? Because you were not serious enough of these categories, at least these categories. Focus on these categories at least. I'm sure you would score at least 31 or 32 plus in the GK section, in the GK current affairs section. Trust me, you will score 32 plus if you focus on these categories, right? So this is about our TISSNET 2023 complete program, where we will be covering entire quant, English, LR, DI, GK and all those things. So all the video sessions of all these categories, and you will be given a dedicated CA portal daily and as well as the monthly CA portal of all the categories that I mentioned previously. And you would be getting ebooks along with the video sessions, video lectures, ebooks for quant, LR, DI, English, that covers complete theory, shortcuts, practice questions and example questions of all the types. Okay, additionally you will also be provided questions and topic tests, and these will be in timer form. Apart from those, you will also be provided full length mocks for TISSNET and also topic wise tests and sectional tests, right? So this covers everything that you need for TISSNET at a very affordable price. And you can join us, and for any queries you can just text us on WhatsApp. This is the number. And yeah, many of you are asking about to make a separate video on mock, our TISSNET test series. I'll just brief you a few seconds. So test series, this includes 10 full length mocks, and don't worry about the level of difficulty. Level of difficulty will be at par with TISSNET. For instance, let's say if you are scoring 55 in our mocks just before TISSNET, okay, if you are scoring 55, then in TISSNET you can definitely expect a score of 65 plus 8 to 10 marks for sure. If I talk about other institutes, it is ulta. If you are scoring, you may be scoring 95 out of 100 in other institute mocks, but in actual TISSNET your score drastically drops, and this happened to almost every of our students. Their mock score is around 95 90 plus, but in TISSNET they hardly scored 50. That's the case with other mocks. But in our mocks, if you even though you're scoring low, it adds value in the examination. If you are a previous mock taker, our mock taker, you will understand this. You must have understood this. And along with the mocks, you will be provided 8 ebooks that covers entire quant, English, LR, DI and GK. Okay, so this will be a very good practice for you along with the mocks, and if you are interested you can just check this out. And this is dedicated a GK course, right? If you're planning to go for only GK, you can go for it. This includes all the static GK sections. See, why I divided GK into two parts. The first one is static GK into two parts. The first one is core GK and the second one is general GK. Core GK includes history, economy, polity, science, art and culture, right? And general GK is what the topics, individual topics are, like sports, like first in India, first in the world, the revolutions. There are around the UNESCO sites, there are around 50 plus general topics. These will be under static general. These and the history, economy, Indian polity come under core static. That's the only difference. So these two, along with the current affairs, the monthly current affairs from all the categories, and doubt resolution support, the topic test, deliver schedule, right, including with complete material and videos with proper mentorship. So everything at a very affordable price, $499. This is strictly for the first 40 aspirants, and we are sure about this. Okay, this time we are sure about this. First 40 aspirants can enroll at this price. You can just check it out. And those who are struggling only in quant, so this is for dedicated for TISSNET quant. And so in this quant course you will be provided video lectures that covers quant, LR and DI, and along with complete material. This material covers theory, shortcuts and questions of all types. Tests are also included, topic wise tests, sectional tests with proper analysis and also with detailed solutions. Additionally, even if it is a quant course, we will be providing you verbal ebooks that covers entire grammar, parajumbles, vocab, RCs, speed reading, speed building of RCs and all those, including the practice ebooks, right? Complete verbal ability modules will be provided along with the quant course. And coming to English course, video lectures that covers entire syllabus, parajumbles, RCs, how to improve your accuracy in RCs, and fill in the blank related CR, vocab, including material, English material that covers questions of all types, entire theory, and also the approaches that you need to build to improve accuracy. And tests that include topic tests, sectional tests with complete analysis. Additionally, it's an English course and we will be providing you the quant, LR and DI ebooks that covers each and every topic, each and every category, almost all the types of questions. So if you have any queries, you can reach me out here and I can help you with them. So these are the current affair categories. I will mention this PDF. You can download this PDF in the description. I will mention the link. So let's get started with current affair, and thank you for being patient and watching this. Let's get started.
Hello friends, how are you doing all? Let's welcome you all to yet another session of our current affair discussion. So let's start with our discussion, and the first question in front of us is Nethana Bima is a flagship scheme of which of the Indian state? And our options in front of us are Kerala, Karnataka, Telangana, and D is Tamil Nadu. Right, so let's see which is the answer. Here is Telangana. So this particular scheme, this is an insurance scheme which has been extended to the handloom sector. Which sector? Handloom and power loom weavers. So these people who are into the business of cloth weaving or any cotton weaving industry, so this particular scheme, the scheme will be catering to them, and this scheme will be giving them an insurance cover of how much? Around 5 lakh rupees. 5 lakh rupees insurance cover, and this will be extended to all those weavers who are in the age group of 18 to 59. This is the working age group. 18 to 59 is called the working age group in India. Working age group. Right? Okay. And also in the latest budget, how much around amount has been sanctioned? It's 12,000 crore rupees was allocated for the textile sectors, and of these 300 crore has been given to these handloom weavers, right? So this is the details about this particular flagship scheme of government of Telangana. Moving on, our next question is about Tony Brooks. So he's a person who recently passed away, and the particular question asks that Tony Brooks, who passed away recently, was a pioneer in which of the following sports? Our options in front of us are tennis, basketball, Formula 1 racing, and squash, right? And he was a American sports person, and he's also known as a racing dentist. So Tony Brooks is also known as, I will be giving direct hint, so he is known as racing dentist. So our option is going to be Formula 1 racing, right? Tony Brooks belonged to Formula 1 racing. In total, he participated in 39 Formula 1 World Championship. His career span around 10 years. So from 1951, and he last participated in 1961. So this was the 10 years of his career, 1951 to 1961, and he participated in around 39 Formula 1 races. So basically what we have to remember is sports, because recent monetary are the news of our concern about the sports person, about the literature awardees, about film stars, and about any musician. So these all persons whose anniversaries are celebrated, और जो मर गए हैं, इन सबको किस फील्ड से रिलेटेड है, that we have to remember, right? Next question is, which state government launched E-Adhigam scheme to provide tablets to 5 lakh students? So in this particular scheme, government will be distributing tab for educational purposes to 5 lakh students, and which is the government? Our options are New Delhi, Haryana, West Bengal, and Odisha, right? So it is the Haryana government which has decided to distribute the tablets. Earlier also one of the state governments held a massive drive to distribute laptops and tablets. So it was done previously in Uttar Pradesh in year 2012, right? And now government of Haryana has also decided to give a tablet, the e-learning tablet. You can see e-learning tablet which will be preloaded with certain educational content. So around how many beneficiaries have been selected? So 5 lakh school students who will be the target group for this particular scheme on the classes 10th and 12th. Who are in the classes 10th and 12th will be receiving these laptops, and this device comes with a preloaded educational content which can be personalized and adapted to particular learning method. Also brings 2 GB of free data, so that students can browse through those content, right? Apart from that, Haryana government has also launched 2 task forces to think about, to ponder about the various schemes or various methods which can be taken up to build upon the infrastructure in school. So to build upon the infrastructure and sanitation works in school, there are 2 task forces separately set up by government of Haryana for this purpose, right? So let's move on to the next question. which is about a particular person who has got an award. And question says Cynthia Rosenwig, who was recently seen in news, is the recipient of which prestigious award? I repeat the question. Cynthia Rosenwig, who was seen in news, is the recipient of which prestigious award? Our options are World Food Prize, Booker Prize, Pulitzer Prize and Abel Prize. We have already talked about what Abel Prize is in the previous discussion. So this is a prize given in the field of mathematics. This is Booker Prize is related to literature or books, you can say book publishings. So Booker Prize. Food Prize is given to, World Food Prize is given to the people, individuals who have done or who have achieved certain extraordinary milestone in the field of food security, right? Food security. So this particular person, individual, Cynthia Rosenberg, has received the World Food Prize. World Food Prize. She is a research scientist at NASA's Global Institute for Space Studies, and in the year 2022 she received this World Food Prize from the organization World Food Foundation. It is like say a reputed prize in this particular segment, and also compared to be the Nobel of Food and Agriculture, right? Moving on, in the recently released annual test ranking released by ICC, India topped in which format, right? Question itself is giving certain hint. So in the recently released annual test ranking, India topped in which format? So India topped into 2020 category, T20 category. India ranks 1. So we will be discussing about various team rankings of the ICC, men's team ranking also and women's team ranking also separately. So in men's category, I'll first erase it and then I will be writing it down for all the category, the recent test rankings and one day rankings and T20 rankings. So in men's test ranking, the number 1 team is, so I'll write it here, men's test. So number 1 team is Australia, and India is at 2nd position in test, right? In ODI men's, India is at the 3rd position. India is at the 3rd position, and New Zealand is rank 1, right? In T20, as I already discussed in the answer, that India is at the top position. This is about the men's ranking. In women's ranking, both T20 and ODI has been topped by Australia, right? And India is on 4th position in both ODI and T20 of the women's cricket, right? So this is about the recent rankings. By the time we are discussing, this is the most updated data. You can have an eye on that about the future developments. So recently the T20 World Cup, it is around the corner to be held in October around something. So there will be certain changes in the rankings then also, right? As of now, this is the data. Now there is a question regarding a bridge. So Bath Long Bridge is the longest glass bridge located in which country? So it is a bridge whose base is not cement, not concrete, not metal, not anything else. So the base of the bridge is glass, and it is located in which country? Our options are China, Vietnam, Japan and Germany. So our answer is Vietnam. This is 3rd glass bottom bridge. So this particular thing you can see here is, this particular base is glass. You can see the mirror reflection also. तो शीशे के तरह बना हुआ एक bridge है. And this is the 3rd bridge in the Vietnam, which is made up of glass, and it is claimed to be the world's longest glass bridge. This is claimed to be the world's longest glass bridge. Which one? The Bath Long Bridge, and it is in Vietnam. This is also known by the term White Dragon. White Dragon के नाम से जाना जाता है इस particular bridge को. It is in which province? Let me tell you. It is in the Son La province of Vietnam, right? Son La, sorry, Vietnam, right? Not Japan. Which organization releases State of World's Forest Report? State of World Forest Report is released by NABARD, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Food and Agriculture Organization, and Worldwide Fund for Nature. Let's have some logical eliminations here. सबसे पहले बात तो ये वर्ल्ड फॉरेस्ट रिपोर्ट के बारे में पूछा जा रहा है. So now there is no way NABARD, which is in bank, which is a refinance agency for working in the domestic sector, rural sector of India, can release such a kind of world level report. Ministry of Environment and Forest Climate Change, again it is the domestic affairs of India. So this can also not be our option. So two options are left: Food and Agriculture Organization, Worldwide Fund for Nature. So इन दोनों में से एक हमें चूज करना है, थोड़ा सा डाइसी है. And but the options here, the correct answer here is Food and Agriculture Organization releases this particular report. रिपोर्ट का नाम क्या है? World's Forest Report. World's Forest Report. It is a flagship publication of Food and Agriculture Organization, and as per its latest edition, which is the 2022 edition, which was released during World Forestry Congress. This was released during World Forestry Congress, and it brings out a very drastic fact that world has lost around 420 million hectares of its forest, which contributes to around 10% of its total forest in the last 30 years. So this is a very drastic news for our environment, that earth has lost around 10% of its forest area in the previous 30 years, right? Moving on, a commemorative coin to mark the birth centenary of Jawaharlal Dada was announced recently. He was a businessman and a minister in which state? So he belonged to the state of Maharashtra. This is a 100 rupees commemorative coin. Was a former Congress leader and founder of Lokmat Group. This is a publication house, newspaper Lokmat. So he passed away in 1997. To commemorate his birth anniversary, government of Maharashtra released a commemorative coin, right? Which union ministry is associated with the pilot phase of Open Network for Digital Commerce? Open Network for Digital Commerce, it is a tool which will be the network, the interconnection between various local vendors and suppliers to facilitate the e-commerce in the domestic level of India, right? So which of the following ministry is associated with that? Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Ministry of MSME, Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, right? So in this particular thing, Ministry of Commerce and Industry is associated. It has launched a pilot phase for Open Digital Network. It is a first of kind initiative to pave way for democratizing digital commerce and enhance the penetration of digital commerce in India. So e-commerce, like the way we shop through various e-commerce app, like you can say Flipkart, Myntra. So these are the big names, but there can be any e-commerce app which may be for one particular kind of a product or many various platform. It could be a marketplace also. So this ONDC is going to be the interconnection, the network between all the e-commerce platforms, so that it will be further easing down the e-commerce network in India. As part of Mission Sagar 9, INS Gharyal recently delivered critical medicine to which country? You should be remembering that under Mission Sagar, government of India has taken various steps. So this was the number 9 such kind of initiative. This is why Sagar 9 it has been named. And INS, that is Indian Naval Ship Gharyal. So this is related to which country? It is related to our very close neighbor which is facing severe crisis, Sri Lanka, right? So Mission Sagar is related to which country? Sri Lanka. Under this Mission Sagar, Government of India is sending all kind of possible humanitarian help aid to crisis struck Sri Lanka. As part of this Mission Sagar phase 9, INS Gharyal recently delivered around 760 kgs, and which includes more than 100 type of critical and life-saving medicines to Sri Lanka. The recent mission aims to provide medical aid to Sri Lanka during its ongoing economic crisis, right? Sagar is name for security and growth for all in the region. The region denotes Indian Ocean region. So Sagar is an initiative where Indian government, Indian Navy extends its all kind of humanitarian aid to the countries in our Indian Ocean region, mostly our neighboring countries. What is the position of India in Asia Cup Hockey Tournament 2022? First, second, third, or none of the above? So India has finished as at third position in Asia Cup Hockey Tournament 2022. India has beat Japan for the second time in 8 tournament to win the bronze medal in the Hockey Asia Cup. However, in the final, South Korea beat Malaysia by 2-1 in the final match to clinch the gold medal. Right? It is the 5th time that South Korea has won the Asia Cup. Which state or union territory hosted India's first Lavender Festival? So Lavender Festival, which state has celebrated? So it has been celebrated, hosted by Jammu and Kashmir. This is a union territory, right? Union Minister of Jitendra Singh inaugurated the festival in Bhardewa. This is in Doda district of Jammu Kashmir, and this lavender is related to purple revolution, and it is known for lavender cultivation, this purple revolution in this place. Next question is, what is Global Mercy, which is recently seen in news? Not-for-profit organization, civilian hospital ship, anti-satellite missile, and COVID-19 vaccine. So this is a name given to a medical ship, civilian hospital ship. You can see here. So our answer is civilian hospital ship. It is the world's largest civilian hospital ship, and now recently it visited during May 2022 in the coast of Africa at the port of Dakar. This is the capital city of a country called Senegal, right? It will be there for a month, around the 4 weeks, to train various health professional and workers there in the country. Hurricane Agatha is the first of the Pacific season. Recently hit which country? Argentina, Canada, Mexico, and Paraguay. So these kinds of, you can say, hurricane is the similar thing. It is the same thing as our cyclones. Cyclones को ही, if it is occurring at a special places in a special region, से अगर cyclones North Atlantic and Pacific region में होता है, so this is known by the names hurricane. इंडिया में हमारा साइक्लोन ओक्ची, सो एंड सो कुछ भी आते रहता है. उसी तरह अगर कोई भी साइक्लोन नॉर्थ अटलांटिक रीजन में होता है एंड पैसिफिक रीजन में होता है, so that is called by the name hurricane, right? So this hurricane Agatha hit which country? So our answer is Mexico. Mexico कहाँ पे है? This is USA, and south of USA is Mexico, and north of USA is Canada, right? So अगर नॉर्थ अमेरिका का मैप देखोगे, कनाडा, USA एंड मेक्सिको. तो मेक्सिको में आया था हरिकेन अगाथा. इट इज द फर्स्ट ऑफ द पैसिफिक सीजन, राइट? बस इतना ही याद रखना है, ज्यादा डिटेल में नहीं जाना. Which state or union territory hosted National Conference of School Education Ministry in 2022? Our options are Karnataka, Gujarat, New Delhi, and Tamil Nadu. So this particular conference was hosted in the state of Gujarat. Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan attended the conference from Government of India side. This conference was organized by Department of School Education and Literacy of Union Education Ministry, right? Union Education Ministry in collaboration with the Education Ministry of Gujarat. So earlier Education Ministry of Union Government was known by मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ ह्यूमन रिसोर्स एंड डेवलपमेंट, MHRD जिसको बोलते थे. अब नई इकोनॉमिक पॉलिसी आने के बाद उसको क्या बोला गया जाता है? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन, राइट? As per RBI's annual report, what is the trend of total number of fake Indian currency in 21-22 financial year compared to the previous year? क्या वो बढ़ा है? It has decreased. It has remained the same. It has not concluded. So 5-6 years ago there was a massive drive of demonetizing the large currency note. 500 और 1000 के नोट को मोदी जी ने बंद कर दिया था रातों रात, आज रात मध्य रात्रि से, ठीक है. So after that it is surprising to know that the fake Indian currency has increased. So even then we have released the new note in the denomination of 2000 and 500. The number of fake currency as compared to 2021 and 22 as compared to the previous year has even increased, and of all the denominations detected it has increased in number around 2,30,000. इतने नए जाली नोट आ गए हैं मार्केट में, and this amounts to increase of around 16.4%. 16.4% फेक नोट्स हमारे यहाँ आए हैं इस पर्टिकुलर ईयर में. दिस इज एन इंक्रीज फ्रॉम प्रीवियस कैलकुलेटेड ईयर. The Prime Minister's Employment Generation Program PMEGP has been extended till which year? So Prime Minister Employment Generation Program क्या है? This particular scheme, पहले तो कौन सी मिनिस्ट्री रन करती है इसको? तो PMEGP is run by Ministry of MSME, Ministry of Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises. So ये वाली मिनिस्ट्री है जो इस स्कीम को लॉन्च करती है, रन करती है. प्रधानमंत्री प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन प्रोग्राम. अब what is the purpose of this particular scheme is to set up non-farm enterprises, non-farm micro enterprises you can say, छोटे छोटे ऐसे नॉन फार्मिंग सेक्टर्स वाले जो कि एग्रीकल्चर से रिलेटेड नहीं है, वैसे इंटरप्राइजेस को सेटअप करके एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट करना है. विच इज द नोडल एजेंसी. कौन सी एजेंसी इसको इंप्लीमेंट कर रही है? सो KVIC, दिस इज खादी एंड विलेज इंडस्ट्रीज कमीशन. So this particular agency is implementing the scheme, and then now this scheme has been extended for the 15th Finance Commission. 15th Finance Commission period, it has been extended up till the validity of 15th Finance Commission. So what is the year? It has been extended to 2025 and 2026. तो इस ईयर तक अभी ये स्कीम ऑपरेशन में रहेगा, and the total outlay which has been approved is 13,554.2 crores rupees. Right? Moving on, which institution releases the report on currency and finance? So back to back previously we saw the question on the increase of FICN, fake Indian currency note, and the particular report which carries such a particular findings is the reports on currency and finance. And now from taking hint from the previous question, which agency releases it? So Reserve Bank of India releases the report on currency and finance. Report on currency and finance. Right? As per the report, price stability is a necessary precondition for a strong and sustainable growth. So this has told, but a major factual finding was increase in the number of fake Indian currency note. The Madras High Court has invoked parents patrie jurisdiction to declare which entity as a living being? Tamil language, mother nature, food grains, and agriculture land. So what is parents patrie jurisdiction? So it is the jurisdiction of the court to intervene in a certain matter, to take care of any child or any living being when their natural guardians are not able to fulfill their duties. Suppose कि अगर कोई बच्ची है, there is a child of aged 6 years, she lost both her parents and her guardianship lies on the immediate uncle or aunt, whatever the case may be. And if court comes to know that that particular person who happens to be the guardian trustee of her wealth or her body is not able to fulfill her duties or his duties, then court will intervene and take necessary steps so that the safety and well-being of that particular child is ensured. right? So whenever the parents or guardians are not able to fulfill their jurisdiction, the court will intervene. So now, which of the following entity has been declared living being via this intervention of High Court of Madras? So what is that? So Mother Nature has been declared as a living being. So Justice S. Srimati, right, particular judgment, the court declare Mother Nature as a living being having the status of a legal person. So what is this status mean? That a person who has been given legal person recognition can file a case against anyone for any defect or any harm to their rights, and can also be sued by any other person, right? Okay. Pardon? Harshad Sarad Garud, who was seen in news, is associated with which of the following sports? Our options are boxing, weightlifting, squash and hockey. So this particular kid belongs to weightlifting, and she has won the gold medal in the junior world championship, which was held in Greece. So she is the first time it has been won by any athlete at this particular junior level, by a female athlete. So she lifted 153 kilograms in the 45 kg weight category, and she secured the gold medal. However, no one has secured this gold medal before, but there were two other medals. Mirabai Chanu had won a bronze medal in 2013, and there was also a silver medal won, but this is the first time that any athlete has won gold medal in weightlifting in junior category, right? Rakhigiri, this is a Indus Valley civilization site, so which was seen in the news recently, is a Harappan site located in which of the following state? Our options are Gujarat, Haryana, Madhya Pradesh and Punjab. So the correct answer is Haryana. You can see here that Rakhigiri located here. Indus Valley civilization is a very famous phase. This is the first urban civilization in India. Urban civilization in India. So it is dated around 3500 BCE, before Christian era, and it continued till 2000 BCE around. It spanned from here the places in Jammu Kashmir to centers in Pakistan. Here in Gujarat, Lothal, there was a port city, right? This place Manda, it is stretching in south till Maharashtra, and here in UP also. So this is the boundary of Indus Valley civilization. The most significant site which was excavated here is Harappa. So this is why Indus Valley civilization is called Harappan civilization also. And why it is called Indus Valley civilization? Because this entire civilization flourished around the river Indus and its four tributaries, Jhelum, Satluj, Chenab and Vyas. These are the 5 rivers flowing through the region of Punjab. So this is why the land of Punjab is also known as Punjab, because there are 5 rivers. So Pan means 5 and the Jab is confluence of 5 rivers. Okay. So this particular place Rakhigiri, it is in Haryana's Hisar district. It is 5000-year-old Harappan site and one of the 5 iconic sites in which was mentioned in 2020 budget speech by the finance minister. Who is the first Indian woman to climb 5 peaks, mountain peaks above 8,000 meter? Priyanka Mohite, Arunima Sinha, Shivangi Pathak and Tasi Youngjom. So see, this wonderful woman is Priyanka Mohite. So she has climbed 5 peaks which are more than or above 8,000 meter. These peaks include Mount Kanchenjunga. So this is the 3rd highest peak, situated at around 8,586 meter above the sea level. So this is the 3rd highest mountain peak in the world. Before that, in 2013, Mohite, she also reached up to Mount Everest, which is the highest, and it stands at 8,849 meter. Before that, she was also awarded Tenzing Norgay Adventure Award in 2020. Great adventurer. Which is the first Southeast Asian country to legalize the use of cannabis for medical use? What is this cannabis? This is particularly a drug plant, drug based plant. इसको हिंदी में गांजा बोलते हैं. So this is known by the name ganja. There are various sub product of cannabis. This is psychotropic in nature. नशा करते हैं लोग इनका. But in a particular country, there are also, apart from the nasa, there are also medicinal use in Ayurveda and other medical system also for this cannabis plant. So there is a particular Southeast Asian country which legalized the use of its production. It legalized the production of cannabis. घर घर में जिसको किया जा सकता है. People can legally now grow this cannabis. In India, the growth of growing of cannabis is banned. Most of the country it is banned. Particular country which opened its production was Thailand. So in Thailand it was legalized, and now the Thailand government announced the plan to distribute 1 million of cannabis plant to household across the nation, and legal restrictions on cultivating weed at home were lifted. Right? Kathleen Novak was recently elected as the first female and youngest president of which country? Finland, Romania, Hungary and Poland. So our answer is Hungary. Kathleen Novak is the president of Hungary. So she is a 44-year-old, and as you can see, she is the first female and youngest president of this particular country. Which is the first state in the country to offer breakfast in government schools? Earlier, there is a scheme of government of India that is known by midday meal scheme. So इसमें lunch मिलता है, but now this particular state, which is the answer, so it has started to give breakfast also to primary school kids into its school. So this particular state is Tamil Nadu. Right? Tamil Nadu has become the first state in the country to offer breakfast in government school along with the midday. Midday, I told you, it is a central government scheme running in all the state. Classes 1 to 5 children will be given the free complimentary breakfast. With this is done to have a focus on nutrition and improve the public health in the children's, because there are various problems of malnutrition, stunting and low growth in the height and weight of the children. So to tackle this, the government of Tamil Nadu has brought out this particular schemes. For class 1 to 5 in the government schools, they will be given the free breakfast. The birth anniversary of Florence Nightingale is celebrated at which day in May 12 every year? तो फ्लोरेंस नाइटिंगेल के बर्थ डे को किस पर्टिकुलर इवेंट के रूप में सेलिब्रेट करते हैं? इंटरनेशनल नर्सेस डे, इंटरनेशनल डॉक्टर्स डे, इंटरनेशनल हेल्थ केयर डे एंड इंटरनेशनल वैक्सीनेशन डे. सो इट इज सेलिब्रेटेड एज इंटरनेशनल नर्सेस डे. शी is told to be the mother of nursing system in India, and she was born on 12 May 1820, and she is founder of modern nursing system. She is called to be the founder of modern nursing system, Florence Nightingale. And the theme of this year's International Nurses Day was a voice to lead, invest in nursing and respect to rights to secure global health. Nursing is a big problem in the terms that in India also, if you compare, there is a very severe scarcity of trained nursing staffs in the healthcare segment. Even if you can find good number of nurses associated in every hospital, even though in terms of absolute number there is scarcity, but there is a severe scarcity of people who are having trained paramedical or trained nursing certificates. The Air Force test fired the extended range of BrahMos missile for the first time from which aircraft? So BrahMos is an indigenously developed missile. This is having all the variants. It can be fired from land, air, sea, it can be fired underwater from submarine, over water from ships, right? So this is indigenously, India and Russia have jointly developed this BrahMos missile system, and the naming itself is indicative of the partnership between India and Russia. So ये जो BrahMos is there for, this is Brahmaputra, this is the river in India, and Moskova, this is the river in Russia. So this particular BrahMos missile system, now Indian Air Force has test fired it from which particular aircraft? Sukhoi 30 MKI. So Sukhoi 30 MKI, Su-30 MKI was the leading aircraft of India before we acquired what? Rafale Sukhoi. What is the name of NASA's mission which aims to measure Earth's global electric potential? Endurance, ambition, perseverance, dedication. So there is one mission which has been sent by NASA to analyze that why there is life on Earth. Why there is life on Earth. लाइफ तो है, अब क्यों है इसकी शोध करेंगे भैया, जी लेने दो यार. But anyway, NASA has sent a mission. The name is Endurance. So Endurance mission will be analyzing the global electric potential. So if on a planet there is a global, if the global electric potential of any planet is weak, so is of our Earth. तो वहाँ पे there are possibility of having water in the liquid state. Water in the liquid state. Because without water in the liquid state, life cannot thrive. ना तो आप पानी पी सकते हो, there won't be any agriculture. Even if there is a water that is in solid state, frozen state, you can't survive. Do you find life on Antarctica or polar region? There is water, ample amount of water. Even if there is water in the vapor state, जहाँ पे इतनी गर्मी हो कि सारा पानी उड़ जाए, so there also life is not possible. Earlier, you know, Venus was the planet where water was found, but why did it vanish? How did it vanish? So now they are comparing the reason behind कि water वहाँ पे क्यों उड़ गया और अर्थ पे क्यों मिलता है पानी, so that they can know what is the reason behind that particular thing. Now Maila Dumparai, the earliest iron age site discovered so far in India, is located in which state? So I was previously talking about Indus Valley civilization. So Indus Valley civilization was earliest urban civilization, and this is related to bronze, right? This is related to bronze. It is also called Bronze Age civilization, right? But after Indus Valley civilization in India, there was Iron Age civilization. Iron Age civilization, that is called Vedic Age. ठीक है? However, this was rural civilization and this Indus Valley was urban civilization. But bronze के बाद Iron Age की discovery हुई थी इंडिया में. Iron Age civilization flourished, out of which also there is a particular place which is called to be the earliest Iron Age site, and it has been found in Tamil Nadu. The Tamil Nadu government announced on the basis of archaeological report by doing carbon dating of excavated finds in Tamil Nadu, and it shows that iron being used in India in 4200 years ago. अभी मैंने आपको बताया कि 5000 साल पहले क्या था? इंडस वैली सिविलाइजेशन था. वो कब तक रहा? 2000 BC तक रहा, राइट? एंड अब उसके बाद क्या हुआ? अराउंड 1500 BC यू कैन से देयर until 600 BC, उस समय तक क्या था? वैदिक एज था. वैदिक एज था, एंड दिस वाज आयरन एज का सिविलाइजेशन, राइट? ये तो नॉर्थ इंडिया की बातें हो गई. बट साउथ इंडिया में देयर हैज बीन अ फाउंडिंग finding in Tamil Nadu that says कि there was iron even before we knew कि Vedic age flourished in the northern part of India. So there was a prevalence of iron in South India. कौन से place पे है? So this is Mailadurai. This is in state of Tamil Nadu, and there it may be told to be 2172 BC से 1615 BC, 2172 BC to 1615 BC इसका एज बताया जा रहा है. इट कुड बी बिलोंगिंग टू दैट पर्टिकुलर टाइम पीरियड. Indian Space Research Organization ISRO successfully tested solid rocket booster HS-200 component of which mission, right? So this is related to Gaganyaan, Aditya L1, Chandrayaan and Aditya L2. Quickly, so this Chandrayaan is the lunar mission sent to moon. Aditya L1 and L2 are the solar mission sent to sun. All of them are belonging to ISRO, and Gaganyaan is the space mission, right? It is Gaganyaan is basically a there will be three spacecrafts sent to space, right? Out of which first two will be unmanned, and the third one is going to be manned. There will be a crew of 3 persons selected and sent to the space. They will be spending around 5 to 7 days in the lower earth orbit. ठीक है, 5 to 7 days in the lower earth orbit में वो रहेंगे. And what is the lower earth orbit? This is around 300 to 400 kilometer अर्थ के चारों तरफ in the sky, 300 to 400 kilometer distance. That is called lower earth orbit, right? And in that particular we will be using GSLV. GSLV, it is a vehicle that is used to send the rockets and space flights to the space. So we are going to use global satellite launch vehicle MK3. This is the engine, this is the vehicle we are going to use in our Gaganyaan mission. So this HS-200 component is related to Gaganyaan mission, right? What is this? This HS-200, it is the lift vehicle. Lift vehicle का क्या मतलब होता है? When this particular rocket is to be fired, it is fired vertically from, and then it goes into the path, it goes into the orbit. So to propel it from the the static portion, it requires large thrust, large lift off. So this particular rocket booster HS-200 will be used, and it is designed to deliver around 4000 kg of satellite to the space. इतनी velocity propel करेगा ये कि even around 4000 kg का सामान को स्पेस में फेंक सकता है ये, right? Okay. Which company along with USAID have awarded 6 women farmers of West Bengal for breaking gender stereotype? Amazon, Tata Group, PepsiCo and Twitter, right? USAID के साथ किस कंपनी ने मिलके 6 women of West Bengal को अवार्ड दिया है? So these 6 women have been awarded by PepsiCo. And what kind of a gender stereotype has been broken? So they have been awarded for a collaborative practice in potato farming. अभी यू से पेप्सी बनाने वाली कंपनी, ड्रिंक बनाने वाली कंपनी, कि इसको पोटैटो में क्या इंटरेस्ट आ गया. सो यू शुड बी नोइंग दैट द वेरी फेमस ब्रांड जो कि सभी खाते हैं, लेज, इट बिलोंग्स टू पेप्सिको. तो खाली आलू ही आलू है वहाँ पे, राइट? सो दिस पेप्सिको हैव अवार्डेड 6 women from Bengal for their efforts in collaborative potato farming. Indian Navy held joint surveillance and patrolling operations with which country at the island of La Reunion? So this is a particular island you can see, and this is dominated by which country? This is owned by which country? Japan, Oman, France and Sri Lanka. So this particular island is there besides, this is, you can say, Africa, This is Africa, this is Madagascar, and here is Reunion Island. Though this particular island is lying in Indian Ocean, this is the entire area of Indian Ocean. So यहाँ पे है, but this is under the control of France, right? So here at La Reunion Island, Indian Navy held a joint operation with France at the La Reunion Island. Which institution released a report on profiting from pain? What is this profiting from pain? This is an nomenclature given to, क्योंकि क्या हो रहा है कि अभी recently you can see there is a high increase in the prices of essential goods. After the pandemic especially, there is a high increase in the prices of essential goods. This goods may be foods, एनर्जी सेक्टर लाइक पेट्रोलियम, इन सब के दाम अचानक से बढ़ रहे हैं. सो व्हाट हैपेंस दैट द पीपल हु आर प्रोड्यूसिंग दिस काइंड्स ऑफ मटेरियल्स मे बी गेनिंग a lot, making a lot of profit. However, there may be, this can cause pain to the consumers. ठीक है, तो अभी क्या हो रहा है, यहाँ पे प्रॉफिट बनाने वाले हैं. किस वजह से प्रॉफिट बना रहे हैं? ड्यू टू द प्राइस इंक्रीज इन द एसेंशियल गुड्स. एसेंशियल गुड्स का यूजुअली प्राइस कम होना चाहिए, बट अचानक से बढ़ रहा है एंड पीपल आर बिकमिंग बिलियनियर फ्रॉम दिस. सो एक पर्टिकुलर रिपोर्ट आई है एंड दिस हैज बीन रिलीज्ड बाय Oxfam International, right? Profiting from pain, that after COVID it has created a billionaire. According to the report, COVID-19 pandemic created a new billionaire every 30 hours and a million of people slip into poverty at the same time. ऐसा क्यों हुआ? क्योंकि जो एसेंशियल गुड्स पे खर्चे करने पड़ रहे हैं नॉर्मल जनता को, दैट इज गोइंग डू पेन, इट इज टेकिंग पीपल इनटू पॉवर्टी एट मास स्केल. बट कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जो उससे बहुत फायदा उठा रहे हैं एंड दे आर बिकमिंग बिलियनियर एज वेल. एंथोनी एल्बानीज हैज वन द प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शन ऑफ विच कंट्री? यूनाइटेड किंगडम, फ्रांस, ऑस्ट्रेलिया एंड न्यूजीलैंड. तो वो ऑस्ट्रेलिया से बिलोंग करते हैं and he defeated his opponent Scott Morrison. Anthony Albanese belong from the Labour Party, right? And he will be the next Prime Minister of Australia. Australia, you should be knowing what is the capital of Australia, by the way. No one should say Sydney, it is Canberra, right? Australia की capital Canberra है and its new Prime Minister will be Anthony Albanese. InSight's Mars lander was launched by which country? It is a mission sent to Mars by which country? Israel, UAE, USA and Russia. ठीक है, तो रशिया का जो मिशन है वो मार्स के नाम से ही भेजता है. मार्स 1, मार्स 2, मार्स 3. UAE has recently sent one mission to Mars that is known by Hope. So इसका होप है. इंडिया का जो मार्स मिशन है, एवरीवन नोज, दिस इज मंगलयान और मॉम मार्स ऑर्बिटर मिशन, राइट? सो ये जो इनसाइट मार्स लैंडर है, ये किसका मिशन है? दिस इज द मिशन रिलेटेड टू यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका. सो नासा हैज लॉन्च्ड इनसाइट, दैट इज इंटीरियर एक्सप्लोरेशन यूजिंग सीस्मिक इन्वेस्टिगेशन. ठीक है, इनसाइट्स का हो गया ये geodesy and heat transport. This is the full form of InSight mission. Interior exploration using seismic investigation, geodesy and heat transport. This particular lander was sent in 2018 by United States. Madden-Julian oscillation, which was seen in news recently, is associated with which field? Space science, meteorology, economy and psychology. So Madden-Julian oscillation एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट कॉन्सेप्ट है. ज्योग्राफी में हम इसको पढ़ते हैं, थोड़ा सा मैं एक्सप्लेन करने की कोशिश करता हूँ इसमें. प्लीज लिसन टू इट केयरफुली. सी, देयर इज अ वन वेरी बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट कि हायर द प्रेशर, लोअर इज द टेम्परेचर. At the place there will be, I've just told opposite, right? Where there is higher the temperature, there is lower is the pressure. This will give you more simplicity to understand. If at place A, मान लो कि इंडिया में at Delhi, if there is temperature is high, there will be low pressure, right? And if at a place there is low temperature, then there will be high pressure. So there is a rule which always apply in geography, that wind blows from higher pressure to lower pressure. Wind blows from higher pressure to lower pressure. So now see what happens, that suppose this is India, right? This is India. I am very bad at maps, so please forgive me. So this is ocean, right? If there will be lower temperature and there will be heating of land, higher temperature. So as I told you, higher the temperature, there will be lower is the pressure, and lower is the temperature, there will be higher is the pressure. So wind कहाँ से कहाँ blow करेगा? From here to here. Now you should also be knowing कि जब wind horizontally move करता है, राइट, फ्रॉम वन प्लेस टू अनदर, मान लो दिल्ली से बॉम्बे तक विंड जा रहा है, तो दैट इज कॉल्ड विंड, राइट. हायर द प्रेशर, हायर प्रेशर से लोअर प्रेशर की तरफ अगर जा रहा है, अगर हॉरिजॉन्टल मूवमेंट हो रहा है, दैट इज कॉल्ड विंड. बट अगर यही नीचे से ऊपर आसमान की तरफ जाता है, दैट इज कॉल्ड एयर, राइट. सो एयर मूव्स वर्टिकली, सेम ही चीज होती है, दिखता किसी को नहीं है कैसा होता है, बट अगर हॉरिजॉन्टली जा रहा है तो दैट इज कॉल्ड विंड, एंड इफ इट इज मूविंग vertically from the place here to, क्या होगा, that is will be air. Now you see that यहाँ पे there will be higher the pressure, and the wind blows from here to here, from the sea to land. But यहाँ पे जो टेम्परेचर लो है, जो विंड ब्लो कर रहा है वो ठंडा होगा. बट एज सुन एज इट कम्स टू द हाई टेम्परेचर जोन, यहाँ पे लो प्रेशर है तो विंड तो यहाँ तक आ गई, बट द विंड विल स्टार्ट गेटिंग हीटेड अप ड्यू टू हायर टेम्परेचर. यहाँ पे टेम्परेचर ज्यादा है इसलिए हवा गर्म होने लगेगी, एंड इट विल स्टार्ट टू राइज, कन्वर्ज, ऊपर उड़ने लगेगा. ठीक है, ऊपर उड़ने लगेगा. अब क्या होगा, ऊपर जाता है तो जब सरफेस ऑफ अर्थ के पास हम रहते हैं, इफ वी आर नियर द सरफेस, वी फील मोर हीट. एज वी टेंड टू क्लाइंब अप, वी फील लेसर हीट. सो व्हाई? बिकॉज देयर इज अ कूलिंग. सो फॉर एवरी किलोमीटर इन अबव, एक हर किलोमीटर के एल्टीट्यूड पे देयर इज रूल कि 6.5 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड हवा जो है वो ठंडी होती है फॉर एसेंट ऑफ एवरी 5 किलोमीटर. फ्रॉम लैंड अगर आप एयर 6.5 किलोमीटर 1 किलोमीटर ट्रैवल करती है तो 6 डिग्री कूल हो जाती है. ऐसे ही करते करते क्या होता है कि जैसे ही हवा ऊपर जाते जाती है तो यहाँ पे कंडेंसेशन होता है, एंड क्लाउड फॉर्म्स, एंड दिस कॉजेज रेन एट दिस पर्टिकुलर प्लेस. सो जहां भी लो प्रेशर होगा देयर विल बी चांसेस ऑफ रेन, जहां भी हाई प्रेशर होता है देयर विल बी लेस और नो चांसेस ऑफ रेन, राइट. सो नाउ व्हाट हैपेंस, that there is a particular term, there is a particular phenomena of Madden-Julian oscillations. So this, अब हमेशा तो ये रहेगा नहीं लो प्रेशर, इट विल चेंज. समटाइम यहाँ पे बारिश होगी, ठंडा हो जाएगा, प्रेशर लो हो जाएगा. सो नाउ देयर इज अ फेनोमेना, आई विल जस्ट एक्सप्लेन कि क्या होगा, कि यहाँ पे हाई प्रेशर था, लो टेम्परेचर था, यहाँ पे लो प्रेशर था, हाई टेम्परेचर था. यहाँ से विंड हैज कम हेयर एंड इट रोज अबव, राइट. बट ऑल्सो द क्लाउड विल फॉर्म हेयर एंड इट विल मूव हॉरिजॉन्टली, ठीक है, इन दिस डायरेक्शंस, राइट. बट इट विल गेट हेवियर, ओके, इट विल गेट हेवियर, राइट, and it will come again to the cloud which is dispersed in the both direction. It will come again to the high pressure area, but there will be no rainfalls in the high pressure area. So क्या होता है कि दो एक ऑसिलेशन के फॉर्म में रहता है, ये हाई प्रेशर से लो प्रेशर, हाई प्रेशर से लो प्रेशर, हाई प्रेशर से लो प्रेशर एरिया में रहता है, and this keeps on changing every 30 to 60 days, right? So this shift of the winds, this movement from high pressure to the low pressure is known by the term Madden-Julian oscillation. There are other associated concepts also, but the core concept here associated was change in the pressure, the shift in high pressure to low pressure over the periodic time. Oscillation you say periodic time. So this will keep on changing every 30 to 60 days, ठीक है. और पूरे ग्लोब में सर्कुलर में ये घूमता रहेगा. At some day, at some point of time, it will be at the higher pressure and it will move again from that place. That place becomes lower pressure. Again it will move away to the next place. वहाँ पे low pressure होगा, वहाँ पे बारिश होगी, right? So this particular thing is associated with meteorology, weather से related. And recently Bay of Bengal was hit by cyclone that was called Asani and caused severe rainfall to India, right? And what happens that if this MJO, Madden-Julian oscillation, reaches India, right? India में 4 months will be monsoon, say around June to October. This will be a monsoon phase in India. And if by the time Madden-Julian oscillation का जो lower pressure वाला है, right? Lower the pressure, ठीक है. यहाँ पे लो प्रेशर होगा तो विंड एयर ऊपर जा रहा होगा. फिर जैसे ही वो हाई प्रेशर हो जाएगा, ठंडा हो जाएगा, नीचे आने लगेगा. सो इफ द लो प्रेशर इज कोलाइडिंग विद द मॉनसून इन इंडिया तो रेन डबल्स अप, ठीक है. सो अभी उससे क्या होगा, साइक्लोन अट्रैक्ट हो जाएगा. एंड दिस हैपेंड ड्यू टू मैडल-जूलियन ऑसिलेशन एंड दिस कोइंसाइडेड विद साइक्लोन असानी कॉजिंग heavy rainfall. Which armed forces recently tested India's first indigenously developed anti-ship missile seeking helicopter at ITR Odisha? Indian Navy, Indian Army, Indian Air Force and Indian Coast Guard. So किसने किया है? Indian Navy ने एक India's indigenously developed, पहला एक इंडिया ने डेवलप किया है. What is that? Anti-ship missile, and this is a short range missile which has been developed by India. So and DRDO has developed what? NASM. This is a short range missile having a 55 kilometer of range. It can be fired from helicopter. तो वेसल्स को ऊपर से ही मार के डिस्ट्रॉय कर सकते हैं. दिस हैज बीन टेस्ट फायर्ड, ठीक है. एंड दिस इज गोइंग टू रिप्लेस द एग्जिस्टिंग, हम जो मिसाइल यूज करते थे सी ईगल, छोटे छोटे वेसल्स को तोड़ने के लिए. तो दिस पर्टिकुलर NASM is going to replace that particular missile system, right? Supreme Court has directed which state to compensate victim who suffered the effects of endosulfan. Endosulfan is an insecticide. ये एक insecticide use किया जाता था पहले, which has been banned over various international treaty also. And in 2017 Supreme Court had issued a judgment कि जितने भी लोगों को एंडोसल्फान के अनरेगुलेटेड यूज के कारण they have been into the medical problem and they faced certain neurotoxic diseases, so they should be adequately compensated, right? What is the problem with endosulfan? That it may cause it get to the food, get to the agricultural products, get into the food chain, and then causes neurotoxic elements to humans and also certain physical deformities, right? So Supreme Court has milled upon the Kerala government कि आपने अभी तक जजमेंट को इम्प्लीमेंट क्यों नहीं किया, which was given in January 2016 to disburse 5 lakh rupees as an compensation to victims who suffered the medical deformities with the use of endosulfan insecticides. As per road accident reports in India, the road accidents in India 2020 report released recently, which state or union territory recorded the highest accident severity? Accident severity क्या होता है? It is the death right? It is the death caused per 100 accidents, right? So there may be accident, but people may not be dying. So the severity of the accident is determined, like say if in 100 accidents total 8 people died, and in certain places 20 people died out of 100, so the second place is more severe to accident. So in terms of accident severity, as per Road Accidents in India report 2020, which state or union territory was most severe in the terms of accident? This we have to know. Kerala, Mizoram, Assam and Himachal Pradesh. So in terms of severity, Mizoram is at the top, which is followed by Bihar, right? Which is followed by Bihar. See here you can find Mizoram is the most severe, 79 out of 100 accidents were reported to be dead people, followed by Bihar 78 and Punjab 75. This is very severe in nature. However, if you look at total number of accidents reported in terms of total number, so Tamil Nadu has reported highest number of road accident, right? Followed by UP. And if you talk about the accidents reported on highways, so highest number of accident on highways has been recorded at UP, right? This particular report is released by Road Accident in India report is released by which organization? So it is released by NCRB, National Crime Records Bureau. I will write it. You should be knowing National Crime Record Bureau. National Crime Record Bureau releases this report. Which state government constituted the drafting committee under the recently retired Supreme Court Justice Ranjana Desai to implement Uniform Civil Code? And they have advertised this drafting committee like anything. So the state is Uttarakhand. So this is Uniform Civil Code, meaning that the civil code applies to all the particular religion in an uniform manner. There shall be a written code also. So codification meaning there shall be written laws for personal laws, and this uniform civil code is given under Article 44 of the Constitution of India. Article 44 of the Constitution of India talks that state, meaning the government, shall take all the steps necessary to implement uniform civil code throughout the country, that the civil code of Bihar is equal to civil code of Maharashtra, that of Delhi. So all the state, throughout all the religion, there should be equal application of laws. So in this regard, Uttarakhand has taken a step to form a drafting committee under retired judge of Supreme Court, right? And as I told you, Article 44 talks about Uniform Civil Code, and this is a particular DPSP, Directive Principle of State Policy, right, which is not legally binding so far. Which country has topped the Travel and Tourism Development Index 2021? South Korea, Japan, Hong Kong and Singapore. So this particular index has been topped by Japan, and in that particular index India is reported to be at 54th place, right? When the last this thing was reported in 2019, India was at 46th place. However, the least ranked country is Chad. Okay. Which Indian filmmaker has been selected for the Locarno Kids Award La Mobilare at Locarno Film Festival? So she is Geetanjali Roy. Geetanjali Roy has been selected for this particular award. What are the new annual premium rates for PMJJBY and PMSBY? So these are the two schemes. I'll write it. Pradhan Mantri right Jeevan Jyoti Yojana. So this is one scheme, and this is Pradhan Mantri again, Prime Minister, Pradhan Mantri, pardon me for handwriting, Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, Suraksha Bima Yojana. So Yojana means a scheme, Bima means insurance, Suraksha means security. So Prime Minister Suraksha Bima Yojana and Pradhan Mantri Prime Minister Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. These are the two insurance scheme launched by Government of India. Under this scheme, the person under age 18 to 50 can choose to be the part of it, and at annual premium. So now this premium is 436. If you allow auto debit of this rupees 436 from your account, you are eligible to get rupees 2 lakh in case of death, right? So this will provide the life cover of rupees 2 lakh for the people under age group 18 to 50, and the annual premium is 436. Similarly, this Suraksha Bima Yojana provides the cover of rupees 1 lakh, rupees 2 lakh for death in accident, rupees 2 lakhs for death in accidents, right, and 1 lakh for partial disability, 1 lakh for partial disability. So if anyone is partially disabled due to any accident, they can claim a compensation up to rupees 1 lakh, and if there is fully person who got fully disabled or dies, so their nominees can get up to rupees 2 lakh, and the premium here is rupees 20, right? So this was the question, what is the premium? So option B 436 and rupees 20, this will be the correct answer. What are the new this I think, okay, this is the explanation for it. Italian hydroelectric project which was seen in the news is proposed to be set up in which state or union territory? Our options are Punjab, Arunachal Pradesh, Rajasthan, Kerala. These are the options. So this particular Italian project is to be set up in the state of Arunachal Pradesh, and it will be set up in the Dibang Valley area. So this Dibang is a river. Dibang is a river, and which is the tributary of Brahmaputra river. Brahmaputra river, this is the tributary. Dibang is a tributary of Brahmaputra river. However, there will be two projects, two dams under this particular project, two dams that will be set up on the tributary of this Dibang river. So this Dibang is itself a tributary of Brahmaputra, and there are two further tributaries, two further contributaries of Dibang river, which are Dir, I will be writing Dir and Tangong, right? So these are the two rivers upon which there will be two dams built to generate electricity, and it is supposed to be one of the largest hydroelectric power plant in terms of capacity once it is fully operational. So this is going to be 3097 megawatt project, and around 1100 hectares of forest land is getting used in this, and this is the concern raised by various environmentalists who says that state have not done the proper EIA, that is environment impact assessment, before approving this particular project. Now next question is, which is the nodal agency of Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission? ICMR, that is Indian Council of Medical Research, All India Institute of Medical Science AIMS, National Health Authority, or Niti Aayog. So our option is National Health Authority is the nodal agency. So this comes under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. This particular scheme is also under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, right, under Ayushman Bharat Mission. So this is, there are two components. There will be wellness centers established, and an insurance cover of rupees 5 lakhs will be given, right? So this is the mega, this is the flagship healthcare scheme. West Nile fever was first detected in 1937 in which country? India, Uganda, Syria and Israel. So it was detected in Uganda. This West Nile fever is spread by a virus, kind of which is flavivirus, right? West Nile virus is from flavivirus family, the same family from which Zika virus or dengue virus belongs. Dengue you can say, and it is spread by a vector mosquito. So this particular fever is spread by vector mosquito from Culex family, right? Culex mosquito you can say. Which mosquito? Culex. Okay, which country has recently signed a free trade agreement with United Arab Emirates? So Australia, Israel, France and Italy. The country which has signed a free trade agreement with UAE is Israel. Israel has signed agreement with UAE, its first big trade pact with Arab state. Usually this is big news because Israel and Arab countries have always been at the loggerheads due to their historical conflict with each other related to Jews and Muslims conflict. A 1.4 kilometer cable stayed bridge which has been constructed across Chambal river, and it is located in which state? So it is located in the state of Rajasthan, right? Union Minister of Road Transport and Highway Nitin Gadkari announced that there will be a cable stayed bridge on the Chambal river which will be on the Kota bypass of east-west corridor. This has been completed and it is 1.4 kilometer long. This bridge entire, there are no pillars, so this is hold on the cables like this. Okay, 4 holy relics of Lord Buddha are flown from India to which country for its Buddha Purnima celebrations? So there are, you say, relics are the holy remains after Lord Buddha attained Mahaparinirvana, or you can say died. So all his body parts were cremated, and there were like say 20 relics are collected. It was divided into various, it was taken to various places, distributed to various persons who were present at his funeral, and based upon his relics, body relics, there were stupas made. However, these were excavated and now they are kept in Delhi at the These are kept at the National Museum, right, in Delhi, and these relics total are known as Kapil Vastu relics, right. So this out of these relics, 4 holy relics will be taken to Mongolia. So this is a Buddhist country, and since Buddha took birth in our country, we as a gesture will be taking this relics. It will be led by, there will be a 25-member delegation which will be led by Union Law Minister Kiran Rijiju. They will carry the relics. Again, it will be coming back to our country, and it will be in Mongolia for 11 days. So 4 holy relics of Lord Buddha are flown from India to Mongolia for Buddha Purnima celebration. Now, National Museum of Customs and GST was recently inaugurated in which state or union territory? Haryana, Goa, New Delhi and Maharashtra. So our answer is Goa. This National Museum of Customs and GST was recently inaugurated in Goa. The question says, what is the objective of Jan Aushadhi Bal Mitra program? To educate children on PMBJP. So this is a particular scheme, right? This is a flagship scheme I will be talking about in detail. Provide subsidized medicines to the children. This is the second option. Provide subsidized medicine to the pregnant women and promote investment in PMBJP, right? So now if you see logically, try to eliminate the things, even if you are not aware that I have been repeating कि अगर हमें कुछ अच्छे से पता भी नहीं है, then still we can logically try to eliminate the option and reach to a particular conclusion, right? So what is Mitra? You must have heard about, like these are kind of a help or helpers, right? You can be aware about, or you might be aware about the Nyay Mitra, right? Nyay Mitra, or even the Shiksha Mitra. So these are the various volunteers, and you can say they are also paid, remuneration for their work also. So government uses this kind of terminology for certain person who are mobilizing the community. Okay, so these are the persons. And now here we have Bal Mitra. Bal means child, right? Bal means what? Child. So what could be our possible option? Firstly, to provide subsidized medicine to the children. Jan Aushadhi Bal Mitra program is not regarding that. To provide subsidized medicine to the pregnant women is not regarding that. I am talking about Bal Mitra program, right? To educate children on PMBJP. So PMBJP, Pradhan Mantri, which is Prime Minister, Bharatiya, this is the name of the scheme, PMBJP full form, Bharatiya Jan Aushadhi, Aushadhi meaning medicine, Pariyojana, right? Pariyojana. So this is the exact meaning of PMBJP. So our answer here is to educate children on PMBJP. Now that quickly, let's discuss about the scheme PMBJP. So this is a particular scheme which is run by Department of Pharmaceuticals, right? Which is running, which is department is the agency concerned here. Department of Pharmaceuticals is implementing this scheme, and this schemes is all about giving medicine, generic medicine, right? You must have seen Pradhan Mantri Jan Aushadhalaya near your colony or the place of residence. So these are the shops who are accredited under this PMBJP scheme, and they provide subsidized generic medicine to common people, right? So the main aim of this particular scheme is to provide subsidized generic medicine at very, very cheap cost to reduce the pocket burden which is there on the persons in India, right? And to make the children aware about and use them to further spread awareness about the schemes in the society, government has, on the occasion of this Jan Aushadhi Divas, government took out this drive, Jan Aushadhi Bal Mitra program, across the country at 75 locations with the aim to engage children as Bal Mitra, right, and to educate them about the benefits of this particular Pradhan Mantri Bharatiya Jan Aushadhi Pariyojana, right? So our answer in this particular question has to be A, that to educate children on PMBJP, Jan Aushadhi Bal Mitra program was launched at 75 locations in India, right? And what is this PMBJP scheme? This is to distribute the free medics, and it is under Department of Pharmaceuticals, right? Moving on, which union ministry had constituted Swadesh Darshan award? We have already talked about Swadesh Darshan and other schemes like heritage circuits were developed in the January current affairs. You can look back at those and come to know about those particular schemes. So in this particular question, our matter of concern is which union ministry has constituted Swadesh Darshan award? Our options are Ministry of External Affairs, Tourism, Culture, and Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, right? The associated schemes with this are Prasad. I have already, right? Prasad. This is one of the scheme about heritage and religious cities development. And then you have Swadesh Darshan. This is also a scheme. These are all related to each other, right? In this particular question, our answer is Ministry of Tourism. So Ministry of Tourism has constituted Swadesh Darshan award to acknowledge the efforts of the various states and union territory under the Swadesh Darshan scheme. So to implement this scheme, whichsoever state has taken good efforts, and to acknowledge them, this particular award was instituted by Ministry of Tourism. It is a scheme. Swadesh Darshan scheme is related to developing the infrastructure to promote tourism. The ministry has sanctioned around 76 projects. Ministry of Tourism has sanctioned around 76 projects, which is spanning across 31 states and UTs, and total estimated expenditure is around 5500 crores. Now next question is Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, right? So this is foreign nuclear power plant which was seen in news recently, is located in which country? Russia, Ukraine, Afghanistan and Belarus, right? So this particular nuclear power plant is from Ukraine, and this was in news because Russia captured and turned this nuclear power plant into a military base, right? So this was in the news. Also, it is quite important for you people to know the important nuclear power plants and where they are located. So I will be writing it down, okay? You can also note it, so that these are the part of your general knowledge portions. So in India, one nuclear power plant is at Tarapur, and this is in Maharashtra. So this is one nuclear power plant at Maharashtra. Then you have Kaiga in Karnataka. Kaiga in Karnataka. These are, I will be writing few important nuclear power plants of India and their states. Then you have Kundakulam. And this is in Tamil Nadu, right? Then you have, and this is in Gujarat, right? So these are few important. There are other nuclear power plants in India also, but these are the important and big nuclear power plants, and you should be knowing for the purpose of your general knowledge, right? As far as this question concerned, our answer is B, Ukraine. So this nuclear power plant was captured by Russian military, and this plant, which was already generating around 42 billion kilowatt hour of the energy, almost around 1/5 of annual electricity production in Ukraine. This was captured by Russia, and they have turned it into a military base now. Which country has been recently added to the grey list of Financial Action Task Force? So I've already talked again about this FATF organization, Financial Action Task Force. So this is an intergovernmental body which was set up by G7 countries, right? So this is an intergovernmental body which rates and distributes various countries who are supporting the anti-money laundering, who are supporting into anti-money laundering initiative to stop money laundering, right, to fight financial crimes and curb terror funding. So this particular organization is working into this sector of anti-money laundering, you can say, and trying to stop terror funding across various government across the countries, and it releases different standards. Also, it maintains certain list of countries who are not supporting into anti-money laundering efforts or are considered as a safe havens. So those lists are called grey list and black list. So the countries which are in grey list, meaning that there are area of concerns, and these countries are called safe havens for money laundering. So here there are less severe norms, and money laundering is quite easily done. They are put into the warning zone. Even the Pakistan has been continuously from last 8 years has been put into this grey list. And there is a black list. So the country which are not supporting, they have told that I will not be cooperating with you, with this organization. So they are in black list. Non-cooperative, I will say, non-cooperative countries are put into this black list. And one such country is Iran, which is not supporting in anti-money laundering efforts. Now in this question we have to answer that which country has been recently. So since we are discussing March 2022 current affairs. So around March 2022, which country was added to the grey list of FATF, right? So our answer is UAE has been added to the grey list of, right? So there are different countries which is there, around 20 countries, including, you can say, Pakistan, Turkey, Myanmar, Jordan, Cambodia, right? Now UAE has also been added into this, Uganda, Senegal, Nicaragua, Albania. So these are the countries, Barbados, Haiti, Malta. So these are the countries which are being put into grey list as of 2022. What is the meaning of grey list? I have already told you. So it is a list of countries which are considered as a safe haven for black money laundering activities, right? There are less severe norms, but in India, as compared to India, you say India is not into grey list. We are quite there. We have the task forces, agencies investigating, like ED, Enforcement Directorate, which is working against money laundering and terror funding, right? What is the name of India's indigenous automatic train protection system? So it is an early warning system to give warning to the driver and also apply automatic braking in case of there is future near collision. So they will be working on, say, if there will be this technology, automatic train protection system, this will be working on RFID. So if you have been to metros, or you can say Delhi Metro or any other metro, so you go and punch the card. Forget about your metro card. You go to swipe machine and you use your ATM card, just you tap it and your payments is deducted. So when the two devices come into contact with each other in a particular range, so this particular technology, the technology being used there is RFID technology. So they will be using this particular system, warning system will be using this RFID, and when one train is approaching the another, so there will be RFID devices installed at the end of both the trains, and once they come into a close vicinity, close proximity, there will be a warning message triggered to the driver also, and there will be automatic braking which will be applied to avoid collision and avoid any kind of mishappening due to the train accident. And this particular system was announced again in the Union Budget of 2022. Union Budget 2022, this particular thing was announced and also a part of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So this particular technology is being indigenously developed, Atmanirbhar Bharat. What is the name? Name is Kavach, right? So the name of India's automatic train protection system is Kavach, right? There is a typing error here, you can say Shakti. So Shakti is not the correct. I am repeating, the name of automatic train protection system which India is going to launch is Kavach. It is not Shakti, Kavach, right? This is the true, this is not true. Okay, this is done due to some typing errors. Kavach is indigenously developed, you can see, and this has been tested successfully by South Central Railway, and there will be complete rollout in 2022-2023 for a stretch of 2000 kilometers. Moving on. So what does Article 176 Clause 1 of the Constitution of India deals with? It is dealing with Election Commission of India. It is dealing with Finance Commission. It is dealing with presentation of budget in Parliament. It is dealing with Governor's address in both the houses, right? So let's quickly see. Election Commission of India is there under Article 324, right? It is under Article 324. It is not 176. So first is ruled out. Presentation of budget, Article 112 of the Constitution. Finance Commission 280, right? And then you have only one remaining, Governor's address in both the houses of state. It is similar to that of a president's address. So what happens that every time there will be first session after each general election. Suppose that there will be an election of legislative assembly in any state. So before the newly elected body, newly elected legislative assembly members, newly elected MLAs meet, so the first session has to be addressed by the respective governor, right? So first session when governor can address, first session after each general election, and also the first session of every year, right? So the first day in that particular year, if the parliament is getting summoned, so president address, and if the legislative assembly of the particular state is getting summoned, so the governor will make address to the legislative assembly, whatever the case may be. If there is a council, so there will be joint sitting, right? So this particular article 176(1) deals with governor's address. Which country has recently tested reconnaissance satellite system? Right? Which country has recently tested reconnaissance satellite system? Our options are North Korea, Ukraine, Russia, and UAE. Right? What is the answer? It is North Korea. This is a kind of their spy satellite system which has been launched by North Korea. This we need to remember. Only this much is important. Reconnaissance satellite system belongs to which country? It belongs to North Korea. Which state or union territory has inaugurated school health clinics? Odisha, Gujarat, New Delhi, or Rajasthan? Our answer is New Delhi. The government of NCT, National Capital Territory, GNCT as it is called, it has launched a school health clinic, and in this, with the help of Aam Aadmi Mohalla Clinic, this is a scheme operating in Delhi. So at local level, the doctors will be visiting and they will be advising, checking, doing the checkups of the school children's. There will be routine health checkups as well as counseling to ensure physical as well as psychological well-being, mental health of the children's. Jharokha, which was recently seen in news, is a celebration related to which field? Art and culture, literature, Ayush. So Ayush is an alternative medicine system, science and technology. So which is the correct answer? Our answer is art and culture. So this is a particular event related to Ministry of Textiles and Culture. Both have jointly held this Jharokha on issue of Indian handicraft and handloom. Indian handicraft and handloom. So as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, so what is Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav? This year we shall be celebrating the 75th year of India's independence. 75th year of India's independence. We shall be celebrating this across the pan India, and this Jharokha will be held throughout 13 states and union territory of India. Under this, it is a celebration of the traditional Indian handlooms and handicrafts and art and culture, jointly organized by Ministry of Culture and Textile. Pardon? Trellis structure, which was seen in news, is associated with which sector? Right? So trellis structure is associated with which sector? Automobile, agriculture, artificial intelligence and banking. Have you seen how bottle gourd, the lauki, जो लौकी हम लोग खाते हैं, कद्दू, or you can say pumpkins, how they are grown? So they are climbers. They are basically a variety of crop. They are called climbers. So ऐसे फैल के एक जगह घरों पे आ जाते हैं गांव में. If you have been to the rural India, so people just leave it and the tree and the stems grows on to house, buildings or kacha house. So this particular trellis structure is related to agriculture, and this is used to grow climbers in the sense कि इस तरह के एग्रीकल्चर वुडन बना देते हैं so that कुछ पेड़ जो हैं जो चढ़ के ग्रो करते हैं, which grows after reaching an height. So this particular structure is used for their agriculture. Now what is the benefit here is that if they are growing on land, firstly they will be spreading in a horizontal area, that they will be occupying a large amount of land. But if you give a trellis structure, they will be growing vertically upright, they will be consuming less amount of water from the soil, and also they will be using less area, right? So this trellis structure can be used to cultivate climbers and creepers like bitter gourd, this is lowkey, pointed gourd, cowpea, beans, etc. It is specially useful in cultivation of grapes, that is called viticulture, अंगूर उगाने का, right? In Europe it is commonly used for climbing rose varieties. Rose का एक variety होता है, उसके लिए यूरोप में यूज करते हैं. Karevas, which are fertile alluvial soil deposit found in which state or union territory? Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, Jammu Kashmir and Bihar. So it is found in the area of Jammu Kashmir. What are Karevas? So they are the glacial deposit. See, there this is the Great Himalayas region and this is the Pir Panjal range, right? ये पीर पंजाल है, यहाँ ग्रेट हिमालयाज है, और इसके बीच में यू हैव द कश्मीर वैली, राइट? कश्मीर वैली. Now what happens that these areas they are having rivers, various smaller bigger rivers. The entire Indus river valley system flows from this area, like you can say Chenab, Jhelum, these are the rivers, Indus. Okay, so these river systems are there. So what happened that once the upliftment of Pir Panjal range started, so ये जो area ऊपर उठने लगा, so there were some rivers in this area which got blocked. ये क्या हो गया, इनका रास्ता ब्लॉक हो गया, राइट? एंड दिस एंटायर कश्मीर वैली रीजन वाज कन्वर्टेड इनटू लेक. एक जो चारों तरफ से घिर जाता है, दैट इज कॉल्ड व्हाट, लेक. आज भी इवन इन कश्मीर देयर आर फेमस लेक्स. सो वैसे ही पूरा कश्मीर वैली रीजन एक लेक बन गया था. बट व्हाट हैपेंड दैट स्लोली धीरे धीरे वो पानी वहां से निकल गया एंड जो वहां पे डिपॉजिट बन गया, इट इज टेबुलेटेड एलिवेटेड लैंड के फॉर्मेट में रह गया, and that is called Karevas. So Karevas are what? Soil deposit, alluvial soil deposit found in which state? Jammu and Kashmir. In Kashmiri it is called, in Kashmiri the Karevas are called thick deposits or elevated land. Elevated land. Kareva का मतलब क्या होता है in Kashmiri language? Elevated land. What is the objective of Samarth initiative launched by MSME Ministry? Women Empowerment, Value Addition, Support for Marketing, Portal for GST. So this particular initiative launched by Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Ministry is to promote women entrepreneurship. Women entrepreneurship को support करने के लिए ये particular scheme आया है. तो there is a already running scheme under MSME sector, and as per the Samarth initiatives, 20% of the seats, whatever programs this ministry is running for skill development in MSME sector, 20% of them will be allocated to women without any cost, right? So this is an initiative under Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Which country is the largest crude oil producer of world एज ऑफ 2022? हमने इसको डिस्कस किया है जनवरी करंट अफेयर्स में भी, जहां पे मैंने एडिशनली बताया था विच इज द लार्जेस्ट. सो लार्जेस्ट इज यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका. इट इज द लार्जेस्ट क्रूड ऑयल प्रोड्यूसर. रसिया इज द सेकेंड लार्जेस्ट क्रूड ऑयल प्रोड्यूसर इन द वर्ल्ड, राइट? Who are the targeted beneficiary for UPI 123 pay facility, which is recently launched by Reserve Bank of India? Visually challenged people, feature phone users, children, senior citizens. तो अभी तक what used to happen that if you have to do UPI, you will go and scan the Bharat QR और Bhim app से कुछ भी QR scan करते थे, और you used to dial UPI ID in your smartphone, right? But this UPI 123 pay facility has now been launched for an ordinary phone which is not a smartphone. You can do the transaction based on a message. You will type the message, a code that will be, you will be sending to a particular number, your amount will be deducted and the payment will be processed. So UPI 123 facility is there for feature phone user. Our answer is B, right? It has also launched 24/7 helpline for digital payment named DG Sathi. So this is additional information you should know, that RBI has also launched 24/7 helpline for digital payment, that is called DG Sathi. UPI 123 will allow customer to use feature phone normal and they will be doing all transaction except QR scanning वाला नहीं कर सकते. Apart from that, UPI से जो भी transaction होती है that can be done using UPI 123 pay facility. It does not even require an internet connection or 4G or 5G for that matter. Simple that you must have an active mobile connection. पैसे होने चाहिए, recharge होना चाहिए. You can simply share an SMS and your transaction will be processed. India signed memorandum of understanding MOU with which countries to implement BBIN motor vehicle agreement. So सबसे पहले you should be knowing what is BBIN. So this is an initiative with India. इसमें कौन कौन है? भूटान, बांग्लादेश, 4 countries are there, India and Nepal. So these are the 4 countries under BBIN initiative. Under this initiative, India will be developing road infrastructure, highways and motor vehicles development, production, etc. will be done. So this is basically road infrastructure development initiative having 4 countries, Bhutan, Bangladesh, India and Nepal. So recently India signed an MOU with 2 of the countries, and which are they? Bangladesh and Nepal. Right, so this is the area you can see. There will be a infrastructure build connecting from here. Right, India, Bangladesh and Nepal has finalized an enabling memorandum of understanding for implementing BBIN motor vehicles agreement. Bhutan also participated in the meeting, but it was an observer, didn't sign it though so far. Right. What is Param Ganga, which was seen in the news recently? So Param series is the name of supercomputers in India, right? Supercomputers. So exam में कुछ भी आए, Param Ganga, Param Isan, so everything is supercomputer of India. So what will be our answer? Our answer is C. So Param Ganga, it is the high performance compute HPC facility, high performance computational facility with a super computing capacity, और इसकी speed क्या है? 1.6 petaflops. This is the measuring unit of speed of supercomputers, right? Petaflops. It has been established by CDAC. So this is the, I'll highlight it, right? So this has been done by Center for Advanced Computing Development of Advanced Computing, CDAC. All these kinds of research are taken by CDAC itself. India has a national supercomputing mission also. The Ministry of Information Technology, Electronics and Information Technology is implementing that. And what is the goal of that mission? To build upon the infrastructure, applications, and to do research and development kind of a thing, and also to train the staffs in boost the HRD in this particular domain under National Supercomputing Mission. Which ministry is associated with that? So Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, right? And there is a particular department under this ministry, DST, Department of Science and Technology, along with CDAC is indulged into this, right? And if you talk about India's performance in world's supercomputing race, so India has recently got 62nd rank. So जो हमारा सबसे फास्टेस्ट सुपर कंप्यूटर है वो दुनिया का 62वां नंबर का है. इंडियाज फर्स्ट सुपर कंप्यूटर वाज परम, एंड उसी के बाद हमारा सीरीज आ गया परम का, परम ईशान, परम शिवाय. So these are all Param Ganga now. So these are all supercomputers of India. Pal Dadhav massacre was held at which present day Indian state? गुजरात, वेस्ट बंगाल, असम एंड उत्तराखंड. तो जिस तरह से जलियांवाला बाग मैसेकर हुआ था by the British colonizers, so similarly in the state of Gujarat there were 2 villages. One is Pal Chitriya and another one was Dadhav village in Gujarat, where the mass had gathered to as a part of Ekki movement. So this Ekki movement was to protest against land revenue. वहाँ पे ब्रिटिशर्स ने गोलियां चलवा दी एंड अराउंड 1000 persons were shot dead. ठीक है. So this is also a very pathetic massacres of our colonial time. However, it is lesser known. Which Indian state launched Kausalya Matritva Yojana? So Kausalya Matritva Yojana has been launched by which state? Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat and Rajasthan. So this scheme is by the government of Chhattisgarh. What is the purpose? What is the modus operandi of this scheme? So the government will be given rupees 5,000 if there is a second girl child born in any family, right? So financial assistance of rupees 5,000 will be given to women on the birth of a second girl child. एक बच्ची पहले से है गर्ल, and if a second girl child is born, so 5,000 रुपए दिए जाएंगे to promote or to disincentivize the killing of girl child, right? हमारे यहाँ इंडिया में there is a skewed sex ratio. People have a preference of son over daughters. So to stop this, to discourage them, there is a financial remuneration incentive given if there will be second girl child. So this has been launched by government of Chhattisgarh. Apart from that, the Chief Minister Bhupesh Kumar Baghel has also released Kanya Vivah Yojana, and this is a coffee table book, and Sakhi One Stop Center. So this is a one stop center. The Sakhi One Stop Center is a centrally sponsored scheme. So here all victims of crime against women, be it in any form or any ratio, they are given one stop support. So there will be center, they can get shelters, they can get rehabilitation, they can get legal aid, they can get psychological counseling, all at one center, and those centers are known by Sakhi. European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, has recently suspended the observer status of which country? So it has suspended the observer status of Russia over its invasion of Ukraine. रसिया यूक्रेन की जो लड़ाई चल रही है, इसी की वजह से CERN, which is a very reputed research agency for in the terms of nuclear research, has suspended the license, suspended the observer status of Russia, right? Where is World Health Organization Global Center for Traditional Medicine? So for the first time it has been established at any place, and the place is in India. So which place we have to look for? Yarnakulam, Jamnagar, Simla and Kolkata. So it is established at Jamnagar, right? For the first time, Union Cabinet has approved setting establishment of a global center for traditional medicine, WHO, and this will be in the Jamnagar, Gujarat, under Ministry of Ayush. So Ayush is a ministry. There is a separate ministry which will be, you know the full form of Ayush ministry? There will be Ayush, A for Ayurveda, ठीक है, Y for Unani medicine, S for Siddha, and H for homeopathy. So AY is for, and this is U, right? Homeopathy. So these are 5 alternative medicines apart from the allopathic, which are being promoted, and government has set up a separate ministry for that. That is Ministry of Ayush, or Ministry of Ayush is going to establish a center, WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicines, and this will be at Jamnagar. What is the purpose of it? To enhance the position of Ayush system across the globe, to promote them as mainstream medication system, to provide leadership on a global health matters and tradition on the issues related to traditional medicine. So these kinds of culture are very prevalent in India. We are these are indigenous systems. There are some system like homeopathy or Unani. So these are adopted from foreign also, but Ayurveda, it is our indigenous system, right? So for the development of this particular center has been opened. UDISE Plus report, which was recently released is associated with which field? Sanitation, education, business and women empowerment. So this particular report is related to education, which has been released by Ministry of Education, the earlier Ministry of Human Resource and Development. So this UDISE report is Unified District Information System for Education Plus. So this is a report which has been released by Ministry of Education, and what does it measure? It measures statistics like gross enrollment ratio, how many students in this particular age group are enrolled, how many students are getting dropout. So all these measurements are done by this particular report. Which institution released the book titled Role of Labor in India's Development? Right, Role of Labor in India's Development. Which organization has released this report? International Labour Organization, Niti Aayog, Ministry of Labour and Employment and ASCOM. Ministry of Labour and Employment has released this report. Union Ministry of Labour and Employment, and the minister concerned is Mr. Bhupendra Yadav. He released a book titled Role of Labour in India's Development. This is the particular book. This is the cover. It contains 12 articles written by eminent academicians on the contribution of labor. So there is a very famous quotations of Bhagat Singh, that he told that labor is the real sustainer of society. So labor is the real sustainer in whatever field you go, right? Labor has to be the real sustainer of society. Even you cannot build anything, you can't even build buildings, you can't even make mobile phones, you can't even make vehicles, anything you go, labor has to be deployed. So they are the real sustainer of society. Acknowledging their contribution, this particular book has been released, right? What is the name of new scheme launched as a consolidation of MSME incubation, design and IPR scheme? So three kind of a scheme for incubation, design and IPR related schemes of MSME ministry. They have been clubbed together, and one particular scheme, that is MSME innovative scheme, is the umbrella scheme for all this kind of work. Genotransplantation, which was seen in news recently, is associated with which field? Cryptocurrency, organ transplantation, semiconductor manufacturing and climate change. So this is related to organ transplantation, and what happens here is that in place, if there is a faulty human organ, you say kidney is faulty, so it will be replaced with a non-human living being, right? So this is called genotransplantation. So if अगर इंसान का किडनी खराब हुआ तो पिग का लगा दो, मंकी का लगा दो. So any workable which can be related to working of humans, जिसका functioning humans के तरफ हो. अब ऐसा नहीं कि इंसान का किडनी खराब हुआ वो चींटी का लगा दो. किडनी होता है चींटी में, whatever. So genotransplantation is defined as a transplantation of human recipient of live cell tissue or organs from a non-human source, right? Which product is Russia's biggest contribution to global trade? Defense equipment, crude petroleum, refined petroleum and steel. So this is saying that Russia is अपने आप में सबसे ज़्यादा क्या एक्सपोर्ट करता है, क्या इंपोर्ट करता है ग्लोबल ट्रेड पे. इट इज़ नॉट सेइंग दैट वर्ल्ड में सबसे ज़्यादा क्या है, रसिया का टॉप पे क्या है, बट रसियाज biggest contribution into the global trade is in the form of crude petroleum. So whatever production is done in Russia, so सबसे ज़्यादा global trade में क्या होता है, वहाँ से crude petroleum आता है, and which is valued around 123 US billion dollar का crude petroleum रशिया से ट्रेड किया जाता है. After that it also trade refined petroleum and gas. Recently Russia announced to export the ban of 200 products after Western country applied sanctions overseas, and India decided to import certain petroleum products from Russia despite the sanctions of West countries. PLI, purchase link incentive schemes फॉर ड्रोन एंड ड्रोन कंपोनेंट्स वाज अनाउंस्ड बाय विच यूनियन मिनिस्ट्री? थोड़ा दिमाग लगाएंगे हो जाएगा ये क्वेश्चन. मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस, सिविल एविएशन, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एमएसएमई. सबसे पहली बार ड्रोन को कौन मिनिस्ट्री रेगुलेट करती है? अगर आपको ये पता है क्वेश्चन सॉल्व हो जाएगा. So which ministry is regulating the drone? So it is Ministry of Civil Aviation. And who is the minister? Jyotiraditya Scindia. So this scheme will be running for 3 years, financial year 2022 से start करते हुए, and around an incentive of rupees 120 crores have been announced for to be availed under this 3 years, right? Under this PLI scheme, the incentive for a manufacturer of drone components will be 20% of value additions. So whatever value addition in the product, if any manufacturer related to drone and its components is doing, so they can avail 20% from this scheme. 20% of the total cost can be availed by them under this scheme in coming 3 years. Which union ministry implements strengthening of pharmaceutical industries? SPI, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Chemical and Fertilizers, Ministry of Home Affairs and Heavy Industries. These are the two obvious elimination. Ministry of Home Affairs कहाँ से आएगी इसमें? Not even Ministry of Heavy Industries. I have already told you Ministry of Heavy Industries is related to capital goods. Capital goods, right? So there could be two possibility. Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, by little tinkering you can eliminate this option also, क्योंकि Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is more concerned to the policy aspect of health, and they are more concerned about schemes which is related to welfare orientation. The technical like medicines etc. will be regulated by which ministry? So this is Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizers. Right, so Department of Pharmaceuticals again under Ministry of Chemical Fertilizers implements the scheme of strengthening of pharmaceutical industries scheme. The department has released the guidelines for the same, and with a total financial outlay कितना है इसका? 500 करोड़ का है for the period of 5 years 2021 to 2026. Objective of this scheme is to strengthen the existing infrastructure facilities in the pharma sector. Pandrethan temple which was seen in the news recently is located in which Indian state or union territory? West Bengal, Jammu Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh and Gujarat. So these are the option in front of us. This temple is there in Jammu and Kashmir. So this is a very old temple. You can say it was built around 8th century by the person called Meru. So he was a minister in the cabinet of then king of Jammu Kashmir, King Parth. So there was a king in the Jammu Kashmir area, King Partha, and his minister built this Pandrethan temple, and there was a city also, but the massive fire broke out some 1000 years ago, and in that entire city was devastated, and only this temple was left over. This has been reconstructed, rejuvenated by Indian Army. The Chinar Corps of Indian Army has rejuvenated this particular temple, this site, and this unit was accorded recognition by National Monuments Authority of Ministry of Culture also, this particular unit of Indian Army, right? This temple is situated in Jammu Kashmir. Khel Mahakumbh is a sports event held in which Indian state? So this is held in the state of Gujarat. Around lakhs of non-professional participants. This is the event of general public also can participate. So around 16 sports and 13 lakh participant. This event started in 2010. However, this later increased to 36 sports and also included 26 para sports. Recently, it was not being continuously held due to the pandemic. In this year, it is again organized, and this is held in the state of Gujarat. Which union ministry released the draft national medical device policy? Draft medical device policy, again just simply आपको पिछला जो कॉन्सेप्ट हमने डिस्कस किया एलिमिनेट करने का कि कौन सी मिनिस्ट्री करेगी, So you use that same thing. Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Chemicals and Fertilizers, Ministry of Commerce and Industry and External Affairs. So जो भी मेडिकल डिवाइसेस का होता है, ड्रग्स रिलेटेड होता है, सो ऑल दिस थिंग्स आर रेगुलेटेड बाय मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ केमिकल्स एंड फर्टिलाइजर्स, राइट. और उसमें भी एक डिपार्टमेंट है, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फार्मास्यूटिकल्स. दिस इज रेगुलेटिंग body. So this is also implementing body which is making policy, implementing the policy. So National Medical Device Policy, this is very important policy, right? And this is being implemented by Department of Pharmaceuticals under Ministry of Chemical Fertilizers, right? So there, under this policy, the stress has been to indigenously develop medical equipments, medical device, because until now around 80% of India's medical devices being under use are imported from outside, right? So the policy aims to make India as one of the global manufacturing hubs in medical devices. The Museum of Future, which was recently in news, is situated in which country? UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait and Oman. So this particular Museum of Future is situated in UAE. यहाँ पे जाके आप अपना भविष्य देख सकते हैं. So if you go into this museum, hypothetically it will show you the glimpse of how you can look at 2071. So how the things are going to look at 2071 year. Or there will be corresponding change in technology, transport, so everything. And this museum is situated at UAE. Halari is a breed of donkey native to which Indian state? Gujarat, Maharashtra, Punjab and Bihar. So this is a breed of donkey. It is related to state of Gujarat, right? And this breed and especially the donkey is important. It is important to know that one of the product obtained from donkey, the donkey milk, is very costly. It is sold at around 7,000 rupees, right? And it is the costliest milk in the world, you can say. It is so because it is very rich in vitamins and other fatty acid which are there, and it contains anti-aging, antioxidant features, right? And this particular Halari breed, it is found in Gujarat. ULPIN was recently seen in news, is a unique identification number related to which field? Taxation, land resources, MSME and drone registration. So आप कह सकते हैं this is kind of भू आधार. भू आधार, भू means भूमि, भू means भूमि meaning land, and Aadhaar is for identity of the particular land. So it is the Aadhaar card for the land, and our answer is going to be land resources, right? Aadhaar for your land, you can see here. So this is unique land parcel identification number. Unique land parcel identification number is the full form of ULPIN. It is launched in Assam under the Digital India Land Record Modernization Program. This government is doing, and now that even drones will be used for digitizing the land records, the ownership of the land. Under this initiative, 14-digit alphanumeric code will be allocated and issued to owners of their particular land. Which state has adopted Integrated Hospital Facility Management Services, IHFMS? Kerala, Telangana, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. So Telangana has adopted this particular facility, Integrated Hospital Facility Management, right? It aims to improve overall healthcare services including bed-size care for patient, sanitation and availability of manpower in government healthcare facility. Which Indian city released a climate action plan and laid down 30-year roadmap to tackle challenges of climate change? So Mumbai has launched such a plan, a 30-year roadmap कि कैसे वो climate change को tackle करेंगे, and this is done by BMC, Brihan Mumbai Corporation. This is the municipal corporation of Mumbai, known by BMC. Geneva Conventions, which was seen in news recently, is related to which field? Rules for combatant behavior during a war, digital currency, climate change and export-import policy. Very, very important conventions has been into the news in the past 2 to 3 years, and a famous person associated with this particular kind of news and this convention was squadron leader Abhimanyu Vardhaman, right? See, he landed accidentally into the Pakistani field, and there we applied Geneva Convention to secure his release. So what is this Geneva Convention? So this is a convention of 1949. This was signed. So there are 4 major conventions which are to protect 2 classes of person: those who are not those who are not participating in war, which may include civilians, which may include medical persons, medics, or aid worker, humanitarian aid workers like Red Cross, any of those kinds of organization, and also even those who were participating but now no more capable of fighting. So this Geneva Convention protects these 2 classes of person no more capable of fighting, right? This may includes prisoners of war, wounded soldiers, and sick, right? So 4 major Geneva Conventions are there. So Geneva Convention 1 will be governing those wounded and sick soldiers on land, those who cannot take part in war, land soldier, infantry. Geneva Convention 2, same wounded and sick personnel, soldiers at sea, so they are protected under Geneva Convention 2nd. Geneva Convention 3rd talks about the protection given to prisoners of war, and Geneva Convention 4 talks about protection of civilians and medics and aid workers during the time of war. So this convention is simply to bring civilization, you can say civilized behavior during the war, and that to reduce any kind of inhuman war crimes or barbarism during the times of war. So that now that these are internationally acclaimed convention and protect the people who are not posing any threat to fighting countries, right? Iron age stone known as menhir of white color has been unearthed in which Indian state? It has been unearthed in Kerala, Telangana, Gujarat or Madhya Pradesh. So it has again been unearthed in Telangana. It is dated to be around 35 years old. We will be reading the entire Iron Age, Bronze Age civilization in our history discussions. Which institution released the directions of regulatory framework of microfinance loans? NABARD, RBI, Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Corporation. I have already told you that in India, loans and the finance are regulated by, even if it is loan and financing, even if it is done by banks or if it is done by any non-banking finance corporation, it is regulated by whom? RBI. So our answer is going to be RBI. It has released a regulatory framework for microfinance loan, and this is effective from 1st of April 2022. RBI has asked the regulated entities lending to microfinance sector to ensure that loans are collateral free and not linked with lien on borrower's deposits account, right? That microfinance loans shall not be linked with deposit account of the borrowers, so that in case, what happens in case of lien on borrower's account, that if the borrowers are not able to pay, bank will automatically deduct without the consent, right? So RBI is told that microfinance loans do not fall in that category, and if anyone is taking this kind of small loans, you cannot mark a lien on their savings account. Which is the first state in the country to use crop diversification index? Crop diversification is a technique to grow multiple crops in a season, right? What happens usually that if farmers are growing 1 or 2 crops, which is taking 3 to 4 months average to get harvested, there will be 2-3 months wasted in the gap period. So in this meantime, farmers can use a smaller duration crops. Also, they can grow multiple crops simultaneously. So this is the crop diversification. It helps them to gain more wealth, and also it helps to maintain the fertility of soil. This crop diversification. So which state has used the index? It is Telangana. For the first time in the country, Telangana has begun recording crop diversification patterns in the form of an index. According to crop diversification index, the state grows 77 varieties with about 10 crops, mostly grain, preferred for diversification. So overall they are growing 77 varieties, out of them 10 are most preferred. Which union ministry implements the credit guarantee scheme for subordinate debts? What are the subordinate debts? So usually say that if A is a company, it will be getting certain loans from all the areas, from banks, from other investors, from direct debt creditors. एक कंपनी है जो लोन उठाएगी, but what if the company is not able to repay the loans? The asset of the company will be sold out, and there are priority wise repayment of the debts of the company given by the debtor. So subordinate debts are those debts which are given later importance. Once all the debts are cleared, these debts are going to get cleared, right? So these are called subordinate debts. Which union ministry has launched this scheme? So Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises ministry has launched a credit guarantee scheme for subordinate debts, right? Next question is, which country is the largest importer of arms globally as per SIPRI's Trends in International Arms Transfer 2021 report? So this is our very own India. So we import the largest amount of arms, right? But this, I will say that under the Atmanirbhar Bharat, there should be sufficient steps taken, and Atmanirbhar defense is also, government is what promoting, Make in India defense programs. So under this, all the defense equipment government is purchasing, they are now negotiating in the terms so that they can be manufactured and the technology transfers is done, because defense equipment are very costly, and if we are the largest importers of arms, this is going to get put a heavy burden on our treasury. So this is why now government is trying to make in India, and various equipments are there already in place. But this, as per this particular report, right, SIPRI's report, India is the largest importer of arms, right? Which day has been declared by United Nations as International Day to combat Islamophobia? Right? So Islamophobia meaning hatred towards Islam, a particular religion. So it is a day, March 15th has been observed, is being marked by United Nations to combat the hatred against Islam. Which country has been connected to Continental Europe Synchronous Area CESA? China, Ukraine, Kazakhstan and Afghanistan. So Ukraine has been connected to Continental Europe Synchronous Area. Recently it has been done. It is an electricity grid. So this CESA is an electricity grid spanning much of the continental Europe. So this whole Europe, right, is connected to this grid, and now they have included Ukraine also. Earlier the power system of Ukraine was aligned with Russia, and since there is a war between Russia and Ukraine, they were facing crisis. So Europe has extended its support to Ukraine. Which company launched India's first fuel cell electric vehicle, FCEV? Ola, Toyota, Honda and Tata. So it's Toyota which has launched its first fuel cell electric vehicle. And what is it? Is named Toyota Mirai. It is the first of its kind project in India that aims to create ecosystem of fuel cell electric vehicles in the country. It is powered by hydrogen and it's completely environment friendly. बड़ी अच्छी चीज है. Green Triangle named after Mahatma Gandhi was inaugurated in which country? Sri Lanka, Nepal, Madagascar and Myanmar. So this was this particular Green Triangle, this is inaugurated in Madagascar, It is named after Mahatma Gandhi and it was inaugurated in the capital city of Madagascar and as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebration. Right? The few details about Madagascar. It is capital is Antananarivo. Antananarivo. This is the capital city, and here itself this particular green triangle was inaugurated to commemorate the 75th year of independence of India. Disank, a land digitization application. This is a land digitization application, and this has been developed in which of the states? Karnataka, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh or Gujarat. So this has been developed in Karnataka. This is there has been lot of emphasis, and we have seen about the land digitization of land records, and in this same path Karnataka has also released a Disank named application. So it is implemented by government of Karnataka under its Bhumi project, right? This is a mobile based app which is developed under the Karnataka Geographical Information System program, and using the remote sensing technology, it is expected to bring transparency and reduce land related disputes. The whole like around the whole of India and almost among all the states, there is a move, there is a drive to digitize the land records, because since you all know that there is a huge pendency of cases in Indian courts, and most of the cases are lying from say decades, and those are related to land record, the disputes between land of one between family members, or there has been illegal occupation of land by mafias or anyone. So if there is a digital record, these are going to reduce those kinds of disputes. Which country recently passed Sunshine Protection Act making daylight saving it a permanent? Russia, USA, Brazil and Canada. So it has been passed by United States of America. They have passed a law making the daylight saving DST as a permanent feature. It has scrapped biannual practice of putting clocks forward and backward coinciding with the arrival and departure of winter. So now they will be migrating to this method, and it is legally protected in USA now. What is the upper limit of UPI Lite payment transaction? So the upper limit of UPI Lite payment transaction, this will be payment without internet. We already discussed 1 to 3. So the upper limit is rupees 200. National Payment Corporation of India, it is the company, it is the corporation which has been brought out by a group of various banks. There are 8 banks involved into this along with RBI. So this NPCI manages all the digital payment, and RuPay, UPI, National Financial Switch, Aadhaar enabled payment system, all are the product of NPCI itself. So NPCI is launching UPI Lite, which would enable small value transaction in offline mode without internet, right? And that can be maximum limit of 200. चाय पानी पीने गए, इंटरनेट नहीं चल रही है, UPI Lite यूज करिए और चाय पीजिए, ठीक है? Which institution releases the periodic labor force survey? Which institution releases that? Niti Aayog, National Statistical Office, Ministry of Labour and Employment and Reserve Bank of India. So National Statistical Office, earlier it was CSO, now it is NSO. Earlier it was known by the name Central Statistical Office. So this releases the periodic labor force survey. This is very, very important. This NSO is under the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Which ministry? Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation के अंदर आता है हमारा National Statistical Office, and this releases as per the recent PLFS, India's urban unemployment has jumped to 12.6% in April to June quarter. So we all know that there is a rise in unemployment like anything. This is the talk of the forum from past 1 year. However, there is a little notice of the government toward this, but still the data says that India's urban unemployment, meaning the for persons living in the urban and especially urban employment, indicates toward the educated people, right? So this may also relate to educated unemployment. The people who are educated, they are eligible, still they are not finding the jobs, and this is launched to this is jumped to 12.6%, which in a year ago was only 9.3%. So 3% एक साल में unemployment बढ़ रही है, right? So some of the data says that unemployment rate among the urban youth 15 to 29 year in the current weekly status. So it was in April to June. For May, for male it was 21.1%. For females it was 29.3%, and for total it was 22.9%. 22.9%. Which country has developed a relativistic klystron amplifier RKA which can destroy satellites in space? अब देखिए नॉर्थ कोरिया स्पाई सैटेलाइट भेज रहा है, स्पेस को भी नहीं छोड़ेंगे लोग. विच कंट्री हैज डेवलप्ड रिलेटिविस्टिक क्लाइस्ट्रॉन एम्पलीफायर? It is a technology which can rocket, you can say it is a rocket which can destroy satellite in the space. India, Russia, China and Israel. So this has been developed by China. China recently developed a microwave machine RKA, relativistic klystron amplifier, right, that could jam or destroy satellite in space. This device can generate a wave burst 5 megawatts in Ka band. ठीक है. India advocated the biological and toxin weapon conventions at which international body? So this is a convention which has been put forward by India itself. So कौन से फोरम पे इंडिया ने इसको लाया था, इसको मूव फॉरवर्ड किया था? यूनाइटेड नेशन कमिश्नर फॉर रिफ्यूजीज UNCHR, यूनाइटेड नेशन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल, यूनाइटेड नेशंस एनवायरमेंट प्रोग्राम एंड इंटरनेशनल कोर्ट ऑफ जस्टिस. सो इंडिया, एज यू नो दैट इन अ टर्म ऑफ 2 years एज ए नॉन परमानेंट मेंबर, इंडिया वॉज इलेक्टेड एज ए नॉन परमानेंट मेंबर. सो यूनाइटेड नेशन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल इज अ बॉडी जिसमें 15 मेंबर होते हैं टोटल. 5 आर परमानेंट विच आर हैविंग वीटो पावर. दे आर USA, चाइना, रसिया, फ्रांस, ठीक है. एंड 10 मेंबर जो होते हैं, they are given a 2 years term. They are not permanent and they are on a revolving basis. So India this time also got this seat, and it is going to be the non-permanent member till 31st of December 2022. And at this forum, India advocated the biological and toxin weapon convention at United Nations Security Council. India announced that it attaches high importance to BTWC convention as a key non-discriminatory disarmament and prohibiting convention, and which should be against the weapon of mass destruction. So this biological weapon is also falling into the category of weapon of mass destruction, such as atomic bombs, etc. However, India is against NPA because that India considered to be discriminatory, and this particular convention which India has mooted, it mooted as a non-discriminatory treaty, right? Which section of railways has completed 100% electrification, right? So I'd like to tell you firstly that in India all the railway network is divided into various sections and divisions, right? It is divided into various zones, you can say various zones, right? And then these zones are further divided into divisions. These are very, very important ones for your static general studies, static GK portion. You can know each one of them, but briefly I'll be telling you that there are 17 zones, including North, Central Railways, Northern Railways, Northeastern Railways. There are so many zones, and you should also, if you have free time, you may go and look for their headquarters also. So these are some general study, general knowledge topics which may be helpful for your other examinations also, right? So Indian Railways are total divided into 17 zones, and these zones are further divided into 68 divisions. How many divisions? 68 divisions, right? So now the question here says that which section of railways has completed 100% electrification across the zone, right? So which zone is now 100% electrified? Our options are Konkan Railway, Northeast Frontier Railway, East Coast Railway, and South Central Railway. And the correct answer is Konkan Railway. So this particular Konkan Railways is passing through the hilly terrains of Western Ghats. So you see, this is India, right? This is India, peninsular India. And where is the Western Ghats? So the east, this one particular, if you say this particular east, west, so the area, this particular area is surrounded by Western Ghats, right? This is Western Ghats, and here discrete smaller mountains, these are called Eastern Ghats. So these are the hilly areas in the southern side of India. In the northern side of India, you know that there are Himalayas and mountain range of Himalayas, but in the southern side, along the coastal region, just besides the sea, there are mountain regions which are known as Western Ghats. These are the areas, and this particular Konkan Railway is built in the zones, tough terrains of the Western Ghats, right? So now the news is the Konkan Railway has recently completed 100% electrification across the zone, right? And the electrification work is completed on how many kilometer long? So 741 kilometer long routes between Roha, that is in Maharashtra, and Thokur in Karnataka. This was at the cost of 1287 crore rupees, right? Moving on, the next question is Kaziranga. This is very important national parks. So Kaziranga National Park is located along which Indian river? Our options are Ganga, Yamuna, Brahmaputra, and Satluj. So this is going to be very easy questions. If you simply know that Kaziranga National Park is around which region of our country, right? So this answer is going to be very simple for you. The Kaziranga National Park is in the northeastern India. So you can say easily your option is your Brahmaputra river. This is a protected area in which state? It is in Assam, and it is spread across the Brahmaputra river. So you can say Brahmaputra originates in China. It comes here. There is a particular hill called Namcha Barwa, and takes a almost U-turn, and it travels here through Bangladesh and goes into Bay of Bengal. Bay of Bengal, right? So this is the coast, this is the path of Brahmaputra river, and in the state of Assam, you can say here there are various national parks. One is Orang National Park. This is also on the Brahmaputra, and the famous Kaziranga National Park. So in the Kaziranga National Park, there is a famous animal that is called one-horned rhino. This is still there from age of, like, say, Indus Valley civilization. This is there into existent into India, right? Kaziranga National Park is famous for one-horned rhinos also. Which institution releases the State of World Population Report? UNICEF, UNFPA, IMF, World Bank, right? And our answer is UNFPA, United Nations Population Fund, right? United Nations Population Fund. This is organization which is releasing the State of World Report. Now this title was Seeing the Unseen, the case for action for the neglected crisis of unintended pregnancy report. So this was the long title of the report, and in this particular report, what was highlighted, that globally around 257 million 257 million women who do not want the pregnancy and still they are not using any safety measure, and out of this, due to this neglect, or you can say due to this faulty practices, around 121 million 1 million unwanted pregnancies are reported throughout the world in an year. This particular report, State of World Population Report, highlighted this particular incidence, this particular event, that there are high incidence of unwanted pregnancy, and this is one of the cause behind sudden population rise. Which regulator body launched the ideathon named Manthan? So Manthan is a ideathon, hackathon. So these are all the terms related to, if you are finding solutions, if you are finding technology related to any kind of a technology, you name it a hackathon. If you are brainstorming over the ideas, if you are trying to bring out certain ideas, you name it a ideathon. So which regulator body launched the ideathon named Manthan? So Manthan was launched by SEBI. SEBI, it means Securities and Exchange Board of India. Securities and Exchange Board of India's Security and Exchange Board of India. This is the regulatory agency which looks after the stock market, which regulates the stock market. Okay. And the SEBI was formed by an act of 1992. So this is also a statutory body formed under an act. So SEBI chairperson, who is the chairperson? Madhav Puri, and he launched Manthan. This was a 6-week long ideathon in association with various partners, including Bombay Stock Exchange, National Stock Exchange, NSDL. So NSDL meaning National Securities Depository Limited, K Fintech. So these are other partner organizations which all contributed into this ideathon. This ideathon was launched by SEBI, Securities and Exchange Board of India. Which country released the Emmett Till anti-lynching bill into law? Right? Which particular country recently signed Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act into law? So this is an act related to which country? Particularly it is asking Russia, USA, UK and Germany. So this particular law is related to USA market, that Emmett Till anti-lynching bill has been passed by United States of America. You see here in United States there is a particular tradition of naming the law, naming an act related to certain person, be it the person who brought out the bill, द लेजिस्लेटर, द एमपीज जो बिल को लेके आते हैं उनके नाम पे कभी रख देते हैं बिल का नाम, या फिर टू गिव रिस्पेक्ट, गिव ऑनर और टू गिव पे ओबीडियंस टू समवन, किसी का नाम रखते हैं. सो दिस पर्टिकुलर एमेट टिल, सो ही वाज द विक्टिम ऑफ लिंचिंग, राइट. So this anti-lynching bill was named after him, and this was recently signed in April 2022 by United States President Joe Biden, and this has now become the law, and it has been made, the lynching has been made as a federal hate crime. So what is the federal crime? Which is throughout the United States of America. It's not that it will vary as per the one state to another state, right. And what kind of lynching is in India? There are religion based lynching, and in USA there are racial lynching related to black and white, Native American, non-American, right. Maize egg site and buddhas of Bamiyan were seen in which news are located in which country? Maize egg site and buddhas of Bamiyan which are seen in news are located in which country? Nepal, China, India and Afghanistan. So these are our four options, and it is located in Afghanistan. So these are the statutes, you can see these are located in Afghanistan, right. India recently signed an Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement ECTA with which country? Japan, Germany, Australia and France. So we have to answer out of the four that which is the country with whom India has signed the economic cooperation and trade agreement. It is Australia. India has recently signed. This is the news of April 2022. I am again repeating. India and Australia signed this ECTA, that is called IND-IUS, so Indo-Aussies ECTA, which seeks to provide duty-free access to 96% of India's exports to Australia. So under this, in the goods sector, it will be applicable in both trades in goods and trades in services. So from India's, the labor-intensive sectors like textile, gems, jewelry, so including almost around 96% of the item exported from India will be given duty-free entry into Australia, and similarly the US items like coal, minerals and wines will get easier access to our market. In terms of services, Indian students will get work visa from 2 to 4 years, and Australian firms in business, communication, construction and engineering, this will be held by Indian diaspora there. Indians can go, and now the students then can get the work visa and they can go. So this is the part of what ECTA agreement, economic cooperation and trade agreement. Sajibu Nongma Panba, it is a traditional festival of which Indian state? West Bengal, Odisha, Manipur and Assam. So this is a traditional festival of Manipur. I'll be telling you few other famous festival which are celebrated in the northeastern states. So let's particularly discuss about Nongma Panba festival. So this is just a kind of a new year celebration which is synced to a lunar calendar. So lunar calendar meaning that is synchronized to the activities of moon, not sun. So usually the traditional Hindu calendar, or you can say or even the Christian calendar, this is synchronized with the activities of sun. So transition of sun from one zone to another, from one hemisphere of the earth to other hemisphere, rotation of earth around the sun. So this is synced with the traditional calendar, but the Islamic calendar and other calendars, you can say the regional calendars, are maybe synced to the lunar rotations and revolution. So in Manipur there is a festival which is synced to Lunar New Year, that is celebrated by the name Nongba Panba. And I told you that we will be discussing about few other festivals which are celebrated and their states. So you can note it down. There is a festival called Saga Dawa. This is celebrated in Sikkim, right? And Ambu Bachi Mela. So this is celebrated in Assam. Another famous festival from Assam is Bihu, right? And there is a festival called Dri. This is celebrated in Arunachal Pradesh. Now there is another festival, Anthurium. This is celebrated in Mizoram. Then you have Hornbill. This is very, very famous festival. Hornbill, you should remember our Prime Minister Modi ji also participated 2-3 years ago in this festival. This is the festival from Nagaland. These are few festivals I told you. These are related to northeastern states. Especially you should remember Hornbill and Bihu. These are quite famous. Which of Indian billionaire topped the Hurun richest self-made women in the world 2022? Very famous. You must have heard about her company recently releasing the first IPO led by a woman, right? And this made quite a big news in our country. Kiran Majumdar saw Falguni Nayyar, Radha Vembu and Mridula Parekh. So the answer is Falguni Nayyar, and she is the head of Nykaa. This is a cosmetic company and it recently released its IPO into the share market. So as per this report, there are 124 self-made women billionaires in the world now, right? Earlier this was 130, but from the past year it is 6 down. 3 Indian women are there into the list. Falguni Nayyar, she is from Nykaa company. Kiran Majumdar of Biocon, and Radha Wembo of Joho. So these are their companies, and these are the people who are there into the list, this list of billionaire. And this question asked which particular women topped. However, there are two given in the options, or three. All of the three are there into the list, but it asks about who topped. So Falguni Nayyar. Which Indian state signed a pact with WWF, that is World Wildlife Fund, India, to develop a state biodiversity strategy and action plan? Karnataka, Assam, Arunachal Pradesh and Kerala. Our answer is Arunachal Pradesh. Our answer is Arunachal Pradesh, and it has signed a pact with WWF India to develop a state biodiversity strategy and action plan. This plan will be aligned to post-2020 global biodiversity framework and Pake declaration. So this is a declaration signed not on the international level but intranational level. Arunachal Pradesh has signed a declaration. This is the declaration related to Arunachal Pradesh state itself, and this Pake declaration is named after the Pake Tiger Reserve. This is in Arunachal Pradesh, and after this declaration has total of 5 themes. First is these 5 themes are known as Panchadhara of the Pake declaration. 5 themes known as Panchadhara, and this declaration focus on these 5 things, and they are firstly environment, forest and climate change. I write it down. 5 themes of Pake declaration. One is environment, forest and climate change. Next one is health and sanitation. Next one is sustainable and adaptive living. Sustainable and adaptive living. The next one even is the livelihood and opportunity. And there is next is evidence generation and collaborative action. So these are the 5 themes of the Pake declaration. Basically, you do not need to go into this much of detail. You can simply know about Pake declaration. This is related to Arunachal Pradesh. This could be the maximum which can be asked as a question in examination. What is the name of the website which was launched for services related to broadcast in India? Broadcast Seva Portal, Bharat Broadcast, Atmanirbhar Broadcast, e-Broadcast Portal. So the answer is Broadcast Seva Portal. And which ministry has launched it? So Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has launched a portal that is called Broadcast Seva Portal, which will ensure faster filling and processing of application for broadcasting license, permissions and registrations of various entities. This will help satellite TV channels, teleport operators and other radio stations also, private FM channels also, to get various kinds of licenses. Viktor Orban has been elected as the Prime Minister of which country? Ukraine, Hungary, Belarus and Poland. So he has been elected as the Prime Minister of Hungary. You should know the capital also. Kya hai Hungary capital? The capital, it is famous Budapest. This Budapest is also famous for a declaration, a convention you can say. There is a global convention named Budapest Convention. This is Budapest is a capital city of Hungary, and this Budapest Convention is related to cyber crime. So this is the global convention on cyber crime, Budapest Convention, right? So very famous. Viktor Orban has been recently elected as the Prime Minister of this particular country. Which Indian city is to be covered with artificial intelligence based camera as a part of road safety project? रोड पे निगरानी रखने के लिए AI बेस्ड कैमरा लगाएंगे कौन से शहर में? चेन्नई, कोझिकोडे, मुंबई एंड न्यू दिल्ली. So it shall be installed in the Kozhikode. So around 726 cameras shall be linked, and government is planning to spend up around 225 crores. So these will be the AI based cameras which shall be installed on the road for safety purposes. Which union ministry oversees Stand Up India scheme? So there are twin. जब ये launch हुआ था, there were two famous scheme, Stand Up India and another was Startup India. So let's know about the ministries of both. Our question is, which union ministry oversees the Stand Up India scheme? Ministry of MSME, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Ministry of Science and Technology. So the answer is Ministry of Finance. जो स्टार्टअप इंडिया है, स्टार्टअप इंडिया है उसका कौन है? कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री, राइट? ठीक है. मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फाइनेंस ओवरसीज द स्टैंड अप इंडिया स्कीम. दिस स्कीम इज रिलेटेड टू whom? All the vulnerable section, which includes women, scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, and this is to help them start any greenfield enterprises. I have already briefed you कि greenfield और brownfield में क्या फर्क होता है in the previous videos. You can connect to them, right? And recently the scheme completed 6 years, and now 1.33 lakh new entrepreneurs have been facilitated under this particular scheme, including 1 lakh of women. Right? There are a few other initiatives. This particular slide is cover कि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फाइनेंस के अंदर कौन कौन से हैं. एक तो स्टैंड अप इंडिया है जो माइनॉरिटी एंड वल्नरेबल सेक्शन के लिए है. प्रधानमंत्री जन धन योजना, सो यू कैन ओपन अ जीरो बैलेंस अकाउंट टू. इसका एम क्या है? टू प्रमोट द फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन. So far the people who were not still having any account, so they were included under Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Mudra is an scheme under Ministry of Finance to grant small micro loans up to 10 lakh of rupees for non-corporate and non-farm small enterprises. So this is the particular motive. Then you have another scheme, Ministry of Finance का Atal Pension Yojana. This we have already discussed previously. So this is a universal social security system for all Indians. उनके इंश्योरेंस के लिए है. The people below the age of 60 years can be included into this. प्रधानमंत्री जीवन ज्योति बीमा योजना is also a social security sector scheme. 18 to 50 years के जितने भी people हैं, they can pay premium of around 330 rupees and can get a cover of rupees 2 lakhs with a premium of 330, right? And the next scheme which is also under Ministry of Finance is Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana. So these are all the schemes, major schemes which are run by Ministry of Finance. Gangaur festival is predominantly celebrated in which Indian state? Karnataka, Rajasthan, Punjab and West Bengal. Our answer is Rajasthan. So this is a traditional festival which is related, and here this festival is dedicated to goddess Parvati. Goddess Parvati. You should know that there is another name Gauri which is referred to goddess Parvati, and the Gaur in this festival is related to Parvati and Gana. So Gana stands for Lord Shiva in Hinduism, Lord Shiva. So this is the festival related to Shiva and Parvati, right? And it continued around 18 days. So this festival started on the 3rd of April and continues for 18 days, and it is celebrated majorly in Rajasthan. However, some parts of Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat are also touched by it. Who have been appointed as new Foreign Secretary of India? Vinay Mohan Quatra, Rudrendra Tandon, Dinesh Bhatia, and Santosh Jha. So Vinay Mohan Quatra, he is an IFS officer, now currently serving as an ambassador in Kathmandu since January 2020, and now he was appointed in April 2022 as the Foreign Secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs. Ricky Cage and Falguni Shah are the recent winner of which award? Academy Awards, Grammy Award, Pritzker Architecture Prize, and Abel Prize. So they were awarded with Grammy Award. Grammy Award is related to which particular trade? It is related to music. It is related to music. And इन लोगों को किस किस काम के लिए मिला है? Both are Indian origin, settled outside. So 64th annual Grammy Awards में इनको मिला एक shared prize. So he got best new age album jointly shared with Stewart Copeland for their albums Divine Tides and फाल्गुनी शाह. सो इनको किस के लिए मिला है? बेस्ट चिल्ड्रन म्यूजिक एल्बम, एंड उनका नाम क्या था? कलरफुल वर्ल्ड. प्रकृति विच वॉज रिसेंटली लॉन्च्ड इज अ मैस्कट टू क्रिएट अवेयरनेस ऑन विच फील्ड? प्लास्टिक पॉल्यूशन, जेंडर इक्वलिटी, LGBTQ राइट्स, स्किल डेवलपमेंट. सो प्रकृति मीनिंग nature. In English, prakriti means nature. So you can say this is not even related to nature, not even related to nature. Plastic pollution could be the answer, and yes, it is. Right? Plastic pollution से related awareness के लिए Central Pollution Control Board, right, which comes under the Ministry of Forest and Climate Change. This is a statutory authority. एक एक्ट के थ्रू बना गया है, and they launched a mascot. It was launched by Union Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav to create an awareness about bringing lifestyle changes and control the use of plastics. As per update of World Health Organization's air quality database, what percentage of world breathes unhealthy air? 25%, 49%, 75% और 99%. कितने लोग अनहेल्दी एयर ब्रीथ करते हैं? एंड सरप्राइज, इट इज 99%. ऑलमोस्ट ऑल ऑफ अस आर ब्रीदिंग अनहेल्दी एयर. सो दिस इज अ वार्निंग, दिस इज अ लिमिट इंडिकेटेड बाय WHO that all 99% of the person are breathing unhealthy air in this world, and this is majorly because of urban pollution. और उसका मेन कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट कहाँ से आता है? व्हीकुलर इमिशन, गाड़ियों से, इंडस्ट्रियल pollution. So these are the two major contributors, and the gases like nitrous oxide, carbon monoxide, which are the resultant of burning of fuel, उन सब से आता है ये. Which country has started a pilot project to produce green steel by burning hydrogen? So green steel by बर्निंग हाइड्रोजन के लिए कौन सा कंट्री है जिसने प्रोजेक्ट स्टार्ट किया है? ऑस्ट्रेलिया, स्वीडन, पोलैंड एंड इटली. एंड आवर आंसर इज स्वीडन. स्वीडन ने एक प्रोजेक्ट स्टार्ट किया है ग्रीन स्टील बाय बर्निंग हाइड्रोजन. द ब्लू नाइल रिवर विच वॉज सीन इन न्यूज ओरिजिनेट्स इन विच कंट्री? सो दिस इज द पर्टिकुलर लॉन्गेस्ट रिवर इन द वर्ल्ड. उसका नाम क्या है? रिवर नाइल. And it is basically made after the confluence of two. So one is White Nile and another one is Blue Nile. Blue Nile. So yes, दोनों river जो जाती है एक जगह मिलके and then it forms the river Nile. So देखो यहाँ पे है. So this is White Nile, and this originates in Lake Victoria. And this Blue Nile originates in Ethiopia. So हमारा ऑप्शन क्या आ जाएगा? Ethiopia, right? Wenger Group is a private military company of which country? USA, Russia, Germany and China. So this is related to Russia, and this is heavily accused for war crimes, and particularly was working in the Ukraine, Syria and African countries. This particular military company belongs to Russia. What is the theme of World Health Day 2022? Our planet, our health, climate change matters, personal hygiene and public hygiene, take care of you and earth. So what is the theme? So the theme is our planet, our health. World Health Day is celebrated on which particular day? April 7th, and the important year is 1948. And why it is important? Because on this particular day World Health Organization was formed, and to commemorate this, every year 7th of April is celebrated as World Health Day. And for the 2022, its theme was Our Planet, Our Health. Which institution released the Braving the Storms East Asia and Pacific Economic Update Report? IMF, that is International Monetary Fund, World Bank, Asian Development Bank and BRICS Bank. So this particular report was released by World Bank. World Bank. The One Health framework has been launched as a pilot project in which state? Uttarakhand, Gujarat, Goa and Haryana. So this as a pilot project was launched in Uttarakhand, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairy. So this particular department of Uttarakhand government has launched it as a pilot project and to support the One Health framework of government. Which is the first state or union territory to include e-cycles in its electric vehicle policy? Telangana, New Delhi, गुजरात और उड़ीसा. स्टेट और यूनियन टेरिटरी कौन सा है वो? तो न्यू दिल्ली. Delhi government has included electrical cycles in its EV policy, and you can see lot of these new cycles and startups coming up with electrical mobility, right? And it announced that it will offer a subsidy of 5,500 rupees to first 10,000 buyers of electrical cycles. This will include both passenger and a cargo e-cycle. Cargo meaning to transport goods from here to there, like Zepto and other apps which are delivering goods, and they are also delivering grocery etc. using e-cycles in Delhi. So government promised around 5,500 of subsidy on the purchase of e-cycles to the first 10,000 buyers, and but there is a criteria, but that the speed of those cycles shall be less than 25 km per hour. उससे कम ही तेज चलने वाले साइकिल्स पे गवर्नमेंट देगी 5500 की सब्सिडी. Exoplanet K2 2016 BLG005, so this is a scientific nomenclature, which has been recently found, is a near identical twin of which planet? Saturn, Jupiter, Mars and Neptune. So this is the identical planet for Jupiter. And why it is so identical? Because it is at the same distance from its own star as Jupiter is from our own sun. So जो exoplanet K2 2016 है उसका अपने सन से जो डिस्टेंस है, इट इज एग्जैक्टली सिमिलर टू दैट ऑफ जुपिटर एंड सन. सो दिस इज वाई क्या होगा, उनके एनवायरनमेंट एक ही तरह होंगे, उनका रोटेशन एक तरह का होगा, एंड दिस इज वाई दे हैव बीन टोल्ड टू बी द ट्विन ऑफ each other. As per the recent study of CEEW, which state has the highest number of forest fire incidents in last 2 decades? इंडिया में सबसे ज़्यादा फॉरेस्ट फायर कहाँ हो रहे हैं? तो दिस इज इन मिजोरम, according to the study released by Council on Energy, Environment and Water. So this is the full form of CEEW. The frequency and intensity of forest fire have increased in the past 2 decades. So this is a general statement कि बढ़ रहा है, but उसमें भी जो सबसे ज़्यादा more than 62% of Indian states are prone to high intensity forest fire. Mizoram has the highest number of forest fire in the last 2 decades, with more than 95% of its district being forest fire hotspot. मिजोरम में ऑलमोस्ट सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में फॉरेस्ट फायर हो सकता है, उसके हॉटस्पॉट एरिया में वो आता है. Which institution recently launched Avasar scheme? Airports Authority of India, Reserve Bank of India, Supreme Court of India and Election Commission of India. So this particular scheme was launched by Airport Authority of India, and what is the purpose? as it is that they will be providing, Airport Authority of India will be providing the venue of airports as a showcase for the various self-help groups to showcase their product, their skills and their self-made products, and that can be sold. So they on an area of 100 to 200 square feet they are providing for each AI ऑपरेटेड एयरपोर्ट. एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया जितने भी एयरपोर्ट्स को ऑपरेट कर रही है उन सब पे दे विल बी गिविंग सर्टेन स्पेस टू द सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स टू सेल आउट देयर प्रोजेक्ट. Which organization launched the first fully private astronaut mission to the International Space Station? बहुत न्यूज में था एंड आंख बंद करके बता सकते हो. दिस इज SpaceX by Elon Musk. सो SpaceX Falcon 9 रॉकेट यूज करके जो मिशन भेजा जाएगा फ्रॉम हडसन बेस्ड कंपनी एक्सिम स्पेस, एंड इट इज द फर्स्ट फुल्ली प्राइवेट एस्ट्रोनॉट मिशन नॉट बैक्ड बाय एनी गवर्नमेंट टू द इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन. द 4-member crew officially began a 10-day journey. It started in April. वापस भी आ गए हैं. And this was known, the capsule was known as Endeavour. कहाँ से भेजा जा रहा है? अमेरिका से. कौन भेज रहा है? SpaceX. किसकी कंपनी है? एलन मस्क. You should be knowing this. माधवपुर मेला is a cultural fair celebrated in which state? कर्नाटका, गुजरात, राजस्थान and Punjab. So माधवपुर मेला is celebrated in Gujarat and this is to mark the marriage of Lord Krishna with Rukmini. So it is a mythological belief that उन दोनों की शादी माधवपुर नाम की एक जगह पे हुई थी, कृष्णा और रुक्मिणी की. So to commemorate the same Madhapur Mela, it is a cultural fair and this is celebrated in the coastal village Madhapur, which is in the state of Gujarat. Which country is the largest consumer of gold? सोना. सोना कहाँ से? इंडिया, चाइना, USA, ऑस्ट्रेलिया. However, this could be a myth कि सबसे ज़्यादा सोना हम इंडियंस यूज करते हैं, बट सबसे ज़्यादा सोते चाइनीज हैं. ठीक है, नॉट सोते, नॉट स्लीपिंग. सो दिस इज अबाउट गोल्ड. सो द लार्जेस्ट कंज्यूमर ऑफ गोल्ड इज चाइना एंड इंडिया इज एट द सेकेंड लार्जेस्ट. जो है सेकेंड लार्जेस्ट कौन है? वो है इंडिया. राइट. हाउएवर इंडिया के साथ प्रॉब्लम ये है कि वी डिपेंड हाईली ऑन द इम्पोर्ट्स ऑफ गोल्ड. सारा तो KGF वाला लेके आ समंदर में, फॉरगेट इट. ठीक है, तो चाइना इज द लार्जेस्ट कंज्यूमर, उसके बाद इंडिया है. इंडिया इज हाईली डिपेंडेंट अपॉन इंपोर्ट्स. जो इंपोर्ट 33% ऑलमोस्ट बढ़े थे इंडिया के, अराउंड 46 बिलियन ड्यूरिंग 2021 एंड 2022 इस ईयर में. क्योंकि इंडिया में हाई डिमांड्स होता है एंड दिस हाई डिमांड्स आर ड्यू टू कल्चरल रीजन्स. कल्चरल रीजन्स क्या है? मैरिज में चाहिए सोना, राइट, अदर सेरेमनीज में गोल्ड चाहिए. सो फॉर दिस रीजन there is a high demand in Indian domestic market for gold and we have to import. This is why the price keeps on rising. Which union ministry implements PM Daksh Yojana? Home Affairs, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Social Justice and Empowerment, Ministry of Child and Development, Women Child and Development. So this particular scheme is being implemented by Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. What is the full form? प्रधानमंत्री दक्षता और कौशलता संपन्न हितग्राही योजना. That is meaning of PM Daksh, right? Implemented by Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. It is for the skilling of marginalized communities in India. अब इसमें कितने तरह की स्किलिंग की जानी है? So this is related to upskilling also and reskilling also. Upskilling meaning you upgrade your existing skills. Reskilling meaning time and again you need to rework upon those skills so that you are not forgetting something, you are not going redundant. So these are the, so both upskilling and reskilling का रहेगा by the method of short term training. And the major focus of this skilling is to generate self employment. क्योंकि सरकारी नौकरी के भरोसे रहे तो 22 करोड़ एप्लीकेशन डलेगा और 7 लाख जॉब रहेगी. ठीक है. नादाबेट सीमा दर्शन प्रोजेक्ट. So Nadabet is a place, Seema Darshan is like boundary visit. So Nadabet Seema Darshan project was inaugurated in which Indian state? Uttar Pradesh, Assam, Punjab and Gujarat. So neither one of them is a, no, two of them is not a border state. This is also a border, this is also a border, but it is not related to Indo-Pak border, and this scheme is Indo-Pakistan related. So our answer is Gujarat. ठीक है, गुजरात में एज अ पार्ट ऑफ सीमा दर्शन प्रोजेक्ट यूनियन मिनिस्टर हैज ओपनड दिस बॉर्डर पॉइंट फॉर पब्लिक व्यूइंग. आप लोग जाके पाकिस्तान का बॉर्डर देख के आ सकते हैं, मोस्ट वेलकम है, जाइए देखिए और आइए. So this has been also named as Wagha border of Gujarat because Wagha border is a international border, but it has also become a tourist point. So here also at the Nada Bed, this particular Indo-Pak border has been opened for public visit. In which Indian state megalith stone jars were recently unearthed? So what is megalith? So this will be a big rock, or this may be a single rock or multiple rocks to build any structure or any architecture or any thing of use. So ये पूछ रहा है कि इंडिया में किस स्टेट में मेगालिथ स्टोन जार्स मतलब कुछ रखने वाला स्टोन्स का मिला है. तमिलनाडु, आसाम, उत्तर प्रदेश एंड वेस्ट बंगाल. इट हैज बीन फाउंड इन द स्टेट ऑफ Assam. So you can see the figures, right? Basically megaliths are the big rocks. So lith meaning rocks and mega meaning big. So big rocks, and they can be used to make any bigger structure, or they can be simply one rock in itself. So dozen of megalith stone jars have been recently unearthed in the state of Assam at 4 previously unknown sites. So this has been found at new sites, not fresh excavation at older sites. This is completely new sites, right? And this date back to 2nd millennium BC, very old. India has decided to establish education and skills development working group, and with which country it has decided to do so? USA, France, Germany and Finland. So we have decided to do so with United States, and this is part of India US 2+2 ministerial dialogue. So what is this 2+2? So every year 2 ministers of India and 2 ministers of US will participate. So who are they? Defense Minister and Minister of External Affairs of India, and in US ministers are called secretaries. So their defense secretary and foreign secretary will be meeting in a dialogue, and these dialogues are called 2+2. Apart from USA, India has 2+2 dialogues with other countries like Australia, Japan and Russia. So India का इन लोगों के साथ भी 2+2 का आंकड़ा है, right? So as a part of India US 2+2 ministerial dialogue, we have established education and skill development working group, right? चलो moving on. Swanidhi से Samriddhi program is an initiative of which union ministry? Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Ministry of Rural Development, Ministry of Finance. So एक Swanidhi scheme आती है, and this is for street vendors. स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स को वर्किंग कैपिटल लोन देने के लिए, वर्किंग कैपिटल लोन्स देने के लिए एक स्कीम है. कौन सी? स्वनिधि स्कीम. एंड दिस इज बीइंग रन बाय मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन अफेयर्स. इसको बेसिकली जो है वो स्टार्ट कब किया गया था? सो दिस स्कीम वाज स्टार्टेड इन जनवरी 2022. अर्लियर इट वाज सपोज टू गेट ओवर बाय जनवरी 2020 में स्टार्ट किया गया था, and it was supposed to get over by 2022. 2 साल तो कोरोना में निकल गए. So this has been extended till December 2024, right? Let's see the other details. So this particular scheme is by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and out of this supporting initiative, Swanidhi Samriddhi has been launched, and in this particular scheme 126 additional cities across 14 states are being targeted, right? So that they will be given special focus in the first phase, and it is going to cover around 35 lakh street vendors. The Pradhan Mantri Sangrahalaya Museum is located in which city? Gandhinagar, New Delhi, Chennai and Kolkata. So this is a particular museum dedicated to all older prime ministers of India, existing prime ministers, previous prime ministers. So it comprises of 43 galleries. It is situated in न्यू दिल्ली, जहाँ पे सारे यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं आप मिसेज इंदिरा गांधी. सो दे आर गिवन देयर अचीवमेंट्स आर डेकोरेटेड देयर एंड इट इज केप्ट इन द म्यूजियम. आप लोग जाके देख सकते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री खुद देख रहे हैं. विच यूनियन मिनिस्ट्री इम्प्लीमेंट्स राष्ट्रीय ग्राम स्वराज अभियान? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रूरल डेवलपमेंट, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पंचायती राज, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स, women and child development. So this particular scheme is being operated by Ministry of पंचायती राज. एंड इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पीरियड क्या है? फ्रॉम 1 अप्रैल 2022 टू 31st of March 2026. It will be covering all the states and union territory of India, and it has got a budget of 5,911 crore rupees, and this was approved in 2018 with the aim to transform the selected districts and promote democratic decentralization in the country. Who has been awarded the International Gandhi Award for Leprosy 2021? Dr. Bhushan Kumar, Dr. G.P. Talwar, Dr. M.D. Gupte and Dr. Atul Shah. So Dr. Bhushan Kumar and his organization, that is Sahyog Kusht Yagna Trust, these are the two persons and organizations we have been given this award. So one is Bhushan Kumar and one other is organization Sahyog Kusht Yagna Trust. They have been given International Gandhi Award for Leprosy 2021, and there is a particular project of Government of India, National Leprosy Eradication Project, on the lines of a polio mitao abhiyan, polio eradication project. So these are the two major projects of India targeting disease specific eliminations. Which Indian state announced to celebrate birth anniversary of Dr. Ambedkar on April 14 as Equality Day? Maharashtra, New Delhi, Tamil Nadu and Chennai. So Tamil Nadu has announced that it will be celebrating its Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. So he announced in their legislative assembly that April 14th, which is the birthday of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, and it shall be celebrated as Equality Day in state of Tamil Nadu. Moskva, which was seen in the news, is a famous warship in which country? Ukraine, Russia, China and Germany. So this particular warship which was sunk, which was hit by the Ukrainian army, it belongs to Russia. So now after being hit by a particular missile called Neptune missile से यूक्रेन वालों ने इसको मार के गिरा दिया. मस्कोवा मिसाइल, इट इज़ बेसिकली डिराइव्ड फ्रॉम द रिवर मॉस्कोवा. वहाँ पे एक रिवर है जिसके नाम पे मॉस्को, द कैपिटल ऑफ रशिया, पड़ा है. इंडिया का ब्रह्मोस जो नाम दिया हुआ है एक मिसाइल का, तो दैट इज़ ब्रह्मपुत्र है इंडिया का रिवर, एंड मॉस्कोवा दैट इज़ रशिया का रिवर. सो मॉस्कोवा के नाम से एक उनका शिप भी था जिसको कि यूक्रेनियन लोगों ने मार के गिरा दिया. When is Himachal Divas celebrated? April 12, April 14, April 15 and April 16. So it is celebrated on April 15th. अब क्यों? क्योंकि हिमाचल प्रदेश को अप्रैल 15 1948 में एज ए यूनियन टेरिटरी, उस समय उसका नाम होता था सेंट्रली एडमिनिस्ट्रेटेड टेरिटरी के फॉर्म में 15 अप्रैल 1948 को एक यूनियन टेरिटरी के फॉर्म में हिमाचल को इंडिया में मिलाया गया था. पहले जो पुराने 30 प्रिंसली स्टेट्स थे जो कि नहीं मिले थे, 1948 में उनको मर्ज करके हिमाचल प्रदेश वाज गिवन अ यूनियन टेरिटरी स्टेटस. हाउएवर लेटर एन एक्ट वाज पास्ड इन 18th of December 1970 को एक लॉ बनाया पार्लियामेंट ने विच वाज हिमाचल प्रदेश एक्ट. उसमें हिमाचल प्रदेश को एक स्टेट बनाने का दर्जा दिया गया. एंड फ्रॉम 25th of January 1971 Himachal Pradesh has become full separate state of India. Before that it was union territory, that is centrally administered territory. ठीक है. There are a few facts about Himachal Pradesh. Shimla, that is the capital, it is the largest natural ice skating rink in India. Kalka Simla Railway, it is UNESCO World Heritage Site. In Himachal Pradesh, narrow gauge railway tracks. This is full of hills और वहाँ पे एक railway track बनाना, that is a tough job in itself. So these are the some highlights of Himachal Pradesh Day celebrations. What is the expression LPA based on which the Indian Meteorological Department forecast the monsoon? अभी LPA का मतलब क्या होता है? Long period average. Long period average. So what does it mean? कि you see कि if there is an area, I'll say कि there is an area called Indore in Madhya Pradesh, right? So if I have to tell, if IMD has to tell कि इस ईयर इंदौर में बारिश नॉर्मल हुई, मानसून वाज नॉर्मल, बिलो नॉर्मल, मोर देन एवरेज, सो कैसे कैलकुलेट करेगी? सो दे हैव क्रिएटेड अ लॉन्ग पीरियड एवरेज, राइट? कि एक 20 साल 30 साल का दे हैव टेकन अ लॉन्ग पीरियड एंड दे हैव कैलकुलेटेड द एवरेज रेनफॉल ओवर 30 years or 50 years. सो दे हैव गिवन कि LPA ऑफ इंदौर इज 25 centimeters suppose, right? So if this monsoon the rainfall is below 25, so they will say monsoon was below average, right? So this is the classification name given long period average, and this will say कि monsoon कैसा हुआ है, below normal, normal, above normal, deficient, excess, and this is to relation with long period average. एक 25 साल का उन्होंने एवरेज निकाला, long period that is 25 साल, 30 साल, तो इट इज यूजुअली कैलकुलेटेड 30 और 50 ईयर्स. सो उसके हिसाब से इस साल कैसी बारिश हुई है IMD ये प्रिडिक्ट करता है. नेपच्यून मिसाइल सिस्टम व्हिच वाज सीन इन न्यूज इज एसोसिएटेड विद व्हिच कंट्री? यमन, सऊदी अरबिया, यूक्रेन एंड UAE. तो दिस इज यूक्रेन से रिलेटेड. हमने बात किया अभी कि यूक्रेन ने नेपच्यून मिसाइल से मार के रसिया का मॉस्कोवा शिप डुबा दिया, ठीक है? सो दिस शिप मॉस्कोवा वाज sunk after hitting from the Neptune missile system, and this is so very useful missiles for Ukraine because they carry it on a truck पे ले गए समुद्र के किनारे, and इसकी जो रेंज है you can see almost around, इसका जो रेंज है 200 miles है. So they can go to coast and they can hit the ship which is even 200 miles into the sea. So this is quite handy tool for them. And this is how their ship Moskova was sunk. And one particular thing you need to know, this was designed at Kyiv. So Kyiv is the capital of Ukraine. It is the capital of Ukraine, Kyiv, which was occupied by Russians. Under the production linked incentive scheme, the center has provided financial support for manufacturing of how many years? 3 years, 5 years, 7 years and 10 years. So central government is providing 5 years. Production link incentive scheme क्या होता है? So in this particular scheme, the government for large scale electronic manufacturing, right? For large scale electronics manufacturing के सेक्टर में ये स्कीम अप्लाई है. यहाँ पे 4% to 6% इंक्रीमेंटल सेल्स पे 400 to 6% का इंसेंटिव इट इज बीइंग गिवन. एंड इसका टारगेट सेगमेंट क्या है इन PLI स्कीम? मोबाइल फोन्स एंड स्पेसिफाइड इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कंपोनेंट्स. सो पर्टिकुलर कंपनी प्रोड्यूसिंग दिस मच ऑफ sales, and again in the next year increasing the sales by a fixed threshold number, they will be given 4 to 6% incentives. Which is the first state to develop migration tracking system? Bihar, Gujarat, Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh. So Maharashtra has developed a migration tracking system. जितने भी प्रवासी मजदूर आते हैं या फिर माइग्रेंट लेबरर्स आर कमिंग, सो टू ट्रैक देम, कीप अ चेक ऑन देम और टू प्रोवाइड बेटर फैसिलिटी विद देम. सो माइग्रेशन ट्रैकिंग सिस्टम हैज बीन डेवलप्ड बाय द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ Maharashtra. It is a website based migration tracking system, not an app based tracking system, to map the movement of vulnerable section of migrant worker, कहाँ रहते हैं, कहाँ जाते हैं, so that in other cases like pandemic में बहुत ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम हुई थी migrant persons को लेके, they were not even getting some food to survive themselves. So as a pilot project they have developed a system, this kind of export promotion capital good EPCG scheme is associated with which ministry? MSME, Commerce and Ministry, External Affairs, Ministry of Finance. So this is related to Ministry of Commerce and Industry. इसमें क्या होता है कि if you are importing any capital good, so what is the capital good? It is the goods used to produce another good, right? You can say kind of a raw material it is. So if I have to make a battery, then I have to make a EV, right? Then lithium ion battery is a capital good. But अभी क्या होगा कि under export promotion capital goods scheme, so if you are importing any capital goods, government तो उस पे import duty लगाएगी. But if you are importing such capital good with an intention to make a final good and export it further, there will be subsidies on those imports of capital goods, right? So if you promise to export the final goods, then government is going to give you subsidy on the tax, and even your imports can be made tax free, right? So it is saying that imports of capital goods are allowed duty free. So there will be no duty on the import of capital goods, provided you make a final good out of that and you export the same good, right? Earlier it was that within 90 days you have to export the final goods back, but now you can apply for extension for a maximum period of 6 months, right? Okay. Poison bill, right? This is not bill, there is a misprinting here, so it is poison pill. Poison pill, you can say. Poison pill, which was seen in the news recently, is associated with which field? Pharmaceutical industry, food safety, acquisition of company, and virology. So this is related to acquisitions of company. And what is this? That suppose that there is a smaller company or mid-sized company, so they uses certain techniques. So this is a strategy. This poison pill is a strategy which a company will adopt, so that there is no bigger company, and bigger company does not comes and overtakes it. To avoid overtaking or acquisition of a company by another company, the smaller companies will use this kind of a strategy. How it will be using? That say, abhi I am a company, right? It is a company, it has 5 shareholders, C, D, E, F, right? So he is having 10%, he is having 20%, he is having 30%, he is having 40%, G he is having, right, this much of shares they are having. Now what happens that these two, E and he wants to sell off his share. This is 40%. Almost around, if these two sells their share to any other person, in future there are high chances that that person may overtake a company, right? To avoid this overtaking of the company, older shareholders will buy the new shares at a discounted rate, okay, so that the original ownership remains with themselves only. So basically you have to know that poison pills are associated with acquisitions of a company. It is a strategy used by the target company to avoid hostile takeovers completely, or at least even slowing down the acquisition process, right? So the question asks Samia Suluhu Hassan. So she has been recently elected as the first female president of a country, and our options are South Africa, Tanzania, Libya and Egypt, right? So an interesting fact is that she is the only female president in this African country, and our answer is Tanzania. So as you people can see, Samia Suluhu Hassan is the first female president of Tanzania. She is the first female president of Tanzania. It is the largest country in East African region, and there is a famous Mount Kilimanjaro. So Kilimanjaro is a mountain range and there is a Kilimanjaro National Park as well. So this country is famous for Kilimanjaro and its national park. She is currently the only female head of a government in Africa. So in entire African continent, this Tanzania is the only country which is being headed by a female, right? And this is dominated by Muslims, Tanzania. So she is the elected head of the state there. Recently, the president of the country met Kamala Harris. So she also met Kamala Harris, and who is the vice president of United States, as you all know, right? So this was about this question. Let's moving on to the second. Which union ministry organizes block level health melas? So which union ministry organizes block level health melas at more than 1 lakh Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center, right? The question itself is hinting towards something, that if you know about this particular scheme is being implemented by which ministry, and in the previous discussions also I have told about this scheme. And even then, if you do not know about this scheme, so you know that the training, awareness campaigns regarding health and development of hospitals, the wellness centers, this is done by which ministry? So this is quite logical. For that, our options are Ministry of Women and Child Development, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. The full name of ministry is Health and Family Welfare. Health and Family Welfare is the name of ministry. Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment and Ministry of Education. It was earlier called Ministry of Human Resource and Development, right? So which of these ministry is organizing? And our answer is, you already know it, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is organizing block level health melas. So what they do here is that this they organize these melas at more than 1 lakh centers across the country, and this is being organized in collaboration with the respective health ministries, related ministry of each and every states and union territory, right? In this, their respective Women and Child Development, Information Broadcasting, Panchayati Raj. So this is a collaboration between different ministry as well and at different levels as well. And what is the agenda is that they are organizing this in a mission mode for transforming the existing sub-health centers and primary health center into they are making it ready to deliver comprehensive primary health care, right? And the main agenda for organizing these kinds of melas were to create awareness about Ayushman Bharat scheme. And in this scheme, as I have already discussed with you people in the previous discussions, that this scheme has two components, this whole Ayushman Bharat scheme. So one is health and wellness centers. They are setting up these centers where people can get their treatments done, basic treatment done. And also there is a particular insurance scheme, right? So this scheme Ayushman Bharat has two components. One is health and wellness center, and another one is having 5 lakh insurance cover to each and everyone, right? Which country is the host for International Water Week Convention 2022? I repeat, which country is the host for International Water Week Convention 2022? India, Singapore, Nepal and Bangladesh. Our answer is, it is Singapore. So Singapore is hosting this particular convention, and it gave also a presentation on the status of wastewater generation, treatment and their management in, right? So this is particular event, not to know in much of detail. And you see the next question for us is East Timor. This is particular name of a country, East Timor, which was seen in the news and has been recently given recognition by United Nations Organization, UNO, right? So East Timor has been given recognition. This is not very recent though, been like 10-12 years. So in which year it was recognized as a different country, as a separate country? So our options are 1982, 1992, 2002 and 2012, and answer is 2002, right? So the East Timor it is just besides Indonesia, you can see. So here is our India, this is Sri Lanka, here is our India, this is Indonesian archipelago. Archipelago is a group of island, many islands, and here is East Timor, right? And western part of this particular country is still occupied by Indonesia itself. So this is the location. You can see it again on the map. I'll just erase the things so you can clearly see it is in the southeastern side, because see, this is India, right? And this is our whole Asia. So this particular region is the group called ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nation, and that there is a founding member, Indonesia. So Indonesia has had occupied till 2002 this region of 2002, right? Not 22. East Timor, right? East Timor region was occupied by which country? So Indonesia, and since 2002 it has been given separate recognition by United Nation Organization. Earlier, before even that, it was a colony of Portugal in 18th century, just like we were the colony of Britain. So this particular East Timor region was the colony of Portugal, and they got their independence in 1975. Since then, Indonesia invaded and annexed this East Timor, and now East Timor also got its recognition, its full independence in 2002, right? Moving ahead, Al-Aqsa Mosque, sometimes seen in news, is located in which city? So it's very debated. Rome, Jerusalem, Riyadh and Muscat. This particular mosque is located in Jerusalem. Jerusalem is into Israel. So this is a disputed territory between Israel and Palestine. And this mosque was recently in news due to killings of some persons, right? So during the month of Ramjan and the Jewish festival, both coincided with each other, and you know there will be, when two or interfaith celebrations are occurring, there are tensions quite obvious, not only in India, other places also. So this occurred, the recent violence which occurred during Jewish festival of Passover, which coincided with Muslim observing Ramzan, and in this clash around 17 Palestinians were wounded. So this is why this mosque came into news. It is situated in Jerusalem. You should be knowing this much. Magar, this is Magar, not Agar wala Magar. It is Magar, which was seen in news, is the name of which species? So this is a particular species named by Magar. So if you go to the Hindi meaning, it will be more clearer. So Magar is written like this, and you must be guessing if you know that Hindi meaning of particular species is Magar. So you must have guessed by the now. So our options are snake, crocodile, turtle and gecko. So in Hindi, crocodile is called magarmach, right? So this magar is the name given to the species of crocodile. It is basically found in the Ganga and Chambal basin. So these are the river basins where these kinds of crocodile are found, right? Recently over 350 magar crocodile in Rajasthan, and this are on the verge of death. They were on the verge of death due to extreme climate change and extreme climate phenomena. And as you know that crocodiles and even dolphins, and we have another species, whales. So these are all on the verge of extinction. So and there are efforts for the conservation. This magar, or you can say Mars crocodile, these are the freshwater crocodile. As you know, these are living in Ganga and the Chambal river basin. Where is World Health Organization Global Center for Traditional Medicine? This question we have already discussed. You should be knowing by now. So this is in Gujarat, Jamnagar city, right? Not to discuss too much into that. We will be moving on. National Apprenticeship Mela, which has been organized recently, is under which mission, right? So we have to guess that this particular initiative was a part of which mission, and our options are PM Rozgar Yojana, Skill India, Make in India and Startup India. See, apprenticeship is related with which trait? So in anything you go and you learn, right, and you learn by doing the thing. That is a practical exposure to that, right? So this is under this, these are the skills, and you develop by under Skill India. So this National Apprenticeship Mela is under Skill India. Skill India is a mega campaign. This Mela is a particular project or initiative. Under that, this Skill India mission was launched in 2015 with the aim to train over 40 crore people in different skills. These skills include from technical skills to electrical and any these kinds of apprenticeship skills, even the household skills like say stitching, weaving, all the things are included and taught in this Pradhan Mantri Skill India Yojana. And it has developed various initiatives like National Skill Development Mission, National Policy for Skill Development, PM Kausal Vikas Yojana, the Skill Knowledge Scheme. So these are the different initiatives, including one, the Apprenticeship Mela, under which bigger umbrella scheme is Skill India, right? Which state or union territory has launched its space tech framework and hosted the launch event on Metaverse. So Metaverse is what? The Facebook, Instagram, all has now been changed and it has a composite platform that is now called Metaverse. So there is a one state which launched its space tech framework and hosted that in the Metaverse. So which of the state is? Maharashtra, Telangana, Gujarat and Kerala. Our answer is Telangana. So Telangana is the state which hosted on Metaverse its space technology framework. Which Indian Armed Forces organizes national level pollution response exercise, and the exercise named NatPlurex. This is the exercise and hosted by Indian Army, Indian Navy, Indian Air Force and Indian Coast Guard. So this particular event, this particular initiative is organized by Indian Coast Guard. So Indian Coast Guard is the part of, we have the three defense forces guarding the frontiers of army, that is land frontiers, navy that will be operating in the high sea, Indian Air Force, but the coastal areas, so suppose that this is India, right, from 12 nautical miles from our coastline, this is territorial water, this is not the borders, this is the territory of India itself, right? But you cannot send infantry to these waters 12 nautical miles into the sea. So to guard these coastal areas and 12 nautical miles, we have Indian Coastal Guard that is also working under the Ministry of Defense, right? So this particular agency launched a national level pollution response exercise. This is NET for National, POL for Pollution, Response for R and EX for exercise, okay? And basically they were training and drilling for spill preparedness exercise. So this is spill is what sometimes there are vessels or ships which are carrying petroleum, natural gases, oils. So they, due to some accident or due to some flaws, they'll get leaked and there is a spill over the sea surface. So as you know, the density is lower, so that oil will float in the form of foam over the water surface, and that is very, very pollutive, and that is very dangerous for marine life, including plants and animals. So how to clear off those spills is that what they practiced in this particular exercise. India's first pure hydrogen plant has been commissioned in which state? Remember that we already have discussed about one question regarding blue hydrogen. So this is related to that, and India's first pure hydrogen plant which has been commissioned. You see, there will be three kinds of hydrogen. One you know is grey hydrogen. In this there will be emission of carbon. There will be another blue hydrogen in which emission of carbon is there, but that is stored somewhere, right? Stored somewhere. And there will be another green hydrogen. So this is purely hydrogen generated without emission. So which particular state is commissioned this? So Assam is the first one to commission it. As you see here, the grey, blue and green hydrogens. You can look it for here that CO2 is emitted, carbon dioxide is emitted from converting fossil fuel to hydrogen fuel. So this is not purely green, it is cleaner, but it is not the cleanest, right? Here in the blue hydrogen, fossil fuels are will be converted into hydrogen gases, but the carbon dioxide shall be captured and stored somewhere at the safer places so that it does not escape into the environment, right? But in the green hydrogen, net zero. So the amount of carbon dioxide emitted and amount of carbon dioxide stored is equals, right? So there will be overall zero carbon dioxide emissions. So this is the greenest kind of a fuel, hydrogen, right? So Oil India Limited is the company which has commissioned, it is a public sector undertaking, it has commissioned the green hydrogen plant, right? India's first, which will be 99.9% pure hydrogen, pure green hydrogen, and it will be doing that in Assam and with a capacity of 10 kg of hydrogen each day. Hydrogen is nowadays also being used as a fuel in rocket. It was earlier being used. So now they have solid fuel being used. What is the theme of Earth Day? So you know Earth Day is celebrated 22nd of April every year. What is the theme is that COVID and planet, invest in our planet, sustainable living and no to pollution. So our theme for this particular Earth Day 2022 celebrated in April is invest in our planet. This Earth Day was first time celebrated in 1970 and this is called to be the making, the start, you can say, the birth of the environment movement, when few people came out in United States to protest against degrading environment, and this was the 28th of April 1969, sorry, and since 1970 the Environment Day, Earth Day is celebrated, right? And they were protested again protesting against Santa Barbara oil spill. So this was a famous tragedy happening in United States. So this is like, say, which institution has released a draft battery swapping policy for electric vehicles? Ministry of Power, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Niti Aayog and Bureau of Energy Efficiency. You know that India has been vehemently, very strictly promoting use of electric vehicles, but in that there is a big problem of battery and battery capacity. So if you recharge the battery and you go for 300-400 kilometers and then still you need to go, but then you have to wait for like say 4 or 5 hours to get it recharged. In that situation, there will be a facility where you can replace your battery with the battery present there and you can on the go, like within 10-15 minutes, like you fuel the tank, you can go away. For this, Niti Aayog is the institution which has commissioned this policy, released this policy. So a draft battery swapping policy to support adoption of battery swapping mainly in electric scooters and 3-vehicle electric rickshaws. So it is not yet focusing on the 4-wheelers, it is focusing on the electric scooters and the 3-wheelers auto, right, that we use in for normal local transportations. Ganga Quest 2022, which was seen in the news recently, is held under which mission? Swachh Bharat Mission, National Mission for Clean Ganga, Green India Missions, and National Mission for Sustaining the Himalayan Ecosystem. So it was pretty obvious from our option itself that National Mission for Clean Ganga, and it has partnered with the Tree Craze Foundation, which is an NGO. It began the Ganga Quest, which is an online quiz, right? This was first time held in 2019 and since then it is the next edition. So the quiz was held in April. It was the last date to register was April 7 and it was held on 22nd of May, that is International Day for Biological Diversity, right? Which institution partnered with UNICEF India on Sustainable Development Goals with a focus on children? So these are the broader goals which have been set. So there are total 17 goals, right, and 65 targets into that, and these goals cover almost all the dimensions from, you can say, poverty to education. And this is very important that for your general knowledge you remember that these are the goals, not in sequence, but at least you should be knowing that these are the goals or not. Zero hunger, poverty, education for all, climate action. These are all the broader sustainable goals that we have to focus in this millennium. These are also called Millennium Development Goals. So Niti Aayog has partnered with UNICEF India with focus on children. who has been appointed a new vice chairperson of Niti Aayog. So you know that India, this Niti Aayog is the policy think tank of India. This is a policy think tank. This is an executive body meaning that it is not even given in the constitution. It is not even created by any law of parliament. So it is simply government has created through its notification. And who is the chairman of Niti Aayog? Chairman of Niti Aayog shall be Prime Minister always. So whosoever shall be the Prime Minister shall becomes the ex officio. So who is occupying the office of Prime Minister shall definitely become, by default, become the chairman of Niti Aayog. And then to assist him there is a vice president, right? So now question is, who has become the new vice chairman of Niti Aayog? Jayati Ghosh, Abhijit Banerjee, Suman K. Beri and Ramesh Chandra. So Suman K. Beri, and he has been appointed and he shall be taking charge over from Dr. Rajiv Kumar. And which ministry does this appointment and removal? So Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievance and Pension. He, Mr. Beri has served as a Director General of the National Council of Applied Economic and Research. This is also a policy think tank in Delhi. And before that he has also worked in National Statistical Commission and so, right? So what should we remember for our examination is that who is the new vice chairperson of Niti Aayog? Prime Minister shall always be the chairperson. So that will be your general knowledge part. Which is the first vaccine to be granted emergency use authorization for children up to 5 to 12 years, right? So in this question you have to note that it is not about the adults, it is about 5 to 12 years. So Corbevax is granted the emergency use authorization for children in 5 to 12 age group. So this has been developed by Biological E. We have already talked about this process, that how it has been developed, what is the protein used in this Corbevax by, and the firm which has developed is Biological E. This is a startup firm from the Hyderabad, but it is the first ever biotechnology firm, you can say, from India. India Out campaign is associated with which country? So there is an anti-India campaign going on, just to there was a apprehension that India gifted 2 helicopters to that country. So people of that country started to think, or as our government is claiming that the vested people from the vested interest floated this campaign, anti-India campaign on the social media. They wanted to out India from their local affairs. So the country is Maldives. In Maldives, we gifted 2 Chetak helicopters, and people started fearing that we are going to militarize them. We are going to set up our own military base there. So out of this fear, they took out to the social media and they started to shout out this campaign, India Out, India chale jao yahan se. Okay? India has been very supportive of Maldives, by the way, in all those tough times. Right? So these are the reasons that 2 Dhruv helicopters India gifted, and the fear of permanently military stations in the country. India has helped Maldives in so much various emergency situations when their government were at the stake. So through Operation Cactus, you should be remembering that in which country you performed Operation Cactus. So we saved the democratically elected government from an army coup in Maldives, right? And since then there has been a growing relationship of India with Maldives always. Right. The Association of World Election Bodies is located in which country? So Association of World Election Bodies is located in which of the given countries? India, Brazil, USA and South Korea. So it is located in South Korea, and Indian Election Commissioner also visited there with Indian delegation, and he was there and he tried to convince Indian community to register as Indian overseas voter. This A-Web was established in 2013 in Songdo, which is South Korea, and this is a global platform where the election commissions or electoral bodies of all the countries, which are 118 members in this organization. So इन सारे के जो electoral bodies हैं वो आके यहाँ पे convene करते हैं, मिलते हैं, and they make policies, एक दूसरे से सीखते हैं. Raisina dialogue. So Raisina is based on This Raisina is, you must be knowing that the President of India, the President House of India is located on Raisina Hills. So the place is called Raisina Hills. It is in Delhi. However, don't get confused, the people who are not from Delhi, that it is going to be a hill or hill station kind of that. It just Delhi was sometime based on the ridge of Aravalli. So that Raisina Hills is having our President House and all the important ministry, including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, External Affairs, right? So this dialogue came from this name, Raisina Hills. So it is related to which, by the time you should have known that it is related to foreign policy, right? So Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated this 7th edition. So 2022 edition is the 7th, and over around 200 speakers from 90 countries participated in this edition of this conference. So this conference is organized by, it is a joint venture of Ministry of External Affairs, and there is a policy think tank called Observer Research Foundation. This is very prominent policy think tank, including domestic and international affairs, right? And the theme, just a second, so I'll just remove it. So theme, you can say this year's theme is Terra Nova, impassioned, impatient and imperiled. So may not be, you do not need to remember the theme, but even if possible you can remember. There is no harm in adding to it. However, you should be knowing that Raisina dialogue is related to foreign policy discourse. What is the primary objective? What is the primary objective of Amrit Sarovar initiative, which was seen in the news recently? So you know, Amrit must be about preservation. Sarovar is related to the ponds. You can say the ponds are called, or lakes are called sarovars, initiatives. So it is not directly that ponds protection, but from the options you can guess that it is about the rejuvenation of water bodies. So in this particular initiative, there are around 75 water bodies which have been selected to be worked upon, and you can see India is celebrating 75th year of independence, that is called Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and on the occasion of 75th year there are 75 water bodies which are to be developed and rejuvenated in each district, the selected districts, right? And there are almost 6 ministries which are together, ministry and department. This is Department of Rural Development, Department of Rural Development. Then you have the Department of the Land Resources. This is also the part of this particular initiative, Department of Land Resources. Then you have Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation. This is also the part of Namami Gange, drinking water and sanitation. This Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, is part of Namami Gange also and Swachh Bharat also, right? Then you have Department of Water Resources. So this all will be in the new ministry, Jal Shakti. And then you have Ministry of Panchayati Raj, and then you have the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So these are the ministries and departments. A total of 6 ministries and departments are collaborating here in this particular initiative, right? Trilateral Development Corporation TDC fund, it is a fund which will be financing various initiatives, is a new diplomatic initiative of which country? Russia, India, China and USA. So our very own India has set up this fund, and this is to counter the BRI. The China has also one initiative, Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, in which they are trying to build up the, you see, this is India, this may be Bangladesh, right? And then you have Myanmar and our northeast embedded map, I have told you already. So this will be our India somewhere, right? So this here, this is China, this is Myanmar, here it is Pak. So what China is trying to do is just they have to trade into the Gulf countries, the East Asian countries, Middle East, right? So they have to go through India. There is no option for that. So either they will come beneath this is Indian Ocean, right? So what they are trying to do, they are trying to build up their presence at all the important Indian Ocean points, because here if you see there will be a very narrow passage they get from Strait of Malacca, and this Strait of Malacca is highly occupied by India, Australia and US. So they have a natural threat here. So what they are trying to do, they are trying to have their presence in all the important India's neighborhood country. So one is Bangladesh, they have built up a port. Sri Lanka, the crisis came due to the Hambantota port. In Pakistan, they have built up a Gwadar port. So they are trying to build up this entire Indian Ocean belt. They are trying to have their own presence on, and they are also trying to revive the ancient Silk Route through China-Pak Economic Corridor. So they call it Belt and Road Initiative, right? So India now has set up this trilateral development fund, which will be including the private sector also, and this will be providing to a safe and soft power alternative to Chinese Belt and Road Initiative to develop global infrastructure, and they will be offering 5G technology or anything, any help in setting up the technology and infrastructure in any country. So India will be providing this together with the United Kingdom. So they both have launched this fund. So you can see Mr. Boris Johnson here and our Modi ji here. So these two countries have founded this. Kuril Island, which was seen in the news, is claimed by which country? China and Russia, Japan and Russia, Ukraine and Russia, and UK and Russia. So this is a fight between Russia and Japan. This is the location. It is Japan. Here it is Russia. So Kuril Island is occupied by Russia since 1945 during the World War II, just after the World War II. So this is disputed territory that Japan claims it to be its own, but now illegally occupied by Russia. What is the rank of India in SIPRI data on global military expenditure? So proudly or not proudly, we are at the third position. Obviously the first one is United States, second one is China, and the third country having the most expenditure on its military is India. Of course China and India, it is obvious that they will be the top two because of the population. They have to safeguard. So there will be corresponding ratio in their borders also. But surprisingly, US is the top. It's not surprisingly because we know US is the highest expender, but it should not be because it is quite a smaller country in terms of population. But it is the largest trader of arms and ammunitions and also defense technology. So this is why they are putting a lot of budget on their US military. However, India has now come to the third, and there is the recent hike, you can say, according to the new data on global military spending published by the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. This is SIPRI. So the full form is Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. The total global military expenditure was increased by 0.7% in 2021, and this was the 7th consecutive year that spending increased in the global defense expenditure. This shows that everyone is moved to fight, right? Okay. And the top three countries we already discussed is US, China and India. India has announced to set up a transmission interconnection for the transfer of renewable power with which countries? Sri Lanka, Nepal, Maldives and Bangladesh. So we have, again, as I told you, we are contributing to Maldives development in many ways in soft power with our soft power diplomacy. So this is one example that we have set up this transmission interconnection to lease out Indian renewable power to share them with Maldives also. And this is a part of, say, India has set up a grid, one sun, one world grid, right? So this is a particular initiative in which India and other countries who are part of it shall be sharing its renewable resources, shall be promoting, right? And the major goal is to reach to the commitment done by Paris climate during the Paris climate to reduce the carbon emission. So India is taking the lead step by setting this grid so that renewable energy can be shared across the borders. Moving on to the next question. Which is the venue for international conference on pharma and medical devices sector? India is like one of the leaders in this particular sector, but which city is going to host it? So New Delhi is going to host it, right? And this particular 7th edition of International Conference on Pharma and Medical Device 2022, it was a 3-day event and it shall be held at Ambedkar International News Center, Delhi. Mansukh Mandavia, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia, who is the Minister of Health, which union ministry launched the commemorative event Enterprise India? Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Ministry of MSME, Ministry of External Affairs and Ministry of Science Tech, right? So this particular event was launched by Ministry of MSME, micro, small and medium enterprises, and the main aim was to promote entrepreneurship culture and create awareness about schemes and initiatives of Ministry of MSME. This is also the part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, that 75th year of India we are celebrating. Kwar hydroelectric project, which was seen in the news, is located in which state or union territory? And with this you should also know that on which river it is located. So it is located on Chenab river. The Chenab flows through state of Jammu Kashmir. So our answer is it is located in state of Jammu Kashmir. This is hydropower project, and this will be implemented by Chenab Valley Power Projects Private Limited. This is a company formed which shall be implementing. It is a joint venture company between NHPC Limited and Jammu Kashmir State Power Development Corporation. So this is the joint venture between these two countries. India has recently opened its new mission in which European country? Hungary, Lithuania, Latvia and Belarus. So our answer is Lithuania. Lithuania is a Baltic country, you know. This is Baltic Sea. You can see here it is Baltic Sea, and these countries Latvia, Lithuania, right, these are known as Baltic countries. Estonia, these are also known as Baltic country. And the problem why these countries are zone of tensions again, like Russia, Ukraine, is that these are the NATO countries, right? These are supported by NATO, and you can see the location. Here it is Russia just sharing the boundaries with this country. So in the backyard of Russia you have NATO. So of course there will be problems, right? Chalo. Special 301 report which was seen in the news recently is released by which country? Russia, China, USA and Germany. So this is released by USA, and they have released this report on effectiveness of US trading partners, their protection and enforcement of IPR, intellectual property right. And the recent report has placed India, China, Russia and 4 other countries, namely Argentina, Chile, Indonesia and Venezuela, on its annual priority watch list. सो उनके हिसाब से हम अच्छा काम नहीं कर रहे हैं IPR में, घोटाले कर रहे हैं. चाइना वाले तो वैसे भी कर लेते हैं, वो इंडिया को भी डाल रहे हैं. The Union Cabinet approved an additional funding of rupees 820 crores for which bank to expand its services? India Post Payment Bank, Unity Small Finance Bank, NSDL Payment Bank Limited, AU Small Finance Bank. So it did it for India Payments Bank, India Post Payment Banks. So before this I will explain you what is payment bank. So this initiative was launched by the government of India 6 years ago. In this initiative, certain entities who are not banks, full-fledged bank, they were given the license to perform banking operations, right? So they were allowed to open a savings accounts, right? Savings account. They were not allowed to give loans or credit card. So these payment banks cannot give loans and credit accounts. They can open savings account, which includes savings account or FDs they can open, right? And what is the maximum is that 1 lakh deposits they can take from the people. And the basic aim is to promote financial inclusion to the rural India, remotest area. एंड रूरल इंडिया में सबसे ज़्यादा आउटरीच किसका है? तो पोस्ट का है, पोस्ट ऑफिसेस का. सो पोस्ट ऑफिसेस ऑफ इंडिया वेर गिवन लाइसेंस टू ओपन अप द पेमेंट्स बैंक. सो दिस इज व्हाट इंडिया पोस्ट पेमेंट बैंक इज. And for this, they have got now 820 crore additional funding to set up its operations, which is the first airline in Asia to use Gagan satellite-based navigation system. So this is developed by India, and this is, however, based on the GPS, but it provides certain techniques which will just undo the errors. So GPS is not fully functional, not fully accurate for air navigations. It has certain errors. So Gagan will be using the GPS navigations, but it will be removing the errors which are there in GPS. So Gagan means GPS aided, A for aided, now G for Geo, A again for augmented, and N for navigation. This has been developed by India's ISRO and Airport Authority of India Limited. I'll write it, Airport Authority of India. So this particular agency is looking after all the safety protocols which all the airlines has to follow. So in this regard, which is the airline? It is Indigo, right? It is Indigo. Which is first, this is a question we have already discussed. Which institution released the report titled Tobacco Poisoning Our Planet? Niti Aayog, World Health Organization, UNICEF, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So this tobacco is not only directly intoxicating persons. So the report was published by WHO, and it highlighted the bad impact that it is also creating pollutions. Tobacco are mostly grown in the countries which are already water scarce, and this much amount of fresh waters are spoiled on growing tobacco, and that too for the seditious process. Seditious means that you do seductive things, narcotics things. So for not so civil processes, we are spending water, and growing tobacco also is leading to contamination of water. So it is 3-way, and one is that you are spoiling your health, that is, so 4-way evil is there. So this has been highlighted by this particular report, that tobacco poisoning our planet. So far we were aware about the ill health impact. So now let's know about the ill environmental impacts. Raghurajpur, that was recently in news, is so famous for which of the following type of paintings? Madhubani, Pattachitra, Kalighat and Pahadi. These are the types of classical Indian paintings. Raghupur is famous for Pattachitra. So Pattachitra is a cloth painting, ancient cloth painting from say around 12th century. So this is there into existence, and these paintings depict various chitras, or you can scenes from Hindu mythology, and are closely related to Jagannath and Vaishnava sect. So Jagannath is a temple, it is in Odisha, that is dedicated to Krishna, God Krishna, and that belong to Vaishnava sect, the followers of Vishnu, right? And these paintings, you can say, are mostly drawn on the cloth paintings. These are. Central Bureau of Communication which was earlier known as Department of Telecommunication, CDOT, Directorate of Advertising and Visual Publicity, Bureau of Outreach and Communication. So this was earlier known as Bureau of Outreach and Communications, right? This was set up, BOC was set up in 2017. Now Bureau of Communication, this was set up in 2017. It merged this with another there are merger of two departments in the Ministries of Information and Broadcasting, and Bureau of Communication was set up. What is Hermit, which was recently seen in news? Missile, satellite, spyware and vaccine. So this is a spyware right? And which targeted iPhones as well along with the Android phone in Italy and Kazakhstan region. So Hermit is a spyware and developed by RCS Lab. Which Indian state or union territory is the host of G20 summit in 2023? Our options are Kerala, Jammu Kashmir, Odisha and Sikkim. And answer is Jammu Kashmir. So now that they will be coming from all over discussing in Jammu Kashmir. So Jammu Kashmir is there in news for various other regions, some good, some bad, some environmental related, some projects, some events also. So this time India will be hosting in 2023 G20 summit, and Jammu Kashmir has been selected by Ministry of External Affairs. Jammu Kashmir government has constituted 5-member high-powered committee for overall coordination of G20 meeting. Which neighboring country of India has passed a constitutional amendment to empower parliament over president? So this country has been met with a severe crisis recently. We know that Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, Myanmar. So Sri Lanka is our option, and this country changed the constitution. Earlier president was having certain power to override the parliament. So by 21st amendment they expect to dissolve such sections of their constitution and gives unfettered power, which gave unfettered powers to override the parliament to the president Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Now they will be restoring that thing and parliament will be having more powers over the president. Theri desert, which was recently seen in news, in which state? Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh. So far we were aware about the desert in India is there in Rajasthan, but this state is Tamil Nadu. So Theri desert is there in Tamil Nadu. It is the red sandstone, you can say, red sand dunes, and not sandstone, sorry, sandstones are the stones, but sand dunes are the collection of sands due to winds or other factors. So these are the red sands deposited in this deserts, that is very peculiar to it. Theri desert in Tamil Nadu. A floating city named Oceanics City is going to be set up by which country? Maldives, Malaysia, South Korea and Singapore. So it will be, these kinds of technological things can be done by Singapore. So it will be just set up off the coast of in South Korea's second largest city, Busan, and its construction is going to commence next year. The Russian enclave Kaliningrad, that was in news recently, is located in which sea? North Sea, Labrador, Baltic and Beaufort Sea. So this is located in Baltic. For Baltic we have already discussed that it is very strategic from Russian point of view, because these countries which are neighbors of Russia, right, and they have the escape into sea also, so they are not fully dependent upon Russia, and these are the NATO members also. So these are the Baltic areas. Russian enclave Kaliningrad, it is located in Baltic Sea. You can see the location here, it is just near Lithuania. Which tissue or organ of human body is affected by myelodysplastic syndrome? So this is a syndrome where fresh blood is not made by bone marrow. So blood cell, thymus gland, lymphatic vessels and pancreas. So you see blood cell are affected by these kinds. So this is a kind of you can say cancer which is usually affecting the peoples in age 60 plus, right? However, it may affect any kinds of people, but it is more effective affecting peoples of 60 plus. Here in this syndrome, body's ability to make healthy blood cell is gone. So bone marrow is not making healthy blood cells, and it obstructs the body's ability to produce blood cells. It can be treated through blood transfusion, chemotherapy or stem cell transplantation. So this is a very novel and new treatment in the field of cancer treatment. Gaia missions, kya Gaia bhai? So Gaia missions, which was found in the news recently, associated with which space agency? NASA, CNA, ESA and SpaceX. So NASA is US, you know, this is France, this is European, and this is SpaceX owned by Elon Musk, right? So ESA has sent one mission to observe various stars, and they have observed a phenomena which is called star quakes. So this you can say as earthquake on the surface of some stars, right? This Gaia probe has so far covered around 1 billion stars in our Milky Way galaxy. Which country has recently pledged to cut carbon emission by 43% from 2005 levels by 2030? So 2005 के लेवल जितना था उससे 43% कट करेंगे कब तक कि 2030 तक. किसने ऐसा कमिटमेंट किया है? चाइना, इंडिया, यूएसए एंड ऑस्ट्रेलिया. सो द कंट्री इज ऑस्ट्रेलिया. बड़े अच्छे बन रहे हैं आजकल ये लोग. सो ऑस्ट्रेलियाज न्यू प्राइम मिनिस्टर एंथनी एल्बनीज़ हैज अनाउंस्ड the ambitious climate target as per Paris. So as per Paris Paris climate agreement, so what they have to do, each country has to bring out their nationally determined target, right? So India has also given, which is not about to be fulfilled. ये भाई साहब और भी आगे निकल गए, उनसे बोलते हैं 43% कम कर देंगे फ्रॉम द 2005 लेवल. सो 2005 के लेवल तक जितना इनका इमिशन होता था उससे 43% आधी कर लेंगे अभी के 8 सालों में, यानी बाई कमिंग अप टू 2030. इसके लिए इन्हें चाहिए होगा बहुत सारा रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी एंड लेसर डिपेंडेंस ऑन कोल. कनाडा इज एमिंग टू रिड्यूस इट बाई 40% फ्रॉम 2005 लेवल्स. यूएस का 52% टारगेट है जो कि कभी नहीं पूरा हो सकता, राइट? First train under the Indian Railways Bharat Gaurav scheme. So this is a particular initiative in which you can witness India's cultural heritages through trains. It was flagged between which city? First train by the Indian Railways under Bharat Gaurav scheme was flagged between which city? Mumbai, Ahmedabad, Coimbatore and Shirdi, Rameshwaram and Ayodhya, Puri and Hyderabad. So this was flagged between Coimbatore and Shirdi, right? So the answer is Coimbatore and Shirdi. So first Bharat Gaurav train under this scheme. North Railway Station in Tamil Nadu, this is Coimbatore, and Sainagar Shirdi, this is in Maharashtra. This train will be operated by private sector operator, that is South Star Rail. So another step toward privatization, 150 trains were privatized. The objective of this theme is to showcase India's rich cultural heritage and historical places to the people of India and to world. ट्रेन में बैठिए, घूमिए, पैसे दीजिए प्राइवेट सेक्टर को. Who is the first women cricketer to appear in 6 World Cups? Jhulan Goswami, Mithali Raj, Charlotte Edwards and Claret Taylor. So there are only 3 cricketers so far. 2 are men and 1 now women cricketer, and she is Mithali Raj. So 2 male other cricketers is Sachin Tendulkar and Javed Miandad from Pakistan, Sachin and Mithali from India. So she is the leading run scorer also. ODI में सबसे ज़्यादा रन बनाने वाली खिलाड़ी हैं. 7,805 runs she scored in 232 ODIs, which is the highest in ODI games. She has also been the longest serving captain. However, she has now retired from the cricket. Which Indian state or union territory declared blue duke as the state butterfly? Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Punjab, Rajasthan. So it is Sikkim. So इस तरह की चिड़िया, पंछी, nature lovers are people in the North India. So Sikkim has declared blue duke as its state butterfly. So few people are not even aware about the state bird also. So now they are selectively going for the species. Now great. On the occasions of World Environment Day, on this blue duke you can see it look like this. It is important to know that they are in the Schedule 2 of Wildlife Protection Act. This is an act which provide protection to all the animals, that these are animals which need to be protected. Their capturing or their hunting or poaching is not allowed. So there are total 6 schedules in this particular act. So they vary. The Schedule 1 are given highest protection and Schedule 6 is given the least protection. There are almost around 720 species of butterflies found in Sikkim. इसी वजह से तो एक को चुनना पड़ रहा है. Now, National Tribal Research Institute was inaugurated in which state or union territory? Karnataka, New Delhi, Madhya Pradesh and Jharkhand, and it has been inaugurated in Delhi. So this will be again a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. NTRI will provide tribal communities with necessary resources and all the policy inputs to Ministry of Tribal Affairs and Social State Welfare Departments as well. Whitley Gold Award is presented to people who contribute in which field? So this question is directly asking Whitley Gold awards are related to which field? Literature, sports and games, social services, wildlife and biodiversity conservation. It is related to wildlife and biodiversity conservation. And who has got which Indian has got its award now? So Charu Dutt Mishra, he is a snow leopard conservationist and he was awarded Whitley Gold Award in 2022 for his efforts involving local communities and conserving the snow leopard. IUCN star score, which was sometimes seen in news, is associated with which field? Power rating, species extinctions, air quality and solid waste management. So our options are power rating के लिए we use B rating. It's not IUCN star. So it's B star rating for powers. IUCN क्या है? This is International Union for Conservation of Nature. So this is very, वो जो extinct, near extinct species को classify करता है, this is IUCN. So now you can relate, this star will be for the extinction rating कि कौन कितना extinct हो गया है, किस country में कितने extinct वाले हैं. So this is related to species extinctions, right? And as per this, इंडिया को कितना स्कोर दिया गया है? सो इंडिया नेशनल स्टार स्कोर रिप्रेजेंट 3.4% ऑफ द ग्लोबल स्टार. सो जितने ज़्यादा स्टार है ना, उसमें से 3.4 इंडिया वाले हैं, राइट? टोटल जो इंडिया का स्टार स्कोर है दैट इज़ 41,000. सो बनाया होगा, एक स्पेसिस को 5 स्टार दिया, उससे कितने वेराइटी मिलते हैं, दैट इज द डिफरेंट कैलकुलेशंस. फॉर अस टू इम्पॉर्टेंट टू नो इज दिस पर्टिकुलर IUCN स्टार स्कोरिंग इज फॉर species conservation or their extinctions. Port Mongla, which was seen in news recently, is located in which country? Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, China and Iran. So this is located in Bangladesh, right? Third edition of bilateral exercise Bongo Sagar. Bongo means Bengal and Sagar means ocean. So Indian Navy and Bangladesh Navy conducts this their joint exercise every year. So Indian and Bangladesh Navy conducted this Bongo Sagar at Port Mongla. Kaneri Caves, a Buddhist site, is located in which state? Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Maharashtra and Bihar. So Maharashtra is very famous for these kinds of caves related to Buddhism or even Hinduism. Ajanta Ellora, so you can find Ajanta there. Kaneri Caves are also located. These are located in the Sanjay Gandhi National Park and it is in Mumbai. This has around 100 caves, Kaneri, and it comes under the purview of Archaeological Survey of India. They are dating from 1st century to 10th century era. Mujib, the making of a nation movie, jointly produced by which countries? Bangladesh and Nepal, Bangladesh and China, Bangladesh and India, Bangladesh, Myanmar and India. Right, so Mujib is the name of the person who was very instrumental in the foundation on, he's called the father of Bangladesh simply. The time when Bangladesh was liberated from Pakistan, meaning that Bangladesh used to be East Pakistan and after 1972 it came to an independent existence. So independence of Bangladesh में इनका बड़ा योगदान था. He is Mujibur Rahman, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, right? And he is also known by the name Bang Bandhu. So Bang means Bengal, Bandhu means भाई, तो बंगाल के भाई हैं. बंग बंधु शेख मुजीबुर रहमान. तो उनके ऊपर एक मूवी बनाई गई है एंड इस मूवी के डायरेक्टर हैं श्याम बेनेगल. ही इज़ वेरी गुड डायरेक्टर एंड इफ़ यू गेट टाइम सो वॉच हिज सीरीज कॉल्ड संविधान. आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट नेटफ्लिक्स का सीरीज, ये नेटफ्लिक्स पे नहीं है, यू विल वॉच गेट यू ऑन यूट्यूब. सो दिस गिव्स की हाउ इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन वन मेड. तो अराउंड 30 मिनट्स के ये 10 एपिसोड्स है. इफ़ यू गेट टाइम एंड इफ यू आर इंटरेस्टेड यू कैन वॉच इज वेरी गुड सीरीज एंड ही इज़ वेरी गुड डायरेक्टर ऑल्सो. सो ही मेड दिस पर्टिकुलर movie, and Bangladesh and India has together made produced this on the life of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. From India National Film Development Corporation has cooperated with Bangladesh Film Development Corporation on this movie. Who is the first Indian layman to be declared as a saint by Vatican? So इन लोगों ने किसको बना दिया? देवासयम कुराइकोस एलियास चारवा एओफ्रेजिया अल्फोंसा. सो देवाश्याम को सेंट बना दिया है वेटिकन सिटी वालों ने, तो अब इनको जीसस वगैरह नहीं बनाएंगे. ठीक है. कोकाबुर्क, it is a lingua franca. So lingua franca means that it is the most spoken native language. So that is lingua franca. Suppose that we are in Delhi, or so lingua franca shall be Hindi, right? However, in any dialectical form and any form. So lingua franca is the most favorite language of the native population. So Kokborok, this is a language which is spoken in Tripura, mostly spoken in Tripura. So there, this particular language has been recognized as, you see, lingua franca, right? And this is our very good to know. This is the language map of India, right? This is the language map of India, and it depicts that which kind of language is spoken where natively, lingua franca. So you see the Hindi is spoken in this belt, Uttarakhand, Himachal, then you have Punjab is having Punjabi, Jammu Kashmir is having Urdu, Gujarat is having Gujarati, here they have Marathi, this area is Telugu, Oriya, Bengali, and they have English here in parts of Arunachal, right? And the other regions are here the Mizoram, Mizo peoples look. Kokoborok has now become the language of lingua franca of Tripura, and this whole region is Hindi belt, right? This much is the Hindi spoken area, you find it. Okay, right. So our next question is, which country holds the presidency for G20 summit 2022? Which country holds the presidency of G20 in 2022? So G20, I'll brief about it, is a group of 20 countries, and who all are they? What is the short trick mnemonics to remember this country? But let's see the question first. It says, which country holds the presidency for 2022 summit of G22? Right? Options are India, Indonesia, China and Japan. Actually, this summit was held in Indonesia, and G20, as I told you, is the group of countries. And how we can remember this? There is a short mnemonics, star BF sent you indigo magic juice, right? So if you have to remember all the countries, basically you can remember in the conventional way also, remembering each of the country, but by this trick you can also remember. एक छोटे से ट्रिक के थ्रू आप याद रख सकते हैं. तो कैसे होगा? Now S in stars, every letter of every capital letter indicates one different country, right? The small letters won't be indicating the different country, unique country, right? So let's see the stars. Who all are the country? Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Australia, Russia and South Africa. These are 5. Now Brazil and France 7, South Korea 8, United States 9, Indonesia 10, Mexico, Argentina, Germany, Italy and Canada. So another 5. Now Japan, UK, India, China, and this one is not a country. This is a group of countries called European Union. So these are the 20 countries. G20 is basically group of 20, right? So this time in 2022, Indonesia has the presidency. It will be supervising the meeting of G20, right? Second, financial and central bank deputies meeting. It also produced a draft. It also produced a rough sketch rules for long-term economic recovery strategy, right? To tackle future pandemics, that if any kind of a pandemic occurs in future, so what could be the strategy? So they have G20 countries have prepared a draft on what could be the future strategy, so that we can avoid this kind of a pandemic situations also. And also you should be knowing that the theme of this year's G20 meeting was recover together and recover stronger. So this was the theme. This is the theme of G20 meeting in 2022. Basically for the G20 you need to remember these countries. They may ask question, which of the following countries are not in the group of G20 or is in the group of G20 countries, right? Okay. Where is the headquarters of United Nations Conference on Trade and Development? It's in short form UNCTAD it is called. So where is the headquarter located? So the headquarter is located in Geneva. Headquarter is located in Geneva. This is basically a regulatory bodies which works in the sectors of trade and how worldwide trade can be developed. What are the measures that can be taken for development of trade worldwide? It's located in Geneva. This Geneva is based in Switzerland. You must be knowing Geneva in Switzerland, right? And the year of formation for UNCTAD is 1964. So this organization was formed in 1964. Now whether India is a member, so yes, India is also a member for this UNCTAD, and its parent organization happens to be the General Assembly itself, United Nations General Assembly. This is an intergovernmental organization, right? And it has the aim to promote trade among developing countries. Which are the developing countries? Like India. India is a developing country. It is developed country are the country which has reached the certain level, threshold level of per capita income and other social achievements like health, etc. So India is still into the zone of developing countries, about to become the developed one. Basically the developed countries are United States or the Western countries, you can say. So this organization has stated that India's trade deficit as a percentage of global trade has reduced to 0.6% in 2022, which was earlier 0.7%. So trade deficit of India has reduced. This is one major finding of this particular UNCTAD. What is trade deficit? As I have already told you, suppose that a country, India, is exporting total amount of goods in a calendar year, that is X, right? And it is importing the total amounts of goods, that is M. So the exports minus imports, you can say net export. So if the export is lesser than the import, we are importing more. If the import is more and we are exporting less as compared to our imports, then the situation is called to be the trade deficit, right? It will go into minus. If X minus M, export minus import, is greater than 0, then the country is not in trade deficit. But X minus M is lesser than 0, then you can say it is in trade deficit. Simply put, if the imports of the country exceeds than its exports, then it is called trade deficit. अगर किसी देश में import ज़्यादा हो रहा है, export कम हो रहा है, बाहर सामान कम बेचा जा रहा है, that is called trade deficit, right? Let's move. So this is the trick again to remember that the countries which are the organization which are having the headquarters at Geneva, you can remember that. If I need to tell you that these are the countries which are having these are the organizations which are having headquarters at Geneva, which are World Health Organization, World Trade Organization, Meteorological Organization, WIPO. This is Intellectual Property Right Organization, International Labour Organization. This is also having its headquarters at Geneva, International Committee on Red Cross Organization. So these are all the specialized agency of United Nations organization, right? So majorly all the world organizations are having its headquarter. One exception is that International Maritime Organization, its headquarter is situated in London. So this is not situated at Geneva. Apart from that, World Economic Forum is also, this is very important organization. Every year 3 or 4 reports you can see coming out from World Economic Forum. And United Nations Conference on Trade and Development that we already saw. These are the organization. These are the organization situated in Geneva. One important organization which is not situated is International Maritime Organization, right? Moving on. Which institution launched agroecology based program called JIVA? JIVA. So which of the institution has launched? So it's NABARD. What is the meaning of NABARD? It is National Agricultural Bank for Rural Development. National Agricultural Bank for Rural Development. So this is particularly given the task for financing the agricultural loans, for refinancing if certain person, it is the authority, this NABARD is an authority which is tasked, which has been given the mandate to finance and refinance. Refinancing meaning that suppose that I am a farmer, I go and take loan from X bank, right? To give me loan, this X banks also require certain money from somewhere. So NABARD is given this responsibility of financing the financer. So refinancing meaning financing the financer. This is very important organization, NABARD, in the field of agriculture and rural development in India. Meanwhile, this particular program JIVA has been launched by NABARD itself. Right, so what is that? It is an agroecology based program which aims to promote the natural farming, right? Natural farming under watershed and wadi program. This is already given implementation, this particular program, watershed and wadi, and under that program JIVA initiative is launched. Now let's see what is the aim of NABARD. The aim is to effectively implement the principles of agroecology, long-term sustainability, and transform the pre-existing social natural capital towards efficient farming. Right? NABARD as an institution was formed in 1982, 12th of July. Its headquarters is situated in Mumbai, and the present chairman is Govind Rajulu Chintala. Right? So these are the basic details about NABARD. Xinjiang region. So this is a region in which country we have to guess, we have to know through this question that Xinjiang region, which was seen in the news, is located in which country? Bangladesh, China, South Korea and Japan. It is situated in China. So Xinjiang is located in China. In the last few questions, we read about the China-Pak economic corridor, right? China-Pakistan economic corridor. So China and Pakistan together are building a corridor, right? So I am like bad at map. So please bear with me and consider this as India and this particular portion Pakistan, and here is China, right? So China and Pakistan are trying to build upon an economic corridor from this region. This is the Xinjiang region in China, and through the Pakistan occupied Kashmir, which is already a part of India. We have a full claim over that. So through that territory, it is building a road to this particular port in Balochistan region. This is Gwadar port. Right. So this particular corridor CPEC, that is called China-Pak Economic Corridor, so this originates from here and goes till where? The Xinjiang province in China. So this is important from that perspective also. Meanwhile, in this question, what is the context? Is International Labour Organization has condemned, it has criticized China for racial and religious discrimination in Xinjiang region. So who are the people living in this Xinjiang region? Are the Muslims. So they have a particular community of Muslims, Uyghurs. So these are the Muslim people with no freedom, no, not even the freedom to go and pray in the mosque or etc. So absolute violation of personal rights were reported from that particular area, the labor rights violation. So for this purpose, due to this reason, ILO, International Labour Organization, condemned China for religious and racial discrimination in this following region. This is called Xinjiang region. Luc Montagnier, who passed away recently, won the Nobel Prize for Medicine in the discovery of human immunodeficiency virus. This is HIV, the same virus which causes AIDS, right? Human immunodeficiency virus, Ebola, chikungunya and rotavirus. So there is a particular Nobel Award winner who recently left us. So what was his discovery for which he got Nobel Prize? So he got Nobel Prize for the discovery of human immunodeficiency virus, the AIDS spreading virus, right? He won this prize in the year 2008. कौन से साल में मिला था? 2008 में मिला था इनको नोबेल प्राइज फॉर द डिस्कवरी ऑफ HIV that causes AIDS, right? He, along with his colleague, there was one another person who was to support him, Francis Sinosi. Okay. Apart from that, what I would like to tell you that Nobel Prize of 2021. So that was conducted, that was awarded in December 2021, and you should be knowing the Nobel Prize winner in the different walks of life for the 2021, right? Let's see one by one. So Nobel Prize for Economics was given to David Card and Joshua D. Angrist. You can Google them also and see what works they have done. I am just giving you the area and their names. So they got Nobel Prize in Economics. The Nobel Literature Prize was given to Abdul Razak Gurnah. So in literature, right? The Nobel Prize in the field of medicine was given to David Julius. Oh, sorry, medicine should go this way. David Julius and Ardem. This is P. Pola Puitin. So they got in medicine. Now one is left is physics. In physics, the Nobel Prize was divided into two segments. So one half was shared by Mr. Sukarno Manabe from Japan. Now Klaus Haslem, right? And another half was given to Giorgio Parist, right? So this is about the Nobel Prize winners of last year. In mathematics, you would be knowing that in mathematics there is no Nobel Prize given. In mathematics, in the field of mathematics, they give Abel Prize. Abel Prize. So there is no Nobel Prize in mathematics. In mathematics, it's called Abel Prize. It is the Nobel equivalent given in the mathematics. Paul Henry Santiago Damiba. So he has been declared the president of which country? It is an African country. All of the options given are African country. So we have to know from which of the following countries Paul Henry Santiago Damiba has been declared the president. So he was from military of that particular country, and followed by a recent coup military war, he was given the post of president. So Burkina Faso, Namibia, Zimbabwe and Mali, these are our options. So he belongs to Burkina Faso. He was posted at the post of lieutenant colonel in the National Armed Forces and got declared as the president of the Burkina Faso. It is the top constitutional body which declared him as a president. Which state initiated Operation Parivartan to eliminate cultivation of cannabis? Cannabis मतलब ganja. Ganja you must relate in Hindi. It is called ganja. So this is particular variety of drug which is taken by the people in India. Apart from taking in raw format in the form of ganja, this cannabis are also used in making other severe kinds of drugs like heroin, cocaine. So all are the cannabis product only. So there is a particular state which has initiated an Operation Parivartan to eliminate the cultivation of ganja, that is cannabis, which is the state Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh and Goa. The state which has done this noble initiative is Andhra Pradesh, right? Andhra Pradesh police has recently initiated Operation Parivartan, an operation to eliminate the cultivation of cannabis, right? Special Economic Bureau is also collaborating with Andhra Pradesh local police to help them. India signed agreement with United Nations World Food Program for distribution of wheat to which country? Wheat was recently too much into the news related to severe wheat shortage in US and other European country. By the time India was having good amount of storage of wheat and production of wheat, so India used to export to other countries. Now it has promised to give wheat to one of the countries via United Nations Food Program. So this particular United Nations Food Program is the largest, you can say, humanitarian organization in the world. Humanitarian organization in the world. Their main role is to fight poverty and hunger. Poverty and hunger. Right? And it is headquartered in Rome. Rome is in Italy. Founded 1961. These are the details that you should be keeping an eye on each of the organization of United Nations. आप एक टेबल बना लो जिसमें सारे important organization, their location, their founding year and their work. You can have it on one page. Anytime it may be useful like that. Okay. We'll also discuss separately once we go to the GK portion. Right now that this particular organization has partnered India to supply wheat to which country? Afghanistan. Afghanistan has been a good friend of India, and also now India will be giving them wheat assistance of around 50,000 million tons. Right? India is committed to send this relief to Afghanistan as a humanitarian assistance. No trade involved here. Right? Medaram Jatra is a fair celebrated in which Indian state? Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, Gujarat and Bihar. So this is celebrated in Telangana. It is a fair, it is a tribal fair and also known to be the Asia's largest tribal fair. Asia's largest tribal fair. Tribal Mela. So Janjati, tribal is called tribal people. So it is the largest fair of the tribal people in Asia, right? It is conducted by which ministry? Ministry of Tribal Affairs, and they have given a grant of around 2.26 crore for various activities during this Medaram Jatra. And which community is associated? So Koya tribe is associated with this particular festival, right? And there are two important goddesses who are revered. So goddess Samakka, you should be knowing, and Sarala Amma. Okay, and this festival is celebrated once in the 2 year. once in 2 years. So this is a biennial festival, tribal festival, Asia's largest tribal festival. Aichi, former Turkish airline chairman, has now been appointed as the MD and CEO of which Indian airline? Spice, Indigo, Air India and Vistara. So he has taken charge of Air India. The Tata Group, after acquisition of Air India, appointed him. He also served as a chairman of former airlines in Turkey, right? He will be managing director and CEO of Indian Airlines after the acquisition of Indian Airlines. So Indian Airlines was earlier a government entity, now taken over by Tata Group. So Indian Airlines is now privatized. Which union ministry launched New Frontiers program as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, right? So this is a program which was held in 16 to 18 February 2022 by Ministry of New and Renewable Energy at Delhi. There were various functions and discussions about India's leadership. What was the topic of this particular event? India's leadership, how India is taking a leadership role. So India's leadership in energy transition. Energy transition, right? And they also had a discussion on roadmap to achieve net zero carbon emission by 2017. What is net zero carbon emission? So again, some calculations involved here, right? See, if a country is producing X million ton of carbon, but it is taking other steps as a carbon sink, like trees, like replacing emission of carbon, reducing it. So overall emission of carbons is equal to or lesser than the absorption of carbon by various methods, like tree, promoting greeneries. So this is called net zero emission. Net zero emission. Like you say, some of the airport in India is going net zero in terms of carbon emission, like Indira Gandhi Airport in Delhi. Legal mining of Bajri. So Bajri is the sand which you find in the riverbed, has been initiated in which state? Now note it is not telling banned in which state. Earlier it was banned, but with the approval of Supreme Court, which of the following states has allowed to start riverbed sand mining, that is mining of Bajri? So the answer is Rajasthan. Answer is Rajasthan. Earlier Supreme Court has banned such mining 4 years ago, but now after the survey, so Supreme Court has banned it till a scientific survey was conducted and the reports were submitted. So court appointed a central empowered committee to conduct the investigation and survey regarding the illegal mining. After getting the reports, it has allowed and Rajasthan has initiated this mining. Which is the first institution to be set up under National River Interlinking Policy? Very, very important. You should know that Ken-Betwa link project is there into motion, right? Answer is going to be Ken-Betwa Link Authority. So what they are going to do, there are two important rivers flowing from the Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh area. One is having sufficient amount of water, but the surrounding area of one river is water scarce, drought kind of a situation, or not sufficient amount of water for irrigation is there. So their particular river is that Betwa. So in Betwa river there is a water surplus. So through a particular link canal, they are going to link Betwa river with the Ken river. This is Bundelkhand area. So this is not so fertile and requires irrigation. Bundelkhand area. So this Ken-Betwa river interlinking project is the first project in such project in the country of linking two rivers, right? This was highly debated due to various environmental concerns. Since they are trying to change the course of this particular river through canal, there will be lot of damage, cutting of trees, etc. and in this region there is a particular tiger reserve also, that is Panna Tiger Reserve. This was a biosphere reserves. So it is debated that this particular link project is going to submerge so many areas of this tiger reserve, that thereby posing threats to biodiversity. Posing threats to biodiversity. Which institution hosts the World Sustainable Development Summit? UNFCCC, Niti Aayog, the Energy and Resource Institute, Bhabha Atomic Research Center. This is way out in the World Sustainable, so Niti Aayog can also be eliminated. UNFCCC and TERI. So the answer is TERI, the Energy Resource Institute. This has to host World Sustainable Development Summit. Do you know what sustainable development means? So general definition is the development which is not compromising the needs of the future generation, meaning the development which is eco-friendly, environment friendly, not causing so much of damage to environment, because without development no country can survive, and without environment humanity cannot thrive. Both has to be balanced, and this balancing act is called sustainable development. So this time a conference is being hosted by the Energy Resource Institute, TERI, and the latest edition. So India will be spearheading this. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated this summit in India, and the theme is towards a resilient planet, ensuring a sustainable and equitable future. Right? What is the outlay of Pradhan Mantri Prime Minister Awas Yojana PMAY in the Union Budget 2022-2023? So how much amount is sanctioned? Very factual detail. The amount of 48,000 crores has been sanctioned in this year's budget for Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Prime Minister Awas Yojana. You should be knowing that there are two variations of Pradhan Mantri PMAY. One is urban and PMAY, that is rural. So both are run by different ministry. Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and this is run by Ministry of Rural Development. Ministry of Rural Development. This rural Prime Minister Awas Yojana Gramin or rural version was launched in 2016. This was launched in 2015. The basic agenda of entire scheme is to take housing for all. There is a theme, housing for all, right, by 2022. However, this target is expected to get missed, but the motive is to build housing for all. For this, in the urban variation, there will be four components. They are trying to rehab the slum dwellers, rehabilitation of slum dwellers. Though the people who live in slums, so they will be rehabilitated to Pakka house. Now there will be credit linked subsidy scheme. So अगर आप urban area में रहते हैं and you want to build a house, for that you will be given a subsidized loan, credit linked subsidy. This could be through if you want to purchase any apartment in the partnership. So this is affordable housing scheme. So various construction company has partnered with this scheme to provide affordable housings they are getting. And now even if you want to build individual houses, you will be given support under this particular scheme. These are the four elements of PMAY urban. In PMAY rural, they are also trying to build upon a Pakka sustainable house for every person, housing for all in rural areas also. There are two different ministry. This year, Finance Minister announced that there will be allocation of 48,000 crores of rupees for completion of 80 lakhs houses under Pradhan Mantri Prime Minister Awas Yojana in rural and urban areas. So both the versions included, there are 48,000 crores. Already there are some proposals, over 60,000 houses across 5 states have been approved under the project, and there are more to come as per government data. What is the main objective of PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan? So this is a kind of a flagship initiative of Government of India out in this budget. This scheme is already there since before, but this particular initiative PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan was highlighted and given too much emphasis in this year's budget, and this will be basically holistic infrastructure development plan. Holistic infrastructure development plan. This will be collaborating, or this will be submerging all the important infrastructure schemes or of the state governments and even the central government. So the answer is going to be this Gati Shakti Master Plan is related to infrastructure development. So they were sanctioned. This Gati Shakti has been given a huge budget of 100 lakh करोड़ रुपीस. ये लाख नहीं है भाई, इतने लाख करोड़ है. ठीक है, तो बहुत सारा पैसा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे दिया जा रहा है अंडर पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान टू डेवलप. अब इसमें क्या क्या डेवलप किया जाएगा? 12 ग्रीन फील्ड एक्सप्रेसवे. ग्रीन फील्ड क्या होता है? न्यू, स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम न्यू. सो देयर हैज बीन नो वर्क. इफ देयर हैज बीन नो वर्क इन दिस पर्टिकुलर एरिया, तो दैट इज कॉल्ड ग्रीन फील्ड. और जिसमें पहले से काम हुआ है उसको कुछ सही ठीक ठाक करना है, रिपेयर करना है, दैट इज कॉल्ड ब्राउन फील्ड. राइट, this is the difference between greenfield and brownfield projects. So there will be development of 22 greenfield expressways, and there will be lot of expressways. Around 23 infrastructure project including highways and multimodal parks. So multimodal meaning not only one mode of transport, it will be connected via railway, roadways and even waterways, airways. So there will be exit and entry points for all the modes of transportation. So those multimodal parks are going to be built up under this Gati Shakti plan, and this data is released by whom? Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Right, very important scheme for Government of India. The world's first woman who was cured of HIV through which process? So answer is stem cell transplant, anti-retrieval therapy, tuberculosis treatment and blood transfusion. The answer is going to be a stem cell transplant. So what is stem cell transplant? That, see, basically stem cells are regenerative cells. They are regenerative cells. खुद ही में बनते हैं ये. एक सेल डाल दो, these are not actually virus, but एक सेल होता है. So this can regenerate on its own over given period of time. So what happens कि अगर कोई portion is affected by cancer or any disease, so that portion starts decaying. So in human body, these stem cells are injected from outside, right? Stem cells will be injected from outside, and these cells, as I told you, has the regenerative tendency. So this will multiply over the course of time, and it will replace and it will grow the decayed tissue. So फिर से वो organ सही काम करने लग सकता है. This technology still is in डेवलपिंग स्टेज. तो ऐसा नहीं कि इसमें हमने फुल प्रूफ काम कर लिया है, एंड इट इज़ फुली फंक्शनल. प्रॉब्लम यह है कि इससे एथिकल कंसर्न होते हैं. रीजनरेटिव है, अब इसको करके क्लोन भी बनाया जा सकता है इंसान का. राइट, स्टेम सेल ट्रांसप्लांट थेरेपी इज ऑल्सो नोन एज दिस रीजनरेटिव थेरेपी. ठीक है. सो अ यूएस वुमेन इज सेड टू हैव बिकम द थर्ड पर्सन इन द वर्ल्ड टू बी क्योर्ड ऑफ HIV. फर्स्ट वुमेन, राइट, एंड टोटल ऑफ थर्ड पर्सन. ठीक है. सी ऑल्सो इज द फर्स्ट वुमेन टू बी क्योर्ड. दिस वुमेन इज ए ल्यूकेमिया पेशेंट एंड रिसीव्ड ए स्टेम सेल ट्रांसप्लांट फ्रॉम समवन विथ नेचुरल रेजिस्टेंस टू एड कॉजिंग वायरस. सो अब इसमें कैसा ट्रांसप्लांट किया जाएगा? सपोज किसी को कैंसर है, तो वैसे स्टेम सेल को खोजा जाएगा विच इज रेजिस्टेंस फ्रॉम दैट विच इज हैविंग रेजिस्टेंस फ्रॉम दैट पर्टिकुलर डिजीज. किसी को कोविड हुआ पड़ा है, कोविड से बेचारा मरने वाला है, तो ऐसा स्टेम सेल ढूंढो विच इज रेजिस्टेंट फ्रॉम COVID virus. So that stem cell can be injected. Right. Moving on. Which African country has recently declared a polio outbreak? So the country is Malawi. It is a landlocked country near Zambia, Tanzania, Mozambique, Zimbabwe. So this is a country here, and there is a particular outbreak of polio virus. What is the object of World Bank's reward program? So this is a program which is launched in collaboration with India. So what is the purpose of? So this is for the watershed management. So Government of India along with two state government, Karnataka and Orissa, has partnered World Bank for watershed development in region. So what is the exact meaning of reward? It is regenerating watershed for agriculture resilience through innovative development program, right? This is a reward. Around 15 million US dollar fund has been granted by World Bank and which agency? IBRD, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. This is the agency of World Bank which finances such kind of projects in the developing countries. So Government of India and these two state governments are getting fund through this. What is the objective? To improve watershed, improve water and land conservation. This reward program is here to improve water and land conservation, to improve water and land conservation. ठीक है. Khajuraho Dance Festival is a famous event organized in which Indian state? Gujarat, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. Khajuraho is a very important tourist place, city, land of temple city is called. It is there in Madhya Pradesh, Vindhya region, Vindhya mountain region of Madhya Pradesh. Khajuraho was a temple and this entire city was built by Chandela dynasty. You should be remembering this. This Khajuraho was built by Chandela dynasty during say around 950 to 1050 AD. This lies in Vindhya's mountain range, right? And this Khajuraho was hidden. Even Indians didn't know about it. It was highlighted by a famous foreign traveler Al-Baruni. So first time he brought out कि ऐसा कोई temple city छुपा हुआ है इंडिया में. So this 48th Khajuraho Dance Festival commenced in Madhya Pradesh. This is going to be a week-long festival around 26th of February. एक वीक चलेगा वहाँ से. कौन सा डिस्ट्रिक्ट है? छतरपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश में. एंड इट इज organized under आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव. So this year we are celebrating the 75 years of Indian independence और उसको बोला गया है आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव. ठीक है. Supreme Court has scrapped the gender cap on performance in orchestra bars in which state recently? So this is to bring about the gender equality in profession. महाराष्ट्र में सुप्रीम जो जेंडर कैप लगा हुआ था on the females performing in the orchestra bars. So Supreme Court has scrapped this policy and this is into relation with Article 15(1) and Article 19(1)(g). Article 19(1)(g) क्या कहता है कि आपको you are freedom of trade and profession. You can choose any profession or trade as per your choice. However, with certain restriction, you cannot choose terrorist activity, which is immoral activities, all kinds of things. In which Indian state is the giant meteor wave radio telescope is located? So GMRT is located in Gujarat, Sikkim, Maharashtra and Uttarakhand. It is located in Maharashtra. So it is an array of 30 such telescopes, radio telescopes located near Pune. Pune में है in the state of Maharashtra. Which country topped the medal tally in 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics? So which country topped? India से केवल एक ही पार्टिसिपेंट गए थे विंटर ओलंपिक्स में. So Norway topped it. Norway has a total medal tally of 37, out of which 16 gold, 8 silver and 13 bronze medal they got it. Second games in a row. So second times Norway has topped the Winter Olympics and this year Winter Olympic was held in Beijing. Which region is affected by storm cluster including 3 storms? Storms name is Eunice, Franklin and Dudley. North America, Europe, Australia and Africa. Our answer is Europe. So this is the region which is affected by storm clusters. So the first the storm Eunice sparked the first ever red weather warning for London. So this was in the London region, one of the most powerful tempest in Europe since the Great Storm in Britain that was done in 1987, killing around 15 people. Right? Franklin and Dudley वो 2 दिन के बाद हुआ था. And this back-to-back storms are known as storm clusters. Which union ministry implements Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana? So Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana is implemented by Ministry of Rural Development. Pradhan Mantri, it is a national infrastructure, rural infrastructure development agency. इसमें क्या होता है, वैसे places, those places which are not connected by all weather roads. So especially it happens in rural India कि if there is rainy season or anything kind of that, the rain for the entire communication is problematic. There will be no road, there can be no vehicle passing. To promote those all weather roads in the rural area, what happens, the population, the areas having more than 500, those villages having 500 plus population in plain areas and 250 plus population in hilly areas or in northeastern region, so they are eligible to become under this particular agency which is Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, and this is run under Ministry of Rural Development. Chalo. Which institution authorizes all prepaid instruments in India? What is the prepaid instruments की आपको जैसे कार्ड यूज करते हैं, क्रेडिट और डेबिट कार्ड, राइट? So if you use a credit or debit card, what is the basic difference between that? In credit card, you do the shopping first, you spend it on first, then you will pay the bill. So this is what a postpaid instrument. After you do the shopping, after you purchase it, after you utilize it, after utilization, you have to pay the bill. But in prepaid cards like your debit cards or any other gift card, you might be that if you are working professional or you are working in any MNCs, might be that you are getting some Diwali gift, so they will be giving you a card. So those are prepaid cards. They will fill that with a X amount, right? And then you can utilize the amount as per your choice. So these all prepaid instruments in India are regulated and they are authorized by which of the following organization? One is NPCI, another one is RBI, another one is Ministry of Finance, another one is Enforcement Directorate, right? So this Enforcement Directorate is related to investigation of money laundering offences. This is called ED. Finance Ministry is executive body. This will not be indulged into a regulatory thing. So our two obvious options left are NPCI and RBI. So these are all regulated by RBI because this prepaid instruments also comes under the purview of Payments and Settlements Act 2007. So anything which is coming under Payment and Settlement Act has to be regulated by RBI itself, Reserve Bank of India itself. You can see all the prepaid instruments from like Paytm, Phone Pay, all these are regulated by RBI itself. And recently they have issued a caution notice against car pulling apps. So they were running in a semi-prepaid instrument without any authorization from the RBI. So there are certain apps, even some money lending apps. They will give you quick money and charge you even quicker and higher interest. So they also have to take authorization from RBI. But there are many loan lending apps which are not authorized by RBI. So the RBI also issued notices against them and also for the caution of the public. Now, which Indian mathematician was conferred Ramanujan Prize for Young Mathematician Award 2021? Neena Gupta, R. Praganadha, Dr. B. Umashankar and Dr. Kuntal Ghosh. So Neena Gupta was awarded, the Indian mathematician who got awarded with Ramanujan Prize. Ramanujan is a मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट और इसके हिस्टोरिक मैथमेटिकल फिगर इन इंडिया. So in his name there is a particular award given, Ramanujan Prize for young mathematician, and for 2021 it was given to Neena Gupta. She is a professor of mathematics and Indian Statistical Institute ISI Kolkata. She received the award for 2021 for her significant work in affine algebraic geometry and commutative algebra. Who chairs the Financial Stability and Development Council, FSDC? So Financial Stability and Development Council is chaired by the RBI Governor or Union Finance Minister or Prime Minister or the Niti Aayog CEO. It is chaired by Union Finance Minister. And who is the Union Finance Minister of India at present? Nirmala Sitharaman. So what is this FSDC? So FSDC is a group of, it is a body having the chairperson of all regulatory bodies. Which are the regulatory bodies in India? Like RBI, right? So there will be governor of RBI in this particular council. Okay, then there will be chairperson of SEBI. So this SEBI is regulating the entire stock market, the exchange in India. Then there is another PFRDA, Pension Fund Regulatory and Development Authority. So it is regulating the pensions and all in India. Another one regulatory body, IRDO. So this is IRDA. So this is the regulator of insurance sectors, Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority. So there will be chairman of all these bodies into FSDC, and the presiding officer of FSDC will be Union Minister of Finance. So this is a body chaired by Union Minister of Finance. It is not prescribed under any law, so this is not a statutory body. However, it is an autonomous body and it was set up in 2010 it was set up, right? Now National Means and Merit Cum Scholarship has been extended till which year? So it has been extended till 2025 and 2026. It is running under Ministry of Human Resource and Development, which is now has been renamed as Ministry of Education. Ministry of Education, right? Moving on, Health Star Rating is an initiative of which organization? Food Corporation of India or FSSAI. So this is Food Safety and Standard Authority of India. NABARD we have already seen, National Agricultural Bank for Rural Development, and Niti Aayog. So it is an initiative of Food Safety and Standard Authority of India. This is the regulator of the quality of food in India. You must have seen कि fridge पे, electrical appliances पे you get energy rating. So how good this appliance is at saving your energy. So now FSSAI will be giving food rating for which will be giving the health rating for that particular food कि आपको उस food में किस तरह के nutritions मिलेंगे, and the compositions like fats, sugar, salt, based on the percentage amount of these many ingredients in the food, the FSSAI will give the rating. Okay, so now we have a food rating also. Earlier we only has a pure of energy efficiency rating for the electrical appliances, right? So in the same manner, the look is same. You can see here as it is given on your fridge or AC, same kind of a star marking. Which union ministry launched National Strategy for Additive Manufacturing? Additive manufacturing meaning simply 3D manufacturing, you can say 3D printing. So Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, MSME, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Ministry of Science and Tech, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, MeitY, which is called, it has launched the National Strategy for Additive Manufacturing. So additive manufacturing, as I told you, will be basically 3D printing with computer assisted design, CAD. Many people from engineering background can quite easily relate that computer assisted design. ठीक है. एंड दिस मीटिंग, व्हाट इज द एम इज टू इंक्रीज इंडियाज शेयर इन ग्लोबल 3D मैन्युफैक्चरिंग. India's share in global additive manufacturing by 5% not by to 5% of the global share India में manufacture हो. This is the goal of national strategy for additive manufacturing. Basically 3D printing you can quite relate अगर जो लोग technical background से नहीं है. Intra cortical visual prosthesis ICVP has been seen in news and it is associated with which field? So नाम से पता करो. visual prosthesis, something related to vision, artificial vision, artificial intelligence, spyware and navigation. So it is related to artificial vision. Okay. Which space mission or satellite has detected solar proton events for the first time? Chandrayaan 1, Chandrayaan 2, Mars orbiter mission or Mangalyaan? It is our very own Chandrayaan 2. Chandrayaan 2 has been one of the biggest event in space history of India. So much talked about. So what is Chandrayaan? So it is a lunar mission of India. Second, first was Chandrayaan 1 which was sent. So this particular is a 3-stage 3-in-1 mission you can say. It will consist of a lander. The craft which is sent to moon will land. Usually so far in India or even in other country they were doing hard landing. Hard landing meaning if any spacecraft is landing or if any space object is landing, they have certain impact on the surface. क्रेटर बन जाता है, गड्ढा बन जाता है. मूवी में देखा होगा कि कुछ स्पेसशिप उतरा, वहां का पूरा इलाका खोद के रख दिया, राइट. So that is called hard landing. But our Chandrayaan 2 was designed for soft landing. ठीक है. So इसका जो लैंडर पार्ट है that was called, the lander part of Chandrayaan was called Vikram. And this part is named after Vikram Sarabhai, India's father of India's space research organization, right? And then you have a rover part in the same craft, so which will be going into the orbit and revolving around moon. So rover part was named by called Pragyan. So अगर ऐसा कुछ क्वेश्चन आ गया विक्रम एंड प्रज्ञान आर एसोसिएटेड विथ, तो आप बोल दोगे इंडिया ल्यूनर मिशन, और चंद्रयान है तो चंद्रयान, राइट. सो दिस चंद्रयान 2 हैज डिटेक्टेड सम सोलर प्रोटॉन इवेंट्स फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम. दिस laurel has been brought to India. National Institute of Urban Affairs NIUA signed MOU with which institution to collaborate on Sustainable Cities India program? Niti Aayog, World Economic Forum, World Bank and UNDP. Our answer is World Economic Forum. So National Institute of Urban Affairs, they both signed an MOU to collaborate on Sustainable Cities in India program. This aims to create an enabling environment for cities to generate decarbonization solution across energy. So अलग अलग ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर में, बिल्डिंग्स में कार्बन्स को रिड्यूस करना एंड डीकार्बनाइज करने के लिए दिस पर्टिकुलर MOU हैज बीन साइंड. विच कंट्रीज रोवर हैज स्पॉटेड 2 ग्लास स्फीयर्स ऑन द फार साइड ऑफ द मून? इंडिया, चाइना, UAE एंड USA. तो एक छोटा सा कुछ ऐसे पता किया है एंड वो चाइना का रोवर है. इंडिया का रोवर इस प्रज्ञान, सो उन्होंने अपना भेजा है. चाइना का है क्या नाम? यूतू सेकेंड. सो 2 स्ट्रेन, छोटा सा ग्लास का कोई टुकड़ा दिख गया है, बिग न्यूज. हमारे यहाँ तो रोड पे दिखते रहते हैं. विच इज द वेन्यू फॉर देवातनाम एंड ओडिसी ऑफ इंडियन टेम्पल आर्किटेक्चर कॉन्फ्रेंस? पुरी, हम्पी, मैसूरू एंड वाराणसी. सो इट इज देयर इन हम्पी. हम्पी वॉज द कैपिटल सिटी ऑफ विजयनगर एम्पायर. हम लोग हिस्ट्री में पढ़ेंगे, विजयनगर एम्पायर का कैपिटल सिटी वॉज हम्पी. It was built around 14th to 16th century, right? In you can say Bellary district of Karnataka. Bellary in Karnataka. So archaeological survey of India, which is under Ministry of Culture, it is organizing an international conference called Devyatanam in Hampi, which is situated in Karnataka. Dharma Guardian exercise is annual military exercise between India and which country? So it is India and Japan. This is a military exercise. You should also make a table kind of a thing for recent military exercises and also say name, then between which country, and it is a military or navy or air force ka exercise. This is quite favorite question in examination. IVFRT scheme, which was seen in the news recently, is associated with which field? So if you know the full form, answer will be clear. Immigration, visa, foreigners registration tracking. So it is related to immigration, like people coming into India or going from outside. Which country has been hit by cyclone Eminati? Indonesia, Madagascar, Philippines and Japan. There is a neighboring country of India. So this is Madagascar. However, it is more near to Africa, but it is in the Indian Ocean and has close ties with India. So Madagascar was recently hit with the fourth cyclone in last 5 weeks. This is the news of February we are dealing with. So फरवरी में 5 लगातार cyclones आए थे वहाँ पे. One of them was Eminati. Also you can remember that cyclone, but Batsirai was also there in Madagascar itself. Which union ministry launched Bhasa certificate selfie? So this is to promote learning of various languages, and you get a certificate, you click a selfie. So this particular initiative was launched by Ministry of Education. You see, download the app, select the language, pass the exam and upload the selfie. So Bhasa certificate selfie. What does S stand for? SWIFT. SWIFT is a entire financial messaging service based on which entire international banking transaction happens. So secure society, simple and service. It is related to society because SWIFT is a society which provides the messaging service. What is the name of what is the SWIFT? It is a society for worldwide interbank financial telecommunication. It is the SMS for various banks, right? And why it was in news? Due to its aggression on Ukraine, the Western countries removed Russia from its SWIFT services, right? So more than 11,000 banks from 200 countries are using this mechanism. Millennium Challenge Corporation is an initiative of which country? United States, Russia, China and Japan. So it is a initiative of United States created in 2004 to offer grants to support economic growth in various countries. Recently, Nepal's parliament has approved a $500 million US grant in spite of several protests. तो ये जो एक कॉरपोरेशन है, दिस हैज़ बीन सेट अप इन यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स, जो कि ग्रांट देता है अलग अलग कंट्रीज़ में उनके इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को करने के लिए. मधुबई पुरी ब्यूच हैज़ बीन अपॉइंटेड एज द फर्स्ट वुमेन चेयरपर्सन ऑफ विच रेगुलेटरी बॉडी. कौन से बॉडी का चेयरपर्सन बने हैं वो? सेबी, नाबार्ड, PFRDA, IRDAI. So I have already told you the full form of all of these bodies. SEBI is Security and Exchange Board of India. PFRDA is Pension Fund Regulatory Development Authority of India. Insurance Regulatory Development Authority of India, IRDAI. किसका बने हैं वो? बनी है तो SEBI का, right? SEBI is formed as a statutory body. तो SEBI का एक एक्ट है 1992 का, जिसके थ्रू SEBI बना 1993 में. And this is tasked with the responsibility to regulate the stock market. ठीक है. She was former head of ICICI Securities branch, and she replaces whom? Mr. Ajay Tyagi as a chairman of SEBI. As per second advanced estimates of national income, what is the real GDP growth rate of India? तो सेकेंड एस्टिमेट के हिसाब से 8.9% पे. रियल जीडीपी, आई हैव ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यू द कॉन्सेप्ट बिटवीन रियल एंड नॉमिनल जीडीपी. So it is growing at a rate of 8.9%. The Yilan crater, the largest impact crater on the earth, crater as I already told in the previous question कि अगर कोई hard landing होता है surface पे of earth पे, so it forms a गड्ढा. So गड्ढा is called crater. So Yilan crater, the largest impact crater on earth, has been discovered in which country? So it has been discovered in China. बड़ी डिस्कवरी कर रहे हैं यार, कोरोना से लेके सब कुछ की डिस्कवरी यहीं कर देंगे. ठीक है. So this was formed around 1 lakh years before. Before 2020, only other impact crater discovered in China was in Zhuyan. National level awareness program Sambhav. ठीक है. So Sambhav is an initiative of which union ministry? It is a mass outreach program in which various college students will be made aware about the schemes of this ministry. तो कौन सी मिनिस्ट्री लेके आई है? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ MSME, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ लेबर एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट. सो दिस पर्टिकुलर स्कीम इज बाय मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ MSME. अब इसमें क्या होगा? सो ड्यूरिंग दिस पर्टिकुलर वीक फ्रॉम 28th of February to 6th of March it was conducted, and as a part of our Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav again. So in this week, this is an outreach program, national level awareness program, especially designed for college students to encourage them, to get them aware about various schemes for MSME industry and to motivate them to take up entrepreneurship. Right? आप भी बनो, इतनी सारी फैसिलिटी है. Which international institution approved a mandate to Global Plastic Treaty, UNFCCC, UN Environment Assembly, IPCC and WWF. So United Nations Environment Assembly approved this mandate. So in this particular 175 member countries has signed this treaty, and it is a legally binding treaty for those who are signatories. How Indians view gender role in family and society. This is a particular report released by which organization? Niti Aayog, UNICEF, Pratham Foundation, PEW Research Center. So this has been released by PEW Research Center, and it talks about gender roles in families. Like so there are some role which has been traditionally fixed for females, like babysitting, cooking, etc. So however, these are all patriarchal in its origin. We should be open to all kinds of role. We should be supporting to each other in a good partnership, healthy partnership. But it is a fact of Indian society that gender roles are biased in India. So there is a particular report released by PEW Research Center. However, in this report, major finding, good finding is most Indians see women and men equally as good political leaders. Right? Women and men make equally good political leaders. So 50% people say yes, right? And women make good political leader. 14% support this statement, and those who are supporting men are 25% only. When was the convention on cluster munitions signed? So this particular convention was signed in 2008. 107 states concluded an international treaty prohibiting cluster weapons named Convention on Cluster Munitions. Right? Thiyam or Kaliyattam is a ritual dance performed in which state or union territory? Karnataka, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and West Bengal. So it is performed in Kerala, God's own land. As you can say by the name, it is given glorification to goddess Kali. So this particular dance is performed to please goddess Kali. We both are the same variations of same particular dance, Kaliyattam or Thiyam. It is an 800-year-old tradition, right? And they belong this tradition to Lord Parsuram, that he mandated this kind of a particular ritual, right? Question says, as of 2022, which country is top steel producer in the world, right? which country is the top steel producer in the world? And our options are India. Is it India, China, United States and Australia, right? So the answer here is going to be China. China is the topmost producer of steel. You can see here in this particular chart that China is being followed by India. So the top producer is China and the second largest producer of steel is India, right? These two countries are most important because India holds a key position in the production of steel. You should be remembering, even if the question might be asked, that what is the rank of India in steel production, right? Rank of India in steel production. So this is second. India is not the leading producer of steel. Apart from that, you should also be knowing about the topmost producing country for iron ore. It is Australia. So Australia is the top producer of iron and India holds a fourth position in the production of iron. India is fourth position in the production of iron. One another mineral is petroleum, crude oil. So if we talk about crude oil, which is very much into the news due to price rise, the soaring prices. So crude oil, the highest producer of crude oil is, the first rank in crude oil is United States. So USA is the largest producer of crude oil, followed by second is Russia and third one is Saudi Arabia, right? Recently, following the Russian invasion on, or you can say Russia-Ukraine war, there was sanction upon Russia from all the Western country, and during that time India started to import the oil from Russia. So by the time जब दूसरी countries Russia से they were not importing the crude oil, so India was doing it. Now this says that according to World Steel Organization, India's crude steel production has increased by 18%, right? So India has come to the second position and with an overall increase of 18% in 2021. So this production data a bit earlier because it takes a year's time to get it reflected. So as per 2021 data, India's production of steel rose by 18%. Still we are lagging behind China. So you should be remembering China first and India is second largest producer of steel in the world, right? Moving on to the next question. India's women hockey team won which position at Asia Cup 2022? So Asian Hockey Cup 2022, India finished third in the rank, right? So Indian women's, we are talking about women's hockey team, not the men's hockey team. So this Indian women's hockey team finished at third position, wherein the final was won by Japan. So Japan was the winner of Asia Cup 2022 and it beat South Korea, right? South Korea is a very good hockey team. So South Korea, Japan beat South Korea. So these two were finalists and India finished at which position? Third position. In that tournament itself, India won a record 9-0 defeating Malaysia. So this was a kind of a record for India to defeat Malaysia by such a big margin, right? Okay. Next question. Which country launched the Hwasong 12 mid-range ballistic missile? So this is talking about mid-range ballistic missile. In earlier video of January, I have told you about integrated guided missile development program of DRDO. So in this we are making various missile, Prithvi, Nag, etc. And here you must be seeing one term that is called ballistic missile. There are two kinds of missile. Firstly, one is ballistic missile and another one is cruise missile. Ballistic missile and another one is cruise missile. So for the ease of remembering, firstly you can say these missiles are usually the short range missile. So if I am at position A here, I am at India and I have to fire into deserts of Pakistan at point B. So if I use cruise missile, it will not be a very long range missile. It will be maximum of 300 to 400 kilometers. That is the range of cruise missile, right? Ballistic missile can be 1000, 12, 2000, 3000 kind of a range. What is the difference in the working is, this ballistic missile follows a trajectory. So firstly you will shoot it from here, it go to atmosphere, like so you can you must have seen the parabolic path. Once you throw a any stone into the ground, so it follows a trajectory. So same formula applies here. The ballistic missile follows a trajectory path, and the target is decided by the angle, velocity, etc. of that particular path. It might also go outside. Ballistic missile क्या होता है, कभी कभी अर्थ के एटमॉस्फेयर को लीव करता है, and then it enters back into the earth's atmosphere and hits the target. But this cruise missile are always propelled by the engine. उसको ग्रेविटी से बचाने के लिए उसमें इंजन एक्स्ट्रा डाला जाता है, ज़्यादा फोर्स यूज किया जाता है, बट ये हमेशा एटमॉस्फेयर के अंदर ही अंदर टारगेट को हिट करता है, राइट? सो देयर आर टू काइंड्स ऑफ मिसाइल. वन इज बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल. इट कुड बी मीडियम टू हाई रेंज hitting the target. If you talk about in terms of hitting the target, it could be 400 above, right? And this cruise missile are for short ranges, 400 to 500 kilometer. Ballistic missile medium range and long range, right? Okay, so we are talking about Hwasong 12 mid-range ballistic missile. So which country has developed it? It is North Korea. North Korea has launched this particular missile, right? And it also test fired it. It is the first time it has tested a weapon of mid-range ballistic missile since 2017. Okay. Next question is, Geological Survey of India has approved to set up India's first geopark, right? By the time you must have heard about zoological park. Zoological park. ये आपने सुना होगा, that is called zoo. Now we have the concept of जहाँ पे animals को रखते हैं, that is called zoo. So now we have the concept of geopark, geological park also. So Geographical Survey of India has approved to set up the India's first geological park in which state, right? So GSI is a autonomous body of government. It was established before independence in 1851. So it was established by Britishers. Interestingly, you should be knowing that what is the main purpose of establishing Geological Survey of India way back in 1857. So it was tasked to find coal, so that this coal can be used for railways. तो रेलवे के लिए कोल ढूंढने का काम दिया गया था 1851 में किसे? जियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया को, राइट? सो दिस जियोलॉजिकल सर्वे आफ्टर इंडिपेंडेंस हैज टेकन अप मेनी रोल, and it has set up recently first geopark in the state of Madhya Pradesh. In the state of Madhya Pradesh at Lamheta village, and it is on the banks of river Narmada in the Madhya Pradesh. So geological park is, if you have to know the definition of geological park, so it is a protected area, same as you can say national park. These are done for protection of biodiversity. So in this, the geographical heritage sites are to be protected. So these are the protected areas to protect and preserve the geological heritage site which are of a particular importance or are rare, right? So that this can be promoted as a tourism also, geotourism. So geopark shall also be motivated to promote geotourism, which is the first stage in India to have this is Madhya Pradesh, right? Moving on. Which institution released the death penalty in India report? I repeat, which institution released the death penalty in India report? One is NCRB, National Crime Records Bureau, National Law University, Niti Aayog, and Supreme Court. You would be, I think, if you do not know, you would be surprised to know the answer that it is a National Law University organization and NGO which is run by a National Law University in Delhi. So you can see here that National Law University Delhi and its associate organization Project 39A, it has launched a death penalty in India report. It has released a death penalty in India report? So the answer is going to be National Law University, Delhi. Let's quickly talk about Project 39A and Article 39A, what is about, right? So this Project 39A is a organization running under the agency of National Law University, Delhi, and it works for the proper implementation of Article 39A of the Constitution. And what is the Article 39A? Firstly, it was inserted into Constitution by the 42nd Amendment. You must remember 42nd Amendment, and what is the year? 1976. What this article talks about is free legal aid. Free legal aid to everyone. So Article 39A, it is given under the DPSP, Directive Principles of State Policy 39A, and it talks that कि कोई भी इंसान अगर गरीब है, so they shall be provided with a free legal aid. The help apart from the lawyers who can counsel them who are fighting their case. So if anyone is insufficient, they do not have the proper money, or you can say the means to fight their own case, the government is providing. It is the duty of the state to provide them legal aid. And how they are doing? So every forum, from be it from district level to state level to central level, they have a legal services authority. So in district they have district legal service authority, in the state high courts they have state legal service authority, and in the central Supreme Court they have National Legal Service Authority. So in this authority there are various panel of lawyers. So if anyone is indigent, they are poor, they can approach this authority and say that I am not having sufficient means to fight my case, please provide me adequate support. So this is the entire concept of Article 39A, and this is a particular advocacy group, Project 39A, running under National Law University, Delhi. So the findings of report says that the number of prisoners on death row at the end of 2020 stood 488. मतलब 2021 में 488 लोगों को फांसी की सजा दी जा चुकी थी. ऐसा नहीं कि सिर्फ 2021 में ही उतने हुए हैं, 2021 तक इतने लोग पेंडिंग थे जेल में जिनको 488 लोगों को जिनको फांसी की सजा हुई थी. एंड दिस वाज हाईएस्ट इन 17 years, which was nearly 21% increase from 2020. Right? Now the question is about UNITRAL. So UNITRAL, seen in news, is a UN agency associated in which field? Right? So it is a United Nations agency. It is declared in the question, which is it is working in which field? Options are child welfare, climate change, insolvency, and heritage. Right? So the answer here is going to be insolvency. As per the given options, it has to be insolvency. Right? However, this UNITRAL is the legal body of United Nations. It is the legal body of United Nations. Legal body of United Nations. Right? It was established by United Nations General Assembly in the year 1966, headquartered at Vienna. You know where is Vienna? It is in the Austria. Austria is a country. राइट. तो यहाँ पे बहुत सारे यूनाइटेड नेशंस के आपको ऑफिसेस दिख जाएंगे वियना में. सो दिस पर्टिकुलर यूनिट्राल, it is an agency suggesting various draft laws on various issues, like even the Indian IT Act. So Information Technology Act of India is inspired by a draft. It is inspired by a model law which was released by UNITRAL itself. So UNITRAL is a legal agency that will suggest laws on various cross-border framework on various issues, right? So why it was in news that UNITRAL model law on cross-border insolvency 1997, it is the most widely accepted legal framework on cross-border insolvency. Okay. It has been adopted by 49 countries so far, which includes Singapore, United Kingdom, United States, South Africa, and Korea. You know what is insolvency? I'll quickly brief. India also has an insolvency and bankruptcy code of its own. So if there is any person or a company, if there is any individual or any company which is debt ridden meaning they are under heavy loan, and now after selling of all their asset, by all probability it is not possible for them to repay back their loans, so they will say that I am insolvent. हिंदी में इसको दिवालिया निकलना बोलते हैं. So you must correlate with it. Okay, that I am taken a debt, but I with all means I am now not able to repay it, so I will go under the insolvency processes. By the time all my assets will be sold, and जहाँ तक possible हो, the debts will be tried to settle down, but whatever is left they will go to the process. Okay, so India has their own code, insolvency and bankruptcy code of 2016, right? Recently it was made. Which union ministry launched services e-health assistance and teleconsultation Sehat initiative? So it is about the health. So which ministry launched it? Defense Ministry, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Science and Technology, Electronics and IT. So यहाँ पे health देख के confuse नहीं करना है. However, it is related to health, but it is related to the health of service personnel. So are called services personnel, the officers or the soldiers of Army, Indian Army, Navy and Air Force. So there is a facility set up by Ministry of Defense to provide teleconsultation, remote health services over Zoom call or over video call to all the members of armed forces, caring for armed forces personnel and veteran. So who shall be the beneficiary? The serving members of armed forces and the veterans, retired persons, right? So which ministry has launched it? You must remember, Ministry of Defense. Okay, it aims to provide home delivery of medicines also, and also the consultation over telephone. This scheme was first rolled out in Delhi, right? And you must remember, it includes all the services, not only Indian Army. Here it is mentioned, na? Tri services. Vayam Rakshama or We Protect is the theme of which armed forces of India? You can rather say motto in place of theme. So it is the theme of Indian Coast Guard. Indian Coast Guard is tasked with the responsibility of, say, suppose that this is India, this is territorial water, so up to 12 nautical miles from the land border, the water remains the territorial water. Beyond it, it is exclusive economic zone up to 200 nautical miles, exclusive economic zones, right? And beyond 200 nautical mile, it is high sea. So territorial water, all the laws of the land of India shall apply. So it is same as the land frontier of India, and it is protected by the Coast Guard. So they will protect the islands, they will protect the ports, etc. Everything is protected by, even during the time of 2611. So the first intrusion was detected by the Coast Guard itself. Coast Guard के लोगों ने ही एक foreign boat को, unauthorized boat को इंडिया में आते हुए देखा था, right? So it is the motto of Indian Coast Guard, and it was founded 46 years ago on 1st February 2022, right? Spike wax, which received full approval from US FDA. So US FDA is the drug regulation agency of United States, same like Drug Control General of India. So it is the drug regulation general of regulatory authority of United States. So this spike wax is made by which country, which company? It is Moderna. This is the company which has made a vaccine called spike wax, and it has now received the full approval from US drug regulator for use in people 18 or older, still not for children. This is the second COVID-19 vaccine to receive full approval in United States after Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine. What was that? Comirnaty. It was approved in August 2021. The United States recently announced which country as its major non-NATO ally. Usually US के alliance country वही सारे लोग हैं जो NATO के हैं. NATO क्या होता है? What is NATO? So NATO is the name given to an alliance. It is a strategic alliance which includes military partnership, economic partnership, all other things also. So basically for European countries, right? Initially जब भी NATO बना था तो it was the rule that only European countries can get the membership of NATO, and one was America, United States. After that there are various other countries also which are non-European, but still they got entry into NATO. Initially it was found in 1949 after the Treaty of Atlantic. It is named after Atlantic Ocean. The Treaty of Atlantic. It was signed in Washington DC in 1949. Now NATO is too much into the news because NATO में ही एंट्री लेने वाला था कौन? यूक्रेन. और रशिया को पता चला मेरे बगल में NATO ला को बुलाओगे, हो गई लड़ाई. Right. So this NATO is quite into the news, and it was initially, once it was founded in 1949, it has 12 members. Now its membership is almost around 30. And most recent country to get the membership of NATO is North Macedonia. Right. So US is majorly ally with only NATO countries, barring few exceptions like India. India is not also that much a major ally of United States. So US has a major strategic partnership with NATO countries. Which state or which country has recently been announced as major non-NATO ally? So it is Qatar. United States President Joe Biden designated Qatar as the major non-NATO ally during the meeting with its ruler at the White House. अमेरिका में ही मीटिंग हुई थी. Now the next question says, scheme for enhancement of competitiveness of capital goods sector is associated with which ministry? ठीक है, ये capital goods क्या होता है? What is the capital goods? See, there can be, if you have to classify the goods, you classify into two categories. One is capital good, right? Another is consumer goods. What is the difference? You can guess by the name that consumer goods can be directly consumed. The goods which can be directly consumed are called consumer goods. Like the breads you directly eat. You do not make another good out of the bread. You can make sandwich, but also at your that you do at your home or any other places. But even the breads can be consumed directly. So any goods which are directly used by consumer is called consumer goods. But what are capital goods? These are those goods which are used as a raw material for another good. Right? Suppose that nuts and bolts, right? Clutches. Do you find any use of clutch if it is not used in any vehicle? Do you find any use of steering or motors if it is not used in fan or car? Right? So these goods are all called capital goods. Those goods जिसका की इस्तेमाल ही इसलिए, जिसका मैन्युफैक्चर ही इसलिए किया गया है कि वो किसी और गुड्स को बनाने में हेल्प करेगा. Those are called capital goods, right? तो अभी एक स्कीम है for the enhancement of competitiveness of capital goods. तो कौन सी मिनिस्ट्रीज में हो सकती है इन्वॉल्व? तो टेक्सटाइल नहीं, कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री, दिस इज मोस्टली रिलेटेड टू ट्रेड नहीं, राइट? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्टील और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेवी इंडस्ट्री. तो जो कैपिटल गुड्स वाला सेक्शन है ये किस मिनिस्ट्री के अंदर आता है? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेवी इंडस्ट्रीज के अंदर आता है, राइट? एंड दिस वाज द इनिशियल emphasis of India's 5-year plans. Initial emphasis of 5-year plans to build upon the heavy industries. Ministry, right? So Ministry of Commerce and Industry notified the second phase of the scheme for the enhancement of competitiveness in the capital goods sector. The scheme was notified with a financial outlay of 1207 करोड़। तो इसका जो फाइनेंशियल आउटले है क्या है, 1207 करोड़। गेट इट करेक्टेड, ठीक है, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेवी इंडस्ट्रीज। द स्कीम वाज नोटिफाइड विद अ फाइनेंशियल आउटले ऑफ 1207 crore. It would consist of a budgetary support from government 975 crores. तो जो इसका 1207 करोड़ है, इसमें से गवर्नमेंट ने अपने बजट के थ्रू इसमें 975 करोड़ डाला है, and the others will be contributed by the related associated industry holders. Okay, moving on. Which state launched project सद्भावना to improve governance? प्रोजेक्ट सद्भावना कौन सी स्टेट ने इंप्लीमेंट किया था? न्यू दिल्ली, मध्य प्रदेश, असम एंड ओडिशा। सो दिस हैज बीन इंप्लीमेंटेड इन असम टू क्लियर द पेंडिंग फाइल्स। अभी सुना होगा आज तक कि गवर्नमेंट में, सरकारी दफ्तरों में फाइल जाती है तो रह जाती है। सो दिस इज वन प्रोजेक्ट लॉन्च्ड बाय गवर्नमेंट ऑफ असम टू क्लियर दोज पेंडिंग फाइल्स, अराउंड 4 to 5 lakh पेंडिंग फाइल्स lying in the state secretariat has to be cleared within 1 year. Okay, for this there will be a portal created where the government will be declaring the status of those pending files. Along with the project Sadbhavana, Swachhta Abhiyan in the Janta Bhavan shall also be launched to promote cleanliness in all the departments. Right? What are the focus area? कौन कौन से एरिया के जो फाइल्स हैं उसको क्लियर किए जाएंगे? So it relates to the Department of Education, Infrastructure Development, Health and Sanitation, Women and Youth Empowerment, Community Development Project like ICDS, Anganwadi, etc. Right? When is the World Neglected Tropical Disease Day observed? So World Neglected Tropical Disease Day कब observe होता है? January 30 को. Right? It is observed on January 30. What is neglected tropical disease? देखो, वर्ल्ड में the countries which are around the Tropic of Cancer, India भी है, right? African countries mostly. So they have a particular kind of vector-borne disease, malaria, dengue. So this is peculiar to this country. मच्छरों के काटने से, क्योंकि या तो एक तो हीट ज़्यादा होती है, दूसरी it is characterized by poverty, so गरीबी, non-cleanliness. So this kind of diseases are mostly found alongside the countries situated alongside the Tropic of Cancer, right? So this particular disease, this category of disease like chikungunya, you can see here, dengue, leprosy, rabies, these are all classified into neglected tropical disease. तो इसको के लिए कौन सा डे रिजर्व किया गया है अवेयरनेस फैलाने के लिए? तो जनवरी 30 एवरी ईयर टू रेज अवेयरनेस और नेग्लेक्टेड ट्रॉपिकल डिजीज. सुपर हॉर्नेट इज अ फाइटर एयरक्राफ्ट मैन्युफैक्चर्ड एट विच कंट्री? सुपर हॉर्नेट is this fighter aircraft which has been manufactured by United States of America. अभी इंडिया को चाहिए क्या? फाइटर एयरक्राफ्ट फॉर its INS Vikrant. So INS Vikrant is, you must know about feature about this, is that it is indigenously developed ship which has the capacity to carry aircraft. राइट, इसको बोलते हैं एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर शिप. एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर शिप, ठीक है, एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर. सो दिस इज इंडिजिनसली डेवलप्ड. इससे पहले वी हैड वन ऑल्सो, वी हैड अ प्रीवियसली दिस INS विक्रांत, एक पहले भी था बट वो हमने रशिया से मंगाया था. बट दिस INS विक्रांत इज मेड फुली इन इंडिया. उसके लिए हमें चाहिए एयरक्राफ्ट जो वहां से उड़ाएंगे हम. एंड दिस पर्टिकुलर सुपर हॉर्नेट वी आर कंसिडरिंग बेसिकली टू. वन इज द राफेल विच इज फ्रॉम फ्रांस एंड इट्स कॉम्पिटिटर सुपर हॉर्नेट. सो राफेल तो हमारे आ गया हुआ है बट वी हैव टेस्ट फ्लाइटेड. हमारे पायलट्स ने जैसे गाड़ी की टेस्ट ड्राइव करते हैं खरीदने से पहले, तो सुपर हॉर्नेट का भी टेस्ट ड्राइव किया है कि देखते हैं ये आ पाता है कि नहीं. बट दिस एयरक्राफ्ट हैज बीन बिल्ड बाय यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स. जो राफेल है अपना फ्रांस से आया है. With the integration of Chhattisgarh, one nation, one ration card plan is operational in how many states and union territory? पहले तो ये जान लो देश में है कितने अभी प्रेजेंट. There are 36 state and union territories. ठीक है, 28 states plus 8 UTs, यही है ना. So out of this अगर छत्तीसगढ़ ने लागू कर लिया है, so what is the number? It is going to be 35. However, this is the current affairs related to February. But मैं आपको बता दूं कि Assam became the 36. तो अब जो है one nation one ration card is being implemented in throughout the nation, all the states and union territories. So अगर एग्जाम में क्वेश्चन आता है go for 36, go for all India, right? So Assam has become the 36th state to adopt one nation one ration card scheme. What is this problem? What we faced in COVID was the migrant laborers were facing a severe shortage, acute shortage of the food grains, क्योंकि they had the ration card of their home state. Now they were living for their jobs in another state. They cannot even go back to their home state. They are not getting food in the other state. So to ease out or to remove these kinds of problem in future, government rolled out this particular one nation one ration card scheme. However, it was started way back in 2019 itself, but the need and the push was got post COVID. So 2019 this scheme was launched, right? And it is launched under National Food Security Act. It is launched under National Food Security Act. Food Security Act 2013. So ये एक्ट क्या कहता है कि जितने भी गरीब लोग हैं उनको एक फिक्स रेट पे 3 रुपए केजी 2 रुपए केजी के रूप में अनाज मिलेगा. दे डिपेंड्स अपॉन देयर कैटेगरी. दीन दयाल अंत्योदय, तो दोज आर द मोस्ट पुअरेस्ट कैटेगरी, एंड देन इज द बीपीएल, एंड देन इज द पीपल above poverty line. So सब लोगों को इस एक्ट के थ्रू एक assured, so this act promotes the food security in India, and under that act एक स्कीम गवर्नमेंट ने लॉन्च किया है, दैट इज कॉल्ड वन नेशन वन राशन कार्ड, राइट. एंड कितने स्टेट्स ने अभी उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर लिया है? सो एज ऑफ नाउ इट इज 36, राइट. बट व्हेन छत्तीसगढ़ इम्प्लीमेंटेड इट बिकम द 31st स्टेट. तो इस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन का आंसर 35th है, बट अगर एग्जाम में आता है तो वी हैव टू गो विथ 36. Now what is the special about this scheme is that a person's A, right, is from say UP, now went to Maharashtra for job, but his whole family is living in UP. Okay, so as per his quota, everyone say suppose has to get 3 kg of food grains, right? But he will use only 2 kg. So as per this scheme, this particular man A can withdraw 2 kg of his quota using Aadhaar card. He will go and put the fingers on the respective fair price shop, that is called PDS. So they will go and put their fingers, biometric, the verification done, and they can withdraw food grains from their quota which was assigned in UP. So now he got only 2 kg. However, if he want, he will get full. So चाहे तो वो पूरा का पूरा निकाल सकता है या फिर अपना पार्ट में निकाल सकता है, and the remaining can be used by his family. तो इसके 3 kg में से 1 kg यहाँ पे यूज कर सकते हैं, right? So this is the benefit of one nation one ration card. So what is the aim? Is to promote the ration portability in India. Portability in India, कि राशन को आप ले नहीं जा रहे हैं बट फिर भी आपको अलग जगह मिल जा रहा है. Skeletal remains of man buried near a headless horse have been found in which country? So it has been found in Germany. It has been found in Germany, and उसका कुछ डेटिंग है अराउंड 1400 years ago के आसपास का पुराना बताया जाता है ये. Which northeastern state recently inaugurated a dedicated technological park for IT sector? So Meghalaya inaugurated this IT tech park for IT sector, and this is a major push, क्योंकि बाकी जगह तो जैसे बेंगलोर एंड इन दिल्ली इन गुरुगांव यू विल फाइंड टू मेनी IT parks, but it's a major push for the northeastern area to have such a tech park in the area. What was the mission period of National Heritage City Development and Augmentation Yojana? So this is particular Hriday. It was done to promote the cultural tourism. It was to link various cultural heritage. So there were 12 cities which were to be developed under this Hriday scheme. This scheme was launched by Ministry of Urban Development. Right? Ministry of Urban Development. Which are the 12 cities? Is you can say Ajmer, this is in Rajasthan. Then you have is Amravati Nagar. This is Andhra Pradesh. Now you had Amritsar, Punjab, Badami in Karnataka. Then you have Dwarka, the ancient religious city. Dwarka is in Gujarat. Then Kanchipuram, Velankani in Tamil Nadu, right? And then you have Mathura and Varanasi in UP, Puri, Jagannath in Odisha, and Warangal in Telangana. So these were 12 cities which were to be improved and to be developed to promote cultural tourism, and the scheme was given a financial outlay of 500 crore. This scheme is 100% sponsored, funded by central government. So it is 100% central sector scheme, and the scheme was valid till 2019. So 5-year period was 2015 to 2019. So 77 projects around were developed and implemented, and they spent 453 crores. 2 projects are still under implementation in Badami and Warangal. Punaura Dham, which was seen in news recently, is located in which state? So it is religious place, you can say, belonging to Hinduism. It is called to be the birthplace of Sita from Ramayana. It is situated in the state of Bihar. Another scheme was there similar to the lines of Hridaya, that is Prasad scheme, but Prasad scheme is focusing on development and rejuvenation of spiritual places, pilgrimage. It is specifically for pilgrimage, and the Hridaya was for cultural heritage. There is a minor difference between both of them. Pilgrimage essentially relates to one or the other religion. Cultural can be mixture of religion, could be without even any religion, could be historical, could be related to any freedom fighter, warrior, etc. anything, right? So Punaura Dham, it is located in Bihar, and it has been included in the Ramayana circuit of Swadesh Darshan scheme, right? Also it is included in the Prasad scheme of Ministry of Tourism. You have to remember, earlier Hridaya was under Ministry of Urban Development, and this Prasad is under the Ministry of Tourism. ठीक है. Next question is, which country relaunched the cancer monosuit program? Cancer monosuit program has been launched by USA. It was earlier launched during the Barack Obama administration, but Joe Biden also announced the revamping of cancer monosuit program. The main aim is to promote and end cancer, which is in and around killing 60,000 people a year in United States. So it is one of the deadliest disease in the United States of America. Which Indian state or union territory launched Mission Bhagirath to make sustainable drinking water resources? So this particular scheme has been launched by Telangana. What is the aim? Is to promote sustainable drinking, clean drinking water. It was launched in 2015, and there is a particular thing associated with it. This Telangana launched Mission Bhagirathi in 2015 to make drinking water sources safe and sustainable. The scheme addressed these issues by constructing around 50 water treatment plants across the state. So कम से कम around 50 water treatment plant. What is the water treatment? Not that कि disease हो गया water को. The cleaning of water from non-usable position to usable position. They will be tapping waters from various reservoir, river flows, basins, etc. And the most important river, it's Godavari there. So this particular scheme will be working, right? And you can say that here. Next question is about CAR T cell therapy. So CAR, it is related to particular disease. किस disease को cure किया जाता है इससे? Is it tuberculosis, cancer, diphtheria, sickle cell anemia? So this is related to cancer. In this particular therapy, see, firstly the blood will be taken out from the patient's body. ठीक है? This before I brief the process, I will be briefing about the T cell. So T cells are, you can say, immunity booster cells, or you can say T lymphocytes, right? It's T lymphocytes. It is produced in the bone marrow of individual. So usually in the cancer patient, there is this T cells are not present in as much quantity it should have been, right? So now they will be doing it from a therapy. Now how it is done? That firstly blood will be taken out, right? And I'll just zoom it for the ease if you are not able to see the texts, right? So once the blood are taken out, they will be adding this T cell in the lab and insert this particular gene, and again the same will be put back after growing, multiplying the million of, they will grow this particular CAR T cell in the lab. They will let it to multiply, and again the same will be put into the blood of the patient so that their immunity can be improved, right? For us, need not to go into too much of scientific detail. I just showed the process. However, you must be knowing that if it is asked कि कौन से disease से related है, तो it is related with TB. CPEC is an economic corridor. CPEC is an economic corridor connecting Xinjiang region of China and Gwadar port of which country? So see, if you know the full form of CPEC, the question becomes very easy. It is China Pakistan economic corridor. तो एक country बता दिया China. What could be the other is Pakistan, right? So but the major problem with the CPEC is that it is crossing through our POK. There is certain region in the Jammu Kashmir which has been occupied by POK. They have built a road connecting Pakistan and China through that POK. So CPEC is around 300 kilometer long route. By this route, what China wanted to do is that, you see, if China has to go to Iran or other West Asian nation, so what they will do, they have to cross, then come south, okay, from Myanmar side, they will come south, cross Indian Ocean and then go back via Suez Canal. But this route was long enough also, and also there was presence, they had to pass India, so that was also not beneficial from strategic point of view. They took a shortcut and they built directly from here in Gwadar port. Now through Arabian Sea they can navigate to West Asian countries. So this Gwadar port is lying into the Balochistan region of Pakistan. From Gwadar port to Xinjiang province in China. This Xinjiang province is also famous for Muslim population, of China. However, they are in too much of pathetic state. There is lot of atrocities on Muslim population, right? In which month World Interfaith Harmony Week is observed? So Interfaith Harmony Week is observed to promote harmony between all people regardless of their faith, religion. And this year the slogan was Interfaith Pandemic Recovery. It is celebrated in month of February. The first week of February is celebrated, and this has been designated by United States General Assembly. It is being celebrated since 2010. Which institution or office announced Swachhta Sarathi Fellowship? So this Swachhta Sarathi Fellowship has been announced by Office of Principal Scientific Advisor. So Principal Scientific Advisor, and this is coming under Prime Minister office, right? Most important point to know here is that it will be including students from 3 categories. One will be from the school, class 9 to 12. Second category students will be UG, PG, research institutions, and third will be any citizen who can be working in the self-help group or any NGO or sanitation workers. So they will be acting, they will be a key stakeholder in this particular fellowship. They can contribute in the work of waste management, and they will be financially remunerated. So it's a way of promoting waste management by financial remuneration, pulling out the resources from the civil society itself. There is one particular word, waste to wealth mission. So let's discuss about it also. Waste to wealth mission is one of the 9 missions which have been launched by Office of Prime Minister Scientific Advisory Council, right? So apart from this, they have launched other 8 missions also. Waste to wealth mission is one of the missions, and its main aim is to supplement and augment Swachh Bharat scheme and smart cities. So if you are trying to build up smart cities and you are not trying to manage the waste properly, then smart cities will soon become the kachara cities, right? So to promote waste management into those smart cities, and also to promote them in such a way that कि लोग जो है they becomes encouraged क्योंकि उनको मिलेंगे पैसे, right, to promote the waste management. राष्ट्रीय युवा सशक्तिकरण कार्यक्रम is a scheme under which union ministry? So it is a scheme under Ministry of Youth and Sports Affairs. राष्ट्रीय युवा सशक्ति कार्यक्रम. It is now umbrella scheme which have amalgamated under it various other schemes like Nehru Yuva Kendra, other schemes also, right? So this has been into why it was into the news, because government has extended it for 5 years also, another 5 years, 2021 to 2026 it has been done over the 15th Finance Commission. And this Yuva Sashaktikaran Karyakram includes the beneficiaries from the age group of 15 to 29, and they are called youth in India. And this definition you will find where? Under National Youth Policy. There is a National Youth Policy. कब आया था ये? 2014 में. And in that policy, the definition of youth has been declared to be age group for 15 to 29 years. So this particular scheme, it is again 100% सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम. पूरी जो अमाउंट है इस स्कीम के लिए कहाँ से आती है? सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से आती है. तो इट इज सेंट्रल सेक्टर scheme, and its main aim is to develop personality and leadership among the youth. Youth कौन है? 15 से 29 years of old. You can see here the objective is to motivate youth to strive for excellence in their respective field. It could be any field, and use their energy for the nation building. It's a bit of vague explanation, but the real aim of this scheme is to promote, develop the personality and inculcate the sense of leadership among the youth. They will be going to various fields, they will be taken to various field visit or any skill development or any such programs. So it is a quite merger of various other programs also. Which is the venue for Nehru Trophy boat race? So Nehru Trophy boat race is the epic boat race conducted in South India, especially in Alpahuja. It is in Kerala, this is a district, and now they will be going global also, and it has to be conducted in United Arab Emirates in 2022, right? The race will be held in month of March 2022. It's already been done at the International Marine Sports Club. This is in Al Marjan Island of United Arab Emirates, right? This is a boat race which is held since 1952, named after Jawaharlal Nehru. Which is the host country for African Union Summit? So the host country for African Union Summit is Ethiopia, right? And the capital city of Ethiopia is Addis Ababa. Addis Ababa, and it is the place where headquarter of African Union. AU has two headquarters. One is Addis Ababa and another one is Johannesburg. Right, this is in South Africa. So one of the headquarters will be hosting the African Union Summit. Summit is the place. It is the annual meeting of top leaders of the member countries, like head of states or head of the government will be meeting when 5th to 6th of February. So already been done. AU, just like European Union, is the group of African countries. It has now membership of 15 member countries. AU has a membership of 59. It was founded in 2001. The development of design studios is a new sub scheme. Under which scheme? So there is a bigger scheme, and into that there is a new scheme launched, development of design studio. So it has been launched under Indian Footwear and Leather Development Program. Indian Footwear and Leather Development Program. Which ministry? Ministry of Commerce and Industry, right? Ministry of Commerce and Industry has launched its. It is the annual. It has the total outlay of 1700 crores, right? What are the objectives of this scheme? To boost the development of infrastructure for the leather industry. This is the first scheme. Of course, if the infrastructure is given, the investment is done, so there will be employment generation, and they have a more special focus on the employment generation for the women. They are also trying to upgrade their skills and education in the particular sector of leather goods or leather designing. IFLDP aims to develop infrastructure for leather sector and also address the environmental concerns, improve the investment, employment generation, and increase production of the particular sector. We must be knowing which ministry? Commerce and Industry. Which country leads the giant Magellan telescope? This is the telescope which is told to be कि अगर ये बन जाएगा, this would be the world's largest telescope under making. Around 2025 तक इसके बनने की उम्मीद है. There are other countries, but these countries are led by United States of America. So US extremely large telescope program which includes giant Magellan telescope. The partners country are Australia, Brazil, South Korea and Chile. So in Chile this telescope will be placed, other will be doing the partnership, and it is spearheaded, it is led by the United States. The US dollar 1 billion project का है ये, okay, and it has been given critical mission status. Hemidacyclus iasai is the name of new species identified in Western Ghats. ये है क्या? Snake, gecko, spider, frog. So it's a gecko, a kind of lizard belonging to the family of reptiles. You can see it here, right? So this is a Hemida stylus isai. I don't know how to pronounce actually. So So it has been found in Western Ghats of Kerala. Sariska Tiger Reserve, very famous. It is located in which state or union territory? So it is located in Aravalli Hills. और Aravalli Hills कहाँ है? Rajasthan. So Rajasthan is the correct answer. The exact district is Alwar. So Alwar में you get this Sariska Tiger Reserve. It is a part of Project Tiger. Right, this Sariska Tiger Reserve. Earlier it was wildlife sanctuary, then given a national park status. Tiger Reserve status, and eventually becoming the part of Project Tiger. So this is located in Rajasthan's Alwar district. Several measures for management of tigers were taken, and due to this, the number of tiger population has increased to 25. अब सोचोगे 25 हो गए तो इतना बवाल, humans तो billions में हैं. So of course tigers are on the verge of getting extincted. They are endangered species, और उनके population में increase is a great achievement, right? Which is the nodal agency for Powerthon 2022, a hackathon launched by Union Power Ministry? PFC, REC, Niti Aayog, ONGC. So the correct option is REC. REC, earlier it was known by Rural Electrification Corporation. रूरल इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन कॉरपोरेशन के नाम से पहले जाना जाता था, राइट. अब इसको आरईसी बोलते हैं. इट इज अंडर पावर फाइनेंस कॉरपोरेशन. पावर फाइनेंस कॉरपोरेशन, इसका काम क्या है? टू फाइनेंस द पावर इलेक्ट्रिक प्रोजेक्ट्स, लाइक पावर ग्रिड बनाने का फाइनेंस कर दिया, लाइन ग्रिड बिछाने को कर दिया, लाइन लगाने को कर दिया. सो ऑल दिस प्रोजेक्ट्स आर फाइनेंस्ड बाय आरईसी, and the bigger organization under which it is working is Power Finance Corporation. This is one of the Maharatna company, the most recent Maharatna company I have already discussed. So this Powerathon to find the solution, sustainable solution by the startups in this particular sector was launched by Union Power Ministry, and the nodal agency was REC Limited in collaboration with Society for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, SIGN, and IIT Bombay, right? Which union ministry launched the Central Media Accreditation Guidelines? So of course the obvious one answer is Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. Achha, this was a debate also ki if you are putting a guidelines on media, if you are giving licenses and accreditation to media, are you promoting the free speech or are you restricting the free speech? But it is also a fact that responsible journalism is missing from this country like anything. Everything is paid or everything is sponsored these days. Meanwhile, we must be knowing that this particular guidelines is to be launched by Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. Kanchot festival is celebrated in which union, territory or state? So it is celebrated in Jammu and Kashmir. It is celebrated basically by the followers of Naga culture, right? And here people celebrate the marriage of Lord Shiva and Devi Parvati, and they pray for the well-being and the long lives. It's a kind of, you can say, Karwa Chauth in the Jammu Kashmir. So the married women will pray for the longeviness of their spouses. It is also known by the name Gauri Tritiya. Space Application Center and Physical Research Laboratory functions under the aegis of which ministry? Of course, had it been defense or something kind of that, DRDO, but it is related to space, so ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization, Ahmedabad based. It is an organization, Space Application Center and Physical Research Laboratory. It is under the agency of ISRO. Recently, scientists from this institute successfully demonstrated quantum entanglement using real-time quantum key distribution. So these are quite scientific, need not to enter into too much of detail, right? The person, gentleman here is Vikram Sarabhai. He is told to be the father of Indian space missions, and based on his name there is a Vikram Sarabhai station also from where the rockets are launched. India recently held a high-level conference on renewable energy along with which bloc? So which group? So ASEAN. India launched India and ASEAN high-level conference on renewable energy. From India, Ministry of Renewable Energy and Ministry of External Affairs partner with ASEAN Center for Energy It is situated in Indonesia. So Indonesia is one of the founding member of Association of Southeast. ASEAN का full form क्या है? Association of South East Asian nation. Right? So Indonesia is one of the founding members of ASEAN. This is being hosted in collaboration with TERI. So this is a technical partner, the Energy Research Institute. It is based in Delhi itself. The theme for the conference is Experience and Innovation for Integrated Renewable Market. White-cheeked macaque is a new mammal species found in the country, has been discovered in which state? So what is macaque? It is basically an ape kind of a creature. You can see this is ape kind of a creature. However, scientifically both are different. They are not monkey. They are not even apes. They are specifically macaque, as they are called. So these are the mammals. Scientists from Zoological Survey of India found this mammal species in. They are white-cheeked. White-cheeked is so simple that their cheeks are white. This is why they are called white-cheeked macaque. It is found in Arunachal Pradesh. It is found in Arunachal Pradesh. First time this particular species in general macaque was discovered in China in 2015. Then eventually it was discovered in India also. But before this there was no mention or discovery of this particular species in India. Which High Court has constituted a 3-judge bench to hear the petition questioning a ban on the use of hijab in college. Too much controversial, too much into the news. No need to discuss Karnataka. Right? No need to discuss because this was flooded. Everyone would know that in which state this controversy erupted. It erupted in Karnataka. It was held by, it was heard by also High Court of Karnataka. The main issue was whether the hijab is essential religious practice to Islam as kirpan or pagdi, this turban, is to Sikhism. Kameng sector, where the 7 army personnel died in an avalanche, is located in which state? Kameng. So Kameng is a river also, and this is located in the state of Arunachal Pradesh. This river Kameng, this is a district. Kameng is a district also, and name of river also. So Kameng is a district in Arunachal Pradesh. It is river also. This Kameng is a tributary of Brahmaputra, the longest river, Brahmaputra. Right? There was a avalanche, a squad of army which was on the patrol. All of the members of the this patrol group was killed in this particular avalanche. Which country's central bank has launched 5-year plan for financial standardization? So this is China. The Central Bank of China and other agencies has launched a plan, 5-year plan for financial standardization. So what do you mean by standardization? Is that bringing accounting and other all the finance related activities as per a particular standard set by, it may be as per an international standard or uniformly based on a national standard. So they have launched a 5-year plan to bring financial standardization. Next question is, scientists from which country achieved a milestone in nuclear fusion energy by generating 59 million joule of sustained energy? United States of America, China, India, United Kingdom, right? See, I'll explain the concept here is fusion. There are two kinds. This all nuclear energy can be produced by two methods. One is fusion, another is fission. In fusion, there will be fusion meaning meeting, na? So here two atoms, two smaller atoms, two or more smaller atom will make a bigger atom. Say hydrogen will, two hydrogens will make helium. sorry, this is kind of fission energy. This particular event you can observe in sun. What is the most interesting feature here is that to start nuclear fission, you firstly need good amount of heat energy, very huge amount of heat energy, so that this mixing of atoms will take place, right? So in sun, you already know there is enormous heat. This is why hydrogen is converted into helium, and further doing the nuclear energy is produced. This is the reason for brightness or energy present in the sun. In the fission, what happens that a bigger atoms like uranium will be broken into the smaller ones. So one atom is broken into smaller parts. The application, and this is used in atom bombs, right? This can be triggered with a relatively lesser amount of इनिशियल एनर्जी रिक्वायर्ड. इस फ्यूजन शुरू करने के लिए थोड़ा कम एनर्जी रिक्वायर्ड होता है जितना कि फ्यूजन शुरू करने के लिए होता है, लेकिन फ्यूजन इज इजी टू स्टार्ट एंड वो, बट जो फ्यूजन होता है, फ्यूजन होता है हमारा, इट प्रोड्यूसेस मोर एनर्जी देन फिजन. ठीक है, तो जो हाइड्रोजन बॉम्ब होता है, दिस इज वर्किंग ऑन द प्रिंसिपल ऑफ फ्यूजन. Atom bomb, nuclear reactors is working on the principle of fission. So meantime, coming back to the question, scientists from which country achieved a milestone in nuclear fission energy by generating 59 million joule of sustained energy? United States, China, India and UK. So UK के साइंटिस्टों ने ये कारनामा करके दिखाया है, right? You can see the working कि यहाँ पे क्या होता है, कैसे we achieve fusion, nuclear fusion. So usually there are various stages. So hydrogen will take the form of deuterium in the meantime. Then it will be tritium with 3 atoms, and out of this 3 atoms there will be a free electron which will merge and finally make the helium, right? So in the reactors, how it is done, that firstly there is hard water. You must have heard about hard water. So that is deuterium oxide. Deuterium oxide is called hard water. So this hard water is used as a source in the reactors, and initial temperatures over 100 million degrees centigrade is created to turn this thing into a plasma state. And then finally you can see after going through the reactors, right, the helium gas will come out. So firstly fuel supply, the deuterium, the next stage is tritium. So it is the intermediary stage. The lithium meanwhile it will be used for the production of tritium. It has lithium has to be externally given, and it is there in the reserves. Lithium is also used to produce batteries in electric vehicle or our mobile phones, right? What is the most significant benefit of nuclear energy produced through nuclear fission is that it is less polluting and more sustainable. Right? Sustainable meaning less, creating less damage to environment. ठीक है? So usually nuclear fission can be done in any state, but ये news में क्यों आया? क्योंकि this was done on such a large scale to produce 59 million joule of sustained energy. Which Indian city has most traffic congestion? सबसे ज़्यादा जाम भीड़ कहाँ लगता है? As per TOM traffic index, न्यू दिल्ली, मुंबई, बेंगलुरु और चेन्नई. So this is Mumbai. Right? Annual status of education report. Annual status of education report is published by which institution? Niti Aayog, Pratham Foundation, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Women and Child Development. So there is an NGO called Pratham Foundation which releases annual survey of annual status of education report. Usually it conducts survey in rural areas, and it tests the students on two parameters. One is capacity to solve mathematics and English reading comprehension करवा के check करते हैं. So this is launched by Pratham Foundation. Now what is the finding of this particular survey? Firstly, there is an increased dependency on home tuition, private home tuition. You can compare from 2018, it was 28%, 2019 32%, and now it has almost reached 40% of the students are taking tuition classes. So 2 out of every 5 kids. Still, if we are talking about e-learning or online learning, only 33%, 1 out of 3 kids is having access to smartphones and internet. Okay. Now, National Center of Excellence in Carbon Capture and Utilization has been established at which institution? National Center for Excellence in Carbon Capture and Utilization. So this will be established in IIT Bombay. What is the goal here? Is to capture the atmospheric carbon or any polluting carbons, and then to utilize in some or other sources to make the environment clean. This center explore the potential of carbon capture and utilization technologies which will help India achieve climate change goal. Climate emissions को, atmospheric emissions को कम करने में help करेगा. An ancient Roman settlement has been found by archaeologists in which country? एक रोमन सेटलमेंट मिला है आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट को, वो कौन से कंट्री में मिला है? यूके में मिला है. दिस इज ओनली अबाउट दिस न्यूज यू हैव टू रीड. Australia has recently designated which species as endangered? Panda, koala, kangaroo and sloth. So it has designated koala as a endangered species. I have briefed about the entire classification in the January video, how we do classification as critically endangered, endangered, vulnerable, non-vulnerable, least concern, so threatened. ये classification कैसे करते हैं? This is done by IUCN. This is a particular organization, IUCN. वहाँ पे करते हैं. So you can go and watch the January 2022 का current affairs का video. There you will get the entire classification. Now the question is, Australia has designated which species? तो कोला क्या होता है? So it is marsupial. So marsupial is a particular species which at the time of taking birth are prematurely given birth. ऐसा नहीं कि ये fully develop होके बाहर आते हैं. They take birth in a premature state and they are attached to their mother in some or the other way. Like you have seen kangaroos. So the kids, their baby kangaroos will go into a bag which is attached in their stomach, and their growth will further process into that bag. ठीक है? So once they take birth, they are in given life, they are still not fully matured. So marsupial को हम prematured birth animals भी बोल सकते हैं. So these koalas are a kind of marsupial, and they live on a eucalyptus tree. Eucalyptus is a tree which is very endemic to Australia again, and इनका खाना क्या होता है? खाली eucalyptus के पत्ते खाते हैं. They eat around half kg of eucalyptus leaves every day, and not only all eucalyptus trees, they select it, right? So they are endangered due to various kinds of threats, maybe bushfires, maybe climate change. Also they are not able to adapt, क्योंकि खाली पत्ते खा के और एक पेड़ पे रह के they are not able to adapt to the climate change or other anthropogenic changes. This is why they have come to a state where they are endangered and they are about to vanish from here. Which country is the host of one summit which was seen in news recently? So there is a particular summit going to be organized in France, One Planet Summit. ठीक है? Around 50 member countries have participated, including India. And the theme is Let's Act Together. Let's Act Together. इसका theme क्या है? Let's Act Together for Nature. and they have launched an initiative called Pre-Jod. This particular one summit have launched a initiative called Pre-Jod. अब इसमें क्या होता है कि it is an international initiative, right, to prevent zoonotic meaning the disease which is spread by animals from one animal to another. Zoonotic disease and पैंडेमिक सिचुएशंस को प्रिवेंट करने के लिए दिस इज एन इनिशिएटिव प्री-जोड विच हैज बीन लॉन्च्ड बाय वन समिट एंड इनका होस्ट कंट्री कौन है? फ्रांस. सो इट इज बीइंग होस्टेड इन फ्रांस, द वन प्लैनेट समिट फॉर ओशंस. ठीक है. It is into cooperation with United Nations and World Bank also. India is supporting France initiatives in this particular one summit. Now, what is the official gross domestic product GDP deflator projection in 2022 and 2023? So let's see the answer, then I will explain you the GDP concept. So it's 3 to 3.5%, right? GDP deflator is a very important concept for our economics. Okay, this is the predictor of inflation. GDP deflator predicts the inflation. अब ये कैसे करता है? Let's see the formula. ठीक है. Before that, two concepts are there. GDP. Briefly, I talked in the previous lecture also. Real GDP. This is at fixed price, right? And there is nominal GDP. विच इज एट करंट प्राइस. अभी मान लो कि एक हम प्राइस फिक्स करते हैं 2012 का. 2012 में इफ द व्हीट वाज एट 2 रुपीज के जी, राइस वाज एट 3 रुपीज के जी, ब्रेड वाज एट 4 रुपीज के जी, राइट. सो हर गुड्स का एक फिक्स प्राइस होगा. एंड नाउ 2012 में 1 केजी का प्रोडक्शन था, 2013 में 2 केजी का हो गया, ऐसे करते 2022 में 20 केजी का प्रोडक्शन हो गया, 20 केजी का प्रोडक्शन हो गया, 20 केजी का प्रोडक्शन हो गया. सो बेस्ड ऑन दैट प्राइस लेवल व्हाट इज द करंट वैल्यू ऑफ इंडियन इकोनॉमी? इंडिया का जीडीपी क्या है? दिस विल बी जीडीपी एट फिक्स प्राइस. सो वी टेक द प्राइस ऑफ ऑल द गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज प्रोड्यूस्ड इन अ कंट्री इन अ ईयर. दैट इज द डेफिनेशन ऑफ जीडीपी फ्रॉम अ बेस पॉइंट और रेफरेंस पॉइंट. उसको वो क्या बोलते हैं हम? जीडीपी एट फिक्स प्राइसेस, राइट. नॉमिनल में क्या होता है कि 2012 में तो 2 रुपए किलो था और प्रोडक्शन वहां पे 2 केजी था. 2022 में प्रोडक्शन 20 केजी तो हो गया, लेकिन प्राइस भी तो साथ साथ बढ़ गया. ठीक है, 20 रुपए किलो हो गया. सो इन नॉमिनल जीडीपी द रोल ऑफ इन्फ्लेशन इज ऑल्सो देयर. सो दैट इज कॉल्ड करंट जीडीपी. ठीक है. अब जीडीपी डिफ्लेटर क्या होगा? कैसे निकालेंगे जीडीपी को? कि मान लो कि 2022 में इंडिया का जीडीपी है 100 रुपीज, राइट. क्योंकि प्राइस हर गुड्स का बढ़ रहा है और साथ में प्रोडक्शन भी बढ़ रहा है. एंड 2012 के प्राइसेस पे इंडिया का जीडीपी है गया 50 रुपीज, राइट. सो इसका फॉर्मूला क्या आता है? जीडीपी एट करंट प्राइस डिवाइडेड बाय जीडीपी एट फिक्स्ड प्राइस. ठीक है, इनटू 100. तो अब देखो इनटू 100 कर दिया, क्या आ गया? 200. तो इससे पता क्या चलता है? इन्फ्लेशन कितना बढ़ गया? 200% बढ़ गया, राइट. फ्रॉम 2012 से लेकर अगर अभी हम कंपेयर करें तो 200% इन्फ्लेशन बढ़ गया इस रिगार्डिंग. हालांकि मैंने एग्जांपल लेके समझाया, ऐसा मत समझना कि 200% का इन्फ्लेशन मैं बता रहा हूं. द होल कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ जीडीपी डिफ्लेटर इज कि जीडीपी एट करंट प्राइसेस डिवाइडेड बाय जीडीपी एट द बेस प्राइसेस इनटू 100. तो अगर ऐसा करेंगे तो हमारे देश का इन्फ्लेशन निकल आएगा कितना है, राइट. अभी क्वेश्चन ये आता है कि जब हम सीपीआई कंज्यूमर प्राइस इंडेक्स यूज करते हैं इन्फ्लेशन निकालने के लिए, तो जीडीपी का क्या काम है? तो जीडीपी डिफ्लेटर इज टेकिंग ऑल द गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज प्रोड्यूस्ड, बट सीपीआई या फिर कोई भी इंडेक्स के बेसिस पे, बी इट डब्ल्यूपीआई होलसेल प्राइसेस इंडेक्स, इसके बेसिस पे जो हम इन्फ्लेशन प्रेडिक्ट करते हैं, दिस इज रिस्ट्रिक्टेड टू अ बास्केट ऑफ गुड्स ओनली. ठीक है, कुछ चुनिंदा गुड्स के लिए, जैसे फूड का इन्फ्लेशन निकाल लिया, उसमें ओनली फूड आइटम रहेगा, बाकी सारे कार, तेल, पेट्रोल, सारी चीज़ बाहर आ गए, मशीन ये सब बाहर आ गया, एजुकेशन ये भी बाहर आ गया। इफ़ आई टॉक अबाउट फूड बास्केट, तो इफ़ आई टॉक अबाउट एनी स्पेसिफिक बास्केट एनर्जी का, उसमें पेट्रोल आया, खाना रह गया, राइट। बट जीडीपी में तो सारे गुड्स को लेते हैं ना एक साथ। सो दिस इज गिविंग द होल पिक्चर, द इन्फ्लेशन ऑफ all the country, whole GDP, whole economy at one glance, right? अब GDP डिफ्लेटर कितने दिन में निकलता है? तो इट इज रिलीज्ड क्वार्टरली, हर 3 मंथ में। हालांकि ये इंडेक्सेस मंथली निकल जाते हैं, सो दैट कि कुछ पर्टिकुलर जो गुड्स हैं, जो इंपॉर्टेंट गुड्स हैं, उनका इन्फ्लेशन रेट रेगुलरली चाहिए होता है। तो दिस इज वाई दीज स्मॉलर इंडेक्सेस आर रिलीज्ड मंथली बेसिस, बट GDP डिफ्लेटर आर रिलीज्ड ऑन अ क्वार्टरली बेसिस, राइट। चलो, MUSE and helioswarm, which were seen in the news recently, are associated with which particular agency? So these are associated with NASA. NASA is the Aeronautical Space Agency of United States. So 2 new science mission has been announced by NASA, namely multi-slit solar explorer, that is MOOS, and helioswarms. These 2 missions aim to study the sun's corona. सन का जो आउटर होता है उसको हम क्या बोलते हैं? कोरोना. इट्स नॉट अबाउट द कोरोना वायरस. सन्स का आउटर सर्कल इज ऑल्सो नोन एज कोरोना. एंड सो टू स्टडी द सन्स कोरोना एंड ऑल्सो मेजर द मैग्नेटिक फील्ड ऑफ सोलर विंड, these 2 missions have been launched by NASA. NASA earlier announced that the latest observation done by Parker Solar Probe is on way to sun. So एक solar probe भेजा था, that was named Parker. It is also associated with NASA. So it is already on the way to sun. This is announced mission जिसको कि बाद में करेंगे, right? Which Asian country recently unveiled its national security policy? And the options in front of us are Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Bangladesh. This was more into news into January 2022, and you can see that they recently, for the first time ever in their history, they have unveiled their national security policy, and the country here is, I hope you must have guessed, is Pakistan, right? So Pakistan for the first time have released their national security policy, and they, while releasing the policy, they told that these are the outcome of their 7 years research, right? And in this policy they have mentioned about their immediate neighbor, which refers to India also, regarding the nuclear policies of India and the threat which may be arising from India, right? So the Pakistan cabinet endorsed the country's first ever national security policy, and it all, apart from the threats from India, there are also other points, like they have mentioned about economic process to be the center of the national security, economic progress to be the center of national security policy, and they have this tenure of this national security policy for 5 years, which will be 2022 to 2026, right? So this is a 5-year policy they have brought out, right? Okay, so next question, which state's legislative council has passed a bill to give more powers to higher education minister in the state run universities? This university means university, the state run universities, right? So the options in front of us are Andhra Pradesh, A, B is Maharashtra, C is Telangana, and D is Tamil Nadu, right? So this state is particularly very much into the news throughout the year, not only this year, previous year also, and at present also. While we are seeing this class, this is also pretty much into the news. So the state is Maharashtra. It is recently into the news in the month of June, July, due to the fall of government and the change of chief minister there, right? The Shiv Sena led government there, which was named by MVA, that is Mahavikas Agadi. So they have lost the majority, and there is a new CM who is also from Shiv Sena. However, they are claiming that who is actual Shiv Sena. So new CM in the Maharashtra is Eknath Shinde, right? And more than Eknath Shinde, you must remember a name, that is Rahul Narvekar. So he is newly elected. He is newly elected Speaker of Lok Sabha, Speaker of Legislative Assembly of Maharashtra, right? So this is the recent news, most recent, but in this particular context, it is talking about which of the state has given more power to the higher education minister with respect to their state universities. So this Maharashtra Legislative Council passed a act, right? And into this they have given more powers that they can recommend to governor about certain things, right? So you can see here the bill also allows the minister to make recommendation to governor. Now you must note one point, that in every state university, right, there are two kinds of universities. One is central university, this you may call the universities like JNU, the universities like Delhi University, and there are other central university in one or the other states. In every state almost there is a central university. So they are commanded by central government, Department of Education, now Ministry of Education, earlier it was Human Resource Development. But every state also has their own state universities, and by default the chancellor of those state universities is governor, right? So here the amendment act, right, passed by the Maharashtra Legislative Council gives certain additional power to the state education minister to make certain recommendation to the governor directly, who happens to be the chancellor of the state universities. And it also proposes to appoint minister of education as pro chancellor of those state run universities, right? So here in this particular question our answer has to be B, Maharashtra, right? Okay, as per the ratings of financial agency ICRA, as per the ratings of financial agency ICRA means investment, I am telling about the full form, investment information rating agency. In this, the full form is investment information rating agency. They have estimated, every year they estimate a GDP growth rate, real GDP growth rate of India as for the financial year 2022, right? And what is the particular estimation that we have to find? Our options is 12.5%, 11%, 10% and 9%, right? Here you can find one associated concept. By the time I explain, you just think of the answer, that real GDP. There are two kinds of GDP, right? One is real GDP and another is nominal GDP. Okay, nominal GDP. So basically you have to remember one thing, that this nominal GDP includes the effect of inflation, right? This nominal GDP is counted along with the present prices. This is at the current price. These are counted at the current price, right? But in real GDP, the price of every good is fixed to a base year, right? Fixed price. Suppose that what is GDP? It is the sum of all goods and services produced in a country, produced in a territory, you can say, within a year, right? So if in 2022 India produces, suppose, X amount of wheat, X amount of rice, X amount of IT services, so all the sectors, primary, secondary and tertiary sectors, their outcomes are clubbed, and that is called as GDP. That is within the territory. Whatever we are getting from outside, that is not counted into GDP, that is counted into GNP. That is another concept, that is called gross national product. Now real GDP means that we count the valuation of those goods and services, these goods and services, from a fixed price. So we will suppose take a base year at 2012, right? Sorry, 2012 we will take a base year, right? and then we will estimate the price. This is called real GDP. But in nominal GDP, we take at the actual prices. Okay, so you can, but that has an impact of inflation also. Okay, so this is the difference between the real GDP and nominal GDP. By the time I think you must have guessed the answer, so it is D, that is 9%. So ICRA has forecasted the GDP growth rate of India for the financial year 2022 at 9% of GDP, right? And also for the 2023, it has forecasted to be similar growth rate in the next year, right? Okay, coming to our next question, that is KSLV Nuri rocket is the first domestically produced space launch vehicle of which country, right? You must know that India has our own, so our own is PSLV, that is Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle. Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle. So these are the rockets which put satellite into the space orbits, right? And then now you have to tell that KSLV is related to which of the given countries. Is it South Korea, is it Israel, UAE or Bangladesh? So you can just a case of hint is here. So K for Korea, right? Can it be? So it is K for Korea. South Korea is our answer. So KSLV to Nuri rocket. However, during the launch, this rocket has failed, right? But we must remember the name that KSLV is the launch vehicle related to South Korea, right? And it is a 3-stage rocket. So now I'll explain that what this stages means. That suppose that we fire, this is ground and this is the firing station of these rockets, right? And from here the rocket is fired. So after getting certain distance, the first part, so this rocket, this is the entire rocket system. So here for first part, second part, third part, fourth part, they are divided into various parts. So these parts are basically nothing but fuel tanks, right? So if the rocket is going higher, they will exhaust the fuels of the first part and automatically this part will be alienated, right? Again, just also to reduce the weight, because as we approach more into the space with the rocket, we require more velocity. ज़्यादा velocity करने के लिए क्या होएगा? Load कम करना पड़ेगा. This is why the fuel tank will get detached. तो वो कहाँ आएगा? या तो अगर स्पेस इंडियन एटमॉस्फेयर में है, अर्थ के एटमॉस्फेयर में है, they will be dropped into certain oceans or water bodies where there is no inhabitations. But if the rocket has already reached into space, so they will become a space debris. So in the same manner, this KSLV is a 3-stage rocket, right? KSLV में कितने स्टेज है? 3 स्टेज है. और हमारे जो PSLV है, हमारा PSLV कितने स्टेज का है? 4 स्टेज का रॉकेट है, राइट? 4 स्टेज का रॉकेट है. एक PSLV से रिलेटेड आपको और जानकारी लेनी चाहिए. दिस इज पोएम. So this is new module ISRO has launched. Our space organization is ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization. So earlier we were launching through PSLV, no doubt in that, but there is certain modification into that. So हमारा जो PSLV है 4 स्टेज का रॉकेट. In the 4th stage, earlier it used to be useless and they used to be a space debris, the bin, the dustbin, the garbage, roaming garbage in the space. But the ISRO has made certain modification and they will use the 4th stage of the rocket for certain experiment and research purposes also. So the 4th stage of rocket is not going to get wasted, right? This is related to PSLV, the recent news, right? As far as this question KSLV is concerned, so this is the rocket for the South Korea, right? Coming to the next question, which country launched the Better Health Smoke Free campaign? Australia, United Kingdom, India and France. These are the 4 options. Out of this, United Kingdom has launched this initiative just to ask people, just to convince people to quit smoking for the better health, especially in the teenage group, right? Especially in the teenage group. So this is a campaign arguing people launched by the government of United Kingdom to quit smoking in a younger age, right? And there is a survey which talks that around 4.9% of the teenagers have already adopted this thing to quit smoking, right? Even despite their parents have adopted, their parents were a smoker, even then these teenagers, like 4.9% of those teenagers have quit smoking. New Zealand is a country which has set a goal to get smoke free by 2030, right? So this is another news, another fact you should know. New Zealand is a country which has set a goal to be smoke free by 2030. Financial Stability Report is the flagship report released by which of the following institution? Your options are Niti Aayog, Reserve Bank of India, World Bank and Asian Development Bank, right? So which could be the answer? Quickly. So the answer is RBI, Reserve Bank of India, releases the Financial Stability Report. So this report is released every 6 months. So 2 financial stability reports are released by RBI in a calendar year, right? So it is a half yearly report released by Reserve Bank of India. Okay, what are the other reports released by the Reserve Bank of India? That is also a area you should be knowing. So I'll talk first about the 6 monthly report. So in the 6 monthly report, monetary policy report is another report which is released by RBI. This is released every 6 months. So monetary policy report. Okay. Now another report which is released by RBI is report on foreign exchange reserve. Report on foreign exchange reserve. So these are the 6 monthly report, biannual report which is released by RBI. Apart from that, there are other major reports like say which are released every 2 months. These are more a kind of a survey. So inflation expectation survey, inflation expectation survey. So these are released every 2 months. And also the consumer confidence survey. The consumer confidence survey. So these are few important reports which every now and then you might see in the news. So this is one short information for you where you get 2, 3, 4 reports which are released by RBI. Okay, and which is the finding of the most recent report that was released in January, and the next will be in July or August. So as per the report of January 2022, the retail-led credit growth model in India is beginning to face issue due to 2 factors. And what are those factors? Increase in default increasing default in the consumer finance and slowdown in new credit segment. सारे लोग लोन लेके पैसे नहीं दे रहे हैं तो default, there will be increase in default, right? Sabah Al Khalid Al Sabah is the prime minister of which country? Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman and Saudi Arabia. This is a very interesting and tricky question. When I saw this, I found that all other 3 except which is the actual answer, all other 3 are monarchy. So only one country where there is a prime minister is Kuwait. All the 3 countries other there which they are ruled by sultan, right? Their crown king you will find sultan, or crown prince you will find. Okay, so recently the new prime minister of the Kuwait is Sabah Al Khalid Al Sabah, right? He recently formed a new cabinet. They keep on shifting the cabinet. The prime minister there is more power and more liberty to choose their own minister. So this is the 3rd cabinet. They formed a new cabinet with a new finance minister. There are other recent prime minister appointments we will be seeing. Apart from the Kuwait, there are prime ministers who are recently elected which may be useful to our studies. I will be just giving you the list, right? So this Shehbaz Sharif, right? So Pakistan also got new prime minister. So Imran Khan was ousted and Shehbaz Sharif was made the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Again, directed by military only. Recently, Sri Lanka was into news. So Ranil Wickremesinghe, ये कहाँ के प्राइम मिनिस्टर है? श्रीलंका के हैं, राइट. Then you have the Prime Minister of South Korea. He is Handok-soo. So South Korea. These are the recent appointed Prime Ministers. And most importantly, very recently, Yair Lapid. So he is from Israel. So Prime Minister of Israel. Right. So these are the newly appointed Prime Minister in past 3 to 4 months. You can remember them, especially from Israel or Sri Lanka. These two countries are very much into news one or the other time, right? Okay. So the next question to us is about the GST Council. So GST Council has decided to defer the increase in the GST rate on which of the following product: textile, automobile, mobile phones, cotton. So these are 4 options in front of us. So पहले एक रेट बढ़ाया था एक प्रोडक्ट पे. नाउ दे हैव टेकन दिस बैक दैट हम इसको बाद में बढ़ाएंगे. सो व्हाट इज दैट कमोडिटी? इज टेक्सटाइल. So GST Council has earlier increased the rate of textile from 5% to 12%, right? From 5 to 12%, 5 से 12% करने का फैसला किया गया था. But due to the widespread protest in all the sectors, all the sections of the country, they had to take this back and they will rationally review this increase, right? Presently, GST on all the ready-made textile item except those made with cotton right? You must note this point. The GST rate on all the items, on the ready-made items, are 12%. The GST on footwear, those below 1000, was also hiked from 5% to 12%, right? Now, one additional information here we should know is about GST Council. I'll explain you about the GST Council. So, firstly, you should know that GST Council, when did it come to existence? कब बना था ये GST Council? Since the time when the GST Amendment Act was passed. So, GST Amendment Act was passed and Article 279 के अंदर एक council बनाई गई, that is called GST Council. Right? GST Council. So इस हिसाब से what happens that GST Council is a constitutional body. What is constitutional body? Which are given under the Constitution of India. Their power, function, formulation, etc. Their roles and responsibilities are given under the Constitution of India. तो उसके Article 279 में GST Council के बारे में दिया हुआ है, राइट? तो जीएसटी काउंसिल के चेयरमैन कौन होते हैं? हु इज द चेयरमैन ऑफ जीएसटी काउंसिल? इज द यूनियन फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर. यूनियन फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर इज द चेयरमैन of the GST Council, and this GST Council comprises of the representatives of the various states plus representatives of the various states. It may be Chief Minister or any other minister which is nominated by the respective Chief Minister. What is the role? So it recommends the rate. It recommends the rate on various गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज. किस गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज पे क्या रेट लगेगा जीएसटी का, ये रिकमेंड कौन करता है? जीएसटी काउंसिल. एंड ऑल्सो विच आइटम्स हैज टू बी आउट ऑफ जीएसटी और इंक्लूडेड इन जीएसटी. सो दिस इज ऑल्सो रिकमेंडेड बाय जीएसटी काउंसिल. सो अभी पेट्रोलियम को जीएसटी के अंदर लाने की बात हो रही है, द रीसेंट जीएसटी काउंसिल मीटिंग विच वाज हेल्ड इन चंडीगढ़, सो उसमें ये इशू रेज किया गया था, शुड पेट्रोलियम बी इंक्लूडेड अंडर जीएसटी सो दैट उसके प्राइसेस कम हो जाएंगे, क्योंकि पेट्रोल और उसके प्रोडक्ट पे क्या होता है, एक स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के टैक्स लगते हैं, फिर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के टैक्स लगते हैं, तो दिस टैक्स अपॉन टैक्स, जबकि हमने ऑलरेडी अबॉलिश कर लिया है कैस्केडिंग ऑफ द टैक्सेस वाया जीएसटी. सो शुड वी इंक्लूड द पेट्रोलियम अंडर जीएसटी और नॉट, right? Okay, so this is to be decided yet. Next question which is into our studies are which state government, see अभी हमने पेट्रोल की बात की और पेट्रोल का सवाल आ गया, which state government slashed Rs 25 liter on the petrol and diesel prices for two wheelers owned by the poor people. So दो चीजें ध्यान देने वाली बात यह है कि 25 रुपए प्राइस कम किस स्टेट ने किया फॉर द टू व्हीलर्स, दो पहिया वाहनों के लिए जो गरीब लोग चलाते हैं. तो बड़ा अच्छा सा स्टेट है झारखंड, राइट? ऑल द स्टेट्स आर अच्छा, बट झारखंड के चीफ मिनिस्टर हेमंत सोरेन साहब ने इसको अनाउंस किया कि 25 रुपए कम किया जाएगा, राइट? एंड द कंसेशन विल बी गिवन फॉर 10 लीटर्स ऑफ द पेट्रोल एवरी वन. तो एक कैच है कि इतना ही यूज करेंगे तो आपको मिलेगा, इससे ज्यादा यूज करेंगे तो ये आपको कंसेशन नहीं दिया जाएगा, क्योंकि इससे ज्यादा यूज करने वाले गरीब नहीं होते. ठीक है, those who have the capacity to use more, this reflects their earning capacity. ठीक है, the amount of 25 per liter would be transferred कहाँ पे, उनके राशन कार्ड होल्डर के बैंक अकाउंट में भेजा जाएगा. तो ये क्या है, डीबीटी का कॉन्सेप्ट, डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर. डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर में क्या होता है कि जो भी बेनिफिट है गवर्नमेंट या तो आपको सब्सिडी देने वाली है या कोई छूट देने वाली है, टैक्स एग्जम्पशन देने वाली है, वो कहाँ आता है, डायरेक्ट अकाउंट में. पहले बाबू लोग के पास जाते थे ब्लॉक में, यू गो एंड विजिट द ऑफिसेस, यू हैव टू पे द extra additional under the table fees, so that amounted to corruption. To reduce this corruption, government adopted the direct benefit transfer policy, in which all the benefits like subsidies, like discounts, like concessions will be transferred to the bank account of the beneficiary, right? Moving on to the next question, what is the deadline for the updation of KYC account for the bank accounts as per the recent notification of RBI? So of course this is March 31, 2022. RBI mandates this KYC updation process to prevent the instances of money laundering and terror financing. Money laundering and terror financing को stop करने के लिए RBI ने KYC regulations को regulate किया है. Since all the commercial banks in India which are in operation comes under the regulation of RBI. So RBI regularly time and again keeps giving certain directions to do this, to not to open branch, to adopt this policy, to adopt that policy. Under this the same recent KYC updation जिसको कि postpone कर लिया गया था COVID-19 के कारण. So COVID-19 के कारण इसको कब तक के लिए किया गया है कि आप तब तक कर सकते हैं मार्च 31, 2022 तक के लिए. ठीक है, ओके. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, विच इज इंडियाज फर्स्ट इंडिजिनसली डेवलप्ड रिसेप्टर बाइंडिंग डोमेन आरबीडी प्रोटीन सब यूनिट वैक्सीन फॉर कोविड-19. अभी आपको पता है कि कोवैक्सीन वगैरह जो इंडिया में डेवलप थे, बट इंडिजिनसली डेवलप हमारे खुद का फुल्ली बना हुआ, एंड उसमें भी है रिसेप्टर बाइंडिंग डोमेन. सो इस टर्म को याद रखना है, थोड़ा साइंटिफिक टर्म है, रिसेप्टर बाइंडिंग डोमेन प्रोटीन सब यूनिट वैक्सीन. तो इसमें देखिए ये नोवावैक्स जो है, दिस इज अमेरिकन, सो दिस इज नॉट इंडियन, राइट? अमेरिकन है. कौन सा हो सकता है इसका आंसर? इट इज कॉर्बोवैक्स. कॉर्बेवैक्स, ठीक है. अब इसको बनाया किसने है? सो दिस हैज बीन मेड बाय बायोलॉजिकल ई. दिस इज एन एंटरप्राइज, ये कंपनी है बायोलॉजिकल ई, एंड दिस बायोलॉजिकल ई वाज सपोर्टेड बाय द डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बायोटेक्नोलॉजी. द डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बायोटेक्नोलॉजी इज an autonomous body, right, under the government of India. So under government of India, with the support of this department, the company Biological E has released one vaccine which has got the approval of Drug Controller General of India. So this particular authority is responsible for giving approval that which drug has passed the clinical trials and which can be used for public. So this DCGI has given the approval for the emergency use authorization for Corbevax, right? This particular biologically, you should also know about this company. So this is the first bioproduct company of India. This is a very old company based in Hyderabad. So it started its operation in 1953. So just after independence. This is very old company, not a startup kind of a thing. Okay. Moving on, the next question. Which country has recently purchased Chinese J-10C fighter jet? लेना देना दो लोगों का आपस में ही चलता है. So could it be अफगानिस्तान? इंडिया से उठा लेगा. श्रीलंका, not so much पैसा. बांग्लादेश. So obviously in this particular answer, let's see. भाई यही दोनों भाई लोग हैं. Okay. So this Pakistan government has purchased this J-10C fighter jets. They already have this US made F-16 jet. इंडिया ने क्या परचेज किया है? इंडिया ने परचेज किया है राफेल फ्रॉम फ्रांस, राइट? इंडिया ने क्या फाइटर जेट परचेज किया है? दैट इज राफेल. पाकिस्तान का कहां से सप्लाई है? चाइना. ओके, जस्ट टू बी इनटू योर मेमोरी, नॉट टू मच इनटू दिस न्यूज. विच मिनिस्ट्री हैज सेट अप अ टास्क फोर्स ऑन 6G टेक्नोलॉजी? अभी 5G तो आई नहीं सही से, 6G पे भी हम काम करने लगे हैं, बट चलो करने लगे तो ठीक है. विच मिनिस्ट्री कुड इट बी? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन ब्रॉडकास्टिंग, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री. सो ऑब्वियसली कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री का क्या काम है टेक्नोलॉजी में? स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का अपना डोमेन है, राइट? द ऑब्वियस टू थिंग इज हेयर, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन एंड ब्रॉडकास्टिंग, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन. तो बातचीत टेक्नोलॉजी किसके डोमेन में आएगा? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन में. तो डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकम्युनिकेशन जो कि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन के अंदर आता है. कम्युनिकेशन में इंक्लूड अदर फॉर्म्स ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन ऑल्सो, एंड 6G इज रिलेटेड टू टेलीकॉम सेक्टर. ठीक है, तो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन के अंदर एक टास्क फोर्स ऑन द 6G टेक्नोलॉजी. ठीक है, 6G टेक्नोलॉजी पे 6 टास्क फोर्स किया है. ठीक है, तो ध्यान देना कितने टास्क फोर्स है? 6 टास्क फोर्स ऑन 6G टेक्नोलॉजी. नोमेनक्लेचर नहीं है, चलो कोई नहीं. ये 5G तो अभी सही से इंप्लीमेंट होने दो भैया. चलो, बट इसका नाम क्या रखा है? टेक्नोलॉजी इनोवेशन ग्रुप. इसका नाम क्या रखा है? टेक्नोलॉजी इनोवेशन ग्रुप. टेक्नोलॉजी इनोवेशन ग्रुप. यहाँ पे कहाँ से एक्सपर्ट? IIT मद्रास, कानपुर, IISc. दिस इज एन इंस्टीट्यूट इन बैंगलोर. सो ऑल दिस पीपल हैव कोलैबोरेटेड. अराउंड 26 पीपल आर देयर इनटू दिस. 26 persons forms the part of this 6 task force on the 6G technology. ठीक है. स्माइल स्कीम, वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट स्कीम. एक नया स्कीम जो लॉन्च हुआ है अराउंड जनवरी. सो स्माइल स्कीम इज टू बी इम्प्लीमेंटेड बाय विच यूनियन मिनिस्ट्री? सो पहली बात, जब भी कोई स्कीम आती है, वेन एवर यू गेट ए स्कीम इन न्यूज, राइट, सो व्हाट यू हैव टू डू, व्हाट are the areas you have to look for, that which is the ministry which is running the scheme, what is the objective of that particular scheme, who are the beneficiaries. You can also look for budget and year, from which year to which year these schemes will be implemented, and then you look for any other salient features, right? So this particular scheme, this smile scheme, recently launched by the government of India, is a central sector scheme, right? I'll just give you a concept also here. So what is difference between a central sector scheme and a centrally sponsored scheme? जो भी हमारे यहाँ स्कीम गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया लॉन्च करती है वो दो तरह के होते हैं. एक सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम और दूसरा होता है सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम. सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम. The main difference is into the contribution. This here the 100% funding in the central sector scheme is from the central government India, 100% funded by union government, right? अब इसमें क्या है, shares between union and state government, right, in the centrally sponsored scheme. So ये क्या है, स्माइल जो है ये एक सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम है। किन लोगों के लिए लाया गया है? हु आर द बेनिफिशियरी? ट्रांसजेंडर पीपल, ट्रांसजेंडर पर्सन्स एंड दोज हु आर बेगिंग ऑन रोड्स, राइट? सो persons from the transgender community or also the persons who are begging. Objective क्या है? For the rehabilitation and welfare, rehab and welfare of these persons. और कौन सी मिनिस्ट्री लाती है? तो देखो, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन अपना काम कर ले पहले। रूरल डेवलपमेंट, नो, ट्रांसजेंडर एंड बेगर्स आर नॉट ओनली फाउंड इन रूरल एरियाज। इनफैक्ट रूरल एरियाज में ये दोनों कम्युनिटी के लोग कम होते हैं। बेगिंग इज मोर प्रोन, मोर कॉमन इन अर्बन एरियाज। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट का कोई रोल नहीं हो सकता, वुमेन नॉट एसोसिएटेड हियर। तो एक बचता है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सोशल जस्टिस एंड एम्पावरमेंट, ठीक है? सो दिस इज द करेक्ट आंसर, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सोशल जस्टिस एंड एम्पावरमेंट। This particular scheme, SMILE, which is named Support for Marginalized Individual for Livelihood and Enterprise, ठीक, इट इज एन अम्ब्रेला स्कीम। ये एक अम्ब्रेला स्कीम है जिसके अंदर दो और स्कीम्स हैं। सो दिस इज अ अम्ब्रेला, दिस इज अ मिक्सचर ऑफ टू सेंट्रल स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम। वन इज सेंट्रली sponsored scheme for rehabilitation and welfare for transgenders and another is central sponsored scheme for begging, right? Rehabilitation and welfare of person is indulged in begging. अब इसमें अदर फीचर्स क्या है? एक तो इनके स्किल डेवलपमेंट पे काम किया जाएगा, इनके स्किल डेवलपमेंट पे काम किया जाएगा। दूसरा, स्कॉलरशिप का क्राइटेरिया है यहाँ पे, जो भी इन कम्युनिटी के बच्चे जो क्लास 9th में पढ़ रहे हैं उनके लिए स्कॉलरशिप दिया जाएगा कि अच्छी तरीके से 10th पास कर लें। नाउ यू हैव द फीचर ऑफ कंपोजिट मेडिकल हेल्थ, इनके हेल्थ के ऊपर भी ध्यान दिया जाएगा अंडर, अब इसको कैसे लिंक करेंगे? प्रधानमंत्री जन आरोग्य योजना से लिंक करके ट्रांसजेंडर कम्युनिटी एंड पर्सन्स इंडल्ज इन बेगिंग, उनके लिए कंपोजिट हेल्थ के ऊपर काम करेंगे। इनको हाउसिंग फैसिलिटी भी दे रहे हैं और उसको क्या नाम दिया है? गरिमा गृह का नाम दिया है। ओके, सो गरिमा गृह, kindly excuse me, a bit of sore throat. Okay, so this is all about this particular scheme, SMILE scheme. Now another topic is as on January 1, 2022, what is the estimated population of world? राइट, दुनिया की जो आबादी है उसका एस्टिमेट लगाया यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स का सेंसस ब्यूरो ने। वो पॉपुलेशन कितनी है? तो 1 जनवरी 2022 में पूरी दुनिया की आबादी 7.8 बिलियन है एंड द लीडर कंट्री इज चाइना। ज़्यादा दिन तक नहीं रह पाएगा, हम नहीं रहने देंगे, राइट? सो इंडिया इज at 1.4 billion people and China is at 1.4 billion people and India would overtake the Chinese by 2025. So we are presently at 1.34 billion people, just point something, 0.6, right, 0.06। अगर हम बढ़ जाएंगे बिलियन तो ओवरटेक कर लेंगे चाइनीज लोगों को। चाइनीज लोग ज्यादा हमसे आगे थोड़ी रह सकते हैं, राइट? सो द वर्ल्ड पॉपुलेशन इज प्रोजेक्टेड टू बी 7.8 बिलियन। नए साल 2022 को ये एस्टिमेट किया था, किसने किया था? यूनाइटेड स्टेट सेंसस ब्यूरो। 74 मिलियन पीपल का किया था इंक्रीज ड्यूरिंग द 2021 से, और 0.9% का ग्रोथ रेट किया गया है। सो कहा जाता है कि इफ the population growth rate is 2.5%, so this gives a balancing population, meaning जो replacement rate इसको बोलते हैं, 2.5% population growth rate को क्या बोलते हैं? replacement rate, ठीक है? जो कंट्री इसके ऊपर जा रही है इनकी पॉपुलेशन बूम पे है, जो कंट्री इनके नीचे जा रही है उनका पॉपुलेशन थ्रू आउट द ईयर डिक्लाइन करेगा, राइट। ओके, सो इंडिया को इसको अचीव करने में अभी 2070 टू एक जो हमारे डेमोक्रेटिक ट्रांजिशन थ्योरी है इसके अकॉर्डिंग बाय 2017 इंडिया विल रीच द रिप्लेसमेंट रेट और वो बैलेंस कर पाएगी अपनी पॉपुलेशन। पर सोचो तब तक हमारी कितनी होगी, 2025 तक तो हम चाइना को ओवरटेक कर रहे हैं, मतलब 1.4 बिलियन क्रॉस कर जाएंगे। चाइना हालांकि उसमें 1.4243 रहेगा। Chinese population has started to decline. This is why, because they adopted a severe child policy. Now they are promoting more childs. Okay, India में ऐसा possible नहीं है, thanks to certain features of our constitution. Right, the next question is, what is the existing annual income limit for identification of economically weaker section? Right, economically weaker section has been given 10% of reservation in the jobs, 10% of reservations in the jobs, right, by a constitutional amendment under Article 16. So कौन से आर्टिकल में के थ्रू EWS को मिलता है? Under Article 16 of the Constitution. Under Article 16 of the Constitution, economically weaker section persons are entitled to get a reservation of 10%। अब उसकी लिमिट को क्लासिफाई करने के लिए जो मिनिमम इनकम मैक्सिमम इनकम रखा गया है, दैट इज 8 lakhs पर एनम, एंड दिस इज द फैमिली इनकम। दिस 8 lakh per annum is the family income. Who comes in the family? Father of the claimant, mother of the claimant, and siblings if they are below 18 and unmarried. ठीक है, जो अनमैरिड या फिर बिलो 18 के जो भाई बहन है उनका भी इनकम फैमिली इनकम में काउंट किया जाता है। व्हाट आर द अदर क्राइटेरियाज टू बी एलिजिबल फॉर EWS? राइट, EWS होने के लिए एक तो आपकी फैमिली की इनकम 8 लाख से कम की होनी चाहिए, राइट। 8 लाख से कम फैमिली इनकम वालों को ही EWS का लाभ मिलता है। Agricultural land should be less than 5 acre. This is the total cumulative. It's not that कि एक जगह आपका 5 एकड़ का लैंड है तो, राइट, ठीक है। रेसिडेंशियल फ्लैट ऑफ लेस देन 1000 स्क्वायर फीट। रेसिडेंशियल फ्लैट अगर आपका 1000 स्क्वायर फीट से कम का रेसिडेंशियल फ्लैट है, और या फिर कोई प्लॉट है रेसिडेंशियल का जहां पे घर नहीं बना हुआ है, दैट शुड बी बिलो 100 स्क्वायर यार्ड्स, ठीक है। सो 100 स्क्वायर यार्ड से कम का आपका टोटल, दिस इज नॉट कि एक जगह आपका 100 होना चाहिए। अगर एक जगह आपका 50 है, अगले जगह 50 है, देन ऑल्सो यू विल नॉट बी एलिजिबल फॉर EWS certification and the benefit of the 10%, right? So what are the criteria? You must remember, basically the income criteria is asked in this question. This is 8 lakh. The same amount is also for OBC नॉन क्रीमी लेयर। ओबीसी में भी 2 क्राइटेरिया होती है, एक क्रीमी लेयर, दोज हु आर वेल ऑफ ओबीसीज जिनकी इनकम 8 लाख से ज्यादा है, जो गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट है, जिनके फादर मदर, एंड देयर आर अदर क्राइटेरिया ऑल्सो, उनको रिजर्वेशन नहीं मिलता है, दे आर कॉल्ड क्रीमी लेयर। नॉन क्रीमी लेयर वालों को रिजर्वेशन मिलता है और उनके लिए भी सेम लिमिट रखी गई है, राइट। सो दिस पर्टिकुलर प्रोविजन वाज एडेड इनटू आर्टिकल 16, और कौन से अमेंडमेंट के थ्रू ऐड किया गया था? 103rd अमेंडमेंट। तो ये भी आपको याद रखने की जरूरत है, आ सकते हैं कभी भी एग्जामिनेशन में, राइट। Okay, which union ministry has released the draft national air sports policy? राइट, हवा में जो बंजी जंपिंग, कूद वगैरह, जो पैराग्लाइडिंग, वहां से फ्लाइट से कूद जाते थे, उन सबको कंट्रोल करने के लिए विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग मिनिस्ट्री? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ यूथ एंड अफेयर्स एंड स्पोर्ट्स, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन अफेयर्स, राइट। 2 को तो आप ऐसे ही एलिमिनेट कर दें, नो रिलेशनशिप। द अदर 2 आर रिलेटेड। नेशनल एयर स्पोर्ट्स, क्योंकि एयर है इसलिए सिविल एविएशन भी हो सकता है, और स्पोर्ट्स है इसलिए स्पोर्ट्स का मिनिस्ट्री भी हो सकता है। लेट्स सी, राइट, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन इज द करेक्ट आंसर। सो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन, और इसके मिनिस्टर कौन है? ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया, राइट। ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया इज द मिनिस्टर ऑफ सिविल एविएशन इन इंडिया, ठीक है, मध्य प्रदेश से आते हैं। एंड दिस पर्टिकुलर मिनिस्ट्री हैज लॉन्च्ड द नेशनल एयर स्पोर्ट्स पॉलिसी विच एम्स टू मेक इंडिया वन ऑफ द टॉप एयर स्पोर्ट्स नेशन बाई 2030। अब इस पॉलिसी में क्या है, बेसिकली उन्होंने गाइडलाइंस जारी किया है सेफ्टी के लिए कि जो भी एयर वॉलंटियर्स हैं जो एयर स्पोर्ट्स को परस्यू कर रहे हैं, जो स्पोर्ट्समैन हैं, so they have to follow, and all the companies which are organizing or any organization which is organizing this kinds of air sports must follow certain safety norms. So this policy has safety norms also, and those who are violating, so penalty for violation also, penalty for violation also. So this national air sports policy has been formulated and released by which of the following ministries? That is Ministry of Civil Aviation, right? Moving ahead, Prime Minister Excellence Award is being awarded for which sector? Sports, public administration, entrepreneurship and education. So basically ये जो अवार्ड है डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर जो IAS IAS लोग होते हैं उनके अचीवमेंट को रिकॉग्नाइज करने के लिए, अगर उन्होंने किसी सेक्टर जैसे जन आंदोलन बनाने में, सफाई करने में, करवाने में जिले अपने लेवल पे, सो उन दो सेक्टर्स जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर IAS IAS ऑफिसर्स हैं उनको अवार्ड, उनके वर्क को रिकॉग्नाइज करने के लिए ये अवार्ड दिया जाता है, राइट। सो व्हाट विल बी द आंसर? द आंसर वुड बी पब्लिक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन। सो इन द फील्ड ऑफ पब्लिक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन प्रधानमंत्री एक्सीलेंस अवार्ड इज given, and this is given by Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. So this is running under directly Prime Minister. So PMO को अंदर आता है ये मिनिस्ट्री डायरेक्ट, ओके। So this ministry is under direct PMO. This department, sorry, there are three kinds of department. One is Department of Administrative Reforms, other is Department of Personnel and Training, and another department you will find Department of Public Grievances. Department of Public Grievances, Administration and Public Grievances, DAPG. You will find it. Okay. So these are the key prominent department which is directly under the Prime Minister. However, there is a Minister of State who is also assisting him into this, but the overall in charge is Prime Minister himself. This particular award, PM Excellence Award, was launched in which particular year? So this PM Excellence Award was launched in the year 2006 for the first time. पहली बार इसको कब लॉन्च किया गया था? 2006 में, हालांकि बीच में बंद हो गया था। एंड मोस्ट रिसेंटली इट स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम ईयर 2021, तो 2021 से, एंड दिस इज द सेकेंड ईयर इन द रिसेंट कॉन्टिन्यूएशन जब प्रधानमंत्री एक्सीलेंस अवार्ड दिया जा रहा है। इसके मिनिस्टर कौन है? द डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म्स के जो मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट है, मैंने बताया कि ये प्रधानमंत्री के अंदर डायरेक्ट आता है, बट देयर इज असिस्टेंट मिनिस्टर ऑल्सो, सो हिज नेम इज जितेंद्र सिंह। यूपीएससी से रिलेटेड जो भी न्यूज आती है यही ब्रेक करते हैं। सो मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट जितेंद्र सिंह, ठीक है। दिस स्कीम वाज रीस्ट्रक्चर्ड इन 2020 and again with the added features to after adding certain other sectors like Swachh Bharat Abhiyan and innovation. So all this was revamped in 2021, right? So it started from 2006, बीच में फिर बंद हुआ, फिर शुरू हुआ। Most recent restructuring was done in 2020 और उसमें कुछ ऐड करके इसको नए फॉर्म में आप कह सकते हो रिफर्बिश करके 2021 से शुरू किया गया है, ठीक है। अब प्राइज मनी इसका कब डबल कर दिया गया है? पहले 10 लाख रुपए मिलते थे, अब इसमें 20 लाख रुपए मिलते हैं। किनको? जो अच्छे जिला कलेक्टर होते हैं, तो सैलरी के बाद ले जाते हैं कुछ पैसे। व्हाट इज द थीम डिक्लेयर्ड फॉर DRDO डे 2021? DRDO इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। DRDO इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और आप लोगों को इसके बारे में डिटेल पता होना चाहिए, क्या रोल्स एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। तो DRDO का जो थीम था इस बार, दैट वाज रिलेटेड टू एक्सपोर्ट। जो भी डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजी बनाते हैं DRDO वाले, उनके एक्सपोर्ट को प्रमोट करने के लिए। सो DRDO इज एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन विच वाज फाउंडेड इन 1958। तब उनकी 10 लेबोरेटरी थी लगभग, अब लगभग उनकी 50 लैब्स हैं, राइट। सो DRDO वर्क्स अंडर विच मिनिस्ट्री? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस, और इसके मिनिस्टर कौन है? राजनाथ सिंह, राइट। राजनाथ सिंह इज द मिनिस्टर ऑफ डिफेंस। अब इनका काम क्या है? सो DRDO को 1958 में 3 ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को एमलगेमेट करके, क्लब करके, तो दिस DRDO वाज फॉर्मुलेटेड आफ्टर मिक्सिंग, एमलगेमेटिंग द 3 एग्जिस्टिंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. सो फर्स्ट इज TDE, that is called technical development establishment. अब इसको और डिफेंस साइंस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, इन दोनों को क्लब का एक और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन थी, इसको क्लब करके क्या बनाया गया? DRDO बनाया गया. अब इसका काम क्या है? टू promote the defense based research, to promote various kinds of do R&D. Basically it is the research and development organization of Ministry of Defense. Okay, so इसका 63rd foundation day we recently celebrated, the 63rd foundation day of the DRDO, and the theme was export based, right. At present, DRDO is working at several areas including aeronautics, combat vehicles, electronics, instrumentation, advanced computing. और कोरोना के टाइम में तो दवाइयाँ भी बना रहे थे, ठीक है। चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. INSACOG is the forum set by which country to monitor genome sequencing and variation of COVID strains. COVID आया, COVID-2 आया, ओमिक्रॉन आया, डेल्टा, जेल्टा, फिल्टा, जो भी आता है, तो अब आगे जो भी इस तरह के वेरिएशंस होंगे, इफ देयर इज एनी वेरिएशन इन द प्रेजेंट COVID-19 स्ट्रेन, so to monitor those variations, a country out of this, USA, Russia, India and UK, out of this country which has set a forum by the name INSACOG, right. So what is the name of the forum? INSACOG, ठीक है. So which country has set? Our very own India has set up this particular forum. This is a consortium group of 38 laboratories has been collaborating here, and they will study if there is any variation in the genes and any proteins of COVID virus, SARS-CoV. This is severe. SARS means severe acquired respiratory syndrome. So it is a disease related to the respiration system, lungs basically. COVID में भी lungs को problem था. So this was SARS and this was caused by a coronavirus, novel coronavirus. ठीक है. So in 2020 उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को बनाया गया. It is jointly initiated by Union Health Ministry along with the Department of Biotechnology, CSIR, that is Center for Scientific and Industrial Research. I'll read the full form of CSIR, Center for Scientific and Industrial Research, right. There is another organization, ICMR, that is Indian Council for Medical Research. Again you get the full form here, Indian Council for Medical Research, Delhi based organization, both of them. And along with that, Union Health Ministry and Department of Biotechnology both are playing a helping hand. So all of these have just made a consortium. देश भर के 38 different labs को उन्होंने select किया है and given them the task to monitor any variations in SARS virus. This is Coral. Seema Bhavani is the name given to which team of the Border Security Force, right? So Border Security Force is a part of CAPF, right? See, I'll quickly explain the security structure of India. There are 3 kinds of mechanism. One is civilian police, that is the police you see in and around yourself, the police thanas. Another one is from external sources, that is to be maintained by the defense forces, right? But for all the problems, अब छोटी बहुत दंगा हो गया है, पुलिस के बस का बाहर है, but you can't even call the defense for that. मिलिट्री नहीं बुलाएंगे ना दंगा को शांत करने के लिए. Then we have the central auxiliary police force. So these are central auxiliary police force. ठीक है. डिफेंस फोर्सेस किसके अंदर आती हैं? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस के अंदर. और सीएपीएफ किसके अंदर आता है? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स के, अमित भाई शाह के अंदर आता है. ठीक है, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स के अंदर यू विल बी गेटिंग द CAPF. So BSF is the part of BSF is the part of the CAPF of our nation. These are under the control of Ministry of Home Affairs, and BSF has been given the mandate to guard our borders with Pakistan. Indo-Pak border, Indo-Pakistan border को guard करती है कौन? BSF. It is also found at Indo-Bangladesh border. These are some general studies questions. Bangladesh, right? Because earlier Bangladesh was also the Pakistan, so उसको एक बार पाकिस्तान का ये दे दिया गया. BSF का जो सबसे फेमस रेजिमेंट है, that is Camel Regiment. Every time in the Republic Day parade, you see a few mounted jawans on the camel, because they most of the border areas in the Rajasthan with Pakistan, Indo-Pak border, in the Rajasthan areas are desert areas, और उधर वो BSF personnel use camels. So this camel regiment is very famous for BSF. However, this Seema Bhavani, this particular regiment, the Seema Bhavani is the team which is the biker team. ये जो ऐसे 26 जनवरी परेड में यू मस्ट हैव सीन द बाइक एंड दे आर डूइंग फॉर्मेशन. कोई बाइक पे उल्टा लटका है, कोई वैसे लटका है. द डेयरडेविल्स ऑफ आवर कंट्री, राइट? तो द सीमा भवानी इज द ऑल वुमेन बाइकर टीम. सो इन दिस टीम यू विल फाइंड ओनली वुमेन जवान्स परफॉर्मिंग वेरियस एरोबेटिक्स, right? So Seema Bhavani is the name given to Border Security Force, all women biker team. Over 100 female troops from the different ranks are taking part in the event. They was formed in 2016 and Republic Day Parade 2018 को first time participate किया था इन्होंने, right? Moving on, Atal Tunnel. So Atal Tunnel, this is very important. I will say this particular tunnel, you can find the question based on this tunnel in geography. You can even find the direct current affairs question. You can also find other question related to this tunnel, right? So this tunnel, Atal Tunnel, seen in the news recently, is located in which state or union territory? बहुत बच्चों वाला सवाल है. So हिमाचल प्रदेश, अरुणाचल प्रदेश, सिक्किम एंड उत्तराखंड. सिक्किम इज इन नॉर्थ ईस्ट, इसको हटा दीजिए, होगा ही नहीं. अटल टनल हमारे नॉर्थ इंडिया में है. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेट? सिक्किम इफ वी एलिमिनेट, राइट? उत्तराखंड नॉट सो डिफिकल्ट टेरेन, ये भी एक ऑब्वियस ऑप्शन नहीं होगा. अरुणाचल प्रदेश is also in northeast, so which is the obvious option left is Himachal Pradesh. आपने अगर फॉलो किया होगा न्यूज, द अटल टनल, दिस पर्टिकुलर टनल is has set a world record and it is the highest, it is the longest tunnel, right? कितना है इसका डिस्टेंस? 9.02 किलोमीटर्स, राइट? And this is longest tunnel above 10,000 feet. 10,000 फीट के ऊपर बना हुआ सबसे लंबा टनल है. एंड फॉर दिस इट हैज सेट अ वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड. अ टोटल ऑफ 7,515 व्हीकल्स जो 1 जनवरी को क्रॉस किए थे यहाँ पे. सो एंड दिस टनल इज बिल्ट ऑन लेह मनाली हाईवे. मनाली से लेह जाने वाले हाईवे पे अटल टनल हैज बीन built, right? So कौन से there is a pass under which this tunnel is based. So pass is what you can see here the mountains. अभी एक mountain ऐसे ऊंचा है, so you cannot cross this mountain. If you have to cross this mountain, you have to climb up and then go down other side, right? So in ancient time there were narrow passages between, like say somewhere here or somewhere here, very narrow passages used to be there, and those passages are called pass. You must have heard about Manila Pass, Nathula Pass, Shipkila Pass. So these passes were the ancient route of crossing the mountains from one side to another. Why I am talking about these passes here is that this Atal tunnel is built under Rohtang Pass, very famous Rohtang Pass. And which mountain range? It falls Pir Panjal. Mountain range is Himalayan, but which range? Pir Panjal. So Pir Panjal range, you can remember that this Atal tunnel is built under the Rohtang Pass, right? And which organization has built that? This is very, very important again. Border Road Organization. Border. They are the specialized ones in building high altitude roads. Border Road Organization has built this, right? There are various features like there is also a parallel emergency tunnel. If there is any problem, the vehicle can escape through the emergency tunnel. There is the facility of telephones every 150 meters. Every 150 meters there is a telephone. You can connect in case of emergency, right? Okay. And there is a auto incidents detection system. If there is any incident occurring, so there will be warning alarm so that the other entries and exits can be stopped and evacuation work can be taken, because those are very, very tough terrain for the normal commutation process, right? And one of the reason why this is celebrated, this Atal tunnel, that it has reduced the 4 or 5 hours journey time to simple 10 minutes, right? So this is the very, very important news that was coming into January 2021, because thus on that particular 1st January there was a record movement of vehicles. However, this tunnel was inaugurated in October 2020 by Prime Minister, right? We discussed the concepts associated, the static concept or other important facts which may be coming into the news, if not directly this question, right? So from those topics we will be covering in very, very elaborate manner, and we will be covering all the relevant months for your examination, right? The question is asking, Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Udan Academy, which was making news recently, is located in which state? Our options are Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Bihar and West Bengal. So this is a particular pilot training academy working as an autonomous body under Ministry of Civil Aviation. This is situated in Fursadganj Airfield. It is in Uttar Pradesh, right? It is in UP. Okay, near Raebareli you can say. So this made news for achieving clocking a fixed number of flying hours by the trainee pilot, which is more than average it usually used to do, right? So this was in the news, right? Who is the Minister of Civil Aviation? I have already told you, Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia is the minister. It might also come at a certain point of time in an examination, because Ministry of Civil Aviation has launched few schemes, policies in this year, and it is into the news quite often, right? So moving on to the next, which state or union territory recognized Takht Damdama Sahib as a fifth Takht, right, of Sikh religion? So this Takht is important in Sikh religion. They are a holy place of Sikhism. In total there are 5 such Takhts of Sikh religion. So Delhi is this union territory of Delhi passed an amendment act, okay, passed an amendment act, and they recognized this place Takht Damdama Sahib as the 5th Takht of Sikh religion. So what are the 5 Takhts? Let's see one by one. First is Sri Akal Takht. This is in Amritsar near Golden Temple, okay. Next one is Takht Sri Hajur Sahib, this is in Naned, this is Maharashtra. Takht Sri Kesargarh Sahib, this is Anandpur. Takht Sri Harmandir Sahib, this is Patna, Bihar. It is also called Patna Sahib. This Patna Sahib is the birthplace of 10th Guru, Guru Gobind Singh Ji. Guru Gobind Singh Ji took birth here. This is very important place in Sikh religion, Patna Sahib. And this particular Takht at Kesargarh, this is the place where Guru Gobind Singh raised the Khalsa tradition in Sikhism. Okay, and the fifth Takht which has been recognized by Delhi Assembly, it is in Bhatinda, it is also in Punjab. So out of the 5 Takhts, 3 is in Punjab, one is Amritsar, Bhatinda and Anandpur. This Naned is in Maharashtra and this is Bihar, Patna Sahib. Okay, so total there are 5 Takhts. Okay, this Damdama Sahib is the most recent one. Moving on, Atacama large millimeter sub-millimeter array. It is a telescope basically. It is located in which country? Our options are A. USA, B. Chile, C. Australia and D. Russia. So it is located in Chile. It is a South American country, right? It is a telescope. This particular Atacama ALMA, you can say it ALMA, Atacama large millimeter sub-millimeter array. It is a telescope to study lights coming from the coldest space object, right? And it has been instituted by European ESO, you can say European Southern Observatory. So this particular organization has instituted this telescope. Next question. The subsidiary of which Indian company signed agreement on jointly developing the Trincomalee oil tank? So this particular oil tank is in Sri Lanka. So this which company has signed an agreement, which Indian company has signed an agreement? So this is Indian Oil Corporation. Indian Oil Corporation is the largest, you can say, it is the largest oil company in India, petroleum company in India, and it also is a Maharatna company. Do you know about the classification of company? So all the public sector undertakings, public sector undertaking meaning which is owned by government, the PSUs. The large PSUs are classified basically into 3 categories. The largest being Maharatna, the next one is Navaratna, and then you have Mini Ratna. So this classification is done on the basis of annual turnover or the revenue of net worth of the companies, right? So in India at present there are total 11 Maharatna companies and Indian Oil Corporation is one of them. So it also might come in question related to economics about Maharatna company. We'll read it separately. However, I am quickly going to tell you which are those companies which forms the part of Maharatna, because these are most important. There are many Navaratnas and there are hundreds of Mini Ratna company. Their names need not be remembered, but Maharatna at least we should know. So NTPC, National Thermal Power Corporation, then you have ONGC, Oil and Natural Gas Corporation, then you have Steel Authority of India Limited, SAIL, then you also have Gas Authority of India Limited, GAIL, right? Indian Oil Corporation we already talked about, then another petroleum company BPCL, then you have HPCL also, Hindustan Petroleum, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What are the Power Grid is another company. This is a PSU. This is also a Maharatna company. Then Coal India Limited, CIL, right? And another one is Finance Corporation of India Limited. Finance Corporation of India Limited, right? So these are the 11 Maharatna company. One is left. This is BHEL, Bharat Heavy Electronics Limited. So this gives you total of 11 Maharatna company. You can remember their name that these are all into Maharatna group of companies, right? Okay. Japan recently signed reciprocal access agreement RAA with which country? So it is USA, is it Australia, is it Brazil, is it Russia? So this particular agreement was signed by Japan with Australia. This particular agreement was signed by Japan with Australia. It is about sharing of military training and military equipment. So they will mutually share their military equipments. These are the agreements, bilateral agreements various countries sign with each other regarding their strategic partnership to counter, especially this particular agreement is to counter the Chinese exertion in the region, right? Next is integrated approach in science and technology for sustainable future has been declared as the theme of which special day, right? So there are few days celebrated in every year. You should be noting the important ones down and then remembering their themes of particular year, that is 2022. So integrated approach in science and technology for the sustainable future has been declared as the theme for which day? That is National Science Day. It is celebrated to commemorate the very historic event. I'll tell you, very historic event in the history of India. A famous scientist, Dr. Chandrasekhar Venkat Raman, CV Raman, discovered the Raman effect, right? So Raman effect you might have read into science, was discovered by whom? Chandrasekhar Venkat Raman on 28th of February, right? 28th of February, and to mark this National Science Day is celebrated. So he discovered this Raman effect in 1928, 28th of February, and 2 years later he also received the Nobel Prize. Nobel Prize. So he is one of the few Nobel laureates India have, right? Other important day you can say National Innovation Day is celebrated on which date? 21st of April. I will quickly answer, right? And World Research and Development Day is celebrated on 10th of November, right? There will be other important days like Earth Day, World Environment Day, which is celebrated 5th of June, and their themes we need to remember. So as and when we are going to cover the respective months, we will be covering the days, the important days and celebrations of that particular month, right? So far we came to know that integrated approach in science and tech for sustainable future was the theme of National Science Day, which is celebrated 28th of February to commemorate the discovery of Raman effect by Chandrasekhar Venkat Raman. Moving on, Environment Ministry released guidelines on extended producer responsibility for which product? This is the news related to January. This is the news from January. However, this EPR has been expanded on other waste also. Okay. So, according to January 2022, it is on which particular product? So it is on waste tires, right? What is this extended producer responsibility? I will quickly explain, right? So if a particular good is made, suppose of plastic or by use of any other raw material, that has a cost on environment, right? The cost, you can see the environmental cost, right, plus the product cost equals to MRP. So this addition of environmental cost on the product on the MRP of the goods is called extended producer responsibility. So this is done to discourage the use of such products or use of those environmentally non-sustainable raw materials. But however, you see, iska jo ultimate, who is the ultimate bearer of this particular cost is the consumer itself, क्योंकि ये जो कॉस्ट है वो तो MRP पे ऐड हो जा रहा है, राइट? However, our question is कि किस प्रोडक्ट पे लगाया गया था? This is on West Tire. However, the Ministry of Environment has also now, when we are talking into month of June or July, so this particular EPR has been extended to plastic, single-use plastic also, single-use plastic, and since 1st of July it has been banned in all forms, right? Okay. Which state is associated with Nirbhaya Kadi campaign? So this was a particular campaign for against child marriage. You know which is the state in India having highest number of child marriages? Highest number of child marriages. In the meantime, quickly guess the answer. In which state Nirbhaya Kadi campaign was going on. So highest child marriages is found in UP in terms of number. However, if you go by percentage, this will come to Bihar. Maybe many of you would have a confusion regarding Rajasthan. So there this kind of cultural tradition is there, right? But in terms of number, still UP is the place, UP is the state which registers highest child marriage, right? So this particular campaign was run in the state of Odisha, and in Odisha, this is very important news, we shall focus. The Ganjam has declared itself state first child marriage free district. So this Ganjam is a particular district in Odisha, and it has declared itself to be free from child marriage, right? And this was done under the particular campaign, that is Nirbhaya Kadi. Kadi means like, say, you can say bud of flower. So it is in the local dialect. You can say Kali in English, right? So this is related to that. Which state launched the student startup innovation policy? ऐसी innovation कौन कर सकता है? तेलंगाना, गुजरात, Maharashtra and Odisha. Our answer is Gujarat. So Gujarat Chief Minister Mr. Bhupendra Patel launched this particular scheme. It is the scheme to provide the startup infrastructure and incubators for the students so that they can learn the entrepreneurship, the skills related to entrepreneurship at a very early stage. So which state has launched SSIP 2.0? So this is Gujarat. Olaf Scholz is recently appointed as the head of which country? Australia, Brazil, Germany and France. So Olaf Scholz, in the previous lecture I have already told you about few recently appointed prime ministers, and this is about the head of state of a particular country. So Olaf Scholz belongs to Germany. In Germany, the head of country is known as Chancellor, right? So he has replaced the previous Chancellor. Before him, Angela Merkel was the Chancellor of Germany, right? She has been replaced by Olaf Scholz. He belongs to Germany. He is the new Chancellor of Germany. Which union ministry implements the Ujala scheme? So this particular scheme is related to distribution of LED bulbs. Distribution of LED bulbs. Yesterday I told you what to remember regarding government schemes. Their aims, objective, ministry, budget and beneficiaries, right? So in this particular scheme, the electric consumers will get LED bulbs and they are not charged one time. The cost of this LED bulbs will be split as EMI into their monthly bills, right? So LED bulb distribution scheme Ujala is under which ministry? So Ministry of Power. Ministry of Power. So there is a synonymous, there is another scheme, homonymous scheme. You must not confuse with it. I am telling you the name Ujwala. So these are the two schemes related with the related name. Ujala, this is for LED bulbs, and Ujwala, this is for distribution of LPG cylinders. गांव में जब females दे यूज टू कुक ऑन वुडन फ्यूल, तो उससे क्या होता है, स्मोक आता है, तो दैट एड्स टू द पोल्यूशन, वो अनक्लीन फ्यूल है, एंड दैट ऑल्सो इज इनहेल्ड बाय द फीमेल, सो दे आर मोर प्रोन टू अस्थमा। साथ ही साथ जब मम्मी घर में खाना बना रही होती है तो बच्चे भी, छोटे बच्चे उधर घूम रहे होते हैं, तो दे ऑल्सो इनहेल दोज obnoxious gases like carbon oxide, carbon monoxides, right? And they are also prone to certain lungs disease, right? To improve the situation, this particular scheme is run by Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. तो उज्ज्वला कौन रन करता है, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, and उजाला कौन रन करता है, Ministry of Power, not to get confused with both, right? Okay. The SPG it was quite into news जब PM को रोक दिया गया था on the way to Punjab. So this Special Protection Group Act 1988 was passed to provide the security to nuclear power plants, Prime Minister and the former Prime Minister, India's land border, India's water border. India's land border को security कौन provide करते हैं वो मैंने बता दिया था in the yesterday's lecture. So BSF is guarding the India and Pakistan border, right? SSB is guarding India, Nepal, India, Bhutan. BSF is also guarding Indo-Bangladesh. Okay, and then you have, which is Indio-China border. So ITBP in the hilly areas. Okay, so these are the border guarding forces of India. This special protection group, it was formed in 1988 after the assassination of then Prime Minister Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, to give the protection to Prime Ministers and the former Prime Minister along with their nearest family members. So this particular force, special protection group, have their separate act. They are having their own jurisdiction. They are in the close vicinity. The innermost circle of the security is provided by this PG to Prime Minister, right? You can find this gentleman always in the black suit, black shades. So they are very alert always to tackle any kind of situation. The manpower in this special protection group are not directly recruited. They are procured on a deputation basis from police services, or you can say CAPF or armed forces. So they are on the deputation basis to the SPG. Apart from that, you should also know about various kinds of security classification that is also in news, like say कभी कंगना राउत को Z+ सिक्योरिटी दे दिया, कभी छीन लिया, कभी किसी सिक्योरिटी दे दिया, कभी किसी छीन लिया. तो व्हाट आर द ग्राउंड्स ऑफ सिक्योरिटी कि किसी को सिक्योरिटी दी जाए. So this grounds on which the security cover can be given to them is based on the intelligence report कि VIP सिक्योरिटी किसको किस लेवल की मिलनी चाहिए, and the decision is done by Ministry of Home Affairs, right? Ministry of Home Affairs तय करती है कि किस पर्टिकुलर पर्सन को किस लेवल की VIP सिक्योरिटी ग्रांट की जाएगी, राइट? एंड उसमें किस तरह की सिक्योरिटी होती है, आपने सुना होगा Z+Z. सो देयर आर टोटल 6 क्लासेस ऑफ सिक्योरिटी कवर प्रोवाइडेड इन इंडिया. दिस इज X कैटेगरी सिक्योरिटी. यहाँ पे यूजुअली एक गार्ड मिलता है, एक गनमैन मिलता है, आप लेको घूमो. फिर Y कैटेगरी होती है, राइट? एंड देन यू हैव Y कैटेगरी के बाद Y+ कैटेगरी, फिर Z कैटेगरी, फिर Z+ कैटेगरी. द नंबर ऑफ पर्सन्स इज व्हाट इज डिफरेंट इन ईच. जैसे X में सबसे कम होते हैं, लो रिस्क वाले होते हैं. जिन जैसे रिस्क बढ़ता जाएगा, नंबर ऑफ डिप्यूटेड पर्सनल जो सिक्योरिटी में होते हैं घर पे या फिर उनके ट्रैवल के टाइम पे, वो बढ़ते जाते हैं. एंड अनदर द 6th वन इज SPG, जो कि किसको मिलता है? प्राइम मिनिस्टर, फॉर्मर प्राइम मिनिस्टर और उनके नियरेस्ट रिलेटिव्स को. ठीक है, ओके. नाउ मूविंग ऑन, which group of countries participate in the Sea Dragon 2022 military exercise, Indo-Pacific country, Quad Group, Indian Ocean Rim Association और Balkan countries. Right, so Indo-Pacific countries participated into Sea Dragon 2022 exercise. कौन कौन सी कंट्री ने पार्टिसिपेट किया था? इंडिया, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, कनाडा, जापान एंड साउथ कोरिया. ठीक है, इनके नेवीज ने. तो ये कौन सा एक्सरसाइज है? सी ड्रैगन. सी से आप कर सकते हो, इट इज अ नेवल एक्सरसाइज. मिलिट्री की नहीं है एक्सरसाइज, नेवल एक्सरसाइज. और इसमें पार्टिसिपेटिंग कंट्रीज कौन कौन है? इंडिया, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, कनाडा, जापान एंड साउथ कोरिया. ठीक है, मल्टीलेटरल एंटी सबमरीन वॉरफेयर को टेस्ट करने के लिए, एंटी सबमरीन वॉरफेयर के ऊपर ये एक्सरसाइज परफॉर्म की गई थी इन इंडो पैसिफिक एरिया. ठीक है. इंडियाज फर्स्ट मोबाइल हनी प्रोसेसिंग वैन वाज लॉन्च्ड इन विच स्टेट? तो हनी बी कीपिंग को क्या बोलते हैं हम लोग? एपीकल्चर. ठीक है, एपीकल्चर. दिस इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट प्रॉफिटेबल एंड profitable agricultural related business. This is being highly promoted by the government in the recent times. So इसके लिए एक स्वीट रेवोल्यूशन, पहले देख लो कि कौन से स्टेट ने लॉन्च किया है. यूपी ने. स्वीट रेवोल्यूशन के नाम से जानते हैं. अच्छा, दिस इज अबाउट स्वीट रेवोल्यूशन इज अबाउट बी कीपिंग. इट इज अबाउट बी कीपिंग और यू कैन से एपीकल्चर. बट देयर आर अदर रेवोल्यूशंस यू शुड आल्सो नो. ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन किसके लिए था? ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन इज अबाउट एग्रीकल्चर, फूड ग्रेन्स. ठीक है. व्हाइट रेवोल्यूशन किसके लिए था? डेयरी प्रोडक्ट्स. व्हाइट रेवोल्यूशन फॉर डेयरी प्रोडक्ट्स. एंड देन यू कैन से येलो रेवोल्यूशन, दिस वाज फॉर एडिबल ऑयल. राइट. Blue revolution for fisheries. Right. So this particular sweet revolution, why is it in the news? The Khadi and the Village Industry Commission has launched country's first mobile honey processing van at Sirora, Ghaziabad. So this is in Delhi NCR, right? So basically it will be a mobile van where it will be processing the beekeepers honey at their doorsteps. It can process up to 300 kgs in 8 hours, right? There is a particular scheme also related to it, National Beekeeping and Honey Mission. You can read about it in detail. However, not much detail is required about this particular mission. For your general knowledge, you can know about these revolutions. Sorry. EcoRap. This is the flagship report launched by which institution? So this has been launched by State Bank of India. EcoRap has been launched by the State Bank of India. Okay. What is the maximum limit of Aadhaar enabled cash withdrawal transactions per customer per terminal in every day? Right. So एक दिन में APES, this APES is a solution कि आधार कार्ड में आप अपना बायोमेट्रिक, you go and touch your biometric and you will get your cash at hand. So this particular system, it is designed by NPCI. It is a organization which is mandated, which has been given to mandate to promote financial inclusion in India. Right, and develop and do research and development, bring out new initiatives related to payment systems. So our UPI, RuPay, right, RuPay, RuPay, these are all the products of this particular NPCI. This has been founded by Indian Bankers Association. So there are 10 banks in this association which has formed a company called NPCI. And it is under RBI. So RBI is also looking after supervising this payment and settlement system. So UPI, RuPay, this Bharat Bill Payment System, Bharat Bill Payment System, it is also been launched by NPCI itself. The question here is, what is the maximum limit of Aadhaar enabled cash withdrawal transaction पर कस्टमर पर टर्मिनल पर डे, तो एक दिन में एक कस्टमर एक टर्मिनल से कितनी बार ट्रांजैक्शन कर सकता है अपने आधार से? सो द लिमिट इज 5, राइट. सो एक कस्टमर 5 बारी एक टर्मिनल पे ले सकता है. सो हाउ इट इज वर्किंग कि एक टर्मिनल होगा, एक एजेंसी होगी, जैसे मान लो एक दुकान है जहाँ पे APES है, वो एक लाइसेंस्ड होता है, वो सब लेके रखता है. अगर मेरे पास आधार इनेबल्ड बैंक अकाउंट है, मैं वहाँ जाऊँगा, मुझे ना पिन डालने की जरूरत है, वो सारे डिटेल्स डालेगा, मैंने अपना अंगूठा लगा दिया, दैट विल वर्क एज अ पिन. सो इट इज अ बायोमेट्रिक बेस्ड कैश विड्रॉल, और कुछ डालने की जरूरत है नहीं वहाँ पे. तो ऐसा कितने ट्रांजेक्शन पर डे कर सकता है? वो 5 बारी एक टर्मिनल से एक इंसान कर सकता है. ठीक है. द न्यू जनशताब्दी एक्सप्रेस इनॉग्रेटेड बिटवीन अगरतला एंड जिरीबम कनेक्ट्स त्रिपुरा विद विच स्टेट? सो ये जो प्लेस है वो कहाँ है? दिस इज इन मणिपुर. हमारा जो आंसर है दिस इज इन मणिपुर. सो फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम अ जनशताब्दी ट्रेन हैज बीन लॉन्च्ड इन नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न एरिया and this will connect important historic towns such as Silchar. Silchar is also important, you know, for another transport purpose. This is the connecting point of east-west corridor. East-west corridor. So it is running from Gandhinagar in the west, and it is going to Silchar in Assam. Right, this is east-west corridor, and there is also now north-south corridor, right? And it connects further if it is connecting the 4 important cities. So this is Golden Triangle. These are 3 major most important highways of India, you can remember. So in this particular news item, the new Jansatabdi Express inaugurated between Agartala and Jiribam. So it is between Tripura and Manipur district, Manipur states. The 2 states are connected, and most importantly, it will be a fast travel, reducing the journey time by almost half. Right? Earlier it was 12 hours distant time. People can now cover it in 6 hours. Right? Wolf volcano, which was seen in news, is the highest peak on which island group? Hawaiian Island, Galapagos Island, Mariana Island, and Caroline Island. So it is in Galapagos Island. This is an island under the territory of Ecuador. This is a South American country, Ecuador. This is, here is Ecuador. This is Galapagos Island. Right? It is also known, this particular Wolf volcano is also known as Mount Vuitton. It is the highest peak in the Galapagos Island, right? It is the there is a particular term here mentioned, archipelago. So what is difference between an archipelago and island? So suppose that this is one island, okay? This is surrounded, and land is surrounded by water from all the side is called island. But if there are group of islands, so that will be called archipelago. Like Indonesia, it is an archipelago. There are several smaller islands, okay, making one group. Bharat Subramaniam, who was recently seen in news, is associated with which sports? So he is a very young grandmaster associated with chess. So his age is 14 years and become the 73rd chess grandmaster after he secured 3rd and final GM norm in Italy. Right? So this particular child is associated with chess. You should also be remembering about the sports person in news. Will also be looking forward कि हम कैसे कैसे कवर करेंगे जैसे जैसे न्यूज़ में आता रहेगा. एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट हम सेपरेटली भी उसको कवर कर सकते हैं द पर्सन इन न्यूज़ अलग अलग डोमेन से, इन आर्ट, लिटरेचर, पॉलिटिक्स, स्पोर्ट्स, काइंड ऑफ दैट, राइट? ओके, moving forward, UNESCO agreed to publish the description of India's UNESCO World Heritage Site on its website. In which language? Quite easy to guess. तमिल में करेगा तो not all of India is going to get benefited. Sanskrit, no one knows actually. Telugu, again the same problem, it's a regional language. So they have agreed to publish the UNESCO World Heritage Sites on their website. These are the sites which are included as World Heritage by UNESCO. So उनको अब हिंदी में भी अपने वेबसाइट पे यूनेस्को वाले डालेंगे, राइट। हिंदी डिस्क्रिप्शंस भी देंगे, क्योंकि क्या होता है कि अभी दे सपोज कि एक हेरिटेज साइट दिया हुआ है एंड उसके बारे में डिस्क्रिप्शन दिया होता था, तो इट वाज ओनली इन इंग्लिश। तो जो भी साइट्स इंडिया के हैं उसको अब हिंदी में भी उसका ट्रांसलेटेड वर्जन डालेंगे। एंड दिस वाज डन ऑन द ओकेजन ऑफ वर्ल्ड हिंदी डे। वर्ल्ड हिंदी डे से इंप्लीमेंट किया जाए। कब मनाया जाता है ये? तो 10th ऑफ जनवरी को मनाया जाता है। वर्ल्ड हिंदी डे इज सेलिब्रेटेड ऑन 10th ऑफ जैन। दिस इज वर्ल्ड हिंदी डे। लेकिन अगर नेशनल हिंदी डे की बात की जाएगी तो वो कब मनाया जाता है? 14th ऑफ सितंबर। और ये क्यों मनाया जाता है नेशनल हिंदी डे 14th ऑफ सितंबर को? बिकॉज इट इज द 14th ऑफ सितंबर इन 1949 our constituent assembly decided to adopt Hindi as the official language of India. So I'll write it, you can know for your general knowledge. On this date, constituent assembly of India decided Hindi to be official language of a state. Official language of state. State meaning government, right? West African country, there is a group of West African countries and they announced that they will be cutting off their ties with which African country? West African country announced to cut their ties with which African country over the reason being delayed election. So which is that country? Mali. So they have decided to, this particular organization ECOWAS, so ECOWAS, it is a 15-member regional bloc. ECOWAS is a 15-member regional bloc, and it was founded in 1978, right? So they have decided that they will be neglecting Mali from now onwards, because there was an election scheduled in February 2022, but the government of Mali have pushed the election to 2025 to protest this. They will say चलो भाई भाई नहीं रहे। India set a bilateral trade target of $50 billion before 2030. Which country? किस कंट्री के साथ हमें अभी ट्रेड करना है? 50 बिलियन के टारगेट का ट्रेड करने का किस कंट्री के साथ हमने किया है? साउथ कोरिया, यूएसए, जापान, यूएई, कौन सी कंट्री है? तो दिस इज साउथ कोरिया। उनके साथ हमें अपने ट्रेड को बढ़ाना है। सो वी हैव सेट अ टारगेट ऑफ अराउंड 50 बिलियन टू बी रीच्ड बिफोर 2030। 2021 में साउथ कोरिया का जो एक्सपोर्ट था वो 35% था, अराउंड 7.4 बिलियन, एंड इम्पोर्ट जो है वो 37.4% है, अराउंड 6 बिलियन। तो अभी आप कह सकते हैं कि अराउंड 11 बिलियन पे हैं हम, एंड वी हैव टू गो टू 50 बिलियन इन 8 years। अ बिट अनरियलिस्टिक टारगेट आई वुड से, पर चलो देखते हैं। हाउएवर एक अच्छी बात यह है कि हमारा जो ट्रेड बैलेंस है यहाँ पे सरप्लस में, इट इज नॉट नेगेटिव, बिकॉज वी आर एक्सपोर्टिंग मोर टू साउथ कोरिया देन वी आर इम्पोर्टिंग फ्रॉम देम। सो एक अच्छी बात होती है ट्रेड सरप्लस होना किसी भी कंट्री के साथ। National Innovation Week is organized in which month in India? So it is organized in January. जो अभी चूंकि जनवरी है, करंट अफेयर्स से, you must have guessed it, right? बट जनवरी 10 से जनवरी 16 तक इसको ऑर्गेनाइज किया गया था, द नेशनल इनोवेशन वीक। कौन कौन से लोग थे इसमें? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इनोवेशन एजुकेशन, AICT, ऑल इंडिया काउंसिल ऑफ टेक्निकल एजुकेशन, एंड मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री, तीनों लोगों ने मिलकर ऑर्गेनाइज कराया था नेशनल इनोवेशन वीक फ्रॉम 10th to 16th ऑफ जनवरी 2022। Indian Council of Historical Research ICHR is an autonomous body under which Ministry of Culture, External Affairs, Ministry of Education and Tourism। ये थोड़ा ट्रिकी ऑप्शन दे दिया है, दो को तो यू कैन एलिमिनेट, एक को तो यू कैन डेफिनेटली एलिमिनेट, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स, राइट। बहुत लोगों को लग रहा होगा मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कल्चर है या फिर टूरिज्म है, बट ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन के अंदर आता है। इसका काम क्या है कि टू प्रोमोट द साइंटिफिक स्टडी, टू प्रोमोट द साइंटिफिक रिसर्च एंड स्टडी ऑफ हिस्ट्री, ठीक है। तो साइंटिफिक मैनर में हिस्ट्री को लिखने के लिए इस पर्टिकुलर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को बनाया गया है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन के अंदर। हालांकि अभी हिस्ट्री को नए तरीके से लिखा जा रहा है, विच इज नॉट साइंटिफिक एट ऑल, सैड बट ट्रू। व्हाट स्पीसीज इज रेड सैंडर्स? रेड सैंडर्स जो एक स्पीसी है वो किस चीज का है? बर्ड का है, ट्री का है, मैमल का है और एम्फीबियन का है, राइट? सो दिस इज अ ट्री, सैंडलवुड के नाम से हम जानते हैं इसको, विच इज मोस्टली फाउंड इन द ईस्टर्न घाट ऑफ द साउथ इंडिया। अभी मूवी भी आई थी पुष्पा, ये वाला पुष्पा, तो यू मस्ट हैव सीन दिस। ये इसी चंदन की स्मगलिंग कर रहा था वो, तो रेड सैंडर्स। ओके, सो this has been declared as a endangered species. So there is an organization called IUCN, एक IUCN नाम की organization है। This is oldest or you can say the largest organization related to environment, oldest and largest organization for environment. So this is basically the network of various NGO and also the government organization across the globe. इसका प्राइम काम क्या है? एक तो पॉलिसी जारी करती है कि क्या नए स्टेप्स होने चाहिए टू प्रोटेक्ट द एनवायरनमेंट एंड सो, बट इट ऑल्सो मेंटेन्स अ लिस्ट ऑफ इंडेंजर्ड स्पीसीज, जिन स्पीसीज को खतरा है उनको क्लासिफाई करती है ये। सो रेड डेटा बुक, सो दिस पर्टिकुलर इज कॉल्ड रेड डेटा बुक अबाउट द वेरियस स्पीसीज। तो इसको कैसे क्लासिफाई करती है? आई विल क्विकली टेल अबाउट देम बिकॉज दिस इज good to know about environment, right? So IUCN classifies the species as, सबसे पहले तो extinct, right? So extinct are those species which are gone, no more found, dinosaurs, right? Now extinct in wild, meaning they are extincted naturally, but उनको अभी preserve करके you can find only in zoo, only in protected places, captive you can say, zoo. We are monitoring there so that they are not extinct. We are providing them the environment so that they can reproduce and increase their numbers. So these are held in captive, otherwise they are naturally extinct. Okay, so next one is critically endangered, which are not extinct but can be extinct very recently अगर उसको बचाया नहीं गया तो। Next one is endangered. So this particular red sanders in endangered category. Now you have near threatened and least concerned species. So these species is not only the tree, not only the plants, this may include animals also, birds also, like that, right? Bonia is Bonia, which was seen in news recently, is a similar version of Ramayana found in which country? So it is called a Ramayana of Madagascar. So why it is called Ramayana? It is not actually the translation of Madagascar translation of Ramayana, but people have observed that the story plot is such that it is referring to Ramayana. तो उसमें भी एक जो हीरो होता है विच इज बोनिया, तो उसके वाइफ को एक रेवेटो नाम का, इसको रावण से रिलेट कर दो, पर्टिकुलर इंसान किडनैप करके ले जाता है इन द सिमिलर थिंग, in the similar scheme of thing as it happened in our Ramayana. And also it has been found that there are similarity of around 300 words related to our Ramayana to their Ebonia, right? Okay, the man portable anti-tank guided missile which was recently flight tested has been developed in which country? So this has been developed in India, right? This has been developed by DRDO, our DRDO, Defense Research and Development Organization. So the major missile development program जिसके अंदर DRDO जो है अलग अलग तरीके की मिसाइल्स बनाती है, and you should be knowing about this. So this is integrated, I'll explain about integrated missile development program. So this is integrated guided missile development program. ठीक है, ये DRDO का मेजर प्रोग्राम है जिसके अंदर DRDO इज टेकिंग आउट रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट टू मेक मिसाइल्स। और इसके अंदर कौन कौन से मिसाइल्स बनाए गए हैं, जस्ट नो द नेम्स, आई विल टेल यू द ट्रिक ऑल्सो। रिमेंबर PATNA, सो दिस इज कैपिटल सिटी ऑफ विच स्टेट, बिहार। तो पटना के नाम से फर्स्ट इज पृथ्वी, राइट, सेकेंड इज अग्नि, थर्ड वन इज त्रिशूल, then you have Nag, then you have Akash, right? So these are the names of missiles which has been developed by DRDO under this particular module, integrated guided missile development program project of government. This Prithvi is a surface to surface missile, short range, right? Short range surface to surface missiles. This is ballistic missile, right? You can say SRBM, ठीक है। Surface to surface meaning this can be launched from a surface in land and can hit the target only in the land. Agni is also surface to surface missile, but it is medium to long range, so it may vary. Its range is, there are various versions, Agni 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's starting from 700 kilometer going up to 12,000 kilometer. बट ये 12,000 किलोमीटर वाला जो मिसाइल है अपना, इट इज अंडर डेवलपमेंट, ये अभी बना नहीं है। हाउएवर वी हैव 8,000 किलोमीटर मिसाइल विच इज ऑपरेशनल, किसके, अग्नि के, राइट। ओके, ये क्या है, सरफेस टू सरफेस मिसाइल, बट दिस इज इंटरकॉन्टिनेंटल मीनिंग कि रेंज उसका बढ़ जाता है। सो इट यू कैन से इट ICBM, इंटरकॉन्टिनेंटल ballistic missile. Okay, the third one is Trishul. This is surface to air missile, again short range surface to air missile, surface to air. इसका जो रेंज है अप टू 12 किलोमीटर, जमीन से हम 12 किलोमीटर एयर के टारगेट को हिट कर सकते हैं इन द त्रिशूल। दिस नाग इज एंटी टैंक मिसाइल। तो अभी देखा ना, एंटी टैंक गाइडेड मिसाइल, एमपैट GM, इसको बनाया DRDO ने। तो दिस एंटी टैंक मिसाइल जो हमारा ओरिजिनल है वो कौन सा है, नाग, राइट। फायर एंड फॉरगेट, इसको फायर कर दो, टैंक ढूंढ के मारेगा। एंड इसकी खासियत है कि दिस इज ऑल वेदर, किसी भी बारिश हो, धूप हो, सब जगह चलाओ इसको, चलता है, ठीक है। ओके, and next one is Akash. So this is again surface to air missile. This is surface to air missile of medium range. बहुत लंबा रेंज मारना हो तो स्पेस रॉकेट इसरो बना देगा और छोड़ देना, ठीक है। दिस इज अबाउट इंटीग्रेटेड गाइडेड मिसाइल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम। अब इसमें कौन कौन से मिसाइल आते हैं, पृथ्वी, अग्नि, त्रिशूल, नाग एंड आकाश। दिस मेक्स यू निमोनिक्स पटना, ठीक है, याद रखना है, कहीं भी काम आ सकता है। What is the objective of clairvoyant? So this is a particular technology, AI based patented system। एक इंडिया की स्टार्टअप है जिसने इस टेक्नोलॉजी को बनाई है। काम क्या है इसका, टू टैकल एयर पॉल्यूशन और टू वाटर प्योरिफिकेशन और क्रिप्टो करेंसी माइनिंग और डिसइंफेक्शन। सो दिस इज अ टेक्नोलॉजी adopted for water purification. Swajal Water Private Limited, it is a startup which has been started by an IIT pass out, IIT graduate, and it uses clairvoyant technology. So basically they use AI, artificial intelligence, to optimize the water purification system, ठीक है। इनका एक बड़ा यूनिक सा कॉन्सेप्ट अभी आया है वाटर ATMs का, right? So water ATMs is also run by Swajal Water Private Limited, ठीक है। Parakh, which was recently seen in news, is a portal associated with which field, student learning assessment, defense acquisition, investment advice, customs clearance। देखो, परख मतलब परीक्षा। So this is first thing, इसके बेसिस पे you can try to analyze. So it is a student learning assessment portal, right, to review जिसका पूरा नाम क्या है, परफॉर्मेंस असेसमेंट रिव्यू एंड एनालिसिस ऑफ नॉलेज फॉर होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट. किसने लॉन्च किया इसको? AICTE, ऑल इंडिया काउंसिल फॉर टेक्नोलॉजिकल एजुकेशन, AICTE ने लॉन्च किया है. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट इज गुलाबो which is recently passed away at वन विहार नेशनल पार्क जो इन भोपाल. तो ये क्या है? क्या ये वन हॉर्न राइनो है, स्लॉथ बियर है, बंगाल टाइगर है, जायंट टॉर्टोइज है. सो गुलाबो इज अ स्लॉथ बियर. देखो ऐसा है ये, तो ये स्लॉथ बियर थी जो डाइड. ठीक है. इंडियाज ओल्डेस्ट स्लॉथ बियर, इसका नाम था गुलाबो. 40 साल की लाइफ के बाद एट वन विहार नेशनल पार्क जू इन भोपाल. सो इट डाइड. Okay. Now, what is one-horned rhino? It is very endemic animal to India. इसका significance ये है कि it has been found due since Indus Valley civilization. Indus Valley civilization में you get a seal और कुछ pictures मिलते हैं, कुछ stamp मोहर मिलते हैं उनके, जिसपे one-hand rhino का figure है. And it is also found in काजीरंगा नेशनल पार्क. वन हैंड राइनो कहाँ पाया जाता है? काजीरंगा नेशनल पार्क. ठीक है. दिस बंगाल टाइगर, यू नो, दिस इज द नेशनल एनिमल ऑफ इंडिया, रॉयल बंगाल टाइगर. ओके. कहाँ पाया जाता है? तो प्राइमरली इन बंगाल, द एरियाज एडजॉइनिंग द सी एंड द लैंड, वहाँ पे रॉयल बंगाल टाइगर मिलता है. दिस इज the national animal of India. Central Institute of Classical Tamil is located in which city? तो Central Institute of Classical Tamil is located in Chennai city. Right? Which zone received maximum share of complaints under the Ombudsman scheme? सो अगर आपको बैंकिंग से रिलेटेड कोई तकलीफ है, कोई बैंक आपका काम नहीं कर रहा है, एंड यू नो दिस इज गुड अकॉर्डिंग टू लॉ, यू कैन अप्रोच विथ योर कंप्लेंट टू बैंकिंग ऑम्बड्समैन. राइट. सो ये एक तरह के लोकपाल हैं रिलेटेड टू बैंक. इनका काम है कि बैंकिंग में आपको जो भी तकलीफ हो गई है, कोई करप्शन कर रहा है, उनको सुनना. सो कौन से जोन से सबसे ज़्यादा कंप्लेंट आई है? नॉर्थ, साउथ, ईस्ट, वेस्ट रिलेटेड टू बैंकिंग ऑम्बड्समैन. तो कौन है वो भैया? North zone, right? North zone has given the maximum complaint, 43% of it passing from North zone. Who is the head of the working group set up to strengthen television rating point? बड़ा न्यूज़ में था भाई. TRP, fake TRP, etc. etc. During this whole episode of Arnab Goswami getting arrested and then fake TRP news coming up. तो उसके ऊपर एक वर्किंग ग्रुप सेटअप की गई थी अंडर द चेयरमैन ऑफ देन प्रसार भारती, दैट इज DD दूरदर्शन के चेयरमैन के. तो उसके कौन थे चेयरमैन? शशि शेखर वेम्पति. ठीक है. टेलीविजन रेटिंग पॉइंट क्या है कि एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, BRAC, ब्रॉडकास्ट ऑडियंस रिसर्च काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया. दिस इज नॉट ए गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बाय द वे. दिस इज एक्चुअली द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन लेड बाय सर्टेन इंडस्ट्री पर्सन. बॉलीवुड वगैरह टीवी इंडस्ट्री के पर्सन ही इसको रन करते हैं. दिस इज नोवेयर एफिलिएटेड टू गवर्नमेंट. एंड द TRP इज नॉट ऑल्सो द मेजर ऑफ क्वालिटी. ये क्या है? जस्ट द मेजर ऑफ व्यूअरशिप. मेजर ऑफ व्यूअरशिप को कितने लोग देख रहे हैं, दिस इज मेजर थ्रू TRP. एंड एजेंडा क्या है इनका? मार्केटिंग करने का. जितने लोग देख रहे हैं उतना ज़्यादा एड चलाने का खर्चा लगेगा उस पर्टिकुलर शो पे. राइट. What is the crew capacity of Gaganyaan mission? So this is the space flight, human space flight of India. इसके थ्रू इसरो क्या करेगी? ह्यूमंस को भेजेगी स्पेस में. ठीक है. जाना है तो सीट बुक करिए, लेकिन कैपेसिटी कितनी है इसकी? 3 ही है, तो नहीं जा पाएंगे, है ना. What is the crew capacity of Gaganyaan mission? So it is 3. तो 3 लोग सेलेक्ट किए जाएंगे. And this will be a short duration space flight, and this will be in the lower earth orbit. Lower earth orbit क्या होता है? मैक्सिमम अर्थ से 10,000 किलोमीटर तक जो होता है उसको लोअर अर्थ ऑर्बिट बोलते हैं. So this particular space flight will be put into lower Earth orbit by ISRO. So this is very flagship scheme. 3 लोगों को select किया जाएगा, which may be the pilots of Indian Air Force or the astronauts. उन लोगों को select किया जाएगा. अच्छा, astronaut से you should be remembering कि फर्स्ट इंडियन एस्ट्रोनॉट जो कि स्पेस में गए थे कौन थे? राकेश शर्मा, जिनके बारे में कहा जाता है ना, वंस द प्राइम मिनिस्टर आस्क्ड व्हाइल ही वाज इन स्पेस हाउ डू इंडिया लुक लाइक्स, तो राकेश शर्मा जी ने क्या कहा? सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा. तो दिस इज द फर्स्ट मैन, फर्स्ट इंडियन ओरिजिन मैन जो कि स्पेस में गए थे कर्टसी रशिया. ठीक है. Which Indian state constituted the Justice Hema Commission? So Justice Hema Commission को बनाया गया था 2017 में. There was an ugly incident where a famous actress from South industry, the movie industry, she was abducted and allegedly met with physical violence and sexual abuses. So उसको study करने के लिए to about the position of women in the films in South इंडिया जो स्टेट है उसने बनाया था एक कमीशन, जस्टिस हेमा कमीशन. तो कौन सी स्टेट है? तमिलनाडु, केरला, वेस्ट बंगाल और गुजरात. तो केरला ने बनाया था. अभी इस कमीशन को जो एक्चुअली जो एक्यूज थी उन्होंने आके कुछ पब्लिकली बोला अबाउट द इंसिडेंट आफ्टर 5 years. सो दिस इंसिडेंट हैपेंड इन 2017. शी केम आउट अगेन एंड स्पोक इन 2022 विद ऑल हर करेज. तो उसके बाद चूंकि हेमा कमीशन को बनाया था गवर्नमेंट ने ऑलरेडी वे बैक इन 2017. दिस हेमा कमीशन सबमिटेड दिस रिपोर्ट इन 2019 एंड सिंस देन देयर हैड बीन नो एक्शन टेकन. सो एक बार फिर से गवर्नमेंट ने एक पैनल बनाया टू स्टडी द रिपोर्ट एंड सी कि उसमें क्या इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की जा सकती है. एंड द केरला गवर्नमेंट इज ऑल्सो कंसिडरिंग टू ब्रिंग आउट ए लॉ टू प्रोटेक्ट women वर्किंग इन द फिल्म इंडस्ट्री. एंड दिस इज वेरी critical issue that should be given our due consideration, right? Because if the celebrity stature people are not safe, how can you think about the ordinary women of India to be safe, right? माघ मेला is an annual religious fair held in which state? तो हमारे सारे मेले का घर उत्तर प्रदेश. Let's see. So माघ मेला 2022 is an annual celebration held in उत्तर प्रदेश. The 47-day annual celebration. यार बहुत टाइम लेंगे ये तो. ठीक है. Where it will be held in Prayagraj at the Sangam. Sangam is the confluence of river. It is considered to be a holy confluence of 3 holy rivers in Hinduism, Ganga, Yamuna and Saraswati, out of which only Ganga and Yamuna is visible now and the third one is eloped. So it is considered to be vanished, right? Okay. Hydrophix gracilis, right? This is a particular species of snake, has been spotted in which state or union territory? So let's look at it. So एक ऐसा होता है, इसका बहुत छोटा हेड होता है. This is a particular kind of snake which has been found in the Kerala. केरला के एक बीच पे पाया गया है by few bird watchers, right? You should be knowing Hydrophis gracilis. इतना ही याद रखना है कि एक सांप है, कहाँ मिला था? केरला में. इससे ज़्यादा क्वेश्चन नहीं आएंगे इस पे. Which technology platform launched जागरूक वोटर कैंपेन? बड़ा ही न्यूज़ में था. The platform भी and this particular campaign भी, it has been launched by Twitter. So Twitter ने एक कैंपेन लॉन्च किया था by the name जागरूक वोटर. Twitter is into the news throughout the you can say year in 2022, even after the Elon Musk has bought this Twitter. So it was pretty much into the news. Maybe or may not be, the question might appear, right? The bilateral trade between India and China in 2021 has increased, decreased, remain the same. So बढ़ता ही रहता है. Maybe the Chinese are exporting more to us, but in that also the trade is increased, right? Rozgar Mission is a recent initiative of which of the following states? Our options are Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Punjab and Assam. And the answer is Chhattisgarh, right? So this is the mission of the Chhattisgarh government, which is headed by the Chief Minister himself, Bhupesh Baghel. He is the Chief Minister, present Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh government, and this is an employment mission and basically what it trying to do, they will be paneling the expert from reputed IITs. So in this schemes there will be a panel of expert coming from IITs, IIMs, other NITs, the National Institute of Technologies, right? And what will be their roles? They will be guiding this program in order to generate innovative ideas with regards to increasing employment in the states, right? So there will be expert from, you can see here, leveraging the expertise from the premier institutes like IITs and IIMs, right? Okay, so again, Rozgar Mission is launched by which state? Chhattisgarh. Next question is about Pandit Birju Maharaj. Recently he passed away, that is in January 2022 itself he passed away, and the question is asking he was related with which dance, right? So Kathak, Bharatnatyam, Kuchipudi and Mohiniyattam. So these are all the classical dances of India. I will be quickly telling you about all the classical dances and which are the associated states with those dances, because this is general knowledge question. You must be knowing about the major classical dances of India and the areas concerned, right? So let's first know the answer of this question. He is related to Kathak. So Pandit Birju Maharaj is related to Kathak. He recently passed away. Kathak is a classical dance form, right? He was aged 30, he is 83, right? Okay, and he was also awarded Padma Vibhushan in 1986. This Padma Vibhushan is the second highest civilian award in India, right? Civilian award meaning given to for the civilian purposes. There are two kinds of national awards, right? I will tell you. National awards may be divided into, let me write it. National awards may be divided into two categories. One is military award. Military award, which is given for the war time and given to the military personnel, and civilian award given in peace time for the work done in civil society. So in military awards, you know, there are awards like Paramveer Chakra, Mahavir Chakra, Ashoka Chakra, right? So Paramveer Chakra and Mahavir Chakra are usually given in the war time for a gallantry performance and ultimate sacrifice of life during the war. In the peace time, highest military award given is Ashok Chakra, right? And apart from that, there is another Shaurya Chakra. So these are military award. Accordingly, there are Bharat Ratna, Padma Vibhushan, the Padma awards, right? So these are civilian award. So Pandit Birju Maharaj ji was also a Padma Vibhushan awardee, and he was also awarded National Film Award for Best Choreography. Related with which dance? Kathak. So now I was to tell you about various dance forms, the classical dance forms, and you should be knowing it as a general knowledge, right? So let's see each one of them. First one is Kathak, and Kathak is related to which area of India? Right. I will be writing it also. Kathak is related to basically North India and the portions like UP, MP, Rajasthan. So these are the states and areas. Kathak is basically storytelling. It's a dance with the form of storytelling. In between the dance itself, the artist convey a kind of a story from ancient literatures, right? Another is Bharatnatyam. You must have heard about Bharatnatyam. So Bharatnatyam is from South India. It is from Tamil Nadu. Then you have Odissi. It is from obviously Odisha. Then another dance form related with the name Kathak is Kathakali, but this is not from North India. This is from South India, Kerala, right? This is from Kerala. Again, this one is the option number D, Mohini Attam. Mohiniyattam is from again Kerala. Now you have Bharatnatyam, I have already told you. Another one is Kuchipudi. Kuchipudi is from Andhra Pradesh. So these are major classical dances and related with their areas. There is one another dance, you can say Chau dance. So this is dance with martial art embedded in it, and this is again in the areas like Odisha, West Bengal, Jharkhand, Bihar portions. So this is Chahu dance, you can remember. In this, the performers will wear a mask and then they perform their dance. And this is a martial art form of a dance. Okay, you should be remembering all these dance form and their associated places. Anytime and any places, it might come in some or other examination, right? Okay, moving on. As per the standards of the charging infrastructure for electric vehicles, who can set up public charging stations, right? So now that individuals are also allowed in India, to operate electric vehicle charging station. So they can make electric vehicle charging station at their home. They can use their normal electric connection to charge the electric vehicle, and also they can build up commercial charging stations, right? Public. Okay. Earlier there was only companies associated indulging it, but now Ministry of Power has granted this license. Union Ministry of Power has granted this license for the individual, that they can also operate any charging stations. However, they have to fulfill the guidelines with regards to the proper safety and installations of charging stations. Okay. Next question is, India's commemorative postal stamp on COVID-19 vaccine feature which vaccine? So our very own vaccine, our options are Covishield, Covaxin, Covax, Zycovid. Right, so India's own vaccine is Covaxin, and there has been a stamp, commemorative stamp released. So this is a kind of postal stamp released in the related to COVID-19 vaccine, that is Covaxin, and it has a image of a nurse or a doctor injecting the vaccine. So this is to celebrate 1 year of the Covaxin, right? 1 year since the Covaxin came to use, right? Okay, and which company has made Covaxin is Bharat Biotech. Obviously they got support from Indian Council of Medical Research and other government organization, but Covaxin is being manufactured by which company if it comes? So it will be Bharat Biotech. Which country proposed P3, Pro-Planet People movement, during WEF Davos Agenda 2022? So this WEF is World Economic Forum, very famous organization. It is World Economic Forum, and it is famous especially for our syllabus because it releases too many reports and indexes. I will be giving you few names. Okay, World Economic Forum. So it is a non-governmental organization. It is not any UNO based organization or kind of government organization. It is headquartered at, where it is headquartered? Switzerland. It is headquartered in Switzerland place. Okay, and it was founded in 1971. Some of the major reports which is released by World Economic Forum is, you can say, Global Competitiveness Index. Then you can say Global Gender Gap Report. It is also released by WEF Gender Gap Report. By the time you should be guessing about the answers also in the meantime while I write this. You can also make a note of it. Human Capital Index. Is also released by, these are few major reports I am telling you. Otherwise it releases 20-30 reports in every year. Inclusive Development Index. This is also released by World Economic Forum. Global Environment Performance Index. Global Environment Performance Index. So these are a few reports. Now coming back to the question, which country proposed P3 pro-planet people movement during the Davos Agenda 2022 of World Economic Forum? So it is India. The Prime Minister of India himself announced this on the Davos meeting of World Economic Forum, right? This was a virtual summit hosted by these world leaders of this organization, right? You can say this is Switzerland. Here it is Davos. Senior bureaucrat Vikram Devdutt is the new chairman and managing director of which organization? Air India, Life Insurance Corporation, Central Electronics Limited and Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited. These are four options in front of us and the right answer is Air India. Recently government announced the disinvestment of Air India and it has been completed also. What is disinvestment? See, I'll tell you that usually there is a public sector undertaking. So what it means by public sector undertaking, I have already explained you while I explained you Maharatna, Mini Ratna concept. Quickly to explain it now, it is the shares, maximum shares is held by government. It is owned by government. Any company owned by government is called public sector undertaking. Now, if the company is into loss or the government is no more willing to run that business, it tries to reduce down its shares. Okay, it tries to reduce down its shares. So this is called disinvestment. Disinvestment. So if government is selling off its share to the private entity, maybe any company, maybe any person, so this is called disinvestment. And if the government disinvest more than 50% of its share, it passes to the private person, be it any company, be it any individual. So this is called privatization. So जब भी हम सुनते हैं ना प्राइवेटाइज कर दिया इसको उसको, that is government has sold its share to the private individual. Recently Air India के भी 100% shares को sell off कर दिया गया है. And which company has brought that? Tata Group. Earlier Air India was launched also by the Tata Group, then it was nationalized and now it went back to Tata Group. So this senior bureaucrat Vikram Devdutt has been appointed. He is an IAS officer and appointed the new chairman and managing director of Air India, and this is in news of January 2022. Okay, since then many developments have been there. Which union ministry launched climate hazard vulnerability atlas? So this will be a particular atlas mapping India into various zone, mapping India into various zone, right? Okay, somewhere it will be prone to cyclones, so they will be mapping cyclone prone area. Somewhere it will be prone to floods, they will be mapping flood prone areas. Somewhere there will be sandstorms, so they will be mapping sandstorms. What is the purpose of this atlas? Is that to give threat specific warning and threat specific help to the local population. Here if there are avalanches, landslides in the hilly terrain, so that can be mapped and accordingly people can be warned and the systems can be developed. So this was a necessary step to take specific steps related to vulnerability. And what are the threats they have analyzed here is like, say, firstly it has been developed by Indian Meteorological Organization. Indian Meteorological Organization, IMD, department, it is not organization. IMD, it is based in Pune, right? It is based in Pune. What are the threats which are classified in this atlas is extreme weather conditions like extreme rainfall, now extreme shortfall in rainfall, that is called drought. So some areas may be drought prone areas like Maharashtra, Latur area, right? Cold waves, heat waves, so all these things are mapped. Dust storms, sandstorms, hailstorms, cyclones, obviously, snowfall in the mountains, lightning, winds and fogs. These are the environmental threats which are mapped on the Climate Hazard Vulnerability Atlas of India. Which organization brings that? Indian Meteorological Department. And under which ministry it is? You might be confused with Ministry of Environment. That is not right. It is Ministry of Earth Sciences, right? The correct answer is Ministry of Earth Sciences has built up India's Climate Hazard Vulnerability Atlas. Okay. Now, which tennis star? Very interesting question. Which tennis star was deported from Australia after his unvaccinated status? So usually after COVID there was all restrictions in the entry and exit of all the countries. So this particular tennis star who was unvaccinated was sent back from the tournament. So who is he? Is it Rafael Nadal, Djokovic, Roger Federer or Daniel Medvedev? These are all very great players, Grand Slam winners. So which one was there? Was Novak Djokovic. He hails from Serbia, right? He is from Serbia. Serbia is a country and this particular player is from Serbia. However, he fought a case also, but till then it was late. Tournament has already started. What is the name of the phenomena that describes record number of people leaving their jobs during कोविड पैंडेमिक? यहाँ इंडिया में लोगों को जॉब से निकाला जा रहा था और यूएस में लोग जॉब छोड़ रहे थे. व्हाट वाज दैट फेनोमेना कॉल्ड? द पैंडेमिक क्विट, द पैंडेमिक रेजिग्नेशन, द ग्रेट रेजिग्नेशन, द पैंडेमिक ब्रंट. So even if there is something adverse or bad in US, that is also known as great. So you must have known about Great Depression, the Great Economic Recession. So Western country has a habit of glorifying even the adverse things, right? So here the particular answer is the Great Resignation. It is a name given to the phenomena when post-COVID people suddenly started to resign from their jobs in big numbers. In India, we cannot afford because there is already high unemployment. There are shortage of jobs. People are willing to do job at any prices. And even then, during the COVID, there were forced ejection of people from the employment, right? But as soon as COVID restriction eased in United States, people started to leave job. You know why? There was a reason that as soon as economy started to progress, there was great demand for labor. So demand for labor increased in US, right? Okay. And there was already lesser unemployment. I am telling that more employment was there. So lesser unemployment in US. Now you see there will be a shortage of wage laborers, workers, or even the professionals. So there will be shortage of labor in the industry. And there will be two companies, three companies. So companies will compete for labor. They have to increase production. Companies will increase for labor. So they will be able to pay more and more to the existing employees. People will resign from one company in mass. So this phenomena occurred in United States and that is known as Great Recession. It is not about India. India में तो लोगों को जबरदस्ती निकाला जा रहा था कंपनियों से, right? Moving ahead, which Indian has been robed as the ambassador of ICANN supported Universal Acceptance Steering Group? So this is a organization for the promotion of languages, and who among the following: Vijay Shekhar Sharma, Sachin Bansal, Bhavish Agrawal and Dipinder Goyal has been appointed as the ambassador of this particular organization. So the answer is Vijay Shekhar Sharma. He is the founder of Paytm. He is the founder of Paytm. Robed is an ambassador of ICANN, right? Okay. Dmitry Kovacevatsky is the new prime minister of which country? Greece, North Macedonia, Egypt and Argentina. Hey, I have already told you about few new recently appointed prime ministers. So today the question is about Greece, North Macedonia, Egypt or Argentina. The answer is North Macedonia. He is Dimitrij Kovacevic is the new prime minister of North Macedonia. Who is the prime minister of Greece? I'll tell you the names of each of the options. So it is Kyriakos Mitsotakis. These are highly unlikely to appear in examination, but what is the harm in knowing? So Egypt is Mustafa Madboli, and Argentina, there is a president, not prime minister. So the president of Argentina is Alberto Fernandez. This Argentina president you should know, because there was summits and conferences in Argentina. Prime minister also went. Okay. Which Indian state has joined hand with World Food Program to improve the food security of farmers? So this is a food agency of this is official agency of United Nations organization, and it is headquartered in Rome. Founded in 1961. It is a food assistance, provide food assistance to the United Nations members on various threatened groups, right? The question is, which Indian state has partnered with WFP to improve food security of farmers? And is again Odisha. Roberta Metsola is the youngest president of which multilateral institution? She is a lady and she has been elected as the president of a group, multilateral organization. We have to tell which is that particular organization. European Parliament, UNESCO, UNICEF and World Bank. The answer is European Parliament. So she has been elected as the president of European Parliament. She is merely 43 years old. Now European Parliament belongs to which organization? In detail you can know. European Union. Right? This European Union is very much into the news last year also, 2-3 years ago also, due to a phenomena called Brexit. This European Union is the group of all the European countries, and out of that Britain exited. So this was called Britain's exit from European Union, hence Brexit. Now let's discuss few things about this European Union. Okay, it is a group of 28 member countries, right? 28 member countries are there. Okay, they have a common currency also, they have a common parliament also. So this is European Parliament. All these countries have their separate parliaments or their separate law making bodies, but there is a common parliament for them also, European Parliament. Which is the most popular currencies? That is Euro. Euro is the currency of European Union. However, there are few EU countries, European Union countries, which do not use Euro as the official currency, right? European Union was formed in 1992 after the Maastricht Treaty. You can note it down. Maastricht Treaty. Okay. European Union has 3 wings. You can say 4 wings. First is Parliament, European Parliament. This is the law making body. Then you have European Council. This is the organization where head of state of all the member countries sits. Basically, it is giving directions to the policy. They are directors body, right? They have a court of justice also, court of justice of EU, common court also, and they have EU Commission. So this is executive body. This is responsible for day-to-day functioning of European Union. This is one of the very few prosperous multilateral organization. Otherwise you see various organizations like SARC, it is literally dead, NAM, not relevant for the present country. There are 2-3 organizations on having more than 5-6 countries which are successfully running. One is ASEAN and another one is EU, European Union. Okay. Now, which country initiated coalition for disaster resilient infrastructure? Out of 4 options, we have USA, United Kingdom, India and China. We have to pick one and the answer shall be India. So, India has initiated a particular initiative that is called Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, right? It was initiated 2-3 years ago and it has a total membership of 22 countries, 22 member countries plus 7 organizations. Multilateral organizations are also member of this coalition. Okay, what is the main aim for this? It is an annual international conference. Annual international conference. This is held annually. And the main aim for it is to develop those infrastructure which are less prone to any natural or man-made disaster in these member countries, and also to promote the rehabilitation and fighting measures if there is any kind of natural man-made disasters, right? I4F, Industrial R&D and Technological Innovation Fund. It is a collaboration between India and which country? So basically it's I4F, it is I4F, you can say India, you will get the answer by knowing the name, Israel Industrial Research and Development Technological Innovation Fund. So where is the 4I? India, Israel, Innovation and Industrial. This gives you 4 I's and this is a fund. So why it was into news? There was an increase in this fund. Okay, so firstly let's know the answer. It is B. B is the answer, Israel. So this fund is working in 4 big sectors. 4 big sectors. What is the goal of this fund? Is to promote innovation and research and development in these sectors. I am telling you, telecom and IT. One is this, another one is agriculture, another one is pharma, and next one is security. In agriculture, we have India and Israel have a more than 10 years of partnership. You must have seen that cherry tomato, very small tomato. So the technology and their breeding has been procured under this fund from Israel itself, the cherry tomatoes. Furthermore, you can read it that I4F, India and Israel Technological Innovation Fund, is a collaboration between the Department of Science and Technology, this is under Ministry of, and the Israel Innovation Authority. So these two are the collaborating agencies and it aims to promote joint industrial research and development between India and Israel. Okay, and which of the following sectors? Which are the sectors? These are the sectors. Okay. Which country has inaugurated India Assisted Social Housing Project? So there is a social housing project in a particular country and that has been assisted by India. We have to guess, we have to tell that which of the following country has initiated such product. इन चारों में से किसने वैसा किया है? So options are Madagascar, Mauritius, Maldives and Myanmar. The answer is Mauritius. So what happened that few years ago in 2016 itself, India released a special economic package to Mauritius, right? Mauritius is a country, you can say where almost 70% of population is Indian origin. And this is one of country where there were numerous president from India, Indian origin president, 4 to 5 times continuous there were president from India. And their official language, one of the official languages, Bhojpuri, that is spoken in the North India, Bihar and UP. Okay. So in 2016, India released a special economic package to Mauritius, and in that package they promised to build a metro project. India also promised to build an ENT hospital over there. Then Supreme Court building of Mauritius, right? And also distribute digital tab to schools. And another project was social housing. So this social housing project has been recently initiated in month of January 2022. They inaugurated this particular project. Okay, the social housing project. Right, let me take it down. Okay. Next question is, which Indian state has launched the Golden Jubilee celebration of the state and decided to celebrate Infrastructure Financing Authority? Two hints are there. A state which has launched its Golden Jubilee celebration. 50 साल पूरे हुए स्टेट को, राइट, इंडिया में आए हुए टू बिकम अ फुल फ्लेजेड स्टेट. ऐसा नहीं कोई इंडिया का पार्ट नहीं था, बट दे वर नॉट गिवन. देयर आर वेरियस स्टेट विच वर नॉट as the present status. They were not a fully functional state. They might be union territory. They might be under different status. So which of the following states celebrated its Golden Jubilee and set up a particular authority called Infrastructure Financing Authority? Is it Goa, Assam, Arunachal Pradesh and Chhattisgarh? So right answer is C, that is Arunachal Pradesh. Usually the Arunachal Pradesh used to be a union territory. Okay, by when? So Arunachal Pradesh was a union territory till 1987. Okay, and then it was made a full-fledged state. For this, India has to do a constitutional amendment. That constitutional amendment is 55th constitutional amendment. You know, before the name came as Arunachal Pradesh, it was known as Northeast Frontier Agency. The state of Arunachal Pradesh was known as Northeast Frontier Agency, and this particular name was changed to Arunachal Pradesh. In which year? That was 1972. This is why they celebrated a Golden Jubilee in the naming of Arunachal Pradesh, right? Okay. So this Arunachal Pradesh became the state. Arunachal Pradesh became the state which celebrated its Golden Jubilee and set up a Arunachal Pradesh Infrastructure Financing Authority. What is the purpose? To fast track infrastructure development in the state. This will be a particular authority which will be financing the infra development project, right? And apart from that, cabinet also decided to formulate a district level good governance index. Which union ministry revised rural area development plan formulation and implementation guidelines? RADPFI. Which of the following ministries? Is it Ministry of Rural Development, Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change? So it is Ministry of Panchayati Raj. You must be knowing Panchayati Raj institution was given constitutional status. कब दिया गया था? Which amendment is related? तो 73rd Amendment Act याद रखना है, भूलना नहीं है. It is related to पंचायती राज इंस्टीट्यूशन. Recently मिनिस्ट्री ने क्या किया? एक गाइडलाइंस जारी किया, रूरल एरिया डेवलपमेंट प्लान फॉर्मुलेशन एंड इम्प्लीमेंटेशन गाइडलाइंस. ठीक है, किस मिनिस्ट्री ने किया है? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पंचायती राज ने किया है। अब इसमें क्या होने वाला है कि इट विल बी ए सप्लीमेंट्री एफर्ट टू अंडरगोइंग स्वामित्व स्कीम। अभी भी प्रधानमंत्री बाहर गए थे तो उधर चर्चा कर रहे थे इंडियन डायस्पोरा को समिट एड्रेस करते समय अबाउट अ पर्टिकुलर स्कीम, स्वामित्व स्कीम। सो दिस वाज आल्सो इन न्यूज इन जनवरी, दिस इज आल्सो इन न्यूज इन जून। तो व्हाट इज दिस स्कीम अबाउट? तो ये एक स्कीम है जहां पे गांव में लैंड का सर्वे किया जा रहा है, लैंड सर्वे किया जा रहा है। दिस इज की कौन सा लैंड बिलोंग्स टू विच पर्टिकुलर पर्सन और विच पर्टिकुलर फैमिली, दे विल बी गिवन अ लैंड होल्डिंग सर्टिफिकेट। सारा झंझट खत्म, नो मोर कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ओवर लैंड्स, राइट? हाउ इट इज गोइंग टू गेट डन? तो स्वामित्व स्कीम फुल फॉर्म नेम ऑफ स्वामित्व स्कीम फुल नेम इज सर्वे of villages and mapping with improvised technology in village areas. This is the full name of Swamitva scheme, right? It is under Ministry of Panchayati Raj. Which institution released the Climate of India during 2021 report? So this is NABARD, Meteorological Department, Niti Aayog and Environment Ministry. The answer is Indian Meteorological Department. कहाँ पे है ये? It is based in Pune and it comes under Ministry of Earth Sciences. It comes under Ministry of Earth Sciences, right? So IMD recently released its report, Climate of India during 2021 report, and this particular report bring out a special fact that 2021 was the 5th warmest year in India since this recording practice of warmest year or coolest year started. So when did it start? It started in 1901 and since then till today 2021 is 5th warmest year in India. It also shows that country reported loss of around 1750 people due to extreme weather conditions in the year 2021. And most important, the most extreme weather events like lightning, thunderstorm were highly fatal and around 350 deaths were caused due to these events, right? You can also link it to with the previous question कि क्यों जरूरी था climate vulnerability index बनाना. Which country has organized the Asia Ministerial Conference on Tiger Conservation? India, Malaysia, UK and Sri Lanka. So it has been organized by Malaysia. और किसके थ्रू मिलके किया है? गवर्नमेंट ऑफ मलेशिया एंड ग्लोबल टाइगर फोरम. अब एक ग्लोबल टाइगर फोरम क्या है? व्हाट इज ग्लोबल टाइगर फोरम? देयर इज ऑर्गेनाइजेशन वर्ल्ड वाइल्ड लाइफ फंड फॉर नेचर, राइट? सो दिस इज particular organization and it has partnered with the countries which are having the population of tiger, that is Panthera tigris, it is scientific name. Which are those countries? India, Nepal and Bhutan, right? इन सब के साथ मिला के क्या बना? ग्लोबल टाइगर फोरम. And this country Malaysia has recently organized Asia Ministerial Conference on Tiger Conservation and it was jointly conducted by Government of Malaysia and Global Tiger Forum, right? Which ministry launched the Koila Darpan portal? So Koila Darpan portal is the portal launched for analyzing the performance indicator That is called KPI, Key Performance Indicators of Coal Sector. And which ministry has launched that? यार बहुत obvious है, कोल का कौन करेगा? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कोल करेगी. The United Nations General Assembly approves the resolution sponsored by which country condemning the Holocaust denial? So this particular Holocaust is a very historic event. Sadly, this was an event done in Germany. जर्मनी में ज्यूज लोगों को पकड़ पकड़ के किल किया गया था भाई. नाजी जर्मनी, नाजी पीपल killing of Jews. So there was a resolution condemning the denial of Holocaust. The people who denied, उसके against एक resolution पास किया गया है. And which country would be the first to approve it? Because Israel is made up of Jewish population. यहूदियों का देश इजराइल. Which state government launched the streetscaping and beautification of road projects on the line of European city? Odisha, Telangana, Delhi and Goa. So Delhi actually is not a state, it's union territory with legislative assembly, but यहाँ options के हिसाब से the correct option is Delhi. योग्यता मोबाइल application was launched by Common Services Center CSC, National Green Tribunal. Option C, Election Commission of India. Option D, Supreme Court of India. So this Yogyata mobile application is launched by Community Service Center. So this is an app developed for skill improvement to provide vocational education and skill development opportunities to the youth and other citizens in rural areas. क्या क्या होगा उस पे? There will be courses like cyber security, CAD, 3D printing, etc. Because and the skill provided will add to the employability. खाली ग्रेजुएशन पढ़ के नौकरी तो नहीं मिल रही. They must have a certain skills to this particular app will be helping to learn those skills and then increase their opportunity for employment. Which state or union territory launched India's first district good governance index? Right? So first good governance index, and there is also we have already learned that कि अरुणाचल प्रदेश ने भी गुड गवर्नेंस इंडेक्स लॉन्च किया था, बट यहाँ पे है पहले किसने किया था डिस्ट्रिक्ट गुड गवर्नेंस इंडेक्स को लॉन्च. सो द स्टेट इज जम्मू एंड कश्मीर, एक्चुअली यूनियन टेरिटरी नाउ, यूनियन टेरिटरी Jammu and Kashmir. The first ever district good governance index was released in Union Territory of Jammu Kashmir. In the composite ranking of the index, Jammu district tops the list, followed by Doda, Samba and so on. Right? So district wise they are ranking various districts according to good governance. What all includes good governance? The aspects like transparency, accountability, responsiveness, lack of corruption, etc. of the government, of the administration in this particular district, right? Submission on agriculture mechanization is a scheme of which union ministry, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, Ministry of Sciences and Technology, Ministry of Rural Development and Ministry of Electronics and IT. This could not be, this could not be. You must be confused between these two. Let's see the answer. So answer is A, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare. So it has launched a submission on agriculture mechanization. The Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare has launched a submission on agriculture and mechanization in 2014-15. What is the aim? Is to increase the reach of the farm mechanization to small and marginal farmers also. The biggest problem in India today is that it is mechanical. There are humans involved into it. There is no machine or lack of machine, because the farm holding in India is very, very small. There are too many marginal small farmers having 1 acre of land, less than 1 acre of land. And those farmers who are rich, well-to-do, of having acres and acres of land, they have the machines, all the machines. They are rich farmers. right? Actually, but most of in India, most of the farmers are marginal and small farmers, right? Okay, no water, right? The World Bank has approved a loan of around 1000 crore for which of the following state? So Odisha, West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka. This happened again. We are discussing the current affairs of January 2022. So this state is West Bengal, right? World Bank has approved a loan of around 1000 crore rupees for the development projects of West Bengal, especially to work upon the social security sector. Spices Board is a regulatory and export promotion agency under which ministry? Ministry of Agriculture, Farmer Welfare, Commerce and Industry, Ministry of MSME. So this is called micro and small undertaking. Micro, small and medium enterprise. So we have a separate ministry for that, and we have a separate ministry of heavy industries, and we have a separate ministry of commerce and industry, right? Okay, so which particular ministry has launched? Commerce and industry. So क्या है ये? The Spices Board, चूंकि India trade in almost there are 200 300 around how many you can see 25 different spices जो है वो India export करता है. So Spice Board is what? The Spices Board is a regulatory and export promotion agency. So whatever export of spices are being conducted from India, spices are being sold out, it is regulated by this Spices Board. So around 180 countries are purchasing spices from India. This Spice Board is a 3D virtual platform which aims to connect India's स्पाइस एक्सपोर्टर टू बायर. क्या लॉन्च किया है स्पाइस बोर्ड ने? एक स्पाइस एक्सचेंज नाम का एक प्लेटफॉर्म लॉन्च किया है. दिस इज अ 3D वर्चुअल प्लेटफॉर्म जहां से वो अपना ऑर्डर प्लेस कर सकते हैं एंड इंडियंस कैन सेल ऑफ देयर मार्केट, एक्सपोर्ट देयर आइटम्स, राइट. हु हैज बीन सेलेक्टेड फॉर असम्स हाईएस्ट सिविलियन अवार्ड असम वैभव. असम अभी फिर से न्यूज में था. गुवाहाटी में सारे एमएलएज महाराष्ट्र के जाके बैठ गए थे होटल में. एंड द असम सीएम इज हेमंत कुमार right, Hemanta Biswas. And who has been selected for this particular award? Ratan Tata ji. Which country is associated with Aboriginal flag, which was seen in news recently? Is it USA, UK, Australia and China? The answer happens to be Australia. So this particular Aboriginal flag was designed by a particular person, right, who is called Harold Thomas. So this was a particular person. He designed a flag in 1971. This was a symbol of land right movement in Australia. Lands rights movement, especially in central Australia. Australia is a very big continent or country, but most of the places there are desert. So entire central Asia, central Australia, they are deserted areas, and however there is a population, so out of them there was a land right movement, and this particular flag was designed to spearhead that movement. And from 1971 till 2021 the copyright was with this person who designed that flag, but now government of Australia bought the IPR, copyright of the Aboriginal flag. So Aboriginal flag is related with which country? Australia. Which technology company unveiled AI research super cluster? So AI research super cluster, this is a supercomputer. And which country has unveiled their plans to build this supercomputer? This is told to be the fastest supercomputer of the world. बन जाएगा तो it would be अभी हुआ नहीं है. फास्टेस्ट सुपर कंप्यूटर, अभी फास्टेस्ट सुपर कंप्यूटर कौन है? तो अभी जो फास्टेस्ट सुपर कंप्यूटर है दैट इज फ्रंटियर। ये किसने बनाया है? यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ने बनाया है, राइट, फ्रंटियर। दिस इज द फास्टेस्ट सुपर कंप्यूटर ऑफ वर्ल्ड, यूएसए का। ये रिसेंटली बना है, इससे पहले क्या था? फुगाकू, दिस वाज मेड बाय जापान। अच्छा, if someone asks that what is the fastest super computer of India, so this is Param Siddhi AI. So this is the fastest super computer of India. Meanwhile, which technology company unveiled its plan to build a supercomputer? This is Meta. Meta is what? The parent company of Facebook, Instagram, ये सारे चीजें जो मेटा के अंदर आते हैं। एंड कब? अराउंड मिड 2022 के अराउंड इनका प्लान है। सो मे बी इन कमिंग मंथ और 2 दे विल बी लॉन्चिंग इट। हेलोड्यूल यूनिवर्स, इट इज a species of sea grasses found to have a strong activity against which disease? So एक पर्टिकुलर ग्रास स्पेसीज फाइंड हुआ है, that is called Halodula universalis, and it can be a cure against which of the following disease? Cancer, hypertension, BP, diabetes, COVID-19, right? So the particular answer is cancer. It is a grass which is found under Indian Ocean, right, and where it is found in the Rameswaram area of Tamil Nadu. It is the southernmost point, right, southernmost point of India. यहाँ पे श्रीलंका है। तो इस पर्टिकुलर एरिया में एक ग्रास होता है सी में, एंड दिस पर्टिकुलर सी ग्रास इज टोल्ड टू हैव एंटी कैंसर एक्टिविटी। इसके अंदर अगर इसको लेंगे तो कैंसर को ठीक कर सकता है, ऐसा माना जा रहा है। ओके, सो दिस पर्टिकुलर ग्रास स्पीसीज कॉल्ड हेलोडुल यूनी नर्विस, राइट, यूनी नर्विस। विच इज द नॉर्दर्न मोस्ट स्टेट ऑफ इंडिया? 2022 में नॉर्दर्न मोस्ट स्टेट कौन है इंडिया का? देख लो एक बार मैप पे, ये हमारे इंडिया का मैप है। आई विल जूम इट फॉर यू पीपल, आराम से देखो और फिर बताओ। Right, so which one is the northernmost state? Abhi see, the catch here is now earlier it was Jammu Kashmir, but अभी तो ये क्या हो गया है? यूनियन टेरिटरी हो गया है। तो नॉर्दर्न मोस्ट कौन है? हिमाचल प्रदेश, राइट। द आंसर वुड बी हिमाचल प्रदेश। ठीक है, ओके। INS खुकरी मेमोरियल इज लोकेटेड इन विच स्टेट? सो दिस INS खुकरी इज वेरी हिस्टोरिकल नेवल शिप ऑफ इंडिया। सो INS मीन्स इंडियन नेवल शिप। नेवी के जितने भी शिप होते हैं उनको INS के नाम से जानते हैं। दिस खुकरी वाज वन शिप जिसको 1971 में के वॉर में पाकिस्तान के सबमरीन ने मार के डुबा दिया था। दिस खुकरी वाज संक बाय ए पाकिस्तानी शिप, एंड बाद में हमने क्या किया? PNS गाजी। सो इंडिया ने PNS गाजी को डुबाया था एंड पाकिस्तान वालों ने खुकरी को डुबाया था। सो वेयर द मेमोरियल इज बिल्ड? पंजाब, दीव, पौंडीचेरी एंड गोवा। सो इट्स बिल्ड इन दीव, एंड इसी इलाके में ही, दीव के पास ही दिस शिप वाज संक in 1971 war. Nagaland was carved out of which state with which it shares a 512 kilometer long border? So earlier there was a one big state in northeastern area of India, that was Assam. उससे ही बाहर निकल के बना था नागालैंड, राइट। सो नागालैंड भी अभी अपना 52nd एनिवर्सरी मनाएगा स्टेट बनने का। ओके, इट वाज 25 जनवरी 1971 को नागालैंड को स्टेटहुड मिला था. सो इट गॉट फुल स्टेटहुड on 25th of January 1971. There was no amendment to make Nagaland a state. It was already a union territory. It was already a part of Assam. And as you know, under Article 3 of Constitution, अगर आपने पॉलिटी पढ़ा है तो you must be knowing the Parliament has a power to partition any of the state, like तेलंगाना से आंध्र प्रदेश को दो पार्ट में बांट दिया, तेलंगाना एंड आंध्र प्रदेश, बिहार झारखंड, उत्तर प्रदेश उत्तराखंड, like so this can be done by parliament through a simple law. So there was an act of parliament in 1970, and from 25th of January Nagaland came to be a separate state. India has paid US $29.9 million in budget assessment of which institution? So World Bank, United Nations, Asian Development Bank. ADB means Asian Development Bank. And BRICS Bank. BRICS, the 5 countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa. So they have a bank called New Development Bank, NDB, right? So India paid its budget due to which of the following organization? The correct answer is United Nations. So India, as you know, is one of the non-permanent members elected for a 2-year term in the Security Council. There are 5 permanent members in the Security Council, and plus there will be 10 non-permanent members who are elected for a 2-year term. So India was elected last year, and till 31st of December 2022, India is supposed to be the non-permanent member of United Nations Security Council. In this regard, every country has a share in the budget of United Nations to vote. If you do not pay, if any country does not pay its due budget, it has no right to vote. So India paid its due 29.9 million in the United Nations regular budget assessment. Okay. Moving on, as per Indian International Monetary Fund (IMF) World Economic Outlook, so this particular organization IMF releases what? World Economic Outlook report, and it has done an assessment that what is the estimated growth rate of India. इंडिया का जो estimated growth rate है इस particular report के according क्या होना चाहिए? That shall be 9%. Prabha Atre, who was conferred the Padma Vibhushan, is associated with which field? You remember earlier I was talking about Padma Awards to be the second highest civilian award, and I already briefed you about this particular military award starting from Paramveer Chakra, Veer Chakra, Mahavir Chakra, Shaurya Chakra, Ashok Chakra. So similarly in the civilian area, for the persons doing very good in the civilian field, like art, like civil services, like public affairs, in all this category, every year some persons are given this award. So these are what? National awards of India. National awards of India. Right. I'll quickly tell you about what are the awards in the civil area. So the highest civilian award of India, you must be knowing, is Bharat Ratna. Right? Bharat Ratna. Second highest civilian award is Padma Vibhushan. Padma Vibhushan. Third highest is Padma Bhushan. And below that is Padma Shri. Right. So this year, Mr. Prabha Atre got Padma Vibhushan award and associated with literature, music, sports and civil services. तो she is associated with music. और म्यूजिक को किस कैटेगरी में अवार्ड मिलता है? So music is awarded under art. Art के कैटेगरी में musicians are given award, right? So Padma Vibhushan, how many people were given the Padma award this year? So one is Mrs. Prabha Atre, उनको म्यूजिक के लिए मिला है. Then another is राधा खेमका. So he has been given in education sector and literature sector. Education and literature. He basically runs a publisher. Many of the people would be knowing about Gita Press. So they brings out religious books. So Gita Press. So this press belong to him. He has also been given Padma Vibhushan. Major Padma Vibhushan award is General Bipin Rawat. You know, he recently died. The first Chief of Defence Staff in India, Bipin Rawat. So he has been given this award posthumously, meaning Marnoprant, after that. And Kalyan Singh, the former Chief Minister and BJP leader of UP. So he has also been given posthumous Padma Vibhushan awards. There are many people who got Padma Bhushan award. Some of the prominent you must be knowing, you can refer it. Saudi Arabia has restored ties with which country after 30 years of dispute over stolen gems? So Saudi Arabia का एक कंट्री से दूसरे कंट्री का लड़ाई हो गया था चोरी चपाड़ी को लेके. So which country? थाईलैंड. So now after 30 years दोनों में भाईचारा हो गई है, दोस्ती हो गई है. झगड़ा क्यों हुआ था? ओवर स्कैंडल इन्वॉल्विंग सम स्टोलन जेम, जिसको यहाँ से वहाँ से एक जगह से उठा के दूसरी जगह बेचा गया था. उसमें कुछ मर्डर वगैरह भी हुए थे. राइट. सो एज इतना आपको जानने की जरूरत है कि सऊदी अरेबिया ने अपना डिप्लोमेटिक टाइज किसके साथ रिस्टोर किया है? थाईलैंड. मोर देन दैट नथिंग इज इम्पॉर्टेंट. What is the area of space around which the James Webb telescope? This is a very famous telescope in the space. This is a space telescope, and in which area it has to be placed? Lagrange point, L2, Curie point, Newton point, and C.V. Raman point. So it shall be placed in Lagrange point, right? What is the Lagrange point? It is an area. This Lagrange point is an area where the gravitational, this will be put around the Lagrange point 2. There are 4 or 5 Lagrange point. The people from science background may better understand it. So the Lagrange point is an area L2. In L2, the gravitational pull of sun and earth is the equal to the centripetal force of any rotating object. तो अगर इस Lagrange point पे अगर किसी चीज को स्टेशन करते हैं, any satellite or something like that is stationed on the Lagrange point, so it will not require more energy. It will be balancing. The gravitational pull will be balancing the centripetal force. तो एक बाहर जाने की कोशिश करेगा, दूसरा उसको अंदर खींचेगा. तो that will maintain a particular orbit, right? It will maintain a particular orbit. You can see, and hence there will be lesser fuel requirement. ठीक है? For this reason, James Webb telescope shall be put in the Lagrange point, that is L2. Which country has launched Competes Act? Competes Act किस कंट्री ने लॉन्च किया है? रशिया, यूएसए, यूके एंड ऑस्ट्रेलिया. तो Competes Act जो लॉन्च किया है वो यूएसए ने लॉन्च किया है, यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका ने. एंड दिस एक्ट इज कॉल्ड अमेरिकाज क्रिएटिंग अपॉर्चुनिटीज फॉर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रीइमिनेंस इन टेक्नोलॉजी एंड इकोनॉमिकल स्ट्रेंथ. किस चीज़ के लिए है? तो ये वैसे लोगों को स्टार्टअप वीजा देगा फ्रॉम द टैलेंटेड पूल ऑफ अराउंड स्टार्टअप एंटरप्रेन्योर्स फ्रॉम द वर्ल्ड. उनको एक नया स्टार्टअप वीजा देगा, ये नया तरह का वीजा लाएगा. ये मतलब इनका है कि पूरी दुनिया का ब्रेन खींच के अपने यहाँ रख लो. ऑलरेडी इंडिया इज फेसिंग अ ब्रेन ड्रेन, एंड कंट्रीज लाइक इंडिया वेयर पीपल आर नॉट सो मच वेल पेड ऑफ, दे विल माइग्रेट टू अमेरिका. एंड ये तो इनको पुरानी आदत है. सारे डॉक्टर्स इंडिया के वहाँ जाएंगे, इंजीनियर्स भी जाएंगे, अब स्टार्टअप वाले भी जाएंगे. साइंटिस्ट फ्रॉम IIT खड़गपुर हैव डेवलप्ड अ पोर्टेबल डिवाइस फॉर डिटेक्टिंग which disease? Oral cancer, breast cancer, prostate cancer and lung cancer. The answer happens to be oral cancer. The cancer in mouth, that is called oral cancer. कहाँ से बनाया गया है? साइंटिस्ट फ्रॉम IIT खड़गपुर. सस्ता है, ज़्यादा महंगा नहीं है, $500 का है. तो वही कुछ आपका सब 35,000 के आसपास है. यू कैन डिटेक्ट, जरूरी नहीं है घर में रखना. Which ministry launched स्वच्छता स्टार्टअप challenge. Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Ministry of Rural Development, Agriculture, Home Affairs, right? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ अर्बन एंड हाउसिंग अफेयर्स ने लॉन्च किया है स्वच्छता स्टार्टअप चैलेंज, राइट? ओके, now what is the type of authorization granted to Covishield and Covaxins as of January 2022? Emergency use authorization, conditional market authorization, essential market authorization, full market authorization. You see, earlier it was operating under emergency use authorization, meaning that it was not to be sold in market openly, it was to be monitored and to be supplied only for the emergency purposes like COVID-19. हालांकि उसमें पेड और नॉन पेड वेरिएंट्स थे, but was that was also being monitored. Now it has been given the conditional market authorization, not full market authorization yet. Full market authorization का मतलब हो गया कि जैसे बाकी दवाई मिलती है वैसे वैक्सीन्स मिलने लगेंगे. But now, as of now, it has been given conditional market authorization. And what is the meaning of that? That every 6 months, these companies will have to send the report to the Drug Controller General of India, right? They have to submit safety and efficiency data every 6 months under the न्यू ऑथराइजेशन 15 डेज अर्लियर. पहले इमरजेंसी वाले के अंदर क्या करता था, हर 15 दिन पे उनको देना होता था डाटा. एंड दिस इज नॉट द फुल मार्केट ऑथराइजेशन. फुल मार्केट, एज आई ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यू, it will be like open supply. You just go to the counter, pay the cash, take the prescription, bring out your medicine, right? Okay, what is the other name of National Conference on Agriculture for summer campaign? Rabi Conference, Jaid Conference, Kharif Conference, and Cash Crop Conference. So it is Jaid Conference. What is Rabi, Kharif and Jaid? I'll tell you. These are the cropping seasons in India. These are the cropping seasons in India. ठीक है. रबी क्रॉप जो है, दिस इज विंटर क्रॉप. इट विल बी सोन इन अक्टूबर, अराउंड अक्टूबर नवंबर, एंड इट कैन बी हार्वेस्टेड इन द स्टार्ट ऑफ मार्च अप्रैल. ठीक है. तो 3 to 4 months. These are grown in winters, sown in early winter, and they are reaped in early summers. ठीक है. तो ये क्या हो गया अपना, जैसे wheat is a rabi crop. Now kharif crop, this requires a little lesser amount of water requirement is less as compared to kharif crop. In kharif crop, this has to be in, the entire progression will be in rainy season, so they will be sowing around June, right? And they will be reaping around August September. So the entire season shall be in the summer plus with the rainfall. So good amount of heat and rainfall is required. Rice is a kharif crop. But what about the seasons in between? So उसमें छोटे छोटे कोई 2-2.5 महीने वाले crops डाल देते हैं. That is called जायद crop. These are intermediate between न्यूज़ का कुछ अदर डायमेंशन मिल जाए, जैसे कुकरी है तो पीएनएस है, उससे रिलेटेड कुछ चीज़ें और मिल जाए, इंडिया का सबमरीन प्रोग्राम, जैसे मिसाइल हमने देखा था तो वी रेड अबाउट एंटायर इंटीग्रेटेड गाइडेड मिसाइल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम के बारे में पढ़ लिया. So in this way we will be trying to cover as many dimensions possible.